Yuan realm. Within the territory of the Great Xia Dynasty in Qingzhou lies the Jihua sect. Chu Yun, how dare you? Not only did you collude with outsiders to steal the sect's treasured artifact, you even murdered fellow disciples. With the evidence now irrefutable, what else do you have to say? A thunderous roar like a bolt of furious lightning echoed through the Jihua sect's grand hall. Most of the high-ranking members of the sect were gathered here at this moment. On almost every face the gaze directed at Chu Yun was filled with anger and bitter disappointment. Chu Yun's 4 limbs were pierced through by 4 blood-red iron chains, pinning him to the judgment rack in the center of the hall. Blood dripped continuously to the floor as he hung his head low. It hurts like hell. Have I crossed over to another world? As a vast tide of foreign memories surged into his mind like seawater, Chu Yun gradually understood the predicament he now found himself in. This was a fantastical world that devoured people. The body he had crossed into belonged to a once brilliant genius disciple of the Jihua sect. As for why he had fallen into such a dire situation, it stemmed from offending the Jihua sect's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's grandson had been severely injured by the original Chu Yun in a past competition and now lay crippled in bed. As for the so-called theft of the sect's treasured artifact and the murder of fellow disciples, all of it was nothing more than a filthy pot of slander forced onto him by the Grand Elder of Jihua sect together with Chu Yun's love rival Zhu Tianzi. In Qingzhou, there was a renowned clan that stood shoulder to shoulder with the Jihua sect, the Yi family. The Yi family's eldest daughter Yi Wanru was the brightest and most dazzling prodigy within the sect, pursued by countless admirers. Because she discovered the rare bloodline hidden within the original Chu Yun, she had deliberately drawn close to him within the sect. With time, she became the white moonlight in his heart, the unattainable beloved he worshipped. He had even willingly transplanted his own precious bloodline into her body, allowing her to squeeze every last drop of value from him. Last night, it was after drinking the wine she handed him that he unknowingly stepped into this meticulously crafted death trap. What a heaven-shattering opening move. To lick and fawn over someone only to end up with absolutely nothing. Chu Yun's heart was filled with helplessness. How had he ended up crossing into such a pathetic fool? He slowly lifted his gaze, cold eyes fixing on a young woman standing directly ahead. She wore a flowing white dress, her features delicate and alluring, appearing like a pure white lotus growing unsullied from the mud, standing at Zhu Tianzuo's side. She was Yi Wanru. People say actors are heartless and harlots faithless. Those words are not wrong at all. Yi Wanru, with a single cup of wine last night you managed to drag me to this state. You truly have the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. Yi Wanru remained unmoved, her expression icy as she looked at him with open contempt. Chu Yun, what nonsense are you spouting? I did not even see you last night. You murdered fellow disciples and stole the sect's treasured artifact. Such conduct is worse than that of a beast. To think I once sincerely cared for you. Now that I look back, it seems I only helped the sect raise a white-eyed wolf. At Yi Wanru's shameless reversal of black and white, coldness flooded Chu Yun's face. Murderous intent and hatred flared within his eyes. Good, very good. What a beautifully crafted set of lies. To play the whore and still set up a virtuous archway, acting pure while indulging in filth. You are truly a shameless wretch. Yi Wanru felt a flicker of unease as she looked at Chu Yun. In the past, Chu Yun had never dared raise his voice at her. He had always been obedient, following her every word without question. Even if he had been framed by her today, judging by his previous temperament, he should not have been so furious in cursing her. A crisp slap suddenly rang out. Chu Yun, if you dare slander junior sister Yi one more time, I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs. Beside Yi Wanru, a tall, thin young man in a purple long robe had brazenly slapped Chu Yun across the face. This was Zhu Tianzuo, the undisputed senior brother within the Jihua sect. He was also Yi Wanru's frenzied pursuer. Because of Chu Yun's relationship with Yi Wanru, Zhu Tianzuo's jealousy and hatred toward Chu Yun had long since accumulated to the point of eruption. Fortunately for him, this time, the Grand Elder had orchestrated a grand scheme, and Yi Wanru had been tempted by the conditions he offered. The three of them joined hands to ensure that Chu Yun would never rise again. I will remember this slap. Chu Yun's blood-red eyes locked onto Zhu Tianzuo. Enough. Chu Yun, return the sect's treasured artifact at once. Otherwise our sect will not spare you today. Seated at the very top, the Jihua sect master spoke with a vicious glint in his eyes and overwhelming dominance. A threat of his oppressive aura swept forth immediately, causing Chu Yun's bones to creak and groan under the pressure. Agonizing pain tore through his body as if he were about to be blown apart. If you wish to condemn, you will always find a crime to fit. With a wet sound, Chu Yun spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, his consciousness growing ever more blurred. Are you still not going to appear? If you don't appear soon, I really am going to die. Stare. Do not panic. You are the protagonist. You cannot. System activation in progress. Congratulations to the host. Background editing system successfully activated. You think this is some 3-year appointment? Cutting it this close at the very brink. If I truly died, you'd have to restart as well. Seeing how late the system had arrived, Chu Yun could not help but curse. Rest assured, master, this system is highly professional. Enough nonsense. Show me what you can do quickly. Stare. This system is the background editing system. As long as the host has sufficient editing points, you may edit backgrounds, freely altering people and relationships as you wish. The edited background relationships will manifest in the real world in a manner that is reasonable and in accord with causality. The greater the background cause and effect edited, the more editing points will be consumed. Editing points are obtained by the host killing those who bear enmity toward you. The higher their cultivation or the deeper their hatred, the more editing points you will gain upon killing them. If someone related to you kills such enemies, the points may also be counted. In addition, editing points can be used in the exchange store to redeem various items. Background editing can be performed once every 7 days with no time limit. Edit backgrounds. By that logic, as long as I have enough editing points, I can edit myself into a mighty overlord. Chu Yun asked curiously. Of course. Even the great emperors of the Yuan realm. If you possess enough editing points, master, you could directly become their father emperor. Stop feeding me empty talk. My editing points are still at 0. With such a disastrous starting situation, you ought to give your family some benefits, shouldn't you? Chu Yun urged anxiously. Yes, of course, master. The welfare gift pack has been successfully issued. Would master like to open it? What kind of question is that? Of course I'll open it. Stare. Congratulations, master, you have obtained 1,000 editing points, 1 heavenly blood divine root bone, 1 10,000 demons chaos physique, and 1 netherworld divine pupil. All rewards have been fully distributed. Panel functions, unlocking. Heavenly blood divine root bone, one of the supreme root bones of all realms, containing the innate divine ability, blood heaven world. 10,000 demons chaos physique, an unparalleled physique that transcends all divine and demonic bodies. Chaos can fuse with the Tao, sealing 10,000 demons within, bearing the power to overturn heaven and earth. Netherworld divine pupil can pierce through the worlds of yin and yang. All illusory evils and malevolent spirits will be laid bare before it. No darkness can remain hidden. Master, shall we commence the fusion immediately? Given the state I'm in, if we don't fuse now, I'll die. Detecting the master's body on the verge of death. Initiating rapid fusion. Fusion of the heavenly blood divine root bone successful. Fusion of the 10,000 demons chaotic body successful. Fusion of the nether god eye successful. After these fusions were completed, Chu Yun's consciousness returned, becoming preternaturally clear. The heavenly blood divine root bone amplified his willpower and soul strength by at least 10,000 times. The chi born from the 10,000 demons chaotic body was already repairing the injuries within him. The nether god eyes caused a strand of violet divine light to flash across his pupils in an instant. In that fleeting moment, his gaze seemed to possess a certain sorcerous power. Within those deep eyes, it was as though multitudes of demons were dancing in turmoil. I have 1,000 editing points. Which background can I edit? You have to recommend a few options for me. Although Chu Yun had fused those 3 things, he knew that in his current state, he still could not change his predicament. At present, his cultivation was merely at the chi-gathering realm, while both the Grand Elder and the sect master of Jihua sect were cultivators at the Golden Core realm. In terms of sheer strength, he had absolutely no chance of victory. Thus, he could only pin his hopes upon editing his background. Recommended background edits. Illegitimate son of Yunjun Wang of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, 600 editing points. Disciple of the Grand Elder of Tianjian sect, 200 editing points. Junior brother of the sect master of Doing sect, 700 editing points. 9th prince of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, Long, missing 1,000 editing points. The system recommended more than 10 backgrounds. After a careful look, Chu Yun discovered one identity most suited to him. The 9th prince of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. One must know that Qingzhou lay within the territory of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. Qingzhou was a vast continental province, and the Daxia Imperial Dynasty controlled as many as 13 such provinces along with dozens of remaining commanderies. Within Qingzhou, Jihua sect could be counted as a first-rate sect. Not only did the sect have golden core cultivators, it also possessed a nascent soul ancestor. Yet even so, in the eyes of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, they remained as insignificant as ants. As long as he became the 9th prince of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, this supposedly inescapable dead end would be effortlessly resolved. After all, in this world, the greatest dividing line was one's birth. The notion that hard work alone leads to success is the greatest lie in the world. Some people, by virtue of their background at birth, are destined to succeed. Consume editing points to edit myself into the long-missing 9th prince of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. Chu Yun made his decision without hesitation. Background is currently being edited, please wait. Causality alteration complete, identity reset successful. Ding. Congratulations, master. Background edit successful. In the origin world within the Daxia Imperial capital inside the Imperial Palace, a man whose very countenance radiated innate authority sat in dragon robes embroidered with 9 claws. The fortune of the dynasty subtly surrounded his body. He was like the sovereign of heaven and earth, his aura towering above millions of living beings enthroned in the Imperial study as he examined memorials. Around his neck hung a piece of translucent jade, within which a single drop of blood was sealed. As the ruler of the Xia Imperial Dynasty, he nonetheless carried a lingering regret in his heart. Back when he personally led the Imperial army to suppress the invading forces of two hostile dynasties, his ninth son was stolen away shortly after birth. To this day, the child's whereabouts remained unknown, his life or death uncertain. The jade pendant at his neck sealed within it the blood of his ninth son. The boy's birth mother consort Sure had left 2 drops of his blood upon giving birth, crafting them into 2 jade pendants, one for each of them as husband and wife. Sharing the same bloodline, if their son's bloodline were ever activated, the jade pendants would react. Yet more than 20 years had passed, and there had never been any sign. This had nearly become an unhealable knot in their hearts. Suddenly the drop of blood within the jade pendant grew scorching hot and blazing, then shattered the jade and erupted within the Imperial study in boundless radiance. "This is my son. It is my son." The Xia Emperor sprang to his feet, his expression trembling with excitement, deeply moved beyond words. "Wonderful, my son is still alive." He laughed heartily. At that moment, the doors of the Imperial study were thrust open with a bang. A woman in sumptuous palace attire, whose bearing was usually dignified and gentle, rushed in now with barely restrained emotion. "Your Majesty, it is Yun. It is Yun. His bloodline has awakened." This woman was the 9th prince's birth mother and also the Xia Emperor's most beloved consort, Sure Mingyue. "Beloved consort, do not panic. Since Yun is still alive, I will never allow harm to befall him." Luo Feng Xian Feng. As the Xia Emperor's voice fell, 2 figures clad in black radiant armor appeared within the Imperial study. "We greet your Majesty." The Xia Emperor regarded them solemnly. "I command you to lead the Shadow Guards at once to the territory of Jihua sect in Qingzhou and escort the 9th prince back, without fail." "We obey." The 2 commanders of the Shadow Guards accepted the decree and promptly withdrew. The fact that the Xia Emperor mobilized the Shadow Guards showed just how much weight and importance he placed on this matter. The Shadow Guards differed from other forces. Within the Xia Imperial Dynasty, they obeyed only the Emperor's orders. Even ordinary members of a Shadow Guard squad were at least at the nascent soul realm. Moreover, the Shadow Guards possessed the authority to act first and report later, and to exercise discretionary power. Across the various sects and officials of the Imperial Dynasty, there was none who did not fear them. They were in truth the sharpest blade in the Xia Emperor's hand. "Yun is in Qingzhou, and my elder brother happens to be there as well. I will send him a message at once so that he hurries to Jihua sect to prevent any mishap." Sure Mingyue suddenly recalled that some days ago her elder brother had gone to Qingzhou to search for cultivation resources. She quickly transmitted a message to him. With his long-missing nephew now in Qingzhou, she believed that upon receiving this news, he would certainly rush to Jihua sect without delay. With Xianfeng and Luo Feng on the way, and Shura, as well, Yun will absolutely come to no harm. Rest assured. The Xia Emperor pulled Sure Mingyue gently into his arms, comforting her. Sure Mingyue nodded. All she wished now was that her elder brother and the others could bring her son back as soon as. Regarding the reappearance of the missing 9th prince of the Xia Imperial Dynasty, the Emperor did not seal the news, but rather made it public. He even ordered that living quarters be prepared and cleaned for Chu Yun, ready to welcome the son he had yearned for day and night. The recovery of the long-lost 9th prince sparked a great upheaval within the Xia Imperial Dynasty. Some rejoiced, others despaired. Yet none within Jihua sect of Qingzhou were as yet aware of any of this. Xianfeng and Luo Feng had already led the Xia Shadow Guards onto a spatial teleportation array and were on their way to Qingzhou. Chu Yun, your bones are quite hard indeed. Since you refuse to confess honestly. Great Elder, apply the torture. Seated on the high platform, the sect master of Jihua sect watched Chu Yun, still enduring in silence, then spoke. "Yes, sect master." The Great Elder of Jihua sect walked up to Chu Yun with a cold sneer. Chu Yun stared at him with a frosty gaze. "Old ghost, shall we make a bet?" "Oh, what do you want to bet on?" The Great Elder of Jihua sect mocked in return. "Let us wager on whether in a short while you will be kneeling on the ground begging me not to kill you." Chu Yun's voice was laden with boundless killing intent. "Ha ha ha. Chu Yun, have you lost your mind? At a time like this you are still dreaming. Since your mouth is so stubborn, I hope you do not scream from the pain that is to come." Tearing sounds rang out again. The Great Elder of Jihua sect directly shattered Chu Yun's 4 limbs with his bare hands, his methods unimaginably bloody and cruel. Is that all? I thought it would be far more vicious." Instead, Chu Yun let out a cold laugh. There was no trace of pain on his face, his eyes were filled with mockery and scorn. Then under the shocked gazes of all, his 4 limbs actually regenerated before their very eyes, returning to their original state. The power of the 10,000 demons' chaotic body continued to strengthen his physical form. How is this possible? They recovered. This scene plunged countless people in the hall into stunned disbelief. Even the sect master of Jihua sect could not help but show a change in expression. Great Elder, what technique is this? With his limbs destroyed, how can they possibly regenerate in an instant? Yuanru could not help but ask in curiosity at this moment. She suspected that Chu Yun had still concealed things from her. If only she could learn such a method herself, how wonderful that would be. Damn Chu Yun, to be so dishonest with me. No wonder you deserve what you suffer today. Feeling that she had been deceived by Chu Yun, Yuanru could not help but harbor even more hatred toward him in her heart. Nothing but crooked and depraved arts. This brat even murdered his fellow disciples. Cultivating some heterodox techniques is nothing surprising. But today this old man will make you spit out everything you know. The Great Elder erupted with the might of the Golden Core realm. Spiritual power manifested in his hand, turning into thin threads that flowed into Chu Yun's body. In an instant, Chu Yun's internal organs suffered heavy damage. The bones of his entire body felt as if tens of thousands of insects were gnawing at them, agony flooding every inch of his flesh. Chu Yun gritted his teeth and endured the torment. His eyes filled with hatred and killing intent locked firmly onto the Great Elder of Jihua sect. Old ghost. These sufferings, I will make you repay them 1,000-fold in a moment. Chu Yun swore silently in his heart. He knew that the people of the Great Xia Dynasty were already on their way. Once they arrived, not a single person in Jihua sect would be able to escape. With another explosive crack, Chu Yun's four limbs once more shattered into a mist of blood, and only then did the Great Elder's power finally subside. He had no intention of letting Chu Yun simply die. With his own grandson still lying gravely injured in bed, he would never allow Chu Yun such an easy end. He was determined to torment this little beast properly. Still not speaking after all this. Your bones are truly cheap. Great Elder, why not let me have a try? The soul-seizing 13 needles of the Zhu clan specializes in attacking the soul. I refuse to believe that in the face of soul torture he can still endure like this. Zhu Tianxua voluntarily stepped forward with his proposal. In truth, he simply wanted to torment Chu Yun for his own satisfaction and would not let this opportunity slip by. The Zhu clan's soul-seizing 13 needles is rumored to inflict pain upon the soul, as if it were torn apart 10,000 times. Since Chu Yun is so tight-lipped, it is worth letting him have a taste. If that still fails, we will have no choice but to invite the old ancestor to conduct a soul search on him. No matter what, we must force him to reveal the whereabouts of the Tianhua cauldron. The sect master of Jihua sect nodded in approval. Yes, sect master. Harboring his own schemes, Zhu Tianxua walked up to Chu Yun. Looking at Chu Yun's current miserable state, his face was full of gloating delight. Chu Yun, savor well the taste of my Zhu clan's soul-seizing needles. Zhu Tianxua gathered spiritual power in both hands, condensing 13 slender silver-white needles. Just as he was about to pierce them into Chu Yun, a thunderous crash erupted. Suddenly, the main doors of Jihua sect's hall were blasted apart by a tremendous force. Xian Feng and Luo Feng, the two commanders of the Great Xia Shadow Guards, entered the hall, leading more than 50 shadow guards clad in black gold armor. Outrageous. Who are you people? In broad daylight, you dare trespass into my Jihua sect. The Great Elder of Jihua sect was the first to speak, icy killing intent flaring in his eyes as he pointed at the shadow guards and shouted in fury. Luo Feng and Xian Feng did not even spare him a glance. In Luo Feng's palm rested that drop of the ninth prince's blood which he used to compare with every person in the hall. Then the radiance of that drop of blood flared once more and flew directly toward Chu Yun, whose body was mangled from torture, and merged into him before all those watching eyes. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Luo Feng and Xian Feng changed drastically. Your Highness. Xian Feng struck out, shattering the interrogation rack that bound Chu Yun in an instant. He caught him, then took out 2 precious pills and fed them into his mouth to heal his injuries. Seeing the severity of Chu Yun's injuries, Luo Feng allowed his killing intent to sweep across the entire hall without restraint. This palpable killing aura had been forged upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The rest of those in the Jihua sect hall felt this killing intent and could not help but tremble in fear. It was as if the figure before them was a bloodthirsty god of slaughter. May I ask which power you all hail from? And what is your relationship with this Chu Yun? Realizing something was gravely wrong, the sect master of Jihua sect also rose to his feet, asking cautiously. With a muffled thud, Luo Feng's hand had already clamped around his neck, lifting the sect master of Jihua sect into midair by the throat. The speed was so great that no one had time to react. Sect master. The faces of several Jihua sect elders changed dramatically as they prepared to act. Yet a single shadow guard stepped before them, releasing the pressure of a latest-stage nascent soul realm expert, instantly pressing them until sweat poured down like rain, leaving them unable to move. Nascent soul realm expert. None of the people of Jihua sect had imagined that this seemingly ordinary man would actually be such a figure of the nascent soul realm. and their sect master of Jihua sect was being held by the leader among these people, like a chick, his neck clutched and body swaying, completely devoid of any power to resist. Senior, surely we can talk this over. We can discuss. Halfway through his words, the sect master of Jishuan sect's face twisted wildly, his flesh caving in as he let out a heartrending scream. As commander of the Shadow Guards, Luo Feng paid no heed to his life or death and began a soul search on him that would chill any onlooker to the bone. He needed to uncover the truth and see what kind of reckless courage these people of Jihua sect possessed to dare torment the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty in such a manner. After performing a soul search, Luo Feng finally understood the full sequence of events. As for the sect master of Jihua sect, his soul had suffered unprecedented torment. He was casually flung aside, collapsing onto the floor, clutching his head and howling in agony, as if it were splitting apart his very soul on the verge of shattering. Zhu Tiansuo Yuanru and the high-ranking elders of Jihua sect were all stunned. Seeing the sect master's miserable state, none of them dared act rashly for the moment. Who exactly are these people? How can there be powerhouses at the nascent soul realm? How did Chu Yun come to know such figures? Yuanru's heart was filled with shock and doubt. She simply could not fathom where Chu Yun had obtained such immense influence to the point of having nascent soul experts stand behind him. Fellow Taoists, my Jihua sect lies within the territory of the Daxiao Imperial Dynasty and is considered a notable power within Qingzhou. For you to storm into Jihua sect so wantonly and injure our sect master is truly going too far, is it not? At that moment, a deep-aged voice echoed from outside the hall. Immediately after, a tall, gaunt elder in plain robes flashed into the hall. A peak nascent soul aura surged beneath his feet, his oppressive might pressing down and suppressing the momentum of the Shadow Guard. At the same time, 4 more white-haired elders of various builds appeared within the grand hall, each one possessing cultivation at the nascent soul realm. Wonderful. It's the 5 patriarchs. All 5 patriarchs have arrived. Now these people will surely pay dearly. Seeing the 5 patriarchs appear, the members of Jihua sect all revealed joyous expressions, their emotions surging. Even the grand elder, whose face had been full of shock and fear, suddenly regained confidence. Yet the arrival of these 5 nascent soul patriarchs did not elicit the slightest change in the eyes of Luo Feng and Xian Feng. Luo Feng completely ignored them, stepping to Xian Feng's side. How is His Highness? He is all right. His Highness's self-healing ability is astonishing. After refining 2 pills, he has recovered about 70 to 80%. He should awaken before long. Using his own nirvana power, Xian Feng drew out the full medicinal efficacy of the pills within Chu Yun's body. Chu Yun's limbs had already regenerated, and it was now merely a matter of time before he awoke. Hey, are you all deaf? Our patriarchs are speaking to you, and you treat their words as a passing breeze. Seeing their patriarchs being ignored by Luo Feng and the others, a mid-stage golden core elder of Jihua sect jumped out, pointing at them and questioning sharply. Boom. A ferocious glint flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, and an invisible pressure crashed down upon that elder. With a thunderous detonation, flesh and soul alike burst into a brilliant spray like fireworks. Before anyone could react, he had turned to dust within the great hall. 3rd elder. The grand elder and others of Jihua sect cried out in grief and shock, their eyes filled with both terror and fury. No one had anticipated Luo Feng would strike to kill so directly, and even the 5 nascent soul patriarchs of Jihua sect had been unable to react in time. Such speed. This man may well have already surpassed the nascent soul realm. The peak nascent soul patriarch of Jihua sect could no longer conceal the shock on his face. Though Luo Feng had not revealed his aura, the sheer speed of his strike was something the patriarch could not even begin to compare to. From that alone, it was evident that Luo Feng's cultivation stood above his own. A broken void realm powerhouse. At that thought, the patriarch's eyelids twitched. With such an opponent, today's affair had truly become troublesome. Your Excellency's strength is formidable. Surely you are a high-level expert of the broken void realm. Yet this old man truly does not understand what has brought about today's situation. Is it because of this young friend? The patriarch immediately changed his attitude, asking with great care. Xian Feng cast a cold, detached glance at him. What do you think? The sole reason he had yet to act was that he was waiting for Chu Yun to awaken. Naturally, the lives and deaths of these people would be decided by Chu Yun himself. Qin Kun, what exactly is going on here? Speak clearly. One of the patriarchs of Jihua sect demanded coldly, directly questioning the grand elder of Jihua sect. Patriarchs, it was that little beast Chu Yun. Chu Yun stole the Tianhua cauldron and murdered his fellow disciples. The evidence is conclusive. When we were about to put him on trial, the situation suddenly. Qin Kun had intended to embellish the story further, but the oppressive aura radiating from Xian Feng and Luo Feng forced him to swallow his words in fear. What? He stole the Tianhua cauldron. You claim the evidence is conclusive. Where is that evidence? The patriarch, who had questioned earlier, turned pale at the mention of the cauldron's theft, then immediately pressed Qin Kun further. The Tianhua cauldron was not merely the greatest treasure of Jihua sect, most crucially within it was sealed a millennium-old supreme medicinal herb. It was left there by Qingzhou's highest Dao lineage Wangxian Dao sect, so that the Tianhua cauldron could continuously nourish that great herb. In another 100 years they would come to reclaim it. With the Tianhua cauldron stolen, Jihua sect had not only lost a supreme treasure, more importantly, once the matter was exposed they would have no way to give an account to Wangxian Dao sect. Reporting to Patriarch, someone personally witnessed Chu Yun infiltrating the treasure pavilion in the dead of night, stealing the Tianhua cauldron, and killing 2 disciples who were on guard. Qin Kuan replied, "Who was it?" "Patriarch, it was this disciple." At that moment Zhu Tianxua slowly stepped forward. This had been arranged from the very beginning. Zhu Tianxua, as senior brother, would serve as the witness, while Yi Wanru would place the belongings of the 2 dead fellow disciples on Chu Yun's person. Coupled with Chu Yun's disappearance for an entire night, the testimony and physical evidence formed a closed loop. If they were forced to face a soul search, they intended to first shatter Chu Yun's soul. The scheme was meticulous upon meticulous, yet they had never imagined that the current Chu Yun was worlds apart from the one they had known before. "You truly saw Chu Yun steal the Tianhua cauldron?" the Patriarch asked again. "Patriarch, this disciple dares to swear that last night I indeed saw Chu Yun. He is the thief and murderer," Zhu Tianxua declared with great conviction. The Patriarchs of Jihua sect all felt a headache coming on. These people had clearly come for Chu Yun's sake, yet the Tianhua cauldron was of immense importance to Jihua sect and entangled far-reaching matters. They had to retrieve it. "Your Excellency, within the Tianhua cauldron lies an item belonging to our superior sect, Wangxian Dao sect. If Chu Yun truly took it, we ask only that he return it. As for all other matters today, Jihua sect is willing to let them go." This Patriarch understood perfectly that they were no match for Luo Feng and his companions. Thus, at this moment, he directly invoked Qingzhou's most powerful force, Wangxian Dao sect, as his back. Wangxian Dao sect, a Dao lineage with a heritage of over 1,000 years, was the undisputed overlord of Qingzhou, wielding near absolute control over its core territories. Within it were not only broken void cultivators, but even Nirvana realm supreme powerhouses. The venerable old monsters forming Wangxian Dao sect's hidden foundation were all terrifying figures of titled venerable rank. A single venerable could suppress an entire province. Their might could overturn a whole region. With their battle bodies like the very manifestation of heaven and earth, they roamed the world unhindered. However, his self-proclaimed cleverness was nothing but a joke in the eyes of Luo Feng and Xian Feng. The Wangxian Dao sect was indeed formidable, with deep roots ranking among the notable sects within the entire Xia Dynasty. But who were they? The Xia Shadow Guards. Both of their leaders were peak cultivators of the Nirvana realm, refined by the baptism of Nirvana flames. Unless those ultimers of the Wangxian Dao sect personally intervened, they could not defeat them. However, just the name Xia Shadow Guards alone made the ultimers of the Wangxian Dao sect think twice about the consequences of taking action. The Crown Prince has awakened. At that moment, Chu Yun finally stirred, his eyes hazily opening, while Xian Feng, who had been closely monitoring his condition, expressed his excitement. Luo Feng also approached him. Crown Prince. How are you feeling?" Luo Feng's concern left Chu Yun bewildered. "Crown Prince? Who are you?" Although the background had already been set, Chu Yun still did not know his identity and had to. "Crown Prince, we are the Xia Shadow Guards. I am Luo Feng, one of the 4 leaders. This is Xian Feng. Your identity is..." Luo Feng conveyed everything through sound transmission to Chu Yun. Upon hearing all this, Chu Yun deliberately put on a shocked expression. "The 9th Prince. Is this for real? You're not lying to me, are you?" Luo Feng sincerely replied, "Rest assured, Your Highness, you are indeed the genuine 9th Prince of the Xia Dynasty. There is absolutely no mistake. We found you unconscious when we arrived, and thankfully you are now fine. Otherwise we would face dire consequences." Chu Yun displayed that he had just come to terms with the shock and pondered for a moment before gradually accepting his idea. "Your Highness, now that you have awakened, how should we deal with these people? Their fate, whether life or death, is at your..." Xian Feng's eyes were already filled with killing intent. He found those from the Jihua sect highly displeasing. They even foolishly thought they could use the Wangxian Dao sect to pressure them, which was simply laughable. "Friend, I have tried to speak kindly, yet you treat us with such attitude. This is truly too much." Upon hearing Xian Feng's words, the elder of the Jihua sect could no longer contain himself. "Hand over the Tianhua cauldron, and the Jihua sect will let the past be the past. Isn't that reasonable? Relying on your high cultivation, do you truly believe you can treat the Jihua sect like a soft persimmon?" The leading elder of the Jihua sect pointed at a beam of spiritual light that shot onto the ground of the Great Hall, and subsequently, the spatial teleportation array in the hall was activated. This teleportation array connects to the Wangxian Dao sect. "Since you all are so aggressive, let the Wangxian Dao sect come and reason with you." Yi Weiner's expression tightened as she observed the changing situation. Looking at Chu Yun, her resentment deepened. "How could you hide so much from me?" Chu Yun, you are truly hypocritical to the extreme. Once the people from the Wangxian Dao sect arrive, let's see how you plan to resolve this. Chu Yun calmly gazed at the shimmering teleportation array, a faint smile of ease on his face. He had certainly heard of the Wangxian Dao sect. It was the #1 orthodox sect in Qingzhou. Even the Jihua sect was merely a vassal force of the Wangxian Dao sect. However, comparing the Wangxian Dao sect to the Xia Dynasty was a vast difference. He was no longer anxious now. The previous humiliations inflicted upon him by Qin Kuan Zhu Tian Sua and even Yuaner would be repaid 100-fold. With a flash as the light of the teleportation array shone brightly, 5 figures appeared on the Great Hall's diagram. Elder Yang. The elders of the Jihua sect, including the Grand Elder Qin Kuan and Zhu Tian Sua, all cupped their fists and bowed respectfully to the tall elder in a red robe. This elder in red was named Yang Muqian. He was the 7th elder of the Wangxian Dao sect and a cultivator at the early stage of the Nirvana realm. Shuduo, why did you activate the teleportation array to summon our sect's people? Yang Muqian scanned the surroundings of the Great Hall and turned his gaze toward the elder of the Jihua sect, inquiring. Elder Yang, the matter is as follows. The elder of the Jihua sect named Shuduo explained everything respectfully. Upon hearing that the Tianhua cauldron had been stolen and that their medicinal resources were lost, Yang Muqian's expression darkened as he looked sharply at Chu Yun. Kid, where is the Tianhua cauldron? Yang Muqian's attitude was arrogant and domineering, showing no regard for Luo Feng and the others. Chu Yun replied leisurely. Leader Luo, can you deal with this old man? What does your highness wish? Luo Feng asked. I don't like others being so arrogant in front of me. It's better to speak while kneeling. Chu Yun said. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Feng became a mere afterimage. In the next instant, Luo Feng appeared before Yang Muqian, a palm imbued with terrifying nirvana power struck towards him. Nirvana realm. Yang Muqian's pupils contracted sharply as he realized that Luo Feng before him was actually a cultivator of the same level. He stomped hard, causing the ground of the Great Hall to shatter, and countless strands of nirvana power erupted from the ground, akin to thousands of fire dragons charging and devouring everything. However, Luo Feng waved his sleeve, and the black nirvana ghostly light shot forth in all directions, annihilating Yang Muqian's every attack. Bang! Luo Feng's palm struck firmly against Yang Muqian's abdomen, piercing through his nirvana body. Immediately, a black luminous nirvana wheel appeared behind Luo Feng, enveloping Yang Muqian. Bang! Yang Muqian's legs could not withstand the pressure, and he fell to his knees, suppressed by Luo Feng's nirvana power. Elder! Master! The other members of the Wangxian Dao sect, seeing Yang Muqian suppressed by Luo Feng, widened their eyes in horror. However, in the next moment, 4 figures emerged from the shadow guards, exuding the pressure of peak Broken Realm cultivators, overpowering the 4 Jihua sect elders. The elders of the Jihua sect, including Grand Elder Qin Kuan, Zhu Tian Sua, and others, had expressions frozen, as if they were petrified, standing dazed in place. Shuduo was filled with panic. Nirvana realm. The person before him was actually a great cultivator of the Nirvana realm. Even Elder Yang Muqian was no match for him, being subdued in just a few moves. Who on earth were these people? Why did a disciple of the Jihua sect involve such figures? Cough. Nirvana realm peak. Who are you? In Qingzhou there is no one like you. Who exactly are you? Yang Muqian, equally shocked and pale, asked while blood continued to flow from his mouth. He knew that the person before him possessed a cultivation level comparable to their sect leader, but he was a stranger, clearly not a person from the local forces of Qingzhou. Luo Feng. Luo Feng's face was cold, his voice cut through the air like a blade. Luo Feng. The name was utterly unfamiliar to the people of Jihua sect. Their ranks were far from qualified to touch the level of Daxiao Yingui. Yang Muqian, however, was different. As the 7th elder of Wangxian Daozong, he had been to the Daxia Imperial city and witnessed its splendor. The name Luo Feng, coupled with the fact that he cultivated at the peak of the Nirvana realm, quickly conjured a figure in Yang Muqian's mind. But as soon as he grasped that man's identity, his expression shifted in rapid succession. Astonishment, disbelief, and even a sliver of panic. Cow, could you be Luo Feng, Commander Luo of the Daxiao Yingui? Yang Muqian's words fell, and the entire hall fell into a deathly hush. By rights, someone of your station should not be permitted to speak with this commander. Yet you dare to offend his highness. Such presumption is tantamount to seeking death beyond your rank. Luo Feng spoke in a harsh voice. The Nirvana wheel continued to press Yang Muqian, leaving him no chance to struggle free. Your highness. Yang Muqian's pupils snapped toward Chu Yun. Only a select few in the entire empire could be addressed as your highness by one of the 4 Daxia Yingui commanders. A Daxia prince. This Chu Yun before them must surely be a Daxia prince. Yang Muqian did not know the prince was present and has thus offended his highness. I beg your highness pardon. Yang Muqian immediately bowed his head, facing Chu Yun with abject terror as he admitted his fault. At that moment, he could not conceal the hatred he harbored toward the people of Jiuhua sect. This was a Daxiao prince, not to mention he was only a mere seventh elder of Wangxian Daozong. Even their sect master would have to show proper deference. Moreover, the prince was flanked by Daxiao Yingwei. So many Daxiao Yingwei protecting a single prince, including Commander Luo. This was unprecedented. Which prince could command such imperial favor? Daxiao Yingwei, a PR prince. Su Duo and Qin Kuan, along with Zhu Tiansuo Yuanru and the others, could hardly believe their ears. Their eyes widened, faces drained of color, terror, and panic plain to see. What had they just heard? These were the Daxiao Yingwei, whose very name struck fear throughout the empire. And Chu Yun, who had been a criminal facing judgment, had suddenly become a prince of the Daxiao Empire. How could this be? Was this the real world? Were they dreaming? Chu Yun glanced once at Yang Muqian. The old man had simply lost his wits earlier, and now his contrite bow showed he understood the situation. Let this be the last time. Commander Luo, release him. Chu Yun said. Yes, your highness. Luo Feng and the other Yingwei instantly lifted their suppression. When Yang Muqian rose, gratitude overflowed from him. Yang Muqian, thanks your highness. Rather than kill him, granting a favor to inspire gratitude revealed a certain breadth in Chu Yun. But now it was time for ruthlessness. Chu Yun strode slowly toward Zhu Tiansuo, stopped, and fixed him with a cold gaze. Zhu Tiansuo, you should not have forgotten how you treated me before, have you? Now you must repay it in full. Take him away, dismember, flay his skin, shatter his bones, and sever his tendons. As for his soul, use his own Duohun 13 needles, soul seizing 13 needles, until his spirit collapses. Tu Yingwei stepped forward and dragged Zhu Tiansuo away. No, Chu Yun. No, your highness, I was wrong. Your highness, please spare me. I will never do it again. Have mercy, your highness. Before he was dragged away, Zhu Tiansuo wet himself and wailed pitifully for mercy, but received no reply. In the distance, his agonized cries rang out until they were swallowed by the hall. After dealing with Zhu Tiansuo, Chu Yun turned to Qin Kuan. Qin Kun's gaze darted evasively. Only when Chu Yun stood directly before him did he finally succumb to despair. Old dog, I told you everything must be repaid 1,000-fold. You delight in smashing limbs and breaking meridians, do you not? Then you shall taste your own cruelty. As Chu Yun moved to order the Yingwei to take him away, Qin Kuan's mouth curled into a desperate, cruel smile. Chu Yun, come to hell with me. Qin Kuan seized Chu Yun with both hands. In an instant, his body swelled, as if to detonate, intending to self-destruct, and dragged Chu Yun to death with him. Luo Feng's gaze became a blade, nirvana power erupted, and in an instant Qin Kuan's soul and body were cleaved into bloody ash. Qin Kuan died instantly. To attempt petty tricks before a nirvana realm powerhouse was nothing but fool's. After Qin Kuan's death, a small green cauldron flew from his storage pouch. It was etched all over with ancient spirit runes and bore a residue of Qin Kuan's lingering obsession that hurtled straight toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun's nether divine eye flashed into being. He could see that the cauldron was no ordinary medicine vessel. The runes were seals woven together into a sealing formation. The cauldron concealed a hidden mechanism. The immediate danger was the explosive surge of energy that could shatter him. Xian Feng, who stood closest and had been about to act. A ripping of space suddenly opened beside Chu Yun, deep and mysterious. A hand reached through and firmly caught the green cauldron. The surge of energy that should have burst forth from the cauldron was forcefully pressed back into the palm that held it. Then a middle-aged man in a deep black robe stepped through. He wore a Xian crown atop his head, his cuffs embroidered with purple talismans, his sword-like brows carried a killing intent, his figure stood like a mountain, and his presence was terrifyingly immense. His arrival caused the very space beside Chu Yun to tremble violently. As the rupture of space sealed, Chu Yun felt dazed. Who was this man who could nonchalantly step out of a rift in space? Upon seeing him, Luo Feng and Xian Feng both assumed faces of solemn reverence, and intoned, "We pay respects to Shilua Zun's." Yang Muqian's eyes widened. Shilua Zun's, the contemporary head of the Shi family, the foremost lineage of the Daxiao Empire, a horrifying existence at the venerable level. One stomp from him could send Qingzhou into an earthquake. Even their own ancestors spoke of Shilua Zun's with the highest regard. Among all the venerables of the Daxiao Empire, Shilua Zun's strength ranked within the top 3. That such a figure had appeared today. Could it also be because of this prince? The Shura sovereign glanced at the 2 Shadow Guard leaders and nodded lightly. I am already aware of everything. My nephew, the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, has suffered humiliation in such a small place. There is no longer any need for the Jiuhua sect to continue existing. The Shura sovereign In the next moment, a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from his palm, rippling through the space, instantly enveloping the entire Jiuhua sect. Above the Jiuhua sect, a patch of purple-black clouds appeared in the sky, within which lightning flickered, containing boundless Shura killing intent spreading throughout every corner of the Jiuhua sect. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of disciples and elders within the Jiuhua sect were reduced to a mist of blood with no room for struggle. At this point, only a few individuals remained in the Great Hall of the Jihua sect. Nephew. Chu Yun's eyes widened, somewhat bewildered. Is this Shura Sovereign my uncle? Your Highness, the Shura Sovereign is the current head of the first family of the dynasty, the Shur family. At the same time, he is also the brother of the Empress Shur, making him your maternal uncle. Luo Feng, seeing Chu Yun's confusion, took the initiative to explain. Only then did Chu Yun suddenly realize. He had not expected that his identity as the ninth prince came with such a surprise. Not only was his father the emperor, but his maternal family was also terrifyingly powerful. The first family of the dynasty, this is not something the Yi family or Jihua sect can provoke. Uncle. After understanding everything, Chu Yun promptly called out affectionately. The Shura sovereign looked at him and said joyfully from the bottom of his heart, "Ha, good. You really resemble your mother Yuner. You have suffered outside all these years. Rest assured from now on no one can bully you. Behind you have not only the Great Xia Dynasty, but also my. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, your uncle will back you up. Even if the sky falls, your uncle will support you." The words of the Shura sovereign truly made Chu Yun feel the warmth of family. This is what a true family is. Regardless of right or wrong, family will stand by your side, supporting you and giving you courage. Uncle, can I take a look at that cauldron? Chu Yun displayed his joy, pointing to the green cauldron in his hand. Of course. If you are interested in this small cauldron, take it. The Shura sovereign directly handed the cauldron to Chu Yun. At this moment, Yang Muqian was completely shocked inside. He had roughly guessed Chu Yun's true identity. If the Shura sovereign is his uncle, then he can only be the long-lost ninth prince. However, just as he carefully observed the appearance of the cauldron, he suddenly became furious. The Tianhua cauldron. Su Duo, how dare you play tricks on me regarding the Wang Xiandao sect? This Tianhua cauldron is clearly in the hands of your sect's elders, and yet you dare to slander the ninth prince. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Yang Muqian approached Su Duo and the others, striking them with a palm, sending the 5 ancestors flying and instantly crippling their cultivation. I don't know how this happened. The elder Su Duo's face turned pale with despair. His cultivation was lost in an instant, and the disciples of the sect were also gone, leaving him on the verge of collapse. The other elders were in a similar state. Clearly, Qin Kuan had said that the Tianhua cauldron was stolen by Chu Yun, yet it had appeared in his storage bag. The key point now is that Qin Kuan is dead and no one knows how it happened. Isn't this simple? Zhu Tianxua and Qin Kuan joined forces to steal the Tianhua cauldron and then framed it on me. As long as I die, the Tianhua cauldron will completely disappear, becoming Qin Kun's possession. Thus they eliminate me and obtain the Tianhua cauldron, achieving 2 goals with 1 move. Am I right, Yuanru? Chu Yun held the Tianhua cauldron, casting a mocking glance at Yuanru. At this moment, Yuanru was so terrified that her legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, her face filled with utter despair. Chu Yun, I'm sorry, I was wrong. All of this was forced upon me by Zhu Tianxua and Qin Kuan. If I didn't help them frame you, they would kill me. I had no choice, Chu Yun. I truly am sorry. Please give me one more chance, okay? Think of our past, practicing together, eating together, watching the sunset together. My feelings for you are not false. Yuanru was now pitifully apologizing to Chu Yun. Her tears and that pitiful appearance seemed extremely wronged and heart-wrenching. However, as Chu Yun looked at her performance, the more he watched, the more disgusted he felt. Yuanru, put away your... You didn't realize your mistake. You just regretted not discovering my identity earlier, which led you to make a wrong choice. But don't worry, next I will give you a chance to choose. As Chu Yun spoke the last sentence, a mysterious smile fleetingly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yuanru felt a strong sense of unease, as she did not know how Chu Yun would treat her next. However, the smile he displayed at the end made her feel a chill down her spine. Alright, this farce is about to come to an end. Leader Luo, aside from Yuanru, leave no one behind. Chu Yun said, Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng waved his hand, and several nascent Soul Realm shadow guards slowly walked over. Qin Kuan, I will not spare you even in death. Your Highness, we really had no knowledge of this matter. Ignorance is no excuse. Please, Your Highness, give us a chance. Your Highness. The shadow guards acted decisively. The few elders on the Jihua sect's hall, including the remaining elders, were all killed by their hands, becoming corpses. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The Great Xia shadow guards have killed Zhu Tianxua, and the Master gained 500 editing points. The Great Xia shadow guards have killed the Jihua sect's nascent soul elder, and the Master gained 150 editing points. The Great Xia shadow guards have killed the Jihua sect's Su Duo elder, and the Master gained 200 editing. The Great Xia shadow guards have killed the Jihua sect's elder, and the Master gained. As these individuals died, the editing points in Chu Yun's mind kept increasing. Although these people held some hatred towards Chu Yun, it was not high. More so, it was their despair and fear. This was also the main reason the editing points for killing Zhu Tianxua could reach 500. His hatred for Chu Yun was nearly 100%. In this way, this pig has finally been thoroughly fattened. How many editing points do I currently have? Editing points 1500. For Chu Yun, the more editing points the better. Your Highness, all the problems have been resolved. Are we heading back to the royal city now? Luo Feng asked. Not yet. We have one more matter to attend to before returning. What do you plan to do, Yuner? The Shura master inquired. Chu Yun smiled. The Yi family of Qingzhou. The sins committed by Yi Wanru cannot be atoned for by her alone. Upon hearing this, Yi Wanru's expression turned pale with shock. Chu Yun, what I have done has nothing to do with my family. You cannot involve them. They are innocent. Yi Wanru was completely. If her actions brought disaster upon her family, she could never rest in peace even in death. Chu Yun looked at her with a cold smile. When I was framed by you, I was more innocent than anyone else. Elder Yang, you should know the exact location of the Yi family, right? Yang Muqian immediately answered, yes. I am willing to guide your highness. Chu Yun nodded. Good, then I will trouble you with that. Commander Luo, have the shadow guards pay a visit to the family of Zhu Tianzhua. Framing a prince is a crime severe enough to annihilate their entire clan. Luo Feng nodded. Rest assured, your highness, I will arrange it immediately. Chu Yun then turned to Yang Muqian. Elder Yang, where is the teleportation array to the Yi family? Before Yang Muqian could respond, the Shura master interrupted. There's no need to complicate matters. It's just the Yi family, though I will take you there myself. A surge of power from the Shura master tore open a large area of space before them, causing space rifts to appear once more. A master at the level of Asura has completely mastered spatial powers, allowing them to traverse and roam freely within space. Their speed can even surpass that of teleportation arrays. Then I will trouble you, uncle, Chu Yun said with a smile. It's a simple matter. Once you finish dealing with these trivial affairs, come back with me to see your mother. She misses you more than anyone else. I understand, Chu Yun nodded solemnly. Immediately, with a wave of the Shura master's hand, everyone transformed into a beam of light and entered the space rift. Qingzhou Jubiqing. Jubiqing is one of the top 5 cities in Qingzhou, with its forces intertwined in a mix of fish and dragons. For cultivators of lower realms, it is not only bustling, but also dangerous. Within Jubiqing, there are 3 extremely renowned families. In fact, the Yi family, to which Yi Wanru belongs, is one of them. Their clan also possesses ancestors at the nascent soul stage, making their overall strength only slightly inferior to the Jihua sect. At this moment, in the main hall of the Yi family, Yi Wanru's father Yi Zhengxian, the head of the Yi family, and her mother Wang Yeyun were meeting an important guest. Yi family head, what do you think of our young master's proposal? You must understand that Yi Wanru being noticed by our young master is a blessing she has earned through 3 lifetimes. Given our young master's status, even the princes and heirs of the Great Xia Dynasty must show him respect. If your daughter can establish this connection, the benefits for the Yi family should be clear enough for me not to elaborate. At this moment, the middle-aged man, a fierce-looking guest, spoke with a hint of disdain in his tone. If it weren't for their young master taking a liking to Yi Wanru's looks, this so-called Yi family head would never have been able to sit in front of him and converse. Yes, I understand what Lord Lu is saying. However, this is my daughter's lifelong matter, and she would be a concubine. Lord Lu must give me some time to consult my daughter's opinion. Yi Zhengxian kept smiling apologetically. The man before him was a cultivator at the Broken Realm level, and if he displeased him with his abilities, he could easily flatten the Yi family. Thus, both he and his wife were cautious, not daring to offend in any way. What's wrong with being a concubine? Don't forget what status your daughter holds, and what status our young master holds. Since you say you need time, very well, I will give you time. 1 day? You have 1 day to give me an answer. If you delay further and anger our young master, well. Lu Yu threatened them bluntly. He gave them 1 day, but if the Yi family refused, the outcome would be predictable. Yi Zhengxian's eyes were filled with worry, and just as he was about to say something, boom, Yi family head, get out. Suddenly, all the buildings of the Yi family shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck, and the entire main hall was violently impacted on the verge of collapsing. Such audacity. I want to see who dares to cause trouble in my Yi family in broad daylight. Yi Zhengxian was already worried, and now he was filled with anger, flying out with Wang Yeyun. What happened to the Yi family? Who have we offended? I don't know, these people look unfamiliar, they shouldn't be cultivators from Jubiqing, Yi Zhengxian replied. Whatever, we will find out once we see them. Outside the Yi family, the streets were filled with onlookers. Even from afar, people were gathered on tall buildings, all eyes glued to the scene. At this moment, above the Yi family, Yang Muqian stood in front of Chu Yun, coldly gazing at the Yi family's residence. Beside Chu Yun stood the Shura master and a group of shadow guards. Yi Wanru was now restrained by a shadow guard, unable to move, standing high in the sky. Yi Zhengxian and Wang Yeyun, along with the upper echelons of the Yi family, flew out. Aside from Yi Zhengxian, who was at the late nascent soul stage, all were golden core cultivators. You dare to be so bold. How dare you? Wanru. Yi Zhengxian was about to question them when he suddenly spotted his daughter among the crowd. Despite his fury, his expression changed to one of heaviness. Wanru, who are you? Why have you captured my daughter? Wang Yeyun's heart raced with anxiety upon seeing her daughter captured. We are the Wang Xian Dao sect Yang Muqian. Yang Muqian revealed his name. Upon hearing this, both the Yi family and the onlookers erupted. The seventh elder of the Wang Xiandao. Has the Yi family reached the end? How did they provoke the Wang Xiandao sect? The foremost power of Qingzhou has come personally. It seems that the Yi family is truly in a dire situation today. Yi Zhengxian could not comprehend why his daughter had drawn the attention of the Wang Xiandao sect, even prompting the seventh elder to come in person. Elder Yang, may I ask what exactly Wanru has done to warrant your personal visit? At this moment, Yi Kaishan, the peak nascent soul ancestor of the Yi family, appeared above the Yi estate. The arrival of the Wang Xiandao sect's elder meant that the situation had escalated to an unmanageable level. As the ancestor of the Yi family, how could he possibly remain seated? Yang Muqian cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Kaishan and coldly said, "The one he has offended is not me, but His Highness." Upon hearing this, everyone present wore a look of confusion. His Highness? Which His Highness? Yi Wanru's words were sealed at this moment, her body swaying as she thought about breaking free. She felt an urgent anxiety. If her family's involvement was caused by her, she could never forgive herself. Chu Yun knew it was time for him to make his entrance. Under the escort of Luo Feng and Xian Feng, he slowly walked to the front of the sky. Yi Wanru was also brought over by an assassin. "Unbind her mouth and let her speak," Chu Yun instructed the assassin. "Yes, Your Highness." With the restraints on her mouth released, Yi Wanru anxiously looked at Chu Yun and asked, "Chu Yun, what do you want?" "My family has not offended you. You cannot harm them." Chu Yun coldly smiled and said, "Yi Wanru, I have given you a choice. These two are your parents. Now choose one of them to die. The other will live." Yi Wanru shook her head in horror and despairingly pleaded, "No, I won't choose. Chu Yun, come at me, humiliate me, do whatever you want with me. I beg you. I plead with you not to involve my family." Hearing his daughter's desperate pleas, Yi Zhengxian felt as if his heart was being torn apart, his face filled with sorrow. He roughly guessed that this person named Chu Yun must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, the seventh elder of the Wang Xiandao sect would not personally intervene. "Yi Zhengxian, if you agree now, I can save your daughter and help you settle everything before you." At this moment, a voice from someone named Lu Yu echoed in Yi Zhengxian's ears. After struggling for a while, Yi Zhengxian decisively made his decision. "All right, Lord Lu Yu, as long as you intervene, I will agree to the conditions set by the young master." Lu Yu smiled satisfactorily. Good. At this moment, Lu Yu stepped out from the Yi family's ranks and said, "Elder Yang Yi Wanru and the Yi family cannot be touched by you." Lu Yu's statement shifted the focus of everyone present. Yang Muqian fixed his cold gaze on him. "Peak of the broken realm, who are you?" "Who I am is not important. My cultivation is indeed not as strong as yours, but Yi Wanru is the concubine my young master wishes to take. Therefore, young master, regardless of your background, neither Yi Wanru nor the Yi family can be harmed." Lu Yu spoke with confidence and authority. It seemed he didn't regard the Wang Xiandao sect or Chu Yun at all. The Shura elder stood in the back glancing at Lu Yue and deduced his background from the aura of the technique he practiced. "My." Lu Yue, caught off guard by the Shura elder's gaze, suddenly felt a chill run through him, his heart rate. Strange. Why do I feel this way? He found it peculiar, but didn't think much of it. Upon seeing Lu Yu's arrogance, Chu Yun showed a hint of interest and said, "Is that so? Then what if I decide to act today? What can you do to stop me?" Hearing this, Lu Yu's expression gradually turned cold and stern. "If you harm them, you are declaring war against my young master. You are also cutting off your own path to survival." Luo Feng's eyes glinted with fierce light. "You are outrageous. A mere broken realm dares to threaten His Highness." Without holding back, Luo Feng unleashed a surge of nirvana power that transformed into a massive mountain, pressing down on Lu Yu. Lu Yu was pinned down, unable to raise his head, and had no strength to resist Luo Feng. "A nirvana realm expert. You truly don't fear death, do you? If you harm me, none of you will escape alive." A flash of blood light appeared in Lu Yu's eyes as a seal hidden within his soul broke free. Suddenly, a torrent of blood energy surged, manifesting above the Yi family as a gigantic blood cloud. The blood mist swirled and countless strands of blood energy intertwined, sketching a blood shadow that loomed like a mountain, grand and shocking. War? War's sovereign body. No. This is just a wisp of War's sovereign body consciousness. It does not possess the complete supreme power of the War's sovereign. But even so, it is still a sovereign. Behind this person, there is actually a figure of sovereign level. Looking at the War's sovereign consciousness that pervaded the endless blood energy above the Yi family, countless people in Giant North City gasped in astonishment, most of their faces filled with shock. Who knows which sovereign this is? A nirvana realm dares to bully my blood god sect. You are all out. Even though it's just a wisp of War's sovereign consciousness, the power of a sovereign completely overwhelms you. No amount of nirvana realm cultivators combined can match it. A roar carrying the might of the sovereign shook the air and sent Luo Feng flying. At a critical moment, the Shura elder appeared behind Luo Feng and caught him, preventing injury. "Thank you, elder." Luo Feng immediately expressed his gratitude. The Shura elder nodded and then slowly approached the war sovereign body. It seems this ant is now your servant. As for what he referred to as the young master, I presume that is your lecherous son. Heh, Blood Xian, it is said that the longer you live, the more your temperament diminishes. How come after so many years you are still this useless? Only bullying the weak. Showing off in front of some juniors is meaningless. If you want to fight, I will gladly accompany you. The tone of the Shura elder was filled with disdain and mockery. As a fellow sovereign, the mere presence of the Shura elder radiated an aura that completely overwhelmed his opponent. Shura, how could you be here? The war sovereign Bodhi's expression changed slightly, clearly not expecting to encounter the Shura elder here. Shura elder? How could it be the Shura elder from the Shur family? What is happening today? What has the Yi family done to warrant the Shura elder's personal visit? The crowd of onlookers was deeply shocked by the scene before them. What does it matter where I am? Destroying a wisp of consciousness is meaningless. How about this? You come in person, and we fight until one of us dies. What do you say? The Shura elder showed no courtesy and boldly addressed the war sovereign consciousness in front of countless beings in Giant North City. The face of that war sovereign consciousness immediately turned very ugly. Naturally, he had no intention of bringing his true self to Qingzhou to battle the Shura elder. Although both were at the sovereign level, the Shura elder's combat ability far surpassed his. He had no need to humiliate himself. Shura, there is no need for today's matter to reach the extent of life or death, right? Lu Yu, what is going on? Explain clearly to me. The war sovereign consciousness looked at Lu Yu and questioned. Lu Yu's face turned pale in horror, and after realizing what happened, he immediately recounted everything. Hearing that it was all because of his son's lustful desires, the sovereign's expression grew even darker. Shura, I will let Lu Yu leave. As for this matter, you may handle it as you wish. I will not intervene. Before the Shura elder could respond, Chu Yun interjected, wait. He thinks he can just come and go as he pleases, leaving nothing behind. Is that not too disrespectful to me? Chu Yun faced the war sovereign consciousness. Even though it was a sovereign, he felt no fear with his uncle backing him. Hiss. This is a direct clash with the Blood Xian sovereign. What is this person's identity? So young yet so arrogant. Chu Yun's sudden interjection sent a shockwave through countless hearts in the city of Jubai as they all marveled at his courage. A young junior boldly confronting a revered elder. Even the most prodigious of geniuses before they have matured hold a sense of reverence towards figures of the elder level. Chu Yun's actions not only astonished everyone, but also undermined the dignity of a revered elder. Kid, who do you think you are to speak? For the sake of Shura, I won't hold this against you this time. But if there's a next time, you shall die. Although Blood Xian was not a match for the Shura elder, he was still a genuine elder himself. He would never allow a mere junior at the Qi gathering realm to provoke the might of a revered elder. Chu Yun remained unfazed. Even in the face of Blood Xian's oppressive aura, his expression held no trace of fear. Whether I have the right to speak is not for you to decide. Your servant previously said he would make me die, thus I shall make him die first. Xian, take action. Yes, your highness. Xian Feng's figure darted like a ghost, appearing instantaneously before Lu Yu. Lu Yu's face turned pale with terror as he sensed the dreadful killing intent emanating from Xian Feng, and immediately turned to flee. Bang! 5 shadow calamity. Xian Feng split into 5 black shadows surrounding Lu Yu in the sky. His palms erupted with black nirvana light, wielding the might of mountain destruction and ocean suppression, striking towards him. You seek death. Blood Xian thundered in rage. Not only did the Shura elder disregard him, but even a mere junior in the Qi gathering realm showed him no respect. At that moment, his battle body descended 2 blood rainbows like a crimson storm sweeping in, one striking towards Xian Feng, while the other aimed directly at Chu Yun's life. However, before the blood light could land, the 2 streams of Shura true energy from the Shura elder transformed into 2 purple ferocious dragons, effortlessly devouring the blood rainbows. Simultaneously, Xian Feng showed no mercy as the 5 black shadows swept past Lu Yu's body, the powerful nirvana energy continuously piercing through him. With a loud boom, Lu Yu's soul and body turned to ash. Ding! Congratulations, Master Xian Feng has killed Lu Yue and you have gained 1,500 editing points. Current total editing points, 3,000. Lu Yu's cultivation had reached the broken realm, but unfortunately his hatred value towards Chu Yun was only 20%, thus killing him only granted 1,500 editing points. Shura, are you truly willing to tear apart your face with me for the sake of a junior? As Lu Yu was slain, Blood Xian glared at the Shura elder, blocking his path, his fury boiling over. Nonsense. My nephew is not someone you can lay a finger on. The Shura elder sneered disdainfully. What? Nephew? Could it be that he is? Upon hearing this, Blood Xian's expression shifted slightly as he guessed Chu Yun's identity. The nephew of the Shura elder. How come I have never heard that the Shura elder had a nephew? Hiss. Did you all forget about the long-lost 9th prince? What a... He is the 9th prince. But wasn't he rumored to have died long ago? Looking at today's situation, the only one fitting this identity is that long-lost ninth prince of the Daxia. At this moment, the beings of Jubai City, amidst the astonished discussions of many, had completely uncovered Chu Yun's identity. Many were shocked to discover that Chu Yun was actually the long-lost ninth prince of the Daxia Dynasty. Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhengxian, along with the higher-ups of the Yi family, wore expressions of despair, their faces ashen. This person was the Daxia prince, and also the maternal nephew of the Shura elder. No wonder the seventh elder of the Wangxian Dao sect valued him so highly. Yet this ninth prince of the Daxia dynasty had now become their enemies, planning to take action against the Yi family. This was truly a calamity for the Yi family. Uncle, I think we should resolve this quickly. After we finish here, I should return to the royal city to see mother and father. Chu Yun looked at the Shura elder, his gaze resolute. The Shura elder understood Chu Yun's intention. Without further ado, his Shura true energy erupted, transforming into a purple screeching palm print, directly striking at the battle body consciousness of Blood Xian above. Shiryu. Blood Xian's battle body consciousness shifted in fierce intensity as countless towering blood energies were summoned to cover him, forming a blood wall as formidable as a chasm. However, the Shura elder's screeching palm print immediately pierced through all his defenses and broke through that battle body consciousness. The endless blood energy in the sky dissipated in an instant. Blood Xian's battle body consciousness also completely vanished. You know, what shall we do next? Make it quick. After the Shura elder dealt with Blood Xian's battle body consciousness, he said calmly and composedly, "Thank you, uncle." Chu Yun nodded with a smile, then returned to the main topic. His gaze turned to Yi Wanru, his voice devoid of emotion. "Yi Wanru, you have only 10 breaths to make your choice. Delay a breath and 100 of your Yi family members will die because of you. Now begin your selection. 10, 9, 8, 7. Yi Wanru's expression crumbled. Her face was streaked with tears as sorrow and regret flowed down. She knelt before Chu Yun, desperately pleading, "Chu Yun, I beg you. I truly beg you. Spare my parents and my family. Oh, I am willing to accept any humiliation or torment you wish to impose on me. I implore you, great sir, to show mercy." However, in the face of Yi Wanru's actions, Chu Yun remained cold and indifferent. He was no saint. Had it not been for his crossing over to defy fate, his outcome in the main hall of the Jihua sect would have been no better than those people. The Yi family was facing utter disaster because of Yi Wanru. Was this not also a kind of fate for them? 3, 2, take action. Chu Yun's expression was cold as he directly ordered Luo Feng. Several Daxia shadow guards struck like harbingers of death, their figures entering the Yi family's camp, unleashing a frenzy of slaughter. In the span of a breath, 100 lives were lost. Yi Fan, Yi Ming. No. The Yi family's ancestors Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhengxian, both nascent soul cultivators, howled in despair as they saw their kin being slaughtered. They wanted to stop it, but as soon as their powers manifested, a shadow guard at the broken realm unleashed an aura that pinned them in place. "No, Chu Yun, you are a demon. You indiscriminately kill my innocent kin. Even if you are the prince of Daxia, you will face retribution." Yi Wanru, her hair disheveled, screamed in despair, her bloodshot eyes filled with hatred and pain. "I have given you a chance. If you do not make a choice, you will only be able to watch your family perish before your eyes." Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged as he looked at her with calm and steady eyes. The Shura elder looked at his nephew's demeanor with great satisfaction in his heart. His resolute and decisive nature was marked by a multitude of methods. He knew exactly what he wanted. Such a disposition was not lacking among the princes of the Xia dynasty. Yi Wanru looked towards the Yi residence, now filled with bloodlust, corpses strewn everywhere. With every passing breath, 100 lives were lost in the Yi family. The brutality of the Daxia shadow guards left even whole corpses unpreserved. Meanwhile, her ancestors and father were like lambs to the slaughter, pinned down by the shadow guards' power, their eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The entire Yi family, due to Yi Wanru's choice, faced such an unwarranted disaster. Yi Wanru was the eternal sinner of the Yi family. I choose. I choose my father. I choose for him to live." Cornered, Yi Wanru spoke these words as if they had drained her of all strength. She did not love her mother any less. On the contrary, her feelings for her mother were even more tender. However, she could no longer let down the Yi family. The Yi family could not be without her father as the clan leader. "Stop." Upon hearing Yi Wanru's choice, a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of Chu Yun's mouth, prompting the shadow guards to temporarily halt. Yi Wanru's mother Wang Yayan smiled sadly upon hearing her daughter's choice. She slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had resigned herself. She did not blame her daughter for choosing to die, but that did not mean her heart was devoid of sorrow. "Choose for your father to live then." Good, truly a filial daughter. Captain Luo, let her take action." Chu Yun smiled at Luo Feng. Luo Feng nodded, and a beam of his directive light shot into Yi Wanru's body. Immediately, Yi Wanru's expression turned to one of fear and panic as her body involuntarily moved towards Wang Yayan. "Chu Yun, what? What are you going to do?" Yi Weiner asked in horror. Did you not choose to let your mother die? Since that is the case, this temple naturally requires you to take action personally. Chu Yun chuckled coldly. No, I don't wanna. Yi Weiner was collapsing internally, struggling with all her might against her own movement. Whether you want it or not is not up to you. Chu Yun looked at her, seeing Yi Weiner controlled by Luo Feng as she approached Wang Yayan. Yi Weiner was now in tears, her hands uncontrollably raised high, a sharp sword appearing in her grip. At this moment she was utterly lost, devoid of any hope of surviving, and her heart suffered an irreparable. Yi Zengxian's eyes brimmed with tears as he witnessed his family torn apart. In his profound sorrow, his hatred for Chu Yun escalated to a new height. Yi Zengxian's hatred value reached 90%. Yi Kaishan's hatred value reached 70%. Yi Weiner's hatred value reached 99%. Seeing that the hatred values of these individuals were similar, Chu Yun issued orders expressionlessly. How boring. All right, let's destroy the Yi family. Luo Feng replied, yes, your highness. Take action. With a wave of his hand, Luo Feng signaled the shadow guards to commence their endless slaughter. Bang bang. Oh. The buildings of the Yi family collapsed in succession, and clan members were brutally slaughtered in the span of mere breaths. The entire Yi family estate had completely devolved into a graveyard. Yi Kaishan and Yi Zhengxian were also killed by a shadow guard at the Broken Realm, their nascent souls severed in an instant. Ding. Congratulations, Master. The shadow guard killed Yi Zhengxian, earning 1,000 editing points. Congratulations, Master. The shadow guard killed Yi Kaishan, earning 1050 editing points. Congratulations, Master. The shadow guard killed the Yi family's grand elder, earning editing points. Chu Yun's mind was filled with the continuous sound of notification. No, Chu Yun, you are untrustworthy. You clearly promised to spare my father in them. You are Chu Yun, I will haunt you even in death. I curse you to never die a good death, forever unable to reincarnate. Ding. Yi Weiner's hatred value has reached 100%, notifying the master that harvesting can commence. Yi Weiner saw her father and kin being killed. She nearly went insane, screaming with countless vile words, cursing Chu Yun. This temple has never said that it would spare the Yi family. As for your father, I merely allowed him to survive during your period of choosing. I never said he wouldn't be killed afterward. Yi Weiner, you are finally experiencing the taste of despair and collapse in its entirety, aren't you? Chu Yun looked at the still raving Yi Weiner, a cold smile appearing on his face. Uncle, is there any way to rapidly increase a person's cultivation level, even if only for a brief moment, even if the consequence is death? The Shura elder frowned as he listened to Chu Yun's transmission. Yuner, what are you planning? On the path of cultivation, do not rush to achieve results. They do not do foolish things. Chu Yun smiled and explained, Uncle, you misunderstood. It's not that I want to use it, but that I want to use it on Yi Weiner. The Shura elder was puzzled, forcefully increasing the cultivation of a dying person. The Shura elder's tone was filled with doubt, clearly unable to comprehend Chu Yun's intentions. P.S. Here I will explain the detailed realms once again. Innate realm chi, condensation realm chi, gathering realm chi, transformation realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, broken realm, nirvana realm, elder realm, celestial equivalence realm, celestial venerable supreme realm. Each major realm comprises 4 smaller realms: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak. Now let me explain the characteristics and abilities of each realm. The golden core realm is where one condenses the golden core, and the nascent soul realm is where one gives birth to the nascent soul, which can exit the body. The broken realm sees both body and soul undergo qualitative changes with strength enough to shake the seas and crush mountains, overwhelming the nascent soul. The nirvana realm undergoes the baptism of nirvana fire, which can be termed the life and death tribulation. Those who succeed master the nirvana power, while those who fail perish. The elder realm achieves the war elder body, akin to a law manifesting in the world with power sufficient to easily destroy a city. Uncle, some matters are too cumbersome to explain. Yet I truly must do this now. So if you possess a means, I humbly ask for your aid in this matter for Yuner's sake. Indeed, Chu Yun replied. Asura's sovereign paused briefly in thought. He understood that every individual harbors secrets of their own, and thus chose not to press further. If death is the price to be paid, then indeed there exists one method. This sovereign may impart a single thread of my power to her, forcibly elevating her cultivation realm in an instant. Yet in the very next moment her soul shall rupture and shatter under the overwhelming pressure of that power. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's countenance instantly brightened. Excellent. This is more than sufficient. Uncle, then to what level of cultivation could her realm be elevated by this method? Asura's sovereign replied with calm composure. Her foundation is exceedingly frail, and my energy is far too fierce. To reach the apex of the nascent soul realm in a single instant is already the absolute limit. Chu Yun nodded solemnly. Very well. Then I entrust this to you, Uncle. Asura's sovereign gave a slight nod, his expression turning grave as he slowly extended a finger, releasing a torrent of Asura true chi that surged violently into Yi Wanru's body. An immense torrent of energy descended upon her crown, rending Yi Wanru's soul with excruciating agony. Immediately thereafter, Asura Sovereign's power forcibly fused within her meridians. In the blink of an eye, Yi Wanru's cultivation leapt from the nascent chi-gathering realm to the very pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Yet simultaneously blinding, incandescent light erupted from within her, piercing through her flesh, exploding outward in torrents of searing radiance. Boom! Yi Wanru's soul and body were instantly obliterated by that overwhelming force. The system interjected, "Master, isn't this a bit excessive, eh? Yi Wanru was originally only at the chi-gathering realm. You forcibly elevated her to the nascent soul realm before slaying her, thereby claiming nascent soul level editing points. This deviates rather sharply from the original intent of pig farming." Chu Yun retorted inwardly. "How is this cheating? You said pig farming, but never specified it must be limited to cultivating hatred alone. I see no reason why I cannot cultivate cultivation itself. At most, this is exploiting a minor loophole. Moreover, the fundamental purpose of pig farming has always been to amass greater editing points. The act of artificially enhancing a pig's cultivation does not contradict that aim in the slightest." The system fell silent, its mental interface quieted, entirely thoroughly subdued by Chu Yun's unassailable logic. Check current editing point balance. Current total editing points, 12000. So far, Yi Wanru remained the single highest value source of editing points. When hatred reached its zenith, even a nascent soul-level cultivator yielded 2,000 editing points. Combined with those accrued from the entire Yi clan and prior acquisitions, the total had already surpassed 10,000. These editing points can not only alter background narratives, but also be exchanged for items within the system's marketplace. Chu Yun considered the matter briefly, then decided to defer it until later. With all affairs now resolved, he prepared to depart with his uncle for the Great Xia Imperial capital. "Elder Yang, thank you for guiding us this time. The remnants of the Yi clan estate shall fall to your care." Chu Yun turned toward Yang Muqian, speaking with serene detachment. Elder Yang immediately responded with a broad, deferential smile. "Your Highness may rest assured. The remainder is wholly entrusted to this humble elder." Chu Yun nodded once, then glanced toward Luo Feng and Asura Sovereign. "Uncle, let us depart. We have returned home." "Very well." With a sweeping gesture, Asura Sovereign rent open a rift in the heavens, leading Chu Yun and the Great Xia Shadow Guards back toward the Imperial capital. After Chu Yun's departure, Yang Muqian gazed down upon the shattered ruins of the Yi estate, his eyes growing cold as ice. "Where is the Lord Governor of Jubii City?" Here. "This unworthy servant is Su Jing, Lord Governor of Jubii City. Honored to meet Elder Yang." A middle-aged man clad in yellow robes, plain of feature, yet visibly tense, hurriedly soared forward. Though the Lord Governor of Jubii City stood far above Yi Kaishan in cultivation, having attained the Shattered Realm, he still dared not show the slightest arrogance before Yang Muqian. Yang Muqian fixed him with a steady gaze and issued his command: "Gather every item from the Yi clan's treasure vault, and dispatch envoys to Jihua sect as well. Once compiled, deliver the entirety to the Wangxian Trading Pavilion in the Great Xia Imperial capital. Do you understand?" Su Jing bowed, deeply nodding vigorously. "Yes, Elder Yang. Rest assured I shall carry out your orders without fail." Yang Muqian nodded in satisfaction. "Then we depart." "We respectfully bid farewell, Elder Yang." Su Jing immediately lowered his head in reverent obeisance. Yang Muqian and the several disciples from Wangxian Dao sect swiftly departed Jubii City, heading directly for the nearest spatial transmission array en route to their sect. "Master, why must those treasures be sent to the trading pavilion in the Imperial capital?" Along the way, Yang Muqian's junior disciple asked curiously. "Those treasures belong to the 9th prince. Moreover, I have already dispatched word back to the sect. Upon our return, the sect master will surely have prepared lavish gifts to be presented alongside these treasures as a profound token of Wangxian Dao sect's sincerity and goodwill toward the 9th prince." Yang Muqian had all but sealed his conviction Wangxian Dao sect must forge a firm alliance with Chu Yun. His reappearance after years of absence, returning to the capital, would inevitably stir hidden currents beneath the imperial surface. Should the sect lend its strength at this critical juncture, their bond would grow unshakably strong. "Master, yet I remain puzzled. Even the other princes, including the crown prince, have never received such devoted attention from our sect. Why then does the 9th prince's emergence provoke such extraordinary response?" His disciple pressed further. "Xiaoling, understand this. Had the 9th prince not vanished years ago, the throne would never have fallen to the eldest prince. The 9th prince's maternal clan, the Shi family, is the preeminent house of the Great Xia Empire, powerful enough to rival even the Empress's own sect-aligned faction. Furthermore, Consort Shi enjoys unparalleled favor from His Imperial Majesty. The Emperor's affection for her naturally extends to her son. That the Imperial Shadow Guards themselves were dispatched on this mission proves beyond doubt His Majesty's extraordinary regard for the Ninth Prince. And having witnessed his conduct firsthand, his ruthless decisiveness, his fearless composure even before a sovereign, we recognize in this young prince the unmistakable bearing of a true sovereign. Thus, forging a deep alliance with him serves our sect's interests exclusively, and perhaps should he ascend that throne one day our sect may rise to unprecedented heights. Yang Muqian's voice settled into profound gravity at last. The others beside him were no fools. Such candor left no room for ambiguity. The implications resonated clearly in their minds. In essence, Wangxian Dao sect's choice of the ninth prince, Chu Yun, constituted a monumental wager, betting upon his future loyalty, his influence, and his ultimate ascension. And most crucially, betting that he would one day become emperor of Great Xia. The Great Xia Imperial City. As the capital of the Great Xia Dynasty, the buildings within the city boast a history of over 10,000 years, yet they remain as magnificent as ever. The entire imperial city spans thousands of miles, its vastness unmatched by the cities of the north. At the center of the city lies the Great Xia Palace, resembling a colossal beast with towering peaks, standing high overlooking the city in all directions. The grandeur of the palace is awe-inspiring, symbolizing the sacred might of the royal family. At this moment, within a grand hall of the palace, the Emperor of Great Xia and Shi Mingyue stand here, their eyes filled with anticipation. The revered Shura has already sent word to them, bringing Chu Yun back to the palace. Your Majesty, I am a bit nervous. It has been so many years since I last saw Yuner, and I worry he might blame me for being away. Shi Mingyue's heart is both excited and anxious. Chu Yun has been missing for so many years, suffering unknown hardships. Even if he truly were to blame her, Shi Mingyue feels that would be warranted. After all, if she hadn't failed to keep an eye on Chu Yun back, then he wouldn't have gone missing for so long. My beloved, do not worry. When Yuner returns, I will give him whatever he desires. I will compensate him for all that he has missed over the years. As for the events of the past, you cannot be blamed. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be those who acted with ill intentions, who were far too vicious. As the Emperor of Great Xia spoke the last sentence, a flash of cold, murderous intent crossed his gaze. At that moment, a spatial rift appeared above the grand hall. The revered Shura emerged, accompanied by Chu Yun, as well as the two leaders Luo Feng and Xian Feng. We pay our respects, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Xian Feng and Luo Feng immediately bowed. The revered Shura looked at the Emperor and the Empress. Your Majesty, my lady, I have safely brought Yuner back to you. The eyes of the Emperor of Great Xia and Shi Mingyue immediately focused intently on Chu Yun. Shi Mingyue burst into joyful tears. Yuner, my Yuner, after so many years you have finally come home. Shi Mingyue embraced her son tightly, her heart filled with joy and emotion, the happiness of their reunion fully expressed in that moment. The Emperor of Great Xia also revealed a deep smile on his face as he looked at his son, who had grown so much. He felt both happy and pained. Yuner, how have you been all these years? Who raised you? Chu Yun looked at them, prepared to respond. Father, mother, I have been well these years, you need not. From the time I can remember, I lived in a forest accompanying a pack of wolves. Eventually, I met a farmer who taught me to read and write, and that is how I gradually grew up. Upon hearing that her son had initially lived with wolves, Shi Mingyue's heart ached even more. Yuner, rest assured, now that you are home, I will never let you suffer again. Your father has already arranged for your residence to be cleaned, and your servants have been prepared as well. If you find you need anything else, just let us know, all right? Chu Yun understood that his parents wished to compensate him for his years of absence. Naturally, he would not refuse. He accepted their goodwill without hesitation. Mother, I understand. If I need anything, I will let you know. The Emperor of Great Xia nodded. Good, Yuner. Chu Yun complied, slowly extending his left hand. The Emperor of Great Xia touched him with a finger. Suddenly, Chu Yun felt a surge of electric sensation throughout his body, a tingling feeling coursing through him. In the next moment, the Emperor's finger withdrew and a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Strange, Yuner, what kind of root bone do you possess? How could it be so powerful and peculiar? I have never seen a root bone that can integrate into bloodline power before. The heavenly blood divine root is one of the strongest root bones across all realms. Even for the Emperor of Great Xia, this was the first time witnessing such a phenomenon. Father, I do not know. My root bone is innate. I do not know what kind it is. Whenever Chu Yun faced something he could not explain, he simply attributed it to being innate. This was the simplest solution, avoiding the need to waste time explaining. Truly strange. The Emperor of Great Xia remained perplexed. Shi Mingyue directly interjected. All right, Your Majesty, Yuner has just returned. Can you not investigate his talents and abilities immediately? Can't he have some time to rest? I have indeed been anxious. How about this, Yuner? I will have someone take you to see your residence. If you are tired, you may. We can discuss anything tomorrow, the Emperor of Great Xia said. Yes, Father, Chu Yun replied. But Luo Feng, from now on you will temporarily delegate all affairs within the Shadow Guard to Xian Feng and Qin Feng. Now that the ninth prince has returned, your duty is to ensure his safety at all times, understood. The Emperor of Great Xia commanded Luo Feng. Yes, Your Majesty. A Shadow Guard leader became the protector of the prince. The implications of this were profound and worthy of deep contemplation. Father, Mother, I will take my leave for now. Chu Yun cupped his hands to the two, then left with Luo Feng. Xian Feng was also dismissed by the emperor, leaving only Shi Mingyue, the revered Shura, and the emperor in the grand hall. The smile on the emperor's face faded, becoming serious. Did anything happen on the way back? No major issues, but a number of minor incidents. The revered Shura recounted everything that had transpired in the Jiuhua sect and the northern giant city, as well as Chu Yun's attitude and methods in handling events. Upon hearing that Chu Yun had completely annihilated the Yi clan and caused the woman who betrayed him, Yi Wanru, to suffer a mental breakdown, the emperor's face displayed a hint of surprise and delight. Oh, is Yuner truly that decisive? I wouldn't say it's decisiveness, one might even describe it as somewhat rude. Moreover, he is quite bold, facing the blood-profound battle lord's consciousness, without any hint of retreat, daring to confront it heat-in, as if he innately possesses the demeanor of a king. The revered Shura responded. Ha ha ha. Ruthlessness is good. If one is merciful to enemies, then I would be somewhat disappointed. As for the blood god sect, with just blood profound alone, they cannot stir up much trouble. The emperor was quite satisfied with Chu Yun's performance. Your Majesty, Yuner is in the palace and the blood god sect is far away. Oh, I am not worried they will pose any threat. However, regarding the events of the past, if they act in secret again, now that Yuner has returned. Shi Mingyu's tone and expression were filled with concern. The revered Shura's brow also furrowed slightly. The emperor's expression darkened. So many years have passed, and they have concealed their tales well. It is difficult for me to catch them. If they dare to reveal themselves this time, then let this imperial city welcome a great storm to thoroughly cleanse the filth hiding in the shadows. The residence arranged for Chu Yun by the emperor was located in a spacious courtyard near the palace with over 300 servants. Among them, there were 180 guards, 50 maidservants, and the rest were gardeners and laborers. After entering the residence, Chu Yun and Luo Feng were guided by a servant and took a general tour around the estate, which included the back garden rockery and pavilions. Later they arrived at the main hall. As soon as they sat down, a plump, middle-aged man entered accompanied by 4 young maids. Greetings, Your Highness, Commander Luo. I am the chief steward of the prince's residence. You can just call me Atai. This chubby man was the chief steward personally selected by Shi Mingyue for Chu Yun. Luo Feng had informed him on the way here that despite Atai's unassuming appearance, he was in fact a true powerhouse in the Broken Realm. He was someone Shi Mingyue had brought over from the Shi family, so Chu Yun trusted him completely. Steward Tai, I will rely on you to take care of everything in the residence from now on. Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement, speaking calmly. Atai replied respectfully, Your Highness is too kind. This is all part of my duty. By the way, Your Highness, these 4 maidservants have been carefully selected by me, and they will be responsible for your daily needs. They will serve you through the 4 seasons. Pointing at the 4 maidservants, he gestured. Yes, Your Highness, little Chio is here to make tea for you. Your Highness, little Xia is here to give you a shoulder massage. Your Highness, little Chun is here to help you with a back rub. All 4 young women, who were quite pleasant in appearance, hurried to Chu Yun's side, each employing their methods to serve him. Chu Yun felt a bit unaccustomed. Reflecting on his past life, although he was a seasoned emperor of war, he had always conducted unknown tutoring sessions. Having 4 at once made him genuinely uneasy. Stop. Little Chio, little Xia, you 4 can step. I still have some matters to discuss. Chu Yun had important business to attend to and couldn't indulge in leisurely pleasures, so he had to dismiss them for the time being. Yes, Your Highness. If you need anything, feel free to instruct us. After they finished speaking, the 4 maids, Steward Tai, please take a seat. Chu Yun said without changing his expression. Your Highness, this. Isn't it inappropriate? There is a distinction between master and servant. Atai would never dare to lose decorum. Atai said, a bit embarrassed. What decorum? You are a trusted confidant of my mother. You are one of us. If I tell you to sit, then sit. Don't bother with formalities. Chu Yun stated very straightforwardly. Then, thank you, Your Highness. Atai slowly walked to a nearby seat and sat down. I just returned to the Imperial city, and I am completely in the dark about everything within it. Therefore, I need both of you to answer some questions to help me familiarize myself with the relationships in the Imperial city. Chu Yun directly stated his request. Luo Feng said, Your Highness, feel free to ask anything you wish. Please speak, Your Highness, Commander Luo, and I will certainly share all we know. Atai also added. Chu Yun's expression was calm as he spoke. Commander Luo, what can you tell me about that Blood Shin master we encountered? What kind of power is the Blood God sect behind him? Luo Feng explained, Your Highness, the Blood God sect is also a sect power within the territory of the Great. However, they are not bound by the dynasty's restrictions. They are located in one of the 13 states, the southern state, and their status there is comparable to that of the Wangxian Dao sect in the Qingzhou. They are undoubtedly the sole overlord of that region. Moreover, the strength of the Blood God sect surpasses that of the Wangxian Dao sect. The crucial point is that within the Blood God sect there exists an ancient monster of the Tianxiang realm whose deep foundation is such that even the dynasty is unwilling to confront them directly. Chu Yun had learned that above the realm of masters was the Tianxiang realm. Those powerful beings at the Tianxiang level were referred to as Tianzuan. They were terrifying existences that surpassed the master realm. Looking across the entire Great Xia Dynasty excluding the royal family, there were no more than 10 individuals at the Tianzuan level. And the Blood God sect occupied one of those positions, highlighting its formidable foundation. It was no wonder they looked down on the Wangxian Dao sect. So that's how it is. Then how does the Blood God sect compare to my mother's family? Chu Yun asked again. At this moment Atai spoke proudly. Your Highness, you might not know. Your maternal grandfather, the old head of the Shi family, is also a powerhouse of the Tianxiang realm. In fact, the old head's strength surpasses that of the Tianzuan of the Blood God sect. Compared to the Shi family, the Blood God sect will forever be the younger brother. Atai's reaction was significant, and upon reflection, Chu Yun completely understood. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging indeed the Shi family's foundation is still above that of the Blood God sect. After hearing this, Chu Yun stroked his chin and said, since my father is the emperor of the Great Xia, and the Shi family is so powerful, then why did I go missing back then? As soon as these words were spoken, Atai's expression immediately turned serious, and Luo Feng's face also became grave, as he said, Your Highness, regarding your disappearance back then. It was sudden and quite bizarre. Bizarre? Chu Yun stared at him. Indeed. Your Highness, when the late Empress gave birth to you, the enemy dynasty launched an invasion, and His Majesty was personally leading the army not in the Imperial city. And on the third day after the late Empress gave birth to you, you mysteriously disappeared. After the incident, the late Empress was frantic and utilized all her resources. Even your uncle, the Shura master, personally entered the palace to search for you. However, the result was that no trace could be found. It was as if you had evaporated from the world. Only when His Majesty returned did He order us, the Shadows, to investigate at all costs. After years of covert investigation, we can almost be certain that the problem did not arise externally, but rather within the palace itself. On the day of Your Highness' disappearance, all who entered the palace, including their trusted friends, and even those who had any interaction with them, we meticulously investigated and found no issues. Chu Yun's expression was serious. Upon hearing this, he understood that his parents had never given up on uncovering the truth of that year's events. Chu Yun's expression was serious. Upon hearing this, he understood that his parents had never given up on uncovering the truth of that year's events. While editing his background, he indeed had the information of the original ninth prince, Chu Yun, in his mind. The reason he could edit himself into the background of the Great Xia Dynasty's ninth prince, Chu Yun, was that he had already died. In other words, the original ninth prince did not go missing, he was directly killed. And now that he had returned, if those who killed the ninth prince discovered he was not dead, it was almost certain they would. Even his uncle, the Shura master, could not find any trace, which further indicated the seriousness of the situation. Sigh. Although this background is good with a father, a mother, and a backing, it is fraught with peril. Chu Yun reflected inwardly. Then he looked at Atai and asked, Steward Tai, you've been by my mother's side for so many years. Do you know if she has any suspicious targets regarding this matter? Atai looked at him with an exceptionally serious expression and simply said 2 words, the Empress. After chatting for nearly half an hour, Atai and Luo Feng finally departed. From their conversation, Chu Yun gained a general understanding of the current landscape within the Daxia dynasty. The various factions and characters within the Daxia imperial city are a mix of fish and dragons, and the waters are deep. Moreover, his current cultivation is at the initial stage of qi gathering. In the Jihua sect, he could be considered a genius. However, compared to some prodigies of the Daxia dynasty, and even in the eyes of other princes, he falls short. At the initial stage of qi gathering, he is utterly inconsequential. The other princes, the lowest among them, are at the initial stage of qi transformation, which is a complete realm above his own. Some of those with better talents, like the crown prince, have already reached the pinnacle of qi transformation. They are merely half a step away from the golden core stage. In this perilous imperial city, one must not only have a strong backing, but also possess considerable strength to truly earn the respect of others. The saying to forge iron one must be strong oneself embodies this principle. System, open the Redemption Mall. Let's see what items can help me enhance my cultivation. As the Redemption Mall opened, countless exquisite and precious treasures appeared in Chu Yun's consciousness. Many rare treasures, including cultivation enhancement cards, character summoning cards, pills, formations, and more are available. There's nothing the Redemption Mall cannot offer. Emperor-level character summoning card redeemable for 8 million points. Golden Core cultivation enhancement card redeemable for 10 million points. Beginner-level 10,000 demons secret realm redeemable for 3 million points. God-slaying sword redeemable for 7 million points. Reincarnation ruins array redeemable for 4 million points. 10,000 calamities destruction array redeemable for 6 million points. When Chu Yun saw the prices of those top items, he was dumbfounded. 8 million, 10 million. Even if he annihilated the Yi family 1,000 times, he would probably still not gather enough. His gaze moved downward, not daring to look at the unattainable items for him at present. Venerable level character summoning card redeemable for 1,000 points. Venerable level cultivation enhancement card redeemable for 2,000 points. Nirvana level character summoning card redeemable for 3,000 points. Nirvana level cultivation enhancement card redeemable for 6,000 points. That's still too high. I won't consider these for now. Currently, Chu Yun still cannot reach the Venerable and Nirvana levels and continued to look downward. Shattered level character summoning card redeemable for 1,000 points. Shattered level cultivation enhancement card redeemable for 15,000 points. Nascent soul level character summoning card redeemable for 2,000 points. Nascent soul level cultivation enhancement card redeemable for 4,000 points. White blind box 1,000 points. Blue blind box 2,000 points. Purple blind box 3,000 points. Golden blind box 4,000 points. Red blind box 1,000 points. Damn. System, you aren't being honest. Are you trying to fleece me too? And now you've added blind boxes. Chu Yun complained. System master, I am not a streamer. Please allow me to introduce. The items obtained from blind boxes can be good or bad, but they will never be worth less than the value of the. For example, the white blind box can yield treasures up to nascent soul level with a minimum guarantee of. The blue blind box can yield treasures up to nirvana level with a minimum guarantee of nascent soul level. The purple blind box can yield treasures up to venerable level with a minimum guarantee of shattered level. The golden blind box can yield treasures up to supreme level with a minimum guarantee of nirvana level. As for the red blind box, for now, master, you don't need to know about that. Oh, when you reach that level, the system will naturally explain it to you. If what you say is true, then this blind box is quite valuable. Chu Yun said, surprised. I recommend the host choose the blind box. It's a system product and only the best. Then I'll trust you this once. Redeem 2 golden blind boxes and 1 golden core cultivation enhancement card. Chu Yun did not choose to spend all his points. 2 blind boxes cost 800 points, and the golden core cultivation enhancement card costs 100, totaling 900 points. He kept 300 points to ensure he could perform another background edit later. Treasure redemption successful. Master 2 golden blind boxes. Would you like to open them immediately? Oh, ding. Blind box opening in progress. Congratulations, master, you have obtained 1 venerable level character summoning card and 1 source of nirvana, both sent to your warehouse. Please check. Holy shit. A venerable level character summoning card. This is amazing. Chu Yun was thrilled by the rewards from the blind box. With 400 points, he unexpectedly opened a character summoning card worth 100 points at the venerable level. This was truly lucky. Now I can immediately have a venerable level powerhouse by my side. Even if I need to do other things, I can do so with more confidence. Chu Yun was extremely satisfied with this reward. He then began to check the other item. Source of Nirvana, the life source of Nirvana level cultivators. After use, it allows one to pass through the Nirvana flames unharmed and break through the realm. This is a huge temptation for those trying to break through to the Nirvana level. But unfortunately, I have a system. Chu Yun shook his head. This source of Nirvana would be something that others at the peak of the Shattered Realm would fight over. But for him, it had little value. Let's improve my cultivation first. System, use the Golden Core Cultivation Enhancement card. Golden Core Cultivation Enhancement card is being used. Suddenly, Chu Yun's aura underwent a tremendous change, as if the bottleneck of his realm had been broken wide open, causing his cultivation to skyrocket. From the late stage of Qi gathering, to the pinnacle of Qi gathering, to the initial stage of Qi transformation. At the same time, the power within his body and the spiritual energy stored in his spiritual Qi expanded astonishingly. Combined with the energy of the 10,000 demons' chaotic body, the quality of his spiritual energy underwent a transformation. Ultimately, Chu Yun's spiritual Qi condensed into a golden core, successfully breaking through to the initial stage of the golden core realm with a solid foundation. His aura was now countless times stronger than before. Is this the golden core realm? I feel power coursing through my entire being. Chu Yun clenched his fist, feeling that his golden core was constantly releasing energy into his spiritual Qi, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. Based on what you said, what level can I reach with my current strength? Chu Yun inquired. Moreover, if the master can skillfully master and utilize the innate divine ability, blood heaven world, of the heavenly blood divine root, then even against cultivators of a nascent soul realm, the master could still fight. After hearing this, Chu Yun had a rough understanding of his current strength. Being invincible below the nascent soul realm was already sufficient for him. Looking across the entire younger generation of the Great Xia Dynasty, he had no rivals now. Use that summoning card for a figure of the Venerable Realm as well. Using the summoning card for a figure of the Venerable Realm, please wait. With the use of the summoning card, the space before Chu Yun was suddenly torn apart by a force. A bald man slowly walked out. Wan Lei greeting the master. Upon his appearance, the bald man's countenance was imposing and fierce, as if a storm of thunder and might enveloped him. He respectfully bowed to Chu Yun. Successful summon, Venerable Wan Lei. A warm reminder: the characters summoned by the system have a loyalty and obedience level of 100%. Even if the master commands them to commit suicide, they will not hesitate for a second. Moreover, the characters summoned by the system can connect through consciousness even if they are thousands of miles apart, easily establishing contact. Chu Yun looked at the Venerable Wan Lei before him and thought. Open the introduction panel for Venerable Wan. Name: Venerable Wan Lei. Realm: Late Venerable Realm. Physique: Thunder God Sacred Body. Root Bone Sacred Level. Damn, this system truly produces high-quality figures. The root bone and physique are both of the legendary sacred level. Chu Yun felt somewhat astonished. In the realm of Yuan, root bone levels are classified from 1 to 10, after which come Earth level, Heaven level, King level, and Sacred level. Physique is also classified into ordinary body, battle body, spirit body, profound body, king body, and sacred body. Generally, a cultivator in the Yuan realm possessing an Earth level root bone or spirit body is already considered a genius. Those known as peerless prodigies possessing the demeanor of great emperors are the ones who might have a king body or sacred level root bone. Yet the characters summoned by this system come with the sacred level configuration upon their debut. Their potential in the future is bound to be extraordinary. No need for excessive courtesy. From now on you shall call me Your Highness, no need to address me as master. From today onward stay by my side, and try to conceal your aura in daily life. Do you understand? Chu Yun instructed. Yes, Your Highness, Venerable Wan Lei replied. Chu Yun thought for a moment. Since he had nothing better to do, he might as well go out for a stroll. Wan Lei, let us go out and explore together. Yes, Your Highness. Chu Yun took Venerable Wan Lei out to familiarize himself with the Imperial city. However, as he was unfamiliar with the area, he also called upon Commander Luo Feng. Initially, Luo Feng was somewhat puzzled about the sudden appearance of Wan Lei beside Chu Yun. But after Chu Yun explained that Wan Lei was his confidant, Luo Feng did not inquire further. At this moment, within an ancient and fragrant lattice boudoir, the air was filled with an enchanting fragrance, as if one were immersed in a dream, ethereal and intoxicating. Miss, I heard that the 9th Prince Chu Yun has safely returned to the Imperial city. His Majesty has prepared a residence and servants for him in advance, and even Empress Sure has sent one of her confidants to attend to him, showing great concern. In front of the dressing table stood a graceful and charming woman reporting the news to a stunning beauty before her. The young woman in a blue long dress possessed beauty that could be described as breathtaking, with delicate features and a figure that was flawless. With a slender waist and shapely hips, she was a vision of natural beauty. Her graceful and cold demeanor gave others an air of unapproachability, with indifference in her deep-set eyes. It seemed as though she regarded everything in the Great Xia Dynasty with disdain. Her name was Meng Ruxue, the daughter of Meng Changzhong, the current prime minister of the Great Xia Dynasty. She was also acknowledged as the most beautiful woman among the younger generation of the Great Xia Dynasty. It would not be an exaggeration to say that her admirers could fill an entire state. From the crown prince of the Great Xia Dynasty to ordinary loose cultivators, deep down, everyone yearned to share a moment with her. However, Meng Ruxue, being proud and aloof, turned away many who sought to meet her. Moreover, not only the young generation, but even her own father often found it difficult to gain her favor. As for Meng Ruxue, she held no regard for the so-called young geniuses of this land. Although she rarely left her home, the truth was that her realm had already reached the peak of the Shattering Realm after over 20 years of cultivation. What does it mean to be in the Shattering Realm in one's 20s? Throughout the history of the Great Xia Dynasty, the fastest cultivators to reach the Shattering Realm did so only after a full 60 years. Someone like Meng Ruxue is indeed without precedent. Once this news is revealed, the entire Great Xia Dynasty will surely be shaken to its core. Even some old monsters of the Celestial Aspect Realm would absolutely not be able to stay idle. However, the main reason Meng Ruxue could achieve this was her true identity. She was a reincarnated being. In her past life, she was the destined empress standing at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm. Wielding the path of destiny firmly seated upon the mountain of fate, she traversed all directions. Even other great emperors feared her as the destined empress. Yet as powerful as she was during a confrontation with the demonesses of heaven over an extraterrestrial treasure, their overwhelming powers directly tore that treasure apart, splitting it in two. As a result, the power of that extraterrestrial treasure was unleashed, obliterating both her and the demoness' true forms. Fortunately, both of them obtained half of the extraterrestrial treasure, and the power of that treasure fused into their souls, allowing them to reincarnate. Meng Ruxue understood well that since she could be reincarnated through this treasure, the demonesses of heaven must. Over the years, Meng Ruxue had secretly sent people to search for the traces of the demonesses, but so far there had been little success. Just a prince who has returned from missing, although backed by the Sure family. The Crown Prince faction has been operating in the Imperial City for many years with deep roots that a novice like him cannot compare to. In open conflict and covert struggle, that Chu Yun will not have much of a chance. After hearing the beautiful woman beside her say this, she spoke with a voice that was cold and indifferent. Her tone carried a hint of disinterest and disdain towards Chu Yun. In her eyes, this ninth prince, who should have been dead returning, would surely perish if he did not vie for power. If he were to compete for power, his chances against the Crown Prince with many followers were virtually non-existent. Naturally, she had little interest in understanding someone destined to die. The young lady is correct. However, it seems that His Majesty is particularly concerned about him. Rumors are spreading that the Emperor even assigned Luo Feng one of the shadow guards to protect him. It appears that he is likely worried about others posing a threat to the ninth prince. The beautiful woman continued. On the face of Meng Rushue, a beauty capable of devastating the world, she coldly remarked, for Chu Yun, if he is overly protected, he will lack experience, which will only accelerate his demise. Enough, don't waste time on such people. Have you found any leads on the item I asked you to look for? The beautiful woman showed a helpless and sorrowful expression. Miss, I have inquired everywhere, but there has been no trace of the Nirvana source in the Great Xia Dynasty for nearly a century. The main reason is that this item is exceedingly rare. A Nirvana source represents the life of a Nirvana realm cultivator. It is truly difficult to find. The reason Meng Rushue sought the Nirvana source was primarily because her cultivation had reached its limit and she needed to break through. Originally based on her memories from her past life, she could easily pass through the Nirvana fire without any worry. However, after her reincarnation, she discovered that the heavenly demoness had placed a Nirvana curse on her through a fragment of her past soul consciousness. Her Nirvana fire had multiplied in power by over 10,000 times, far beyond what a human could withstand. If she were to come into contact with the Nirvana fire, there was a high possibility she would perish on the spot. Therefore, she had no choice but to seek the Nirvana source. Through the special abilities of the Nirvana source, she could successfully break through to the Nirvana realm. Upon hearing that there was no trace of the Nirvana source, her expression did not show much disappointment. Since it cannot be found, she would refine it herself. The key to the Nirvana source was a living Nirvana realm cultivator. Then there's no need to search for it. You just need to help me gather the materials for these formations. Meng Rushue handed her a list filled with the heavenly and earthly materials needed for the killing formations. With her current strength, defeating a cultivator in the early Nirvana realm would not be a problem. However, to suppress them, she could only rely on the power of formations. Yes, miss. The beautiful woman took the list and immediately left. Heavenly demoness, just wait. Once I break through to the Nirvana realm, I will seek the source of the curse. At that time, I will personally kill you. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Meng Rukshu's cold blue eyes. Chu Yun and Luo Feng, along with the esteemed Master Wanlei, wandered through several streets, giving him a thorough glimpse of the vastness and prosperity of the Great Xia Dynasty. Within the entire Imperial City, there were thousands of shops and inns of all sizes. Among them were numerous establishments operated by major forces. For instance, the Wangxian Dao sect, the Blood God sect, and the Sure clan all had fixed business locations within the Imperial City. The Sure clan had 3 multi-story shops in the Imperial City. Each was guarded by a Nirvana realm elder from the Sure clan. Chu Yun visited all 3 Sure clan shops, and due to his identity, the Nirvana realm elders personally attended to him. Chu Yun was not polite. As he walked, if he desired something, he would simply ask, and the elders would immediately fetch it for him without taking a single coin. Thus, until night fell, Chu Yun, with 2 storage bags at his waist filled to the brim, strode out of the Sure clan shop. The items inside were worth the accumulation of a small sect for over a decade. Captain Luo, are there any other interesting places in this Imperial City? On the street, Chu Yun had not yet fully satisfied his curiosity and turned to ask Luo Feng. Luo Feng thought for a moment and replied, Your Highness, the most entertaining place in the entire Imperial City is undoubtedly the Misty Rain Tower. Oh, Misty Rain Tower. The name sounds good. Oh, what kind of place is it? Chu Yun asked curiously. Your Highness, there are numerous activities available at the Misty Rain Tower. Within there are many breathtaking courtesans. Oh, as long as one can afford the price, they can enjoy their singing and dancing for a whole night of spring. There is also a dual arena auction feasts, and even the sale of rare beasts and mounts, Luo Feng explained. Hearing this, Chu Yun instantly became interested in the Misty Rain Tower. So many activities. What is the origin of this Misty Rain Tower? What power is behind it? Luo Feng shook his head. I don't know. Don't know. Chu Yun was puzzled. This is the Great Xia Imperial City. How could the leader of the Shadow Guards not know what force is behind the Misty Rain Tower? Your Highness, the Misty Rain Tower appeared suddenly 50 years ago. Their esteemed powerful beings entered the palace to speak with His Majesty, asking to establish the Misty Rain Tower within the Imperial City. The Misty Rain Tower shares 30% of its annual profits with the royal family. Thus His Majesty agreed to their terms, but for safety reasons we Shadow Guards monitored the Misty Rain Tower for a long time, but found nothing unusual, so we did not pay much attention. According to His Majesty, the people of Misty Rain Tower should not belong to this region. They should be from other areas of the Yuan realm. But as long as they do not pose a threat to the dynasty and can bring benefits, His Majesty will not oppose their actions, Luo Feng continued. Oh, an external force. Chu Yun thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Let's go see the Misty Rain. Luo Feng led the way, and after a short while they arrived at the Misty Rain Tower. Chu Yun looked up astonished to see that the entire Misty Rain Tower spanned nearly the size of a massive mountain, its palaces towering like mountains, even higher than the top floors of the Shirklan shops. The decorations of the palace were extravagant and grand, with colorful lights illuminating the structures, as if a beautiful fireworks display had truly commenced. Welcome, esteemed guests, said the disciples at the entrance, greeting Chu Yun and the others with courtesy. There are no restrictions at the Misty Rain Tower. Regardless of identity, even ordinary wandering cultivators can enter and enjoy. Luo Feng explained discreetly. Chu Yun maintained a composed demeanor as he walked in with steady steps, accompanied by Luo Feng and Wan Lei. Upon entering the Misty Rain Tower, Chu Yun's gaze fell upon the resplendent halls, vast enough to rival a spacious plaza. In addition to some disciples of the Misty Rain Tower standing at golden counters, hundreds of stunning young women dressed in dance attire showcased their long, beautiful legs, dancing gracefully under the gaze of countless admirers. Many wealthy young masters were seated at tables, embracing women on either side, while tossing spirit stones as if they were worthless, indulging in their boundless desires. Moreover, various couples danced in the side ballroom, boldly interacting, filling the air with a flirtatious atmosphere. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such a place surpasses even the extravagant feasts from my past life. Chu Yun glanced around, deeply shocked by everything he beheld within the Misty Rain Tower. He couldn't help but recall a saying from his previous life. With wealth, Shanghai is a city of indulgence. Without wealth, it only has the Bund and the Oriental Pearl Tower. Captain Luo, is the auction feast and duel arena here? Chu Yun snapped back to reality and asked. Your Highness, this is merely one of the halls of Yinyu Tower. Yinyu Tower has 4 halls. The second hall is for auctions, while the third hall is the duel arena. Luo Feng said, then let's head over there. Chu Yun then followed Luo Feng towards the other halls. Meanwhile, in the distance, a girl dressed in a dancing costume noticed Chu Yun and revealed a playful smile. The 3 of them entered the second hall, where they witnessed 5 auctions taking place sequentially. Looking around, there were at least hundreds of guests in each auction seat. Each auction featured different items. Some auctioned pills and various treasures, while others focused on formations or spirit beasts. There were even auctions for information as well as for slaves and assassins. All of this was available. Information for auction, this is indeed worth paying attention to. Let's go take a look, Chu Yun said, and the 3 of them walked over and settled into nearby seats. To avoid revealing his identity, Luo Feng wore a mask before arriving. As for Chu Yun, although he is now the 9th prince, he had just returned and not many people recognized him, so he was not worried about being identified. In this auction, the 3rd piece of information. What is being auctioned is the guard strength of the 9th prince's residence in the Great Xia Dynasty. The starting price is 300,000 spirit stones, and each increase must be no less than 50,000. Chu Yun. As soon as he sat down upon hearing this auction information, he was stunned. Was he really the topic of 350,000? However, in the next moment, someone immediately placed a bid. It was a man sitting in the front row, also wearing a mask, making it impossible to discern his identity. Damn, Chu Yun exclaimed. Someone is actually bidding. He immediately became alert. Today he wanted to see who was so interested in him. 40,000, 45,000, 60,000, 70,000, 1 million. The developments exceeded Chu Yun's expectations, with nearly 10 people participating in the bidding. In the end, an elderly man in a gray robe, his face lined with wrinkles, won the information for 1 million spirit stones. Commander Luo, do you know who these people are? Chu Yun cautiously asked through sound transmission. Your Highness, the old man who won the information is named Tang Xiang, a peak Broken Realm cultivator and the formation master of the 3rd prince. He is also a well-known formation master. As for the others, except for the first masked person, the cultivation of the others is too low for me to recognize, Luo Feng said. Oh, you can recognize that masked person? Chu Yun was excited. He has a habit of rubbing his thumb against his other fingers, and combined with his voice, I can be completely certain of it. The 8th prince's guest, Ting Yin, is at the initial stage of the Broken Realm, specializing in curse techniques, Luo Feng stated affirmatively. Chu Yun felt a shock in his heart. After their information was auctioned off, these people left directly. Clearly, they were all here for his information. Chu Yun was not particularly surprised that the 3rd prince had his eyes on him. The 3rd prince and the crown prince were brothers, both born of the empress. As for the 8th prince, he was born of the concubine. It was indeed unexpected for him to send people to bid on the guard situation of his residence. However, what puzzled Chu Yun the most was just how powerful Yinyu Tower truly was. On his first day back, the guard situation of his residence was already figured out and directly auctioned off. Tomorrow I will mention it to father and ask him to send more people. If you have the ability, then auction it off again. Chu Yun was determined not to let others figure him out. Fortunately, with the existence of the Venerable Wanlei, no one knew anything. A deviation in intelligence from a Venerable could enable him to strike back at Yanyu Tower. Let's go check out the duel arena. At this moment, Chu Yun stood up and led the two towards the third hall, which was a large circular duel stage. The surroundings were guarded by disciples of Yanyu Tower with several trading counters. Below there were dozens of duel arenas, each inscribed with formations that could channel the released power underground, ensuring it wouldn't spread to the surroundings. There were many spectators in the duel arena cheering for their chosen contestants, as if watching a chicken fight. What is the main purpose of this duel arena? Your Highness, there are two main types of play in this duel arena. The first type is beast fighting, where the beasts refer to the duelists raised by Yanyu Tower. Two duelists engage in combat. Whoever survives wins, and we can place bets on them, ultimately dividing the profits based on odds. The second type is to personally challenge duelists of the same realm or higher to earn rewards from Yanyu Tower. Luo Feng explained clearly, and Chu Yun generally understood the rules. He slowly approached a trading counter and looked up at the reward descriptions above. He scanned from top to bottom and discovered an excellent reward: a peak-level evil infant of Nirvana realm. The so-called evil infant is a malignant consciousness born from the gathering of the world's dark and evil forces, specifically feeding on the souls of living beings. It is ferocious and brutal and cannot be controlled with a soul imprint, only sealed. However, even though it cannot be controlled with a soul imprint, Chu Yun's nether divine eye can manipulate all evil forces in the world, which naturally includes the evil infant. This means that as long as Chu Yun obtains it, he can completely master it, turning it into a powerful trump card. I must get this evil infant. Chu Yun glanced at the conditions listed above. He needed to defeat a duelist across 3 minor realms to qualify for the reward. In other words, with Chu Yun's current cultivation, he must defeat a peak-level golden core duelist to earn that evil. He thought for a moment and directly took out a mask from his storage bag, putting it on his face. Since he was going to show off, it was best not to reveal his true identity under the current circumstances. To avoid exposing his brilliance too early and being eliminated by others, he truly would have nowhere to cry. After putting on the mask, Chu Yun approached an elder at a counter. I want to challenge a duelist. Young man, do you wish to challenge a duelist of the same realm or one with a higher cultivation? The elder asked. I challenge a duelist 3 minor realms above me, a peak golden core. Chu Yun replied calmly. The elder was utterly stunned, thinking he had misheard. 3 minor realms higher. Young master, are you sure you are? The old man's shock was entirely understandable. To challenge someone 3 minor realms higher is an incredibly daunting task. Throughout the entire history of the Great Xia Dynasty, only a few have ever accomplished it. Your Highness, isn't this a bit too risky? Luo Feng was taken aback, expressing his concern. Chu Yun remained unperturbed, calmly replying, I'm not joking, you can proceed as you wish. The elder took a deep breath. Please wait a moment, young master. After saying that, he directly left the counter. Young master, no one has ever defeated a duelist from the Misty Rain Tower who is 3 minor realms higher than themselves. Luo Feng reminded him. Chu Yun smiled lightly. Don't worry, if I dare to do this, I naturally have my confidence. Luo Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Could the 9th prince really be so confident? Wait, peak of the golden core stage? Luo Feng's body jolted. He suddenly recalled what Chu Yun had said earlier about challenging a duelist at the peak of the golden core stage while crossing 3 minor realms. In other words, his own realm is at the early stage of the golden core. How is that possible? Luo Feng looked at Chu Yun in shock. Your Highness, your cultivation. Chu Yun turned his head, a smile at the corner of his mouth. Don't let it slip out. Luo Feng took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Chu Yun, a trace of disbelief hidden deep within. In just one day, his realm had risen from the early stage of Qi gathering to the early stage of the golden core. Is such a thing really possible? While Luo Feng was still in shock, the elder quickly came back with a figure. Young master, I am Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower. I heard you want to challenge a duelist 3 minor realms higher than yourself. This middle-aged man, named Sun Yin, was most likely a senior figure of the Misty Rain Tower, and the previous elder followed closely behind him, not daring to act presumptuously. That's right. If I succeed in my challenge, the corresponding reward from your Misty Rain Tower shouldn't be a lie, right? Chu Yun said. Of course. Rest assured, our integrity at the Misty Rain Tower is well known. However, before that, I must remind you that our dueling method does involve life and death. Sun Yin cautioned. I understand. Chu Yun nodded. Good. May I ask your name so I can register it? Sun Yin asked. Xiao Yin. Chu Yun casually fabricated a name. All right. Lao Feng, take young master Xiao to the dueling arena. Sun Yin commanded the elder behind him. Yes, my lord. Young master Xiao, this way, please. The elder led Chu Feng and the others towards a nearby spacious dueling arena. Xiao Yin. Sun Yin carefully recalled in his mind, but still found the name very unfamiliar. There was no one named Xiao Yin among the renowned figures in the Great Xia Dynasty. The elder brought Chu Yun to the dueling arena. Young master Xiao Yin, step onto the platform, and you will be able to enter. Okay. Chu Yun walked up, and as the platform descended, he successfully entered the circular dueling arena with barriers rising around him. Luo Feng and Master Wan Lei sat in the stands watching intently. Luo Feng had already made up his mind if anything were to happen to the prince, he would disregard the Misty Rain Tower's rules and rush down to save him. At worst, he would reveal his identity. He believed that the Misty Rain Tower would not dare to act against a prince. Not to mention the emperor's regard for him, the Shijia's Shura master was currently in the Imperial city. As Chu Yun entered, the introductions of both parties in the dueling arena were also displayed. Early stage Golden Core, Xiao Yan versus Peak Golden Core Duelist. What the A? Am I seeing things? An early stage Golden Core challenging a peak Golden Core. Am I dreaming? Who is this Xiao Yan? Is he seeking death? As the information in the dueling arena lit up, many people at the trading counter exclaimed in astonishment. Word spread quickly. The news of Xiao Yan challenging a duelist 3 minor realms higher quickly spread throughout the entire third hall. In a short time, the dueling arena for Chu Yun was completely packed with people. Wearing a mask, Chu Yun looked around the dueling arena. Good heavens, it truly was a sea of people. The thousands of seats in the stands were all occupied. Some were even standing far away to watch, and people from the second hall were continuously running over to join in the excitement. Tonight, let Xiao Yan's name become famous in this realm overnight. Chu Yun's expression was calm and collected. He had absolute confidence in his victory. Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, appeared on the control platform above the dueling arena. This time, the young master Xiao Yin, at the early stage of the Golden Core, will challenge our peak Golden Core duelist. Now the duelist enters. With Sun Yin's announcement, Chu Yun watched as a prison door in the wall slowly. A man dressed in plain clothes, bare-chested with a muscular build and dozens of scars on his chest and back, walked in holding a spirit hammer. It's actually Tai Feng. Now this Xiao Yin is truly walking to his own doom. Tai Feng is among the top 10 in combat power among the Golden Core duelists of the Misty Rain Tower. With 347 wins without a loss, the number of Golden Core cultivators who died at his hands could pile up into a tower. Tisk, the Misty Rain Tower really doesn't want this Xiao Yin to live, sending out Tai Feng, the killing god. Many spectators in the stands, upon seeing the duelist, were gleeful at his misfortune. The overwhelming majority had placed their bets, all betting on Tai Feng to win. Although Xiao Yan's odds were high at 10 to 1, not many placed bets on him, as no one believed that Chu Yun could defeat Tai Feng while crossing 3 minor realms. Tai Feng's odds didn't even reach 1 to 1, but it was still a guaranteed low-risk bet enough to be worth the risk. Chu Yun looked at the duelist named Tai Feng. His eyes were devoid of light, indifferent to life, and the constant killings had long since numbed him. Duelist Tai Feng, peak Golden Core cultivation, record 347 wins, 0 losses. Now I officially declare the duel begins. With Sun Yin's command, the duel commenced. Tai Feng, go. Kill him. Tai Feng, go. I've bet 100,000 spirit stones on you, take him down. Even before the two had started fighting, the gamblers in the stands were already shouting loudly, rallying for Tai Feng. You are the first to challenge me at the early stage of the Golden Core. Since you wish to seek death, I will grant you that. Tai Feng swung his hammer, his figure leaping up as a black glow emanated from the spirit hammer, astonishingly powerful, directly smashing down towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun saw the hammer coming down. He executed his learned movement technique and easily evaded the strike appearing behind Tai Feng. Tai Feng sneered his left fist, issuing a black fist imprint with enough power to shatter a house aimed directly at the retreating Chu Yun. His spiritual hammer was raised high. Black thunder appeared in midair, clinging to the hammer's body, striking down violently onto the ground. Boom! Several thunder dragons surged from the ground, fiercely rushing towards Chu Yun. Chu Yun gazed at the ferocious force approaching. He did not retreat, and a spiritual glow from his palm transformed into a wall of blood energy that surged forward. Tai Feng's attacks were all blocked by this wall of blood energy, unable to advance. My! A slight change appeared on Tai Feng's face. A cultivator at the initial stage of Golden Core surprisingly managed to withstand his assault. It seems this person indeed possesses some strength. He swung his spiritual hammer again, summoning for hammer shadows that surrounded him from all sides. Chu Yun dispelled the blood wall. The power of the heavenly blood divine root had already merged into his bloodlines. This blood wall was a manifestation of his bloodline strength. Your moves are just like this. The power is there, but the speed is too slow. From the earlier moves, Chu Yun had already figured out everything about the hammer. Now it was his turn. Heavenly Blood Seal. Chu Yun's palms surged with overwhelming blood energy, condensing into a massive blood imprint that seemed capable of devouring everything, striking out with force. Bang! The Heavenly Blood Seal collided with the hammer shadows, releasing blood energy that instantly transformed into countless blood shadows, engulfing the hammer and its shadows. The hammer was trapped within the blood energy, and countless blood energies corroded his body, leading to his agonizing screams. How is this possible? Is that Tai Feng's voice? This man called Chu Yun uses techniques related to blood. Could he be from the blood god sect? Very likely. But this is too shocking. Crossing 3 minor realms to battle Tai Feng, and he still holds the upper hand. Many people in the stands upon hearing Tai Feng's cries wore expressions of astonishment. Luo Feng was equally shocked and puzzled. Where did His Highness learn these techniques? Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, stood on the control platform, his expression intriguing as he squinted slightly. In the duel arena, Tai Feng swung his massive hammer, frantically smashing through the blood energy. Driven by a survival instinct, he managed to break through a gap. His body corroded, and injured barely escaped. Chu Yun met him heated. Chu Yun, die for me. Tai Feng's face was filled with madness and hatred, his peak golden core power surging as the spiritual hammer collided like a mountain crashing down towards Chu Yun. 10,000 Demons Fist. Chu Yun's fist was stained with purple-black spiritual power, seemingly with the aid of a demonic deity. Behind him, the fist light struck out, shattering Tai Feng's massive hammer. Bang! Along with Tai Feng himself, he was sent flying by the force of the fist light, his internal organs and golden core shattered in an instant from the overwhelming power. His broken body ultimately fell to the ground several meters away on the brink of death, unable to rise again. After this scene, the entire stand fell silent. Everyone's expression was as if they had turned to stone, frozen in that moment. Even Sun Yin wore an expression of extreme shock, with disbelief flickering in his eyes. Tai Feng lost. I really didn't see it wrong. This Xiao Yan's power completely overpowered Tai Feng. The strength of the initial Golden Core stage surpasses that of the peak Golden Core stage. Is he even human? Xiao Yan is terrifying. After tonight's battle, his name will resonate throughout the entire Great Xia Empire, making a resounding impact. He is a monster, a peerless genius. It is likely that major forces, and even the royal family, will seek to recruit him, provided that he is not from the blood god sect. Chu Yun ignored the chattering in the stands and approached Tai Feng. A duelist whose cultivation was completely destroyed, there was no need to think about his next steps. He decided to be kind to the end and send him to the west. Chu Yun placed a palm on Tai Feng's head, granting him release. This duel, Xiao Yan wins. Sun Yin's voice rang out from the control platform. Chu Yun left the duel arena via the platform, reuniting with Luo Feng and Master Wan Lei. Your Highness. Just as Luo Feng was about to speak, Chu Yun interrupted him. Any matters can wait until we return. Haha. Congratulations, young Master Xiao Yan. Winning by crossing 3 minor realms, young Master Xiao Yan's talent indeed qualifies as a monstrous genius throughout the ages. I wonder what kind of sect could cultivate a peerless talent like young Master Xiao. It is truly admirable. Sun Yin approached with 2 elders from the Misty Rain Tower, smiling and praising. Chu Yun understood his aim, wanting to probe his background. He replied, Su Steward, you flatter me. I come from the Shao family in Wutan City, just a small and unremarkable family. Winning today was purely luck. Wutan City Shao family. Sun Yin had never heard of such a place in the Great Xia Empire. However, he did not doubt it, chuckling. Young Master Xiao Yin is truly too humble. Your performance today is witnessed by all. There is no need for self-deprecation. Chu Yun smiled faintly. Su Steward, may I ask about my reward? Of course. In our second-tier prize list at Misty Rain Tower, young Master Xiao Yin may choose any one item. I have decided. I want the peak Nirvana Realm Evil Infant. Chu Yun replied. Evil Infant. Young Master Xiao Yin, this peak Nirvana Realm Evil Infant is a very dangerous item. If released carelessly, even a respected cultivator would have to expend considerable effort to subdue it. Are you sure you want this item, young Master Xiao Yin? Sun Yin confirmed repeatedly. Chu Yun answered firmly. I am sure. Alright, I will have someone fetch it immediately. Sun Yin did not hesitate and directly asked someone to retrieve it. At this moment, Chu Yun noticed that at least 1,000 pairs of eyes around were looking at him from various directions. Their gazes were mixed. Shock, admiration, confusion, and some even filled with intense hatred, likely because they had lost too much in the earlier bets. With Tai Feng dead, they could only harbor hatred towards Chu Yun. However, Chu Yun did not care. The more people hated him, the better it was for him. Before long, an elder from the Misty Rain Tower brought over a purple box inside, which was sealed the peak Nirvana Realm Evil Infant. Young Master Xiao Yan here. Sun Yin handed the item to him. Chu Yun confirmed and accepted it, nodding. Then I shall take my leave for now. Young Master, please take care, and we welcome you back to our Misty Rain Tower again. Sun Yin smiled gently. After Chu Yun and Luo Feng left, Sun Yin's smile gradually faded as he couldn't help but ask, have you heard of the Shao family in Wutan City? The 2 elders behind him shook their heads, saying, my lord, we have been with the Great Xia Dynasty for many years, and we have knowledge of every state and county. But we have indeed never heard of Wutan City. Another one added, yes, my lord, could it be that this person named Xiao Yin is not speaking the truth? Sun Yin pondered for a moment and said, I will report this matter to the master. Regardless of this person's background, the talent he displayed today is absolutely top tier, even in that place. Chu Yun and his companions exited the Misty Rain building heading towards the prince's mansion. Young master, we are being followed, and there are quite a few. At this time Luo Feng had already noticed that many ill-intentioned individuals were trailing them, and immediately conveyed this to Chu Yun. Chu Yun had anticipated this, and with a relaxed expression said, "Close the door and beat the dog, Luo. Commander, do you understand?" "Rest assured, Your Highness, I understand." Luo Feng understood the implication. They turned a few corners and arrived at a dark alley. Chu Yun's group suddenly stopped. "You've been following us all this way, yet you still haven't shown yourselves." At that moment, as Chu Yun and his companions turned around, they saw 5 figures blocking the entrance of the alley. Your observation skills are quite good. But unfortunately, you are still too arrogant. You discovered us and still dared to stop. Among the 5, 2 were peak nascent soul elders, while the other 3 middle-aged men were also at the nascent soul level. Chu Yun looked at their expressions, each revealing greed and animosity towards him. "It seems that you have mostly lost a bet and are now eyeing the reward in my hands, which is why you have been following me, right?" Chu Yun said nonchalantly. "Indeed. The rewards of the Misty Rain building are divided into 6 tiers. No one has ever received the first or second tier. You can obtain the second tier prize, which proves your extraordinary talent. However, as a beginner in the Golden Core stage, even if you defeated a peak Golden Core, how could you possibly contend with a nascent soul? Tonight, this genius of yours is destined to be a fleeting flower." One of the peak nascent soul elders, Chu Yun, regarded them as if they were fools. "Do you know them?" Luo Feng shook his head. "From their attire, they should all be rogue cultivators. Boring. Without a background, there's no point in dealing with them. I can't be bothered to provoke them. Forget it, Luo. Commander, just kill them all." Chu Yun waved his hand, signaling Luo Feng to finish this quickly. "Yes, Your Highness." In an instant, Luo Feng appeared behind the 5 men. So fast. The faces of the 5 changed just as they were about to retaliate. Luo Feng extended his palm, and the power containing the might of Nirvana spread out, crushing down on the 5. "What is this? The power of Nirvana. Senior, spare us." As the 5 nascent soul cultivators realized Luo Feng's strength, their eyes filled with fear and despair as they pleaded for mercy, their bodies being pressed down until they knelt. Without a shred of mercy, Luo Feng's powerful palm pressed down, directly shattering the nascent soul bodies of the 5 into a cloud of blood, their souls scattering. "Congratulations, Master. Luo Feng has slain a peak nascent soul rogue cultivator, earning 800 editing points. Killing these 5 nascent soul cultivators earned a total of 3,400 editing points. With the remaining 3,000 points from before, his total editing points now amounted to 6,400. Luo Feng organized the 5 storage bags and handed them to Chu Yun, saying, "Your Highness, here are their storage bags. Most of the contents are spirit herbs, and there are very few spirit stones, likely because they lost everything earlier." After receiving it, Chu Yun was too lazy to look, saying, "All right, let's go back." "Yes, Your Highness." The 3 left the alley and returned to the prince's mansion after confirming they were no longer being followed. However, the moment they stepped through the mansion's gate, a graceful figure appeared beneath the night sky, quietly watching. The woman was the dancer from the Misty Rain building. At this moment, her entire aura was filled with allure. Her eyes seemed to possess an invisible charm that could captivate and ensnare anyone in fascination beneath her beauty. "The 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, he is quite a good choice." The woman smiled mysteriously, and as her figure entered the prince's mansion, she vanished without a trace. The next day, after Chu Yun had a restful sleep, Tai summoned Chun Xiaqiu and Dong to come in and serve Chu Yun, cleansing him and assisting him in changing clothes, preparing exquisite dishes and spirit fruits. After his bath with Xiao Xia and Xiao Qiu's assistance, he changed into the splendid robes prepared for him by Shi Fei, and once dressed, he instantly exuded the aura of nobility. After finishing breakfast, he called for Luo Feng to prepare to enter the palace. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose to leave Master Wan Lei in the mansion. On the way to the palace, Luo Feng mentioned that the name Xiao Yan had become widely known throughout the royal city after the events of last night. It had even stirred quite a storm, drawing the curiosity of the royal family and several powerful sects and clans regarding this Xiao Yan. "Your Highness, it is now widely rumored that Xiao Yan practices blood arts, and he is likely a peerless prodigy hidden by the Blood God sect. Thus, some rivals of the Blood God sect harbor thoughts of eliminating Xiao Yan to prevent his growth." Listening to Luo Feng's words, Chu Yun smiled. "Let the Blood God sect take the blame. That isn't bad. By the way, you mentioned this has caught the attention of the royal family. What about my father?" Luo Feng lowered his head and replied, "His Majesty is already aware of Xiao Yan's identity." Chu Yun looked at him, not surprised. As the leader of the Shadow Guard, it was only reasonable for him to report everything. This didn't bother Chu Yun much. After all, his cultivation had suddenly risen to the Golden Core stage, which naturally couldn't be hidden from his father. Even if Luo Feng didn't say it, his father would naturally connect the two once he saw his cultivation level. Not long after, Chu Yun and Luo Feng entered the Imperial Palace, making their way to the Imperial study. Upon entering, they saw his father seated on the main throne with Shi Fei and the revered Shura seated beside him. Son pays respects to father and mother. Greetings to my uncle. Chu Yun performed the proper greetings to the three elders. Luo Feng stood outside the hall preventing anyone from approaching. All right, Yun, rise. Sit. The Emperor of Great Xia was in a good mood and directly invited him to sit on the chair below. Chu Yun sat down comfortably and said, Father, you already know about last night's incident, right? The Emperor of Great Xia chuckled. Yuner, I do not inquire about your alias Xiao Yin. What your mother and I are interested in is how your cultivation and talent came to be. In response, Chu Yun was already prepared. Father, I truly do not understand what happened. In a certain moment, I fell into a wondrous state of enlightenment. When I woke up, my cultivation had broken through to the early stage of the golden core realm. Chu Yun's explanation was hardly satisfactory, but attributing everything to enlightenment left no room for investigation. Oh, enlightenment breakthrough. This is the first I've heard of it. The Emperor of the Great Xia wore a meaningful smile and said leisurely, I too find it somewhat hard to comprehend. Perhaps it is just good fortune on my part. Chu Yun said calmly without a change in his expression. You know, what about your talent? How could someone at the early stage of the Golden Core defeat a peak Golden Core practitioner? You cannot imagine how shocked I was to hear this news. At this moment, Empress sure spoke up, her face filled with pride and joy. Because of Chu Yun's extraordinary talent, she felt elated upon hearing the news. Mother, my talent, like my cultivation, comes from enlightenment. I am not sure how to explain it specifically. That feeling was very profound. Since he attributed everything to enlightenment, he decided to stick with that narrative. So that's how it is. Empress sure seemed to understand and nodded. Yuner, your talent and cultivation have made such astonishing progress. Oh, I am happy for you. But I must advise you, until you are thoroughly grounded, it is best not to expose everything. Do you understand? The Emperor cautioned. There were many eyes in the Imperial city watching Chu Yun. If Chu Yun were to reveal his brilliance, it would only make those people feel threatened or even frightened. In that case, they would undoubtedly stop at nothing to eliminate Chu Yun. The mystery of his disappearance from years ago still has not been solved. This shows just how deep the waters of this Imperial city are. Father, rest assured, the reason I took the alias Xiao Yin is precisely because of this. Chu Yun replied with a serious expression. Enough, enough. Yuner has grown up and has his own ideas. We need not interfere. Yuner, please tell father and mother about all the experiences you have had while being away over the years. As a mother, Empress sure was most curious about what her son had endured during his years of absence. Following this, Chu Yun began to gradually recount his experiences from the time he could remember. They chatted for nearly 2 hours, and in the end, Chu Yun spoke to the Emperor requesting 500 guards to protect the prince's residence. The Emperor readily agreed. Enlightenment breakthrough, what do you think? In the palace garden, the Emperor looked at Empress Sure and her brother with a Everyone has their secrets. Since he does not wish to speak, we as elders need not pry too deeply. We only need to know that no matter what, he is still your son, a prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. The Shura elder replied calmly. The three of them were not ordinary individuals, and naturally Chu Yun's absurd reasoning could not deceive them. Fortunately, they were relatively open-minded and did not press further, since they understood Chu Yun's reluctance to share. This child, despite his smiling face, has many thoughts on his mind. I heard from Atai that he already has plans to investigate the events of that year. Empress Sure said with concern. The Shura elder's expression turned serious as he looked at the Emperor. Your Majesty, if Yuner investigates alone, he will eventually uncover the truth about that mother and son. If so, rather than letting Yuner fall into danger, why don't we take the initiative instead? The Emperor's gaze darkened momentarily. To deal with her alone would be simple, but the connections behind her would stir the entire situation. I fear it would plunge the entire Imperial city into chaos. Then shall I call for the old man? Is that not enough? The Shura elder's tone became more forceful. The Emperor shook his head. Shura, I understand your feelings, but you must know that I desire to eliminate them even more than you do. However, her connections in the court and royal family are far from simple. Upon hearing this, the Shura elder fell silent. Empress Sure also wore a serious expression. For the Emperor to find this matter so troublesome, the web of connections involved must be unimaginable. Under the palace walls, Chu Yun and Luo Feng were currently walking towards the palace gate. Commander Luo. At that moment, a voice called out to them. They stopped. In the distance, a young man wearing a 5-clawed dragon robe and another dressed in splendid clothing were slowly walking towards them. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. The third prince. Upon seeing the two approaching, Luo Feng slightly bowed in greeting. Chu Yun immediately understood their identities. The one in the dragon robe was Crown Prince Chu Rong. The other, clad in brocade, was the third Prince Chu Yuan. The two bore a 5-point resemblance, truly worthy of being brothers born of the same mother. The Crown Prince Chu Rong was the eldest, exuding a mature and steady demeanor. The third Prince Chu Yuan, on the other hand, had a vigorous and confident spirit. Commander Luo need not be so formal, he said. I presume this is the 9th brother. The Crown Prince Chu Rong looked at Chu Yun, smiling kindly. Chu Yun pays respects to my elder brother and third brother. Chu Yun smiled, and cupped his hands toward ninth brother. Between brothers, there's no need for such formalities. I heard you returned, and both I and third brother are quite delighted. As your elder brother, I should prepare a welcome. 3 days from now, I will host a banquet in the Eastern Palace to celebrate our reunion. I will also invite seventh brother and fifth brother and introduce you to them. Well, then it is settled. The crown prince smiled joyfully. Following that, Chu Yun and Luo Feng exited the palace gate and headed towards the prince's residence. Your Highness, are you certain you want to attend the banquet in the Eastern Palace? On the street, Luo Feng spoke soft. Chu Yun chuckled nonchalantly. Do you think it will be a trap? Luo Feng spoke plainly. It is the crown prince who extended the invitation. If blood is shed, he would be unable to control the situation. Therefore, he does not have the guts for that. I suspect he invites me not to deal with me, but rather to test me. It just so happens that he wishes to probe me, and I wish to probe him too, while also getting to know my other brothers. After returning to the residence, the 500 guards sent by the emperor also arrived. Chu Yun assessed them briefly, and the result was quite acceptable. Inside Chu Yun's room, Master Wanlei, summoned by him, is also present. Chu Yun holds 2 items with the Tianhua Ding in his left hand and a box containing the evil infant in his right. Due to time constraints, after acquiring these 2 items, Chu Yun could only put them away for now and would examine them later. Indeed, it is as I suspected. The spirit patterns of this Tianhua Ding form an array. What exactly is sealed inside? Chu Yun studied the Tianhua Ding carefully, realizing that with his current abilities, he could not break the seal. Even Master Wanlei, a latest Dig expert, could not do anything due to his unfamiliarity with arrays. Your Highness, the seal within this ding is certainly the work of a supreme realm expert. Unless one possesses equal strength, only someone with supreme talent in arrays would have a chance to break it. Master Wanlei confirmed repeatedly. Supreme realm. Chu Yun felt somewhat surprised. It seemed the origin of this Tianhua Ding was not as simple as it appeared. Unfortunately, the people of Jiuhua sect are all dead, so this matter cannot be investigated further. Well, since there's no way to find out, I will leave it for another day. Chu Yun stored the Tianhua Ding and then looked at the box containing the evil infant. Wanlei, cover every corner of this room with your power to ensure the evil infant's aura and strength do not leak out. Yes, Your Highness. Master Wanlei released a golden thunderous power from his palm, followed by an invisible thunder net enveloping the entire area, completely covering every corner. With everything prepared, Chu Yun opened the box. Boom. In the next moment, countless evil energies surged out from the box, nearly engulfing the entire room, boundless and frenzied, threatening to spread outside. Master Wanlei's thunder displayed its might at this moment, with the thunder net blocking all leakage of the evil infant's aura. Kikiked. This king has finally seen the light of day. The evil infant's laughter was sharp and piercing, echoing within Chu Yun's room. A dark shadow instantaneously flew out from the box, resembling a nascent soul of a cultivator, but was covered in evil aura like a ghostly demon, wicked and eerie. So this is the evil infant. Chu Yun looked at it with a calm expression. Then he activated the power of his netherworld divine eye, his pupils turning purple, an invisible nether energy, restraining the evil infant's pressure as if it were a natural enemy. Kneel. Bang. With a single word from Chu Yun, the evil infant's body uncontrollably knelt down. How is this possible? Kid, who are you? How could you control this king's body? The evil infant was horrified, unable to believe that this human child could control it. It was the evil infant born from countless soul imprints and evil thoughts. Even a master could not control it. In front of me, you dare to call yourself this king? Impudent. Chu Yun's tone turned cold as he used some methods to torment the evil infant's spirit. Off. The evil infant cried out in agony. Don't. Have mercy. Have mercy. Hearing the evil infant's pleas, Chu Yun then said, from today onwards, I am your master. If you dare to have any other thoughts with a single thought from me, I can make you cease to exist. Realizing that Chu Yun could control its infant body, the evil infant anxiously acknowledged. Yes. Please spare me, master. I will no longer dare to be impudent. Chu Yun finally eased his grip and stopped tormenting the evil infant's spirit. The evil infant then let out a long sigh as the evil aura that had been spreading around was slowly retracted. What is your name? Chu Yun asked the evil infant. Master, this king. I am called Yi Tun in the evil infant realm. They all call me the Night King. The evil infant replied timidly. Yi Tun. You mentioned the evil infant realm. Does that mean you evil infants have a separate world? Chu Yun inquired curiously. Of course. However, master, the evil infant realm is far too distant from here. Even I cannot return it. How were you sealed by the people of Yenyu Tower? Chu Yun asked again. Yi Tun's face instantly showed signs of anger. Speaking of this king. It makes me furious. Those bastards from Yenyu Tower, I merely swallowed a few of their elders, and they immediately sent 3 masters to capture me, as if they had some deep-seated grudge. There was no way. They were numerous and had high cultivation, so I was ultimately captured by them. Chu Yun's face twitched. You swallowed their elders? Wasn't this a deep-seated grudge? What surprised Chu Yun was that Yin Yu Tower could dispatch 3 masters at once. This force truly seemed unfathomable. All right, from now on you will reside within my spiritual sea. Unless I let you out, you will stay there. Yes, master. Yi Tun's infant body transformed into a black-purple evil light and flew into Chu Yun's spiritual sea. Master Wan Lei dissipated the thunder power within the room. Chu Yun got up and walked to the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw Xia Xia dressed as a maid holding several bouquets of flowers, their fragrance wafting in the air. In an instant, Chu Yun's soul felt a dizzying sensation. Not good. Realizing something was off, Chu Yun immediately activated his netherworld divine eye to see through all illusions. He was astonished to find that the fragrance of those flowers was indeed a profound and inscrutable magic guiding his soul to sink into a certain power. And the source of this magic was not the flowers, but a person, Xia Xia. Chu Yun did not act rashly and maintained a calm expression. Xia Xia, what are you doing with those flowers? A flicker of surprise flashed in Xia Xia's eyes. Not affected. How is this possible? A mere prince of the Great Xia Dynasty should not be able to withstand her means. Xia Xia smiled. Your Highness, I picked these flowers in the garden because I thought they looked nice, so I brought them to give to you. Xia Xia approached Chu Yun with the flowers, the invisible magic continuously releasing, enveloping him completely. The potency of that magic was so powerful that it could directly bring even a shattered realm expert under her control. Master Wan Lei sensed something unusual, but Chu Yun secretly signaled him not to act, pretending as if he noticed nothing. At this moment, Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged as he smiled with clear eyes, taking the flowers and sniffing them. These flowers are nice, they smell wonderful. Xia Xia, you are truly thoughtful. Slap. While speaking, Chu Yun deliberately slapped Xia Xia's perky. Naturally, he did this on purpose. This person dared to impersonate Xia Xia, not revealing her true identity. He certainly would not let this opportunity pass. Xia Xia's face instantly turned rosy. Her eyes widened as she stared at Chu Yun, a mixture of shock and disbelief reflected within them. No one had ever touched that part of her body in her previous life. As a mighty heavenly demoness, she was once a figure standing at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm. Now, even though she was merely a fragment, the sensation was undeniable. She could fully perceive the warmth of that hand and the tremor of her backside. This Chu Yun was so natural and smooth in his actions, simply a shameless rogue. At this moment, deep within the heavenly demoness, even the thought of killing him arose. Oh, what's wrong, feeling shy now? Xiao Xia, I understand your intentions. Since you are so proactive in offering flowers to this prince tonight, I shall give you the opportunity to warm my bed. Chu Yun said, pulling Xiao Xia into his embrace with one hand, feeling the warmth and softness of her body. Xiao Xia felt a wave of electrifying sensations all over. In an instant, she broke free from Chu Yun's embrace. You? She initially wanted to explode in anger, directly confronting Chu Yun, but for some reason she held back. Your Highness, it's broad daylight, and Xiao Xia feels a bit embarrassed. Since your Highness has said so, I will come over tonight. The servant will take her leave now. After saying this, Xiao Xia immediately turned and left the courtyard. Chu Yun watched her hurriedly departing figure, a hint of a triumphant smile on his lips. He slowly brought his hand to his nose and took a gentle sniff. It smells quite nice. Your Highness, this person is not simple. Her power is quite mysterious. Had she not been so close, I might not have noticed her at all. At this moment, Master Wan Lei spoke in a low voice. Indeed, I almost fell for her ploy. I just don't know what her true intentions are. Wan Lei, tonight. Chu Yun began to instruct Master Wan Lei on the arrangements he needed to prepare for tonight. After Xiao Xia left, she returned to her room. Inside the room, the real Xiao Xia lay on the bed, plunged into a deep coma. What on earth is going on? Why does my power have no effect on him? At this moment, the heavenly demoness was still troubled by the previous event. She could not understand how Chu Yun could ignore her soul-binding power. Even someone at the nascent soul level would not be able to withstand it, let alone a mere golden core initial stage cultivator. Forget it. I won't dwell on it any longer tonight. I will investigate him further. I want to see what secrets lie within this little guy's body. The heavenly demoness gaze turned fierce and ethereal, as if the entire room was enveloped by an otherworldly power. Anyone who stepped within 5 paces of her would be trapped within. East Palace. Prince Chu Rong III, Prince Chu Yuan, along with several of the prince's attendants, and previously at the auction in the Misty Rain Tower, the third prince's formation, Minter Tang Xiang, were all seated in the hall. Luo Feng has truly been by his side at all times. At this rate, we won't find any opportunity to act. Chu Yuan's face darkened slightly. There's no need to rush this moment. He has just returned, and whether it's the Emperor or Consort Shi and Master Asura, they all hold him in high regard. It would be too tricky to kill him at this juncture. After a while, even with Luo Feng protecting him, I will have a way to make him perish. The expression of Prince Chu Rong revealed a hint of cruelty. In truth, he still could not comprehend how Chu Yun had survived. Years ago, their people had thrown the infant Chu Yun into a bottomless abyss. A newborn baby cast into a chasm without any power to protect himself, had nearly zero chance of survival. They could not fathom how Chu Yun had managed to survive. As for the notion of someone impersonating him, if his father could mistake his own son, that would truly be a monstrous occurrence. Elder brother, how do you plan to test him at the banquet 3 days from now? Chu Yuan asked. Let others take action to probe his cultivation talent. As for the rest, for someone who just returned to the Imperial city a few days ago to want to shake my foundation. It's merely the ramblings of a fool. Chu Rong scoffed disdainfully. Having held the position of prince for so many years, nurturing so many people within the Imperial city, pouring in so much effort, he had achieved his current status. If he were to worry about a fledgling like Chu Yun shaking his position, wouldn't that make him a laughingstock? The only thing that made him pay attention was the sure family behind Chu Yun. Otherwise, relying solely on Chu Yun as the crown prince of the empire, he could crush him with a mere gesture. Chu Yuan chuckled as well. That kid was lucky to still be alive. He shouldn't have returned. Now that he has returned, he will surely die again. How foolish and tragic. At this moment, the prince turned his gaze to one of his attendants. Mr. Why, how is it? Have we found any trace of that Xiao Yan? Next to the prince, an elderly man with white hair and beard answered seriously. Your Highness, I have already dispatched many people to search for Xiao Yan's whereabouts. However, strangely, since the events at the Misty Rain Tower last night, Xiao Yan's trace has vanished. Many parties are investigating his whereabouts, but no one has found him yet. Chu Rong furrowed his brow, increased the effort. We must spare no expense to find him. This person is an exceptionally gifted super genius. If he can be utilized, it will undoubtedly be a significant boost to stabilize my position on the throne in the future. We absolutely cannot allow others to gain the upper hand. Since hearing about Xiao Yan, the prince has become extremely interested in him, even harboring the idea of bringing him under his wing. If he could acquire Xiao Yan once the latter grows, he might even reach the heavenly transformation realm. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured, I will send out the remaining people to search immediately. Mr. I said. Elder brother, isn't it rumored outside that the cultivation method this Xiao Yan practices is very similar to the blood techniques of the Blood God sect, making it highly likely that he is from the Blood God sect? If he is from the Blood God sect, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Chu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Chu Rong firmly and confidently replied, no, the notion that he is from the Blood God sect can be completely. The Empress has already inquired with the Blood God sect. Although Xiao Yan also practices blood power, it is fundamentally different from the Blood God sect's essence. Moreover, the sect master of the Blood God sect has personally sent a message to the Empress confirming that this Xiao Yan is not one of their own. Chu Yuan's eyes brightened. If that's the case, then it's indeed good news. The less background Xiao Yan has, the easier it will be for us to win him over. The prince said, indeed, so this matter cannot be delayed, the sooner the better. Almost all the power of the East Palace has been dispatched, and even the 4 city gates have their people watching. As soon as someone resembling Xiao Yan appears, it will be reported immediately. Although at the Misty Rain Tower Chu Yun wore a mask, no one knew his true appearance. However, his figure, height, and hairstyle had already been recorded by the imaging stone. As long as there was someone who matched aside from the East Palace, other forces would also contact them one after another. Throughout the Imperial city, the East Palace, the General's mansion, several royal households, and the strong cultivators stationed in the Imperial city from various major forces, even the rarely seen Prime Minister's mansion, had dispatched people to search for Xiao Yan. The Prime Minister's mansion was also searching for Xiao Yan due to a personal order from Meng Ruxua. She strongly suspected that this so-called Xiao Yan was very likely a clone of the heavenly demoness. The heavenly demoness' greatest skill is to transform into countless forms. Even becoming a male figure is not uncommon. Now, because of Xiao Yan, the streets of the Imperial city are bustling with golden core and nascent soul cultivators running around, causing quite a commotion. The mastermind behind it all is none other than Chu Yun. Currently, he is still in his room with Master Wan Lei plotting the action plan against the heavenly demoness for tonight. In the deep of night, all was silent. A slender jade hand slowly pushed open the door of Chu Yun's room. Young master, I have arrived. Xiao Xia's figure gradually walked in from the doorway. Chu Yun was sitting at the table. Upon seeing her, he smiled and said, Xiao Xia has come. Close the door and come here, he added. Xiao Xia turned around to shut the door and walked slowly towards Chu Yun. As Chu Yun saw her approach, he wrapped an arm around her waist, pulling her fiercely, and with a swift motion, he let her fragrant bottom settle onto his thigh. The celestial demoness eyes flickered with a hint of anger. A natural lecher, just wait and see how I deal with you. Oh dear. Your Highness, you are too strong but hurts a little, Xiao Xia said in a soft, coquettish tone. Her intention was to make Chu Yun completely relax. Chu Yun grinned with indulgent pleasure, saying, Hee Xiao Xia, I didn't expect your figure to be quite impressive. Mua. Chu Yun suddenly pressed his lips against Xiao Xia's. Caught off guard, the celestial demoness' face quickly flushed, and her anger flared up. She struggled to suppress her discomfort and continued to act coyly. Your Highness, look into Xiao Xia's eyes. It seems something has entered them. Chu Yun followed her gaze and looked into her eyes. In an instant their gazes locked. The celestial demoness, soul-binding magic flickered between their eyes, buzzing ominously. Chu Yun's body jolted violently. In the next moment his eyes grew hazy as if he were lost in some kind of illusion, completely disoriented. It's nothing special. I thought you had something extraordinary. Clearly I overestimated you. The celestial demoness sneered coldly upon seeing Chu Yun's state. Chu Yun, starting today, I am your master. Now you shall break your right hand and your leg and drive a sword. The celestial demoness was about to start settling the score. Chu Yun had offended her multiple times as she had endured without retaliating, but that did not mean she held no grudges. On the contrary, if she bore no grudges, she would not have spent a great deal of effort to place a nirvana curse on Meng Rushua. Yes, master. Chu Yun's tone was stiff as he placed his right hand on the table, raised his left hand high, preparing to break his own hand. As Chu Yun's left hand came down, the celestial demoness immediately felt a sharp pain in front of her. Her expression changed dramatically, and her anger surged. Chu Yun. Chu Yun leaped back, left hand still grasping a few pieces of clothing. He held them up to his nose and inhaled deeply, a look of enjoyment on his face, a different place, yet the same delightful scent. Truly fragrant. The celestial demoness gathered power in her palms to cover her exposed skin. Her face bore a clear intention to kill, and her anger was at its peak. Chu Yun, are you toying with me? Or else. Since you sent flowers earlier today, I've been playing with you all along. Disguising as Xiao Xia and deliberately getting clothes, do you really think your tricks are clever? Chu Yun rubbed his fingers together and chuckled lightly. Shameless scoundrel. The celestial demoness face turned red with anger, realizing that Chu Yun had been toying with her from the very beginning. In other words, her disguise had been seen through from the start. How did you manage to disregard my power? With your mere early golden core cultivation, it is impossible to escape my control. In her past life as a peak figure at the Imperial level, even the Destiny Empress had been extremely wary of her soul-binding magic. No one dared to brazenly ignore her methods. Yet today she had actually suffered a setback against a young, inexperienced boy. She could not comprehend it, nor could she understand. What on earth was happening? What kind of special means did this person possess that allowed them to be unaffected by her soul-binding magic? Nothing is impossible. But now you've seen it, haven't you? Chu Yun smiled calmly. Pretending whether it be Xiao Yin or Chu Yun today, I will capture you first and settle our accounts later. Suddenly, a powerful aura of the broken realm erupted from Xiao Xia's body, directly sending Chu Yun flying. But what was astonishing was that the moment Chu Yun's figure collided with the wall, a bolt of thunderous power appeared behind him, catching him. Thunderstar Light Prison. Seal. In the blink of an eye, 6 thunderous chains struck from all directions, forming a 6-star thunder prison around Xiao Xia, confining her within. The celestial demoness expression slightly changed. A venerable realm. I truly underestimated you. You actually have a venerable realm protector by your side. The celestial demoness fixed her gaze deeply ahead. The figure of the Venerable of Thunder stood beside Chu Yun, lightning crackling around him like a true thunder god, standing proudly. Chu Yun smiled and looked at her. Now can we have a proper conversation? His expression gradually turned serious. Speak, who exactly are you? What is your purpose in trying to control me? The celestial demoness, seeing his serious demeanor, replied coldly. Chu Yun, there are not many who can make me suffer setbacks in this world. You are indeed a figure of note. But to know who I am, you do not yet have that qualification. Let us negotiate a condition. Release me, or else the matter regarding Xiao Yin will soon become known to all. Chu Yun frowned. Are you sure this is a negotiation, rather than a threat? The celestial demoness smiled calmly. Do you have a choice? Chu Yun raised his eyelids and looked at her with deep eyes. This woman knew about his identity as Xiao Yin, and he had roughly guessed the reason. They must have been following them since they left the Misty Rain building. That's why she could so confidently confirm his identity. And at this moment her threat was something Chu Yun had to consider carefully. After all, if this information were to leak, the Eastern Palace banquet 3 days later would truly become a trap. Even if the Crown Prince knew, it would anger the Emperor and provoke the Shi family. If Chu Feng were in his position, he would still strike first. System, is there any way to deal with this woman? Hey, System, don't play dead on me. Answer me. Master, she is threatening you with her identity. You could threaten her with yours as well. Chu Yun, her identity. What is her identity? Why didn't you tell me sooner? System, you never asked. I am magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Quickly tell me, who exactly is she? Her title is the Celestial Demoness. Her real name is Yu Qingxin, once one of the peak powers of the primordial realm, a formidable figure at the Imperial level. She competed with another peak figure of the primordial realm, the Destiny Empress, for the ultimate treasure, the reincarnation divine pearl, resulting in the pearl being split in two, causing both of their deaths. Simultaneously, the two halves of the reincarnation divine pearl merged with their souls, activating the 6 paths of reincarnation, leading them to be reborn with memories, awakening at the age of 3. Chu Yun's heart trembled. The heavenly demoness, once a figure at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm, a powerhouse of the Imperial realm. As these words surfaced in Chu Yun's mind, he was deeply shocked. He truly did not expect that the person before him was the reincarnation of the heavenly demoness, and an Imperial realm reincarnation at that. Wait, are you saying that not only is she the reincarnation of the heavenly demoness, but the Destiny Empress has also reincarnated? Chu Yun's heart jolted violently. Had he stumbled into a nest of reincarnations? One by one were they all returning to their youthful glory? System: yes, both the Destiny Empress and the heavenly demoness reincarnations are within the Great Xia Imperial city. At this moment, the heavenly demoness saw Chu Yun pondering for so long, believing she had taken control of the rhythm and secured victory. A playful smile appeared on her face after thinking for so long. What are you contemplating? Chu Yun slowly raised his gaze to look at her, feigning profundity. I am pondering whether to call you the heavenly demoness or Yu Qingxin. The heavenly demoness smile froze in an instant. Her eyes widened, her expression shaken, a chill rising from her feet to her head. Who exactly are you? How do you know my true identity? Chu Yun smiled calmly, hands behind his back. Someone like you isn't even qualified to know my identity. The heavenly demoness found these words eerily familiar. Chu Yun was using her own tactics against her. It left the heavenly demoness feeling a mix of shock and gnashing her teeth in anger. What do you want? The heavenly demoness now looked at him with utmost seriousness. Are you mistaken? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? You were the one who came to provoke me, and now you ask me what I want. Don't you find this question a bit odd? Chu Yun stated directly. The heavenly demoness slowly took a deep breath and said, if you can see through my origins, it means your identity is also quite extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, you are also a reincarnation. I am not wrong, am I? Chu Yun raised his head, smiling lightly. So what if I am? Since we are both reincarnations, there is no need for us to be at odds. How about we collaborate? The heavenly demoness suggested. You have me in your hands. What leverage do you have to collaborate with me? Chu Yun asked. The heavenly demoness smiled calmly. Since you know my origins, do you not know my methods? This body is merely one of my many avatars. Even if it dies, it will have little impact on my main body. Chu Yun furrowed his brows. System, is what she said true? System, half true, half false. While this body is indeed an avatar, given her current cultivation, if this avatar dies, her main body would absolutely suffer a heavy blow, not as easily as she claims. With the system's clarification, Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence. The heavenly demoness had no idea that even with her past experiences and methods, she had no advantage against Chu Yun. Facing her, how could this be played? Are you sure? If I am not mistaken, if this avatar perishes, your main body will also be gravely injured. Heavenly demoness, why bother with these little schemes in front of me? Chu Yun said with a calm demeanor. The heavenly demoness expression darkened. It seemed as though everything about her had been seen through by the man before her. After calming her emotions, she said, your insight is impressive. However, considering our previous intimate encounter, I could listen to what kind of collaboration you have in mind. It's simple. I will help you secure the position of the crown prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, and in return you will use your strength and the power of your Shi family to help me eliminate someone. Who? Chu Yun inquired. The Destiny Empress Meng Rushua, the heavenly demoness blurted out. Meng Rushua, why does that name sound so familiar? Chu Yun felt a spark of recognition. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Meng Rushua, the daughter of the Prime Minister, the most beautiful woman of the younger generation. Is she the reincarnation of the Destiny Empress? Chu Yun's eyes widened, not expecting Meng Rushua to be the Destiny Empress. Her father Meng Changzhong is the Prime Minister of the Great Xia Dynasty, holding a position of great power and deeply trusted by the Emperor, making him the most influential minister. As for his daughter Meng Rushua, it is said that her beauty is like that of a celestial being, but her personality is cold and proud, seemingly uninterested in her peers. She rarely goes out, and apart from those from the Prime Minister's residence, outsiders hardly ever see her. Indeed, she is the Destiny Empress. Currently, her cultivation has reached the peak of the broken realm, but I placed a nirvana curse on her. Without the source of nirvana, she will never step into the nirvana realm in this lifetime. My condition is that we work together to eliminate her. As for your position as Crown Prince, I will do my utmost to help you attain it and assist you in uncovering the truth behind your disappearance. The heavenly demoness said earnestly. At this moment, Chu Yun was carefully digesting this information in his mind. Today had been too stimulating. To suddenly learn so many explosive revelations, if this were to spread, the Prime Minister's residence would immediately attract the attention of all major forces. A reincarnated empress could bring about earth-shattering changes to the entire Great Xia Dynasty. System Master, friendly reminder, you have 4 days left to edit your background. At that time, you can edit to become a relative or lover of either of them. Why not of both? Yes. What kind of multiple choice question is this? As an adult, of course I want it all. I see now. Chu Yun realized his state of mind clear as he answered leisurely, one Destiny Empress in exchange for a Crown Prince position. This deal is too one-sided for me. I can't agree to that. How about this? I release your avatar, and you stay by my side for 3 months to assist me. After that, you can leave as you wish. How does that sound? Chu Yun proposed. The heavenly demoness furrowed her brows, lost in thought. After a while she asked, a 3-month period, are you not afraid I will go back on my word? Chu Yun smiled at her. I believe that the esteemed heavenly demoness would not go back on her word. Moreover, do you really think I fear you going back on your word? Out in the world, one's identity is self-given. The most important thing in life is to learn to package oneself. At this moment, Chu Yun had already packaged himself as the reincarnation of a super boss. Even if the heavenly demoness were to go back on her word, he had the means to deal with her. Just the confidence he displayed already made the heavenly demoness feel a bit wary. Listening to Chu Yun's words, the demoness was lost in thought. Not only did she see through her origins, but she also dared to make such bold statements, appearing genuinely confident. All right, I agree to your terms. This avatar will stay by your side and assist you for 3 months. The demoness ultimately couldn't take the risk. After all, if this avatar were to be destroyed, her true self would also suffer severe damage. In that case, if Meng Rushue were to refine the source of nirvana, her true self would be unable to intervene. That would be counterproductive. Since that's the case, we should be honest with each other, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to keep using Xia's face. Chu Yun relaxedly smiled. She's fine. I just knocked her out, and she's now sleeping in the room. A faint smile appeared on the demoness face. As for my true appearance, are you sure you want to see it? What? Can I look? Chu Yun asked, puzzled. I'm afraid that after you see it, you won't be able to help but fall in love with me, the demoness said with a charming smile. Oh, if that's the case, I must take a look. What kind of beauty could give you such confidence? Chu Yun was instantly intrigued. Today he wanted to see just how beautiful this unparalleled powerhouse who once stood at the pinnacle of the Yuan realm truly was. The demoness smiled effortlessly, and in an instant Xia's appearance began to change, enveloped by a surge of magical power, as her entire visage, figure, and attire transformed. As Chu Yun fixed his gaze, he was genuinely astonished. The demoness had flowing purple hair, a delicate figure, a slender waist, and perfectly rounded hips. Truly the epitome of beauty. Her skin was crystal clear, and her face resembled a water lily, captivating and radiant, showcasing her. At this moment, with her true visage revealed, she naturally exuded an alluring aura. Her enchanting eyes were simply a natural nemesis for men. Chu Yun was deeply shocked. The demoness before him was undoubtedly the most striking woman he had ever encountered, with her looks and figure combining to create an extraordinary presence. Even the celebrity women from his past life, the celestial beauties, and even his young ex-girlfriend, had clear differences when compared to her. You weren't wrong. Having seen your beauty, I must admit I've somewhat uncontrollably fallen for you. Chu Yun said, his gaze fixed on her as he spoke slowly. The demoness blinked, unperturbed. Many have fallen for me. It's a pity none have caught my eye, including you. The demoness was quite straightforward in her words. Chu Yun shrugged. Oh, whether he could win her favor would have to wait for the future. When he could further edit his background, the nature of his relationship with the demoness would undergo a qualitative change. Wan Lei, release her. Yes, your highness. Wan Lei the elder lifted the restrictions on the demoness. The demoness curiously glanced at Elder Wan Lei. As far as I know, there isn't a respected figure in the royal family or the Sure family that matches your status. Of course, he is my own person, unrelated to the royal family or the Sure family. The demoness looked at, however, considering that he could see through her identity, it wasn't surprising that he could subdue a respected figure. Where will I be staying next? I will have someone arrange a room for you immediately. Tomorrow I will discuss our next actions with you. Under Chu Yun's arrangement, the demoness rested in a guest room. Although the demoness had suffered setbacks that night, at least she had preserved the life of this avatar. Since Chu Yun had actively requested for her to stay by his side for 3 months, she could take this opportunity to probe into this person's background. She was very curious about what kind of person Chu Yun had been in his past life. Oh, the next day, Luo Feng arrived early in the morning to find Chu Yun. Your Highness, are you awake? Come in. Luo Feng opened the door, and inside Chu Yun's room, Chun Xiaqiu and Dong had just finished dressing him, and breakfast was already prepared on the table. All right, you can leave now. Yes, Your Highness. After the others left, Chu Yun approached the table. Captain Luo, please sit down and we can talk while eating. After Luo Feng sat down, he immediately asked, Your Highness, I previously discovered a striking purple-haired woman in the residence. When I inquired, she said she is your friend. Yes, her name is Yu Qinxin. You can just call her Miss Yu. But Your Highness, there's something very strange about her. I can't shake the feeling that she is not ordinary. Luo Feng's expression showed some concern. He was primarily afraid that the demoness might threaten Chu Yun's safety. Chu Yun smiled. Don't worry, Yu, I trust her, otherwise I wouldn't let her into the residence. Captain Luo, you must believe me. I cherish my life more than any of you. If she were untrustworthy, I wouldn't allow her to move freely within the residence. Luo Feng pondered for a moment, and could only nod. All right, Your Highness, since you are so confident, I won't say more. By the way, Your Highness, Princess Sure sent someone earlier to ask you to come to the palace. When you have time, she has something to tell you. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun nodded. Once I finish eating, I will go to the palace to see Mother. Oh, Yanyu Tower. In a guest room of Yanyu Tower, Chief Steward Sun Yen sat there. Opposite him sat 3 men. These three individuals were all heavyweight figures within the entire Daxia dynasty. The first overlord of Tianzhou, the third elder of the Shun sect Wang Hansua, the Iron King of the Daxia dynasty Tai Chi, the Prince of Guanshan County within the Daxia dynasty Baisong. Among these three, two were at the Nirvana realm level. Wang Hansua had the highest cultivation, reaching the peak of the Nirvana realm. The Iron King followed in the late Nirvana realm. However, he held the most power, commanding 100,000 soldiers, and his status was noble. Even the princes of the Daxia dynasty referred to him respectfully as Your Excellency. As for Guanshan County Prince Baisong, although his cultivation was the lowest only at the Broken Realm, but his daughter, the Princess of Guanshan County, by sheer luck was adopted as a goddaughter by the national master of the Daxia dynasty, gaining significant fame within the Imperial city, making her one of the influential figures among the younger generation. Relying on the connection through his daughter coupled with his control over a county, every time he came to the Imperial city, he could gain quite a bit of profit. Gentlemen, I understand your intentions. However, the whereabouts of Xiao Yin are currently being investigated by Yinyu Tower as well, so the conditions you proposed are not that Yinyu Tower is unwilling to comply, but rather that we are currently powerless. Sun Yin gazed at the three of them with a smile. The three listened to Sun Yin's words, their expressions serious. Su Ji, sure, we have only one request. If Yinyu Lu truly cannot help us find Xiao Yin, could you please issue a message for us? Just say that as long as Xiao Yin is willing to meet us, we are prepared to offer a Nirvana-level evil infant as a gift. Elder Wang Hanquo of the Shun Zong spoke up. In their view, that Xiao Yin had won the duel against Yinyu Lu and taken away the peak Nirvana-level evil infant. This likely indicated that the high-level evil infant held a strong allure for him. Perhaps that is why he was willing to show himself. Sun Yin, maintaining his composure, nodded and said, issuing the message is certainly possible. However, under whose name will it be issued? Sun Yin's question was apt. The three of them essentially belonged to three separate factions. Wang Hanquo was the elder of the Shun Zong, representing the Shun Zong. The Black Iron King belonged to the Xia dynasty as a prince. Although he was of a different surname, he was still a noble of the dynasty. As for the Duke of Guanshan Baisong, he had the backing of the National Master's office. If Yinyu Lu were to issue the message, which of the three factions should it represent? Su Ji, sure, does the issuing of the message by Yinyu Lu have to be under a real name? Asked the Black Iron King. Of course not. If the three of you intend to remain anonymous, Yinyu Lu can certainly accommodate that, Sun Yin replied with a smile. Then it shall be anonymous. Wang Hanquo said expressionlessly. All right. The rules of Yinyu Lu should be clear to all three of you. No need for you to remind us. The Black Iron King directly threw out 2 storage bags filled to the brim with spirit stones. Sun Yin opened one and said, this is a bit too much. Do the three of you still have any other information to purchase? Wang Hanquo smiled leisurely. Indeed, there is one more thing we would like to verify with Yinyu Lu. Please go ahead, Sun Yin said. We have heard that the Emperor of Daxia must undergo a period of 5 declines every 500 years due to the peculiarities of his cultivation technique. His combat power is even lower than that of a nascent soul and will last for about half a month. Moreover, this time his 5 declines will occur in a few months. Is this matter true? Wang Hanquo stated boldly at this moment. It should be noted that merely speaking these words could lead the Daxia Emperor to accuse him of treason. However, the expressions of the Black Iron King and Duke Baisong, both powerful nobles of the dynasty, remained remarkably calm. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin's expression gradually grew serious. Gentlemen, the price for confirming this matter would need to be at least 5 times the value of these items. There is enough material. Wang Hanquo produced a storage ring and placed it directly in front of him. Sun Yin confirmed it and found the price satisfactory. Good. I can responsibly tell the three of you that this is indeed true. However, the period of 5 declines is not half a month, but only 7 days. After answering, Sun Yin gathered all the items on the table into his pocket. Thank you. The three stood up and prepared to leave. Safe travels, gentlemen. We welcome your next visit, Sun Yin said politely with a smile. Once they left, the smile on Sun Yin's face slowly faded. A deep voice filled the guest room. It seems they are preparing to take action. Sun Yin said, but the Daxia Emperor is not a foolish person. He must have already prepared for the 5 declines and may even have entered the Huangzu Mountain. However, with just those 3 along with their factions and the forces behind them, it would be difficult to kill the Daxia. Sun Yin thought that if they planned to rebel during the Daxia Emperor's period of 5 declines, the likelihood of success was too low. Moreover, those old fellows in Huangzu Mountain are the true stabilizing force of the Daxia dynasty. With them around, any rebellion would be courting death. You are mistaken. Whether it is those 3 or the Daxia Empress, their target is not the Daxia Emperor, but rather the neutral factions and those forces that are even in opposition within the Imperial city. As long as the Daxia Emperor is not present, even if only for 7 days, the power and strength wielded by the Empress would be enough to turn the entire Imperial city upside down. Once the period of the Daxia Emperor's 5 declines is over, it will already be too late. Upon hearing this, Sun Yin suddenly realized, so that's how it is. No wonder when I told them that the 5 declines only last 7 days, their expressions did not change much. 7 days is enough time for the Empress to mobilize the forces of the Shenzong, and combined with the power held by her faction, she can control most of the Imperial city's nobles issuing their orders, thus gradually marginalizing the Xia Emperor. In this case, it won't be long before a bloodbath and chaos engulf the Imperial city. This voice belonged to the mysterious master of Yin Yulu, who remained hidden from view. It is said that to this day, aside from a few core high-level members of Yin Yulu, no one has seen the true face of this master. Do not concern yourself with that. What happens in the Xia Dynasty has nothing to do with us. No matter how chaotic the Imperial city becomes, no one would dare to involve Yin Yulu. By the way, how is the investigation into Xiao Yin progressing? Sun Yin revealed a hint of a bitter smile. Master, let alone within the Xia Dynasty, I even had our headquarters search the entire Yuan realm, and there is no place called Wutan City. Therefore, it can be confirmed that Wutan City is a fabricated place, and his name Xiao Yin is also highly likely to be a pseudonym. Otherwise, our people would not be able to find a single clue. The master of Yin Yulu said, then let's investigate in another way. Investigate all those around him, including anyone who matches his description one by one. As long as he hasn't left the Imperial city, we will definitely find him. Sun Yin accepted the order, saying, yes, master, I understand. Not long after, Yin Yulu issued an anonymous message that spread throughout the Xia Dynasty. A mysterious figure offered a Nirvana-level evil infant as a meeting gift just to meet with Xiao Yin. Upon the release of this message, it stirred quite a commotion within the Imperial city, with many discussing who this generous powerhouse could be. To meet someone and immediately offer a Nirvana-level evil infant as a gift, there are very few figures in the entire Xia Dynasty who could afford such generosity. Moreover, it is highly likely that this person is a powerful being at the level of a respected elder. There is no denying this. With just Wang Hanquo and the others, it would be impossible for them to produce a Nirvana-level evil infant. Only with the support of the forces behind them could it be achieved. At this moment, Chu Yun was unaware of this news, as he had already entered the palace with Luo Feng. After entering the palace of consort, Chu Yun bowed to the two of them. Yuner, come have a seat. Chu Yun then took a seat on a nearby chair. Mother, what is it that you need me for? Why does even Captain Luo have to avoid this? Chu Yun asked curiously. Yuner, I and your mother have recently heard that you wish to investigate the events of the past. Is that right? Chu Yun's expression remained calm. He knew that his mother and uncle must have heard about it from a tie. I do not deny it, mother, uncle. My disappearance back then was too peculiar. Now that I have returned, those people lurking in the shadows are certainly waiting for an opportunity to act. I cannot just wait for them to come for me before figuring out how to respond. If we do not take the initiative, we will only remain passive. Consort sure expressed her concern. Yuner, I understand everything you have just said. But you must realize that the power behind those people is something you currently cannot contend with alone. The more you investigate, the more dangerous it will become for you. I want to advise you, can you please stop here regarding this matter? Leave it to your uncle and me. I do not want to see you trapped in a vortex of danger. Chu Yun understood his mother's feelings, yet he remained exceptionally resolute. Mother, you are mistaken, or it is not that I want to investigate, but that I have no choice. Even if I choose not to investigate, do you really think those people from back then will let me off? Besides being in the royal family, if one willingly becomes a flower in a greenhouse and does not endure the storms, it will only lead to a quicker demise. Chu Yun's remarks left Consort sure nearly speechless. The expression on the face of the Asura Venerable was one of appreciation. Little sister, I said before, Yuner has grown up. He has his own opinions and does not require us to worry too much. Consort sure sighed and revealed a smile. Yuner, your words today make me very proud. You are aware of your situation in the royal family better than anyone, so I will not advise you further. Over the years, your uncle and I have utilized the power of the Sure family to investigate the events of the past. Though we cannot confirm who exactly stole you back, then we have already identified some suspicious targets. Including the mastermind and accomplices behind the events of that year, we have nearly figured them all out. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression became particularly serious. Mother, who are those people? Consort sure looked at him. Yuner, do you know about the Empress faction? The Empress, whose original name is Lanji, is the daughter of the former sect. The Empress, whose original name is Lanji, is the daughter of the former sect master of the Tianzhou Divine Sect, and is also the junior sister of the current sect master. In the court, the crown prince and the third prince are both her biological sons, and listen to her implicitly. As for those ministers, the current national teacher, along with the Black Iron King, the left general, the right general, and 6 imperial offerings at the Nirvana realm level, as well as several officials of the 7th and 8th ranks, all stand with the Empress faction. Consort sure nodded. These individuals are all part of the Empress faction, but it is not limited to them. Lanji possesses strong social skills. The sect masters of the Blood God sect and the Corpsine sect are both her childhood friends. Additionally, her identity as the daughter of the former sect master grants her the backing of the sect. With so many factions linked to her, the mastermind behind your disappearance was indeed the Empress Lan Ji, and besides the national teacher and the Black Iron King, there was also a clan elder from within the royal family. Upon hearing about the complicated web of relationships surrounding Empress Lan Ji, Chu Yun's expression darkened slightly. Mother, you mentioned a clan elder from the royal family. Which one? Chu Yun asked after pondering for a while. I do not know. Your uncle and I are still investigating this person's true identity. The clan elders of the royal family, including the ancestors, are all within the royal ancestral mountain. There besides your father, no one can approach them freely, making it extremely difficult to investigate. We can only start from the Emperor's side to have a chance to uncover the identity of that clan elder, consortship said. At this moment, Chu Yun recalled that Captain Luo had mentioned that his disappearance back then was caused by someone within the royal family. In other words, Mother, so the one who stole me back then was that clan elder from the royal family. Is that why even my uncle could not find any clues? Chu Yun's expression turned solemn. The Asura Venerable spoke. You are correct, your mother and I along with your father all share this suspicion. However, the clan elders of the royal family are all in the royal ancestral mountain. Besides your father, no one can have contact with them. What about my father? Listening to the words of the Shura master, Chu Yun felt a warmth in his heart. He was not alone. Even though the Empress had many connections, he had support behind him. The Shur family, being the foremost family within the Xia Dynasty, was not inferior to any force. Even the sect known as the Tianzhou Divine Sect, which claimed to be the #1 sect within the dynasty, could not say they had absolute confidence in defeating the Shur family. At most, it was a 50-50 chance. Mother, uncle, I understand. If there is anything needed, I will let you know, Chu Yun said. Chu Yun and the two conversed for a short while before leaving the palace, with Luo Feng returning to his residence. Inside the room, you say someone has offered a Nirvana realm evil infant just to meet me? Chu Yun looked at Luo Feng in surprise. Luo Feng replied seriously, Your Highness, to be precise, it is to meet Xiao Yan. However, this news was released by the Misty Rain Pavilion and is anonymous, so we currently do not know who spent such a large sum. Chu Yun pondered while rubbing his chin. The Daxia Shadow Guard can investigate this. Your Highness, the flow of people at the Misty Rain Pavilion is too great. Even the Shadow Guard would have no way to begin an investigation. However, it seems to me that someone who can present a Nirvana realm evil infant as a meeting gift must have an identity and status that are absolutely not low. It is highly likely to be a figure at the level of a master or closely related to one. Within the Imperial City, the most suspicious individuals, according to my conjecture, are likely only the Chancellor, the National Master, or the Crown Prince. Luo Feng stated. Chu Yun's expression gradually became serious and interesting. This is quite intriguing. If that is the case, I truly wish to meet that person. Luo Feng immediately cautioned. Your Highness, I am worried this matter may be a trap. If someone intends to harm Xiao Yan, then your Highness going there may lead you into a dangerous situation. Chu Yun smiled lightly. It's no problem, as long as my strength is sufficient there won't be any danger. Captain Luo, can I trust you? Chu Yun suddenly looked at him with a smile. Luo Feng's expression was one of confusion, not understanding the meaning behind Chu Yun's words. Your Highness, I was personally ordered by His Majesty to protect your safety, so you can fully trust me. Chu Yun explained. I am not speaking about that. What I mean is, can I truly trust you? If you are genuinely willing to assist me wholeheartedly, then I will let you be privy to some of my secrets. However, you should also understand what to do once you know my secrets. Luo Feng understood the implication behind Chu Yun's words. If he were to become Chu Yun's core confidant, he would have to guard his secrets. Luo Feng appeared somewhat hesitant at this moment. Although he was dedicated to protecting Chu Yun, he was still the leader of the Daxia Shadow Guard, directly answering, Captain Luo, if you are indecisive, I will not force you. However, if I go to the appointment next, I will not be able to, Chu Yun stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng pondered for a moment and said, Your Highness, as the leader of the Shadow Guard, I cannot betray His Majesty. But if your Highness has matters you do not wish to reveal for the time being, then Luo Feng can postpone reporting the news. Chu Yun smiled. He knew that Luo Feng had agreed. As the leader of the Shadow Guard, he naturally could not go against the Emperor's orders. This was the greatest concession he could offer. Postponing the report, and as for the duration of the postponement, that could be vague. It could be a day or even a year. Good. Everyone come in. As soon as Chu Yun's voice fell, the Master of Thunder and the demoness entered through the door. Your Highness. The Master of Thunder bowed while the demoness directly sat down beside him, showing no restraint. Master Thunder, Captain Luo, please take a seat. Chu Yun, not paying much attention, said to the two. After everyone was seated, Chu Yun said, The other party entrusted the Misty Rain Pavilion to present these conditions, so tonight we shall go to the appointment. At that time, Captain Luo, you will help me convey the message. The meeting place will naturally be determined by us. Master Thunder will be responsible for staying by my side to prevent any unexpected incidents. As for Miss Yu, where do you wish to go? After Chu Yun arranged everything, he looked at the demoness and interestingly asked, "Where do you want me to go?" The demoness retorted, "The Crown Prince's residence." Chu Yun replied astonishingly. Luo Feng's expression changed upon hearing this, and he immediately said, "Your Highness, I think this matter needs to be reconsidered. Let Master Thunder handle the message. Oh, as for protecting your Highness' safety, leave that to me. As for sending Miss Yu to the Crown Prince's residence, won't that be too dangerous?" Luo Feng had no other intentions. From his perspective, Chu Yun's safety was of utmost importance. How could he be at ease with Master Thunder protecting Chu Yun? Chu Yun smiled lightly and looked at Master Thunder. "All right, it's already this time. There's no need to hide it anymore. Let's show our skills." "Yes, Your Highness." Master Thunder replied, and then a wave of overwhelming master-level pressure directly emanated from his body, filling the entire room. Master-level powerhouse. You are a master-level. Luo Feng's expression changed dramatically upon sensing the aura of the Master of Thunder, his face filled with horror. What a joke. The person he had been with all this time turned out to be a master. The key point was that this master was utterly loyal to their Highness, obeying his every command. This was truly surreal. "I apologize, the earlier concealment was unavoidable," Master Thunder said. "Captain Luo, Master Thunder is my own subordinate. No one knows of his existence, including the Empress and my uncle. They are unaware that there is a master hidden beside me. I hope this matter does not leak out. With him by my side, he can handle most unexpected situations. With him here, you can just deliver messages without worrying about my safety." Chu Yun said to him seriously. Hearing this, Luo Feng's heart remained unsettled. The shock on his face had not faded as he desperately tried to digest everything before him. A master. The fact that Chu Yun had a master protecting him was astonishing. The most crucial point was that this person was neither of royal blood nor from the Shi family, but a trusted confidant of the prince. Just how strong must a person's charisma be to earn the loyalty of a master like this? Luo Feng discovered that at this moment he was increasingly unable to see through this ninth prince. He had just returned seemingly weak in power, and although he had the backing of the Shi family, their roots were not in the Imperial. Looking at him alone, his foundation in the Imperial city was too shallow, and he had very few connections. He was still the weakest among the princes, and had the least followers. However, today when Luo Feng discovered the true cultivation of Master Thunder, he realized that this ninth prince was exceptionally adept at concealment and remained incredibly steady. Without absolute certainty, this ninth prince truly revealed nothing, giving people a misleading impression of his ordinariness. Yet he had a master-level being personally guarding him. Just this point alone made him far beyond the majority of the powerful figures in the Imperial city. "Yes, Your Highness. I understand. After delivering the message, may I join you?" Luo Feng asked slowly, his heart settling as he absorbed the weight of what had been entrusted to him. "No need. Once your task is complete, shed every follower trailing you, and return directly to the mansion," Chu Yun instructed. Luo Feng nodded silently. At that moment, the demoness of heaven curved her lips into a beguiling thousand-layered smile. "What? You wish me to enter the Crown Prince's residence? Do you intend to strike directly at the Crown Prince himself?" Chu Yun shook his head. "That rests entirely with you. But I fear, if you seize control over him, you may falter and the deception will unravel. That would render the entire endeavor futile." Within the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince commanded legions of retainers. Rumors even claimed the Empress herself had dispatched a guardian of the Tao to watch over him in secret. The demoness' current avatar stood only at the early stage of the Shattered Realm. To infiltrate the Eastern Palace and launch a direct assault upon the Crown Prince would carry an unacceptably high risk of exposure. Yet the demoness wore an expression of serene indifference. "Then let us simply choose another target. How about the third prince?" Chu Yun turned to her, eyes glinting with quiet anticipation. "Oh, do you truly have confidence?" "Naturally. He is no Chu Rome, neither cherished nor closely watched. To impersonate him within his own princely residence would pose little difficulty," the demoness declared, her voice laced with unwavering certainty. "Very well. We shall move against Chu Yuan. Commander Luo Feng, when the time comes, you will provide cover for Miss Yu." Chu Yun issued the order with quiet finality. Luo Feng involuntarily swallowed hard, his throat dry with tension. To act against the third prince, this was dangerously exhilarating. It seemed the ninth prince had truly begun his slow, deliberate reckoning with the sins of the past. "Yes, Your Highness." Though his pulse raced, Luo Feng still answered without hesitation. Unawares, this Shadow Guard commander had already slipped, step by silent step, into Chu Yun's inner circle. The Prime Minister's residence. Within Meng Ruoshue's private chamber. "Young mistress, all materials required for the formation arrays have now been gathered. As for a suitable location to lay the formation, we are still searching. The mountainous wilderness beyond the city teems with perilous terrain. Our results should follow swiftly." A graceful matron reported to Meng Ruoshue, who sat poised and composed upon her chair. With icy composure, Meng Ruoshue replied, "Also, Compile for me a complete list of all nascent soul cultivators at the early stage of the Nirvana realm currently residing within the Imperial capital. Background or status is irrelevant. Yes, young mistress. Meng Roashua added. And one more thing. Have you maintained surveillance on the Black Iron King and the Eastern Palace as instructed? What is their current status? The matron responded truthfully. Young mistress, both locations remain under constant watch, yet nothing unusual has surfaced thus far. Still, young mistress. I confess I do not comprehend how can you be so certain the anonymous patron who commissioned the Yinyu Pavilion to broadcast the search for Xiao Yin belongs exclusively to those two factions. A cold razor-thin smile flickered across Meng Roashua's lips. Within the entire Imperial capital, only 3 powers possess the authority to deploy a Nirvana realm evil infant as a bargaining chip. The Empress, the Imperial Grandmaster, and my father's Prime Minister's residence. Other sects and guilds maintain branches in the capital, but to smuggle such a forbidden artifact inside would require no less than 5 to 10 days. Since the Prime Minister's residence is not involved, the choice narrows to just 2. And given the Grandmaster and the Empress operate as a single faction, it suffices to monitor the Empress's core allies alone. That wily old Grandmaster is unlikely to intervene personally. Thus, the Eastern Palace and the Black Iron King inevitably become our focal points. As the Prime Minister's daughter Meng Roashua possessed an unparalleled grasp of the Great Xia Imperial Court's intricate power dynamics. Her station granted her access to intelligence far surpassing even that available to the demonesses of heaven, who though reborn alongside her lacked such institutional privilege. Indeed, reincarnation itself is an art, and landing in the right womb is its highest mastery. Thus, by tracking the movements of the Empress's faction alone, she could inevitably trace them to the demonesses of heaven masquerading as Xiao Yin. I see. Such incisive, flawless reasoning. Truly worthy of your young mistress, the matron exclaimed awestruck. You may go now. Once compiled, deliver the list to me without delay. Rest assured, young mistress, I shall attend to it immediately. Night fell over the Imperial capital. Lanterns blazed, streets thrummed with life, and festivity hung thick in the air. The Yinyu Pavilion remained the brightest, most vibrant stage in all the capital. Wearing a mask, Luo Feng entered its grand hall and sought out a senior elder he had met before. I am a bodyguard of Master Xiao Yin. I request an audience with senior disciple Sun Yin on urgent matters. The elder recognized Luo Feng instantly, his face flushed with excitement. Please wait a moment. I shall summon senior disciple Su immediately. Moments later, the elder returned with Sun Yin. Ha ha ha. My friend. Why has Master Xiao Yin not graced us with his presence today? Sun Yin regarded Luo Feng with warm laughter. Master Xiao Yin awaits elsewhere. I am here by his command, to deliver a message directly to senior disciple Su. Sun Yin leaned forward intrigued. What message? An anonymous patron engaged your pavilion to issue a summons. If Master Xiao Yin agrees to meet, the patron will present a Nirvana realm evil infant as a token of goodwill. Is this true? Luo Feng began. Indeed. Does Master Xiao Yin intend to accept the meeting? Sun Yin had already deduced as much. Luo Feng spoke plainly, he consents. But the meeting place must be chosen by us. Sun Yin nodded. Agreed. A simple rendezvous. Location bears no consequence. Excellent. At midnight tonight atop Songfeng Mountain beyond the city walls, Master Xiao Yin will await them. Kindly convey this to the patron. Luo Feng concluded. Sun Yin bowed slightly. Understood. I shall transmit the message at once. Thank you. I take my leave. Safe journey. Luo Feng turned and departed. Sun Yin glanced sideways, towards several elders stationed distantly in the hall. They exchanged knowing glances and immediately followed Luo Feng out of the Yinyu Pavilion. Shall we depart for Songfeng Mountain without delay? If the Black Iron King's faction arrives first and secures Xiao Yin before we do, the entire scheme collapses. One elder beside Sun Yin voiced his concern. Sun Yin remained calm, his gaze deep and inscrutable. Something feels off. This is not as straightforward as it appears. Send the message to the Black Iron King's faction immediately. Do not miss the window. Yes, sir. The elder hurried off to deliver the news. Sun Yin paused, then ascended the stairs toward the upper chambers. This matter warranted the pavilion master's judgment first, and only then would he act. Upon receiving the news, the Black Iron King left his residence under cover of night and entered the Eastern Palace. Within the grand hall of the Eastern Palace, Crown Prince Chu Yun sat enthroned above. Beside him stood the Black Iron King Wang Han Kuo, Lord Baisong of Guanshan Prefecture, and several of the Crown Prince's most trusted retainers. The Yinyu Pavilion's report confirms it. Xiao Yin has agreed to meet. Yet the meeting site lies solely within his discretion. At midnight tonight atop Songfeng Mountain beyond the capital's walls, he will await us. The Black Iron King relayed the Yinyu Pavilion's message to the assembly. In the early morning at the Songfeng Mountain range. Why choose such a place? Could there be a trick? Wang Baisong, the Duke of Guanshan, spoke with some caution. Even if he could use tricks, what could he achieve? Are we really worried about a golden core cultivator? Moreover, that Chu Yun doesn't even know who we are. His willingness to meet is likely due to the Nirvana realm evil infant, so the chance of deception is quite low. Elder Wang Hansua of the Divine Sect spoke confidently. Elder Wang makes a valid point. Chu Yun doesn't even know who we are. Meeting at Songfeng Mountain might simply be a consideration for his own safety. I don't see any problem, Your Highness. What do you think? The prince looked at the Black Iron King and asked. My thoughts align with those of Your Highness. Furthermore, this matter has already received the approval of Her Majesty the Empress, so we need not have any concerns. Elder Wang, Duke Baisong, the three of us shall head to Songfeng Mountain tonight. As for Your Highness, you shall remain in the East Palace for now, waiting for our news, the Black Iron King said repeatedly. All right. Wang Baisong and Elder Wang Hansua all nodded in agreement. With 2 Nirvana realm cultivators and 1 broken realm cultivator, the 3 of them were not at all afraid, even if Chu Yun truly planned some trick. All right. I will wait here for the good news from Your Highness and the 2 elders. Chu Yun, please ensure that you bring him back. Tell him that I have admired him for quite some time. The Prince Chu Rong raised his cup and toasted them. The others raised their cups in response. Late at night, the Black Iron King Wang Hansua and Duke Baisong left the East Palace, moving stealthily towards the city gate. At the same time, Meng Rushue received news in the Prime Minister's residence. Miss, there has been movement in the East. Elder Wang Hansua of the Divine Sect, the Black Iron King, and Duke Baisong are currently leaving the East Palace, heading towards the city gate. Which city gate? Meng Rushue asked the woman. The East City Gate. With a swoosh, Meng Rushue vanished from the room in an instant, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Songfeng Mountain. At this moment, Chu Yun was wearing a mask, had changed his hairstyle and attire, even putting on a garment he had never worn before. He stood atop the mountain with the similarly masked Elder Wan Lei as the cold wind blew, causing Chu Yun's long hair to flutter slightly. Before long, at dawn, Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King slowly flew up the mountain path. Chu Yun thought inwardly as the night sky was dark, but with the moonlight shining, he clearly saw the faces of the 3 individuals. Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King stood directly in front of Chu Yun, marking the formal meeting between the 2 parties. Are you the esteemed Chu Yun? The Black Iron King asked first. Chu Yun suppressed his voice and replied steadily, It is I. How can you prove it? The Black Iron King's face wore a smile that didn't reach his eyes. No proof is needed. I believe that apart from myself, no one in the entire Great Xia Dynasty would dare impersonate Chu Yun. Chu Yun, with hands behind his back, looked at them firmly and confidently said. Wang Hansua smiled faintly. Chu Yun, you truly are an extraordinary genius. Indeed, only a fool would dare to impersonate Chu Yun in such a precarious moment. Chu Yun calmly replied. In that case, let us first express our sincerity, shall we? Wang Hansua laughed. No problem. Immediately after, he took out a box containing an evil infant from his storage. This contains a mid-stage Nirvana realm evil infant. Although it may not compare to the one from the Misty Rain Tower, it is our intention to meet Chu Yun. Wang Hansua presented the box. After Chu Yun received it, he secretly used his netherworld divine eye to confirm its contents, ensuring it was indeed a Nirvana realm evil infant. I have received your sincerity. Now let us get to the point. Which faction do you come from? What do you wish to discuss? After accepting the box, Chu Yun directly inquired without any hesitation. Meanwhile, on the peak of Songfeng Mountain, there were not only the 2 groups present. An elder from the Misty Rain Tower, responsible for lurking and tracking, hid at the edge of the cliff, observing the situation over here. Including Meng Rushue, who had followed the Black Iron King out of the city, was now hiding behind a large rock, concealing her presence and keeping her eyes fixed on Chu Yun. However, she felt somewhat disappointed. This Chu Yun was not the doppelganger of the heavenly demoness. She had been the archenemy of the heavenly demoness for many years and could easily identify any of her doppelgangers with a glance. Yet this Chu Yun before her was not one of them. Nonetheless, since she was already here, she was curious to see what background this Chu Yun had. To defeat a peak Golden Core cultivator at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, even during her reign as an emperor in her past life, such a prodigy was rare. Esteemed Chu Yun, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Hansua, the 3rd elder of the Divine Sect. These 2 are the Black Iron King of the Great Xia Dynasty, and the other is the Duke of Guanshan. Upon hearing their identities, Chu Yun's pupils slightly shifted. They were actually affiliated with the Empress. What a coincidence for tonight. If it were just the 3 of them, Elder Wan Lei could easily handle them, and it would likely not pose much trouble. The identities of the 3 of you are somewhat unexpected to me. Elder Wang, may I ask what you wish to discuss with me? Chu Yun inquired with a hint of interest. Chu Yun, do you have a master? Or are you affiliated with any sect or family? Wang Hansua asked. I have no sect or affiliation. Please feel free to speak your mind, Chu Yun replied. All right. In that case, we shall not beat around the bush. Chu Yun, we represent Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince, and we wish to invite you to join the East Palace. If you are willing to agree, His Highness the Crown Prince has stated that the terms will be set by you. He himself greatly admires you. The Black Iron King spoke straightforwardly. Chu Yun did not expect that it was the Empress and the Crown Prince trying to win him over. At this moment he could hardly if they knew that Xiao Yan's true identity was the 9th prince they sought to eliminate, one could only imagine their— Chu Yun did not respond immediately. He carefully pondered and suddenly came up with a better idea. Joining the East Palace. Please convey to the Crown Prince that while I accept his intentions, what I seek is likely something you do not have, so let us not complicate matters for each other. Chu Yun tactfully took a step back. I do not know what Xiao Yan requires, but please feel free to say, the Black Iron King said seriously as he looked at him. 2 items, one is the 10th Sandier Blood Essence Stone, and the other is a peak-level evil infant from the Nirvana realm. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Black Iron King and his companions darkened slightly. The 2 items young Master Xiao requires are indeed exceedingly rare. Wang Hansua said solemnly. Chu Yun with an indifferent attitude replied, as I said, what I need is probably not available to the Crown Prince, so let's not complicate matters for each other. If there's nothing else, then we shall take our leave. Chu Yun and Master Wan Lei were just about to depart. Wang Hansua immediately said, young Master Xiao, please wait. Chu Yun halted, calmly gazing at him. Young Master Xiao, if we can procure these 2 items, would you be willing to join the Eastern Palace and serve the Crown Prince and the Empress? Wang Hansua asked cautiously. Chu Yun agreed, of course. As long as you can provide what I need, I am willing to do my utmost to assist the Crown Prince in ascending to the throne. Wang Hansua nodded seriously. Good. Young Master Xiao, while these 2 items are invaluable, we might not be entire. However, we need some time to discuss this matter. Once decided, we will give young Master Xiao a response. Chu Yun, 10 days later at the same time, we will meet here. Chu Yun gave them 10 days primarily to allow them enough time to gather these 2 items. Alright, it's a deal. After reaching an agreement with Chu Yun, Wang Hansua and the others departed. The elder from the Misty Rain Tower was just about to follow Chu Yun when, boom, taking another step forward, and your blood will spill here. A bolt of thunderous power from Master Wan Lei struck before him, creating a magnetic field of lightning that ensnared him like thorns blocking his path. As the sound reached his ears, the elder from the Misty Rain Tower, startled, abandoned his pursuit. Meng Rushue, who remained behind, witnessed everything. Her face slightly illuminated with doubt. The power of a master. Who exactly is he? At this moment, Meng Rushue was very curious about Xiao Yan's identity, as her protector turned out to be a master. This truly surprised her. Also, due to the presence of Master Wan Lei, both the Misty Rain Tower and Meng Rushue had to give up on further tracking. Due to her insufficient cultivation, many of her actions were limited. Meng Rushue also planned to return and quickly refine the source of nirvana to transcend the nirvana realm. By then, even when facing figures at the master level, she would at least have some means of self-preservation. Under the protection of Master Wan Lei, Chu Yun returned smoothly to his residence. In the back hall, Luo Feng was pacing back and forth waiting. Upon seeing Chu Yun and Master Wan Lei return unscathed, his expression brightened. Your Highness, how did it go? Did anything happen? It's nothing. What about you? Chu Yun entered, his face calm. The Misty Rain Tower sent someone to follow me, but I know the roads in the Imperial City far better than they do, so I shook them off in no time. It's nothing. What about you? Chu Yun entered, his face calm. The Misty Rain Tower sent someone to follow me, but I know the roads in the Imperial City far better than they— locked in a dark room in the backyard. By the way, Your Highness, did you find out who the other party is? Luo Feng asked curiously. People from the Emperor's faction. Chu Yun briefly summarized the situation for him. Luo Feng frowned. Wang Hansua and the Prince of Baisong have secretly come to the Imperial City. It seems that the Empress used her power to secretly open a special passage for them, otherwise they couldn't possibly evade the shadow guards. The 2 of them entered the city in secret. I must report this to the Emperor. After thinking for a moment, Luo Feng felt it was necessary to report, especially considering that Wang Hansua was not an ordinary person and the Prince of Guanshan entered the city without prior notice. If this action were to be accounted for, it would be treason. No need. They are all doomed already. Why report? Chu Yun said leisurely. Does Your Highness mean there will be action taken against them in 10 days at the Tsangfeng Mountains? Luo Feng inquired. Chu Yun smiled and nodded gently. Today, had it not been for Wang Hangquo's conditions allowing him to act as he pleased, he would have already had Master Wan Lei take action. However, now that it has come to this, it's for the better. You see, the conditions he offered are likely to be met by the Emperor's faction given their influence. By 10 days from now, both the treasures and the people would be mine. What a delight. Alright, Captain Luo, let's first go check on my elder brother. Yes, Your Highness. The 3 of them left the Grand Hall, and following the night arrived at the secret chamber where Chu Yuan was detained. At this moment, Chu Yuan was bound to a rack, his entire being utterly exhausted with his head hanging low. The noise caused by Chu Yun and the others woke him up. Chu Yun, Luo Feng, you have such audacity. Dare to bind me here. Do you believe that if my mother and brother discover my disappearance tomorrow, you will all be utterly doomed? Kidnapping a prince is a crime worthy of execution. Upon seeing Chu Yun and Luo Feng before him, Chu Yun's rage boiled over as he threatened and cursed furiously. TSK tisk, third brother, what you're saying is quite amusing. Who isn't a prince here? As for what you're thinking, don't worry, your mother and brother won't suspect that you have been replaced. Chu Yun said with a playful smile. What? What do you mean by that? You tied me up and even found someone to Chu Yun, you little brat, are you trying to play these tricks with me? You're just like your mother, an utterly despicable wretch. I don't know what that woman has done to charm father so utterly, but even so she cannot escape the fact that she is a rat. At this moment, Chu Yuan showed no pretense his deep-seated hatred for Chu Yun and his mother spilling over as he cursed rampantly. Chu Yun gazed at him with a calm expression that was somewhat unsettling. Captain Luo has missed you already searched? Yes, your highness. Luo Feng replied. Good, then you two may leave for now. Hearing Chu Yun's order, Luo Feng and Master Wan Lei exchanged glances, then nodded understood. The two figures quickly exited the dark room. Chu Yun looked at Chu Yuan, his expression emotionless. Blood, boom. In an instant, the power of the heavenly blood divine root within Chu Yun was exerted to its limit. The blood energy within him surged in an instant, and a vast torrent of blood energy suddenly emanated from Chu Yun, forming a circular blood realm that enveloped the entire dark room. In an instant, the environment surrounding Chu Yuan and Chu Yun transformed. The world shifted, and the two found themselves above a blood lake. At the center of the blood lake, there was a habitat resembling a desolate island, the entire sky shrouded in crimson with blood mist enveloping the surroundings. Where is this place? Chu Yuan gazed at the suddenly altered environment, his expression a mix of shock and tremor. The blood heaven world. This is the world within my body, the Qiankuan world. Although it's a bit small, it's at least an independent realm separate from the outside world. Chu Yun said flatly, still expressionless. Your world, Chu Yun, what kind of wild dream are you having? With your uselessness, you dare to have such fantasies. If you know what's good for you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, once mother finds out, neither your mother nor the Asura can protect you. Chu Yuan scoffed at Chu. Without further ado, Chu Yun's fingertips glowed with blood energy, several strands of blood energy, radiating a dazzling crimson light. Hisses, dozens of slender blood snakes suddenly flew out from the blood lake, opening their blood-red mouths and viciously biting into Chu Yuan's body. Chu Yun, you little beast. Brother and mother will never let you off. Chu Yuan's pupils instantly filled with blood vessels as the venom from the snakes spread through his blood, his skin already showing toxic patterns creeping through every inch of his veins. The corrosion of the blood poison continuously gnawed at his organs, tormenting his mental will, a pain so severe it was akin to a fate worse than death. Chu Yun, if you have the ability, just kill me. Otherwise, once I get out, I will definitely not let you off. 3 blood snakes bit into his neck, and Chu Yuan howled in pain and anger, his screams echoing mournfully throughout the entire blood heaven world. Wanna die? It's not that easy. These snakes biting into you will transform into another type of toxin once your body reaches its limit, using poison to counteract poison to detoxify you. However, your suffering won't lessen by even a fraction. Day after day, endlessly. Brother, just enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. A cold smirk appeared on Chu Yun's face as he turned away. Chu Yun, you bastard. I will definitely kill you. Chu Yuan's frantic howls intertwined with his screams ringing out. However, Chu Yun had already returned outside, and the blood energy in the secret room had completely dissipated. This was the innate divine ability of his heavenly blood divine root, the blood heaven world. His blood heaven world was still just an independent blood lake. Although the power of blood energy was considerable, it was ultimately limited. However, the blood heaven world could gradually increase its limits according to his cultivation level and the essence of the heavenly blood substances. It could grow into a sea of blood, a blood city, a blood realm, secret realms, and even ultimately become a true world of heaven and earth. This was also the key reason he proposed the need for Sandier blood essence stones to Wang Han and others to enhance his blood heaven world. In this way, his combat power could rise another level. Ding! Master Chu Yuan's hatred value has reached 100%, ready for harvesting at any time. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind. It seemed that Chu Yuan had hated him from the very beginning. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the hatred value to be maxed out after just a short period of torment. However, Chu Yun was not in a hurry to harvest him. Keeping him for later use to pull the hatred value from the Empress or the Crown Prince would definitely yield double the results with half the effort. In the Eastern Palace. Sandier blood essence stones, a peak, Nirvana realm, evil infant. These are not ordinary items. Such precious items cannot be brought forth by anyone below the level of a venerable. The guest, known as Mr. By under the Crown Prince's command, said with a somber expression. The Black Iron King and Wang Han along with a few others were also seated nearby. Crown Prince Chu Rong sat above, silent and contemplative. Your Highness, these 2 conditions are indeed sky-high prices. You need to think carefully about whether to agree or not, the Black Iron King reminded. Chu Yun pondered for a moment before saying, if we think from another angle, since Xiao Yin dares to propose such conditions, it indicates that his own value must be no less than these two items. The assistance he can provide to me in the future will undoubtedly be immeasurable. Such a prodigy with his own pride is understandable. As for this matter, I have no objections. However, the Eastern Palace does not have these two items, or I will need to go to the palace tomorrow to consult with Mother. You all worked hard tonight, you may go back and rest now. Everyone replied, yes, Your Highness. Everyone could sense that the Crown Prince truly liked and admired this Xiao Yin as he agreed to such high demand. If Xiao Yin were to enter the Eastern Palace later, his position could very well be second to none. On the second floor in one of the rooms, the elder reported to Sun Yin about what he had observed. What you mean is that there is a venerable level protector beside Xiao Yin. Master, there is absolutely no mistake about this. That thunderous power formed a magnetic field that directly blocked me in place, as such might could only be achieved by a venerable. The elder replied firmly and affirmatively. Hearing this, Sun Yin fell into deep thought. If there was a venerable level protector beside Xiao Yin, then the previous judgments and analyses made by him and their leader about Xiao Yin had to be completely overturned. What does it mean to have a venerable level protector? In the entire Xia Dynasty, there are no more than 3 noble prodigies who have a venerable protector below the age of 60. Moreover, they all have powerful backing. For instance, the crown prince of the Xia Dynasty, Chu Yun, has his. The foundation and strength of the Empress faction are sufficient to provide a venerable as the protector of Crown Prince Chu Yun. Yet for Xiao Yin, they had yet to uncover his identity and background. And if he had a venerable level protector, he could definitely not be an isolated rogue cultivator. Yet he still proposed conditions that if the Eastern Palace could provide, he would join. This was too suspicious. I understand, you may leave now. Yes, master. After the elder left, the door was closed tightly. Sun Yin's expression turned serious as he said, Leader, it seems we need to reassess this Xiao Yin. If he has a venerable level protector, it would not be difficult to investigate if he is from within the Xia Dynasty, but he can only be from within the Great Xia Dynasty. I have received news from headquarters that no talents have entered this territory in recent years. If we can't find anything, then we must consider whether there are forces that have secretly risen, but we just do not know. The voice of the Lord of the Misty Rain Pavilion sounded again. Sun Yin's expression changed. Yes, I will immediately send someone to investigate and clarify this matter. After Chu Yun left the secret chamber, he found Luo Feng and learned from him about the soul-searching results regarding Chu Yuan by the heavenly demonesses. Tomorrow's Eastern Palace banquet, the Crown Prince, Chu Rong, only planned to test Chu Yun's strength and talent to see what category he falls into. As for the events of that year, Chu Yuan was not even 10 years old at the time, so he is not very clear about the specifics. He only knew that it was all personally handled by his mother. Deep down, he harbored resentment towards concubine Shi, who received favor from his father since he could remember, as his father had always neglected his mother, leading Chu Yuan to hate concubine Shi and anyone related to her to the bone. As for the rest, they were just some inconsequential matters. Early in the morning, the Crown Prince went to the palace. He only returned to the Eastern Palace at noon, and this was permitted by the Empress. This directly caused Wang Han to mistakenly convey this news back to the Divine Sect. The Divine Sect had also captured a few Nirvana Realm evil infants in their early years, one of which happened to be a peak Nirvana Realm, and it was sealed within the Divine Sect. As for Lan Ji herself, she personally conveyed the message to the leader of the Blood God Sect requesting a piece of Tenthasanier Blood Essence Stone. The Blood God Sect is the least lacking in such items. However, even for the Blood God Sect, a Tenthasanier Blood Essence Stone is a priceless item that can only be obtained through her personal intervention. A supply transfer is currently being carried out safely under the meticulous arrangements of the Empress faction. However, they could never have imagined that this painstaking transfer of treasures for Xiao Yin would ultimately yield nothing, and they would pay with both the woman and the soldiers. As time passed, the day of the Eastern Palace banquet quickly arrived. That night, Chu Yun dressed up and stepped out of his room, where Luo Feng was already waiting at the door. Your Highness. Chu Yun looked at him. Commander Luo, let's go. Yes. Due to the earlier appearance of the 10,000 Thunder Venerable at the Misty Rain Pavilion and the fact that he only wore a mask on the Songfeng Mountain to avoid unnecessary incidents, Chu Yun decided to leave him at the estate. The Eastern Palace tonight was indeed bustling with activity. The Crown Prince personally hosted a banquet to celebrate the return of the 9th Prince, Chu Yun, inviting nearly all the young nobles of the Imperial city, such as the little prince of the Wang family, many young masters and ladies from prominent families, and the children of powerful figures within the city were all on the guest list. Aside from giving the Crown Prince enough face, most of them also wanted to see what the long-lost 9th Prince looked like. Chu Yun and Luo Feng left the prince's estate and leisurely arrived at the entrance of the Eastern Palace. Several servants stood at the entrance to welcome guests, and one of them, seeing the unfamiliar face of Chu Yun, stepped forward to politely inquire, May I ask if this young master is the ninth prince? Yes. Chu Yun nodded lightly. Ninth prince, please come inside. The crown prince has been waiting for a long time. The servant immediately led Chu Yun and Luo Feng into the Eastern Palace. At this moment in the luxurious and splendid hall of the Eastern Palace, several extraordinarily beautiful songstresses were dancing in the center to entertain the guests. Crown Prince Chu Yun was seated at the main seat, and around him were several other princes of the dynasty, as well as many renowned nobles from the city. The third prince, Chu Yuan, was prominently seated in the first position to the left of the crown prince. This showed the crown prince's strong bond with him. However, he was completely unaware that the current Chu Yuan had already been replaced. Ninth prince has arrived. At these words, all the nobles in the hall turned their gazes towards the entrance. There stood Chu Yun, calm and composed, dressed in splendid clothes exuding an innate aura of nobility. Luo Feng followed closely behind him, and under the gaze of many nobles the two entered the great hall. We pay our respects to the crown prince. Chu Yun smiled slightly and cupped his hands in salute to the crown prince at the highest position. Ha ha ha. Ninth brother and Commander Luo have arrived. You and I are brothers, no need for formalities, please take a seat. All the friends have been waiting for you. The crown prince, Chu Rong, smiled kindly. Chu Yun smiled and nodded, then he and Luo Feng sat down in an empty spot on the right. Chu Yun could feel the gazes of everyone in the hall directed at him, some filled with curiosity, while others displayed disdainful scrutiny. Crown Prince, I heard that today several of my brothers have also come. I would trouble His Highness to introduce them to me. After sitting down, Chu Yun spoke up. All right. Ninth brother, even if you didn't ask, I would still introduce them to you. The one sitting to your left is your fourth brother, the fourth prince, Chu Shun. The one to your right is your fifth brother, the fifth prince, Chu Yu. The one across from you is your sixth sister, the sixth princess, Chu Xinyan. As for the one next to her, he is your seventh brother, the seventh prince, Chu Bei. Lastly, sitting opposite your third brother is your eighth brother, the eighth prince, Chu Hao. In the entire hall, aside from the second prince leading the army at the border, the other princes and princesses were present. Chu Yun glanced around, and everyone exchanged slight nods with him. Chu Yun had naturally learned about these brothers of his. The fourth, fifth, and seventh were not particularly outstanding among the princes, nor were they part of the crown prince's faction, making them a neutral party. The sixth princess and the eighth prince were both born of the favored concubine, so their relationship naturally surpassed that of the others. As for the second prince, he was the cleverest among them. His talent was the best among all the princes, excelling in both literary and martial skills. In fact, back in the day, the crown prince was overshadowed by him. However, due to the death of his mother and his lack of background, if he remained in court, he would be a thorn in the emperor's side. Thus, he had long requested to lead the army at the border, avoiding the power struggles in the court and staying away from the whirlpool of imperial power. Chu Yun stood up at this moment, raised his wine cup, and respectfully addressed them. Dear imperial brothers and sisters, I have just returned to the imperial city and am still unfamiliar with the people and affairs here, thus I could not visit you at the first opportunity. Therefore, I hope you all will not hold it against me. Chu Yun here will take a cup as self-punishment. After finishing, Chu Yun directly downed the drink. Ha ha ha. Brother Nine, we're all family. No need for formalities. Your return brings great joy to us elder brothers and sisters. Emperor Shi and His Majesty the Emperor have long yearned for you. Your return at last fulfills a cherished wish of theirs, Prince Chu Shun said with a smile. Indeed, Brother Nine. We are kin. No empty courtesies required. Should you ever need anything within the capital, come straight to Sixth Sister. Princess Chu Xinyan interjected. Thank you, Sixth Sister. Chu Yun replied, setting down his wine cup before resuming his seat. Brother Nine, today's banquet was arranged by eldest brother solely in your honor. And surely you must demonstrate your cultivation for us elder brothers and sisters. The demoness of heaven, disguised as Prince Chu Yuan, spoke languidly. This had been orchestrated from the outset by the crown prince, and the demoness of heaven had already secretly apprised Chu Yun of the arrangements planned for this banquet. Chu Yun smiled unruffled. May I ask what Brother Three has in mind? Prince Chu Yuan returned the smile. In our Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, martial supremacy reigns supreme. As imperial princes, we dare not neglect the Tao of martial cultivation. Brother Nine has been back for several days now, yet none of us know the extent of your talent or cultivation. Why not seize this festive occasion to reveal your progress? Upon hearing these words, most nobles and dignitaries in attendance exchanged knowing glances. Clearly, Prince Three sought to gauge Prince Nine's cultivation level and standing. Brother Nine has only just returned after a few days. He may not yet have had the opportunity to study many of the imperial sect's profound arts and techniques. Must this be rushed? To Chu Yun's surprise, it was Prince Chu Hao, who spoke up in his defense. Recall that at the mist-shrouded auction hall, Chu Hao's agents had even bid on intelligence concerning the defensive forces of Prince Nine's residence. His intentions toward Chu Yun remained ambiguous. Prince Chu Hao possessed an elegant scholarly bearing, calm, composed, and seemingly unflappable. From his countenance alone, Chu Yun sensed profound depth of thought, far more complex than his serene exterior suggested. Brother 8, your words missed the mark. As princes, I merely wish to witness Brother 9's growth during his years of whether strong or weak. As an elder brother, how could I utter a single word of reproach? Chu Yuan replied. The crown prince, the banquet's host, sat leisurely in his seat, wine cup in hand, observing the scene with detached amusement. Chu Yun understood if he refused now, they would simply devise other pretexts later. So why not accept? I am deeply grateful for 8th brother's goodwill, Chu Yun says. Yet brother 3 raises a fair point. Since this banquet is graciously hosted by His Highness the Crown Prince in my honor, it is only fitting that I offer some demonstration. Chu Yun rose slowly to his feet. The Crown Prince offered a courteous remark, no formalities needed. Should you prefer, we may simply continue our conversation and enjoy our wine. Chu Yun shook his head, inwardly mocking Chu Rong's hypocrisy, refusing to act directly, yet using Prince 3 as his mouthpiece, all while posturing as the magnanimous elder brother. But if I am to demonstrate, surely I require an opponent. Standing at the hall's center, Chu Yun watched as the court musicians withdrew. He surveyed the assembly and turned his gaze to the Crown Prince. Then allow me to test Prince 9's formidable skills. From among the assembled aristocrats, a young woman clad in azure robes rose gracefully and stepped forward. Who is she? Chu Yun asked. Instantly the Crown Prince introduced her. I nearly forgot. Allow me to present. This is Lady Bailon Qi, the beloved daughter of the Marquis of Guanshan and the adopted daughter of His Holiness the Imperial Grand Master. Chu Yun smiled faintly. The Marquis of Guanshan's daughter. I've long heard of your name. Prince 9 is too kind. Today I shall respectfully test your prowess. Pray show me mercy. Lady Bailon Qi smiled gently. Chu Yun responded without hesitation, a pleasure. Indeed a pleasure. Brother 9, Lady Bailon. This is but a friendly exchange. Let no ill will arise. The Crown Prince offered a hollow admonition. Yes, your highness. Rest assured, elder brother. They took opposing stances, only 5 paces apart, while every eye in the hall fixed upon them. Lady Bailon Qi cultivated at the peak of the gathering Qi realm, a respectable rank among the capital's prodigies, though not exceptional. Yet all knew Chu Yun had vanished over 2 decades ago, deprived since childhood of imperial resources and tutelage, and had only returned mere days prior. This match, they believed, would end in swift, inevitable defeat. There was no doubt. Prince 9, I beg your pardon. 5-star divination. She struck first. 5 star-like spirit orbs coalesced in her palms and descended from 5 directions. Chu Yun glanced upward and merely curved his lips into a faint smile. In the next instant, his form blurred like a phantom, effortlessly evading all 5 orbs. Remarkable speed. Prince Ba's pupils contracted slightly. The other princes, witnessing Chu Yun's swiftness, instantly sensed something extraordinary about their 9th brother. Unfazed by his evasion, Lady Bailon Qi redirected her spiritual energy. The 5 orbs unleashed hundreds of radiant beams, falling like torrential rain. Chu Yun raised his left palm. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing before him into a crimson arc. Break! The blood-hued arc shot forward, swift as a ravenous blood dragon, splintering the luminous beams with explosive force. Boom! 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 With unstoppable momentum, the crimson arc pierced through all 5 spirit orbs. By the time Lady Bailon Qi reacted, it hovered motionless, mere inches from her brow. 1 step closer, and her life would have ended. A deathly silence fell across the entire hall. Her face paled, even her breath caught in stunned terror. All others wore expressions of utter shock. Even the Crown Prince's eyes flickered with genuine astonishment. Did I frighten you, Lady Bailon? Chu Yun retracted his power and approached her, a faint, tranquil smile upon his lips. No, I'm fine. Thank you, Prince 9, for holding back. Lady Bailon Qi breathed, regaining her composure. Glad to hear it, Chu Yun replied, and then turned his gaze toward the Crown Prince. Elder brother, how do you find my little demonstration? And what say the esteemed guests assembled here? He asked deliberately. Brother 9, you truly surprised me. I had no idea you'd already reached the initial stage of the transmuting Qi realm. I rejoice in your achievement. Though inwardly seething, Chu Rong maintained his gracious smile. The power aura previously revealed by Chu Yun indeed belonged to the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm. This was also because upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, Chu Yun, fully aware of the prince's arrangements, had directly asked Master Wan Lei to seal his cultivation. Remaining at the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm was sufficient. This was also to prevent the identity of Xiao Yin from being exposed. After all, having acquired such a precious item, it would be heartbreaking if it were lost due to a banquet. Hearing Chu Rong's exceedingly hypocritical words, Chu Yun replied, compared to my elder brother, I am still far behind. 9th brother, you are too modest. After all, I am slightly older than you. If you were at my age, your cultivation would surely not be lacking. Chu Yun smiled and said nothing, returning to his seat. 9th brother, I heard that when you first returned, you seemed to be at the gathering Qi realm, right? How is it that in just a few days your cultivation has already broken through to the Qi transformation realm? Could it be that you had some fortuitous encounter during these few days? The fifth prince Chu Yun inquired tentatively. Chu Yun responded calmly, fifth brother must have misheard. I returned with the cultivation level of the initial Qi transformation realm. I simply did not disclose it to the outside world. The fifth prince Chu Yun nodded slightly. I see. Ninth brother, I observe that the power you cultivate seems to belong to a type of blood-based technique. This reminds me of a certain prominent figure in the Imperial city these past few days. The eighth prince, Chu Hao, suddenly interjected. Eighth brother, you must be referring to Xiao Yin, who gained fame after the battle at the Misty Rain Tower. Exactly. Chu Hao nodded seriously. It is said that Xiao Yin cultivates a blood technique, and with his cultivation at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, was able to slay a peak Golden Core duelist from the Misty Rain Tower without sustaining any injuries. Such talent is exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, no one knows where this Xiao Yin comes from or what he looks like. Otherwise, we would definitely want to meet him. Chu Yuan suddenly chimed in, since we both practice blood techniques, if ninth brother is indeed Xiao Yin, then you have already made his acquaintance. Chu Yun immediately turned his gaze towards the heavenly demon woman. He knew this was intentional on her part, but it still startled him. This woman really knows how to stir things up. The others in the hall also smiled upon hearing this, treating Chu Yuan's words as a mere joke. After all, even if they both practiced blood techniques, could the ninth prince be Xiao Yin? How could that be possible? One at the Qi transformation realm, and the other at the Golden Core realm. The disparity between them was like heaven and earth, especially in the eyes of the prince. What was Chu Yun even worth? How could he be compared to Xiao Yin, who was about to join the Eastern Palace? That would simply be an insult to Xiao Yin. Eighth brother, rest assured. Since you wish to befriend Xiao Yin as your elder brother, I will do my utmost to fulfill. The prince's words surprised the eighth prince greatly, yet he still said, then thank you, elder brother. Following that, they entered the most tedious segment of the banquet. It was nothing more than exchanging pleasantries, and the prince, as the host, introduced Chu Yun to the identities and backgrounds of the nobles present. Chu Yun returned the toasts one by one, exchanging some trivialities. The banquet only concluded deep into the night. Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the prince's residence. Meanwhile, in the side hall of the Eastern Palace, the Prince Chu Rong, Chu Yuan, Princess Bailan Qi of Guanshan, and Wang Hansua, who had been residing in the Eastern Palace, were all seated in the hall. The initial stage of the Qi transformation realm. This is somewhat unexpected. This little bastard has been outside for over 20 years and could still break through to the Qi transformation realm. If that's the case, his talent must not be too poor, otherwise how could anyone else in such a remote sect as the Zhihua sect with scarce resources achieve such a rapid breakthrough? Wang Hansua analyzed calmly. Although the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm wasn't considered top tier among the geniuses in the Imperial city, it must be noted that Chu Yun had lived in a resource-poor sect like the Zhihua sect, which was incomparable to the quality resources they enjoyed. Yet even so, he had still reached the initial stage of the Qi transformation realm. This could only be explained by talent. The prince's expression slightly darkened, his gaze turned cold. Humph, once this period passes, it will be his death knell. Moreover, I will soon acquire this unparalleled genius Xiao Yin. When the time comes for his training, even if he is just an unworthy survivor, let alone the second prince, he will certainly be crushed. By then, the older generation will be restrained by my mother, while this generation of youngsters will be thoroughly dominated by me. In the entire Great Xia, none can escape my grasp of power. The prince's words unabashedly revealed his desire for control and his greedy ambition. Your Highness, should we send someone to keep an eye on Chu Yun next? After all, with his current talent, if he were to recruit some noble families within the city, it could pose a slight threat to our future plans. The Guanshan prince advised. The prince shook his head with immense confidence. Prince, you think too highly of him. The strength he displayed today was indeed beyond our expectations. But he is still far from being a match for me. Right now, he is merely an ant. If it weren't for his uncle, the Shura master, still residing in the palace, I could easily crush him anytime, anywhere. Have you ever seen someone monitoring an ant? Hearing this, the Baisong prince said nothing further. After chatting about the progress of the eternal blood essence stone and the peak nirvana realm evil infant, they all departed. The next day, Chu Yun woke up early primarily because the cooldown time for editing backgrounds had elapsed. System check editing points. Editing points 6400. Recommend a few good backgrounds. Let me see what the situation is. Recommended backgrounds include the illegitimate son of Queen Lan, G, 2000 editing points. Direct disciple of the elder of the Huangzhou Mountain clan, 1500 editing points. The Door disciple of the Blood God sect, 1700 editing points. The Prince Chu Rong's father, 4000 editing points. The brother of the chief steward of the Misty Rain Tower, Sun Yin, 6000 editing points. The Prime Minister Meng Changshong's longtime confidant, 4800 editing points. The reincarnation of the Heavenly Demon Woman's first love, 6000 editing points. The fate-bound Empress Meng Ruxa's unresolved past, 8000 editing points. The sole disciple of the carefree master, 10,000 editing points. The lord of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 editing points. Chu Yun felt a few black lines appear on his forehead. This system is truly a trickster filled with contrasts. Wait a minute. The backgrounds of Meng Changzhong and Meng Ruxue are quite acceptable in terms of price. But why can this Su Nian's younger brother reach 6,000 editing points? What kind of joke is this? Chu Yun immediately felt that something was wrong with the pricing here. A schemer. Absolutely a schemer. System Master. Although Su Nian is merely at the peak of the Nirvana realm, his status within the Yinyu Tower is quite extraordinary. He is the nephew of a high-ranking figure at the Yinyu Tower headquarters, and the reason he is sent to the Great Xia Dynasty is due to some mistakes he made being assigned here. However, with his uncle's capabilities, it is only a matter of time before Su Nian is recalled to the Yinyu Tower headquarters, so his editing points of 6,000 are actually not high, even considered quite reasonable. System. No deception for the old and young. But what about those others? Why are they so outrageously expensive? Even higher than those connections of the Destiny Empress. Who are those people? Xia Yozi, a peerless genius from the previous generation of the Yuan realm, spent his life practicing the sword, roaming the world as a loose cultivator, achieving the status of a supreme being, and is said to be invincible in the same realm. As for the lord of the Rakshasa sect, the strength of the Rakshasa sect is far superior to that of the Great Xia Dynasty. In the Rakshasa sect, a venerable can only serve as a protector or elder at most, and only those who achieve the supreme realm are considered core high-ranking members. The Holy King of Metian, an extraordinary existence with a single thought, can dominate everything in the Great Xia Dynasty. My goodness. So terrifying. Invincible in the same realm. And the extraordinary surpassing the saint, these are truly divine. Chu Yun marveled at the strength and backgrounds of these individuals. However, with his current editing points, he still couldn't consider them. The most suitable choice for him right now was to select a background editor from either the Destiny Empress or the Demoness. However, his editing points were still insufficient for the Destiny Empress. After much thought, he decided to choose the background of the Demoness former beloved for editing. Editing the background of the Demoness former beloved. In an instant, Chu Yun's editing points were reduced to background is currently being edited. Please wait. The cause and effect changes have been completed. Identity reset has been completed. Focus. Congratulations, Master. Identity editing successful. As the background editing was completed, some memories also surfaced in Chu Yun's mind. A long time ago, the Demoness was just an ordinary girl. Due to her frail health, a boy who was also an orphan took. Gradually, as they spent time together, feelings blossomed between them, but unfortunately neither dared to break the ice. Until one day, because of the Demoness' stunning beauty, she attracted the attention of a young master from a prominent family. He wanted to possess the Demoness, so he directly brought people to kill that boy in front of her. Until the moment the boy died, the Demoness had no chance to express her feelings. Watching her beloved die before her eyes completely broke the Demoness' spirit, awakening the long-hidden Tianhun devil body within her. Thus, a legendary figure emerged in the history of the Yuan realm. And Chu Yun's identity is the reincarnation of that deceased boy. While this plot truly sacrifices love for power, boundless magic, Chu Yun clicked his tongue. It's a pity the Demoness didn't utter that line, "Revive my beloved." Otherwise, the plot would have truly transcended. Chu Yun glanced at a mole in the center of his palm, as well as a birthmark on his leg. Those were the unique marks of that boy from back then. At that time, he only needed to casually reveal them in front of it. Everything would naturally fall into place. Although it is said that a reincarnation does not necessarily carry the traits of its past life. But as long as the Demoness has doubts, she will definitely find a way to verify it. At this moment, what Chu Yun fears the least is verification. "Your Highness, are you there?" At that moment, someone knocked on the door. It was Atai's voice. "What is it?" Upon hearing Chu Yun's voice, Atai immediately replied, "Your Highness, Miss Yu has returned and wishes to see you." Chu Yun was a bit surprised. It truly was a case of speaking of the devil, and the devil appeared. However, logically speaking, the Demoness should be at the third prince's residence now. Why would she suddenly return? Could it be that something urgent has happened? "Let her come in." "Yes, Your Highness." Not long after, Atai left, a captivating fragrance wafted in from the doorway. The Demoness did not knock on the door, but pushed it open directly. "You seem to be quite leisurely." As soon as she entered, she saw Chu Yun sitting at the table cooking hot pot alone and savoring fine wine, and could not help but comment. "It's cold, why not sit down and eat together?" Chu Yun smiled and casually suggested. The Demoness then walked over and sat beside him. "Aren't you curious why I suddenly returned?" Chu Yun shook his head. "This is your home, you can return anytime." The Demoness was momentarily taken aback by his words. Is this person a bit strange? Is he flirting with me? She is not the naive type, and Chu Yun's words actually made her want to laugh. The Demoness' expression turned serious. "I came this time to tell you that the Destiny Empress plans to refine the source of Nirvana. You know our relationship. Therefore, I must stop her. Her strength is not weaker than mine, and I will go in my true form, but if anything unexpected happens that affects this avatar, then I will be helpless. Chu Yun was not foolish, and upon hearing her words, he instantly understood the demoness' intentions. She naturally wanted him to help her deal with the Destiny Empress to prevent her from succeeding in refining the source of nirvana. After all, if the demoness avatar were affected, it would ultimately be Chu Yun's problem. After swallowing his food, Chu Yun calmly said, I have not said that I wouldn't help you. Just tell me the specific time and place, and I will personally assist you in dealing with the Destiny Empress. The demoness was somewhat surprised, not expecting Chu Yun to agree so readily. This was beyond her expectations. However, she did not know that Chu Yun was definitely going to sabotage Meng Rux's plan, otherwise the source of nirvana in his hands would be gathering dust like Yin Pengzajura. Good. I will notify you immediately when she makes her move, the demoness nodded and said. Want you have some? This hot pot smells delicious. Chu Yun invited again, only then did the demoness glance at the hot pot in front of her, and looking at the ingredients boiling inside, deep within her heart the memories she had suppressed began to unravel. What's wrong? Chu Yun's hand hovered in midair, feigning ignorance. The heavenly demoness felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her heart. Upon seeing the birthmark in Chu Yun's hand, a tempest of emotions surged within her. The position was exactly the same, with not a single deviation. Even the shape and size were completely identical. Can there truly be such a coincidence in this world? The heavenly demoness snapped back to reality, her gaze fixed firmly on Chu Yun. Suddenly she stood up and directly grabbed Chu Yun's thigh. Hey, what are you doing? Although the charm of this temple is great, you don't need to be so wild, right? Chu Yun quickly put down the bowl and spoke. The heavenly demoness disregarded everything and lifted his pant leg, her eyes intensely focused on the root of Chu Yun's thigh. Upon seeing the mark on his leg, her face trembled, her eyes fixed on him, a mix of shock, joy, and confusion flashing through her expression, complex to the extreme. Chu Yun looked at her hand resting on his thigh. The warmth of her touch made him involuntarily say, so infatuated with this temple. Why not we simply get it over with? At this moment, the heavenly demoness had lost all interest in his words. The turmoil within her heart had already caused her expression to become somewhat unhinged. It really is you. Su Ziheng, you are the reincarnation of Su Ziheng, aren't you? The heavenly demoness gazed at him, her words infused with excitement, as if demanding Chu Yun to provide her the answer immediately. Chu Yun frowned. He could not admit it at this moment, otherwise acknowledging that he was Su Ziheng would directly tarnish his impression points due to the prior mocking and bullying of her. Thus forgetting became the best excuse. This temple does not know who the Su Ziheng you speak of is, but if you say he is my past life, perhaps there is indeed some possibility. What do you mean? You don't know who you were in your past life? The heavenly demoness found the situation hard to make sense of. If Chu Yun did not know who his past life was, how could he see through her identity? At this point, I will not hide it from you. To be honest, I truly do not know who my past life was, so I have no memories of my past life. As for how I see through your identity, it is because I have had a pair of unique eyes since I began to remember things, capable of seeing through most causes and effects in the world, including yours. Chu Yun casually fabricated a reason. The heavenly demoness, as expected, did not question further about what kind of eyes he had after this explanation. At this moment, all her focus was on Chu Yun's past life. Just based on these two places, you and Ziheng are completely identical. The birthmark and the mole are exactly the same in position, size, and shape. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? At this moment, the heavenly demoness genuinely wanted to believe that Chu Yun was Su Ziheng. After all, in her youth, Su Ziheng was her only spiritual support. It was his death that led her Yu Qinshin to become the demonic empress, the heavenly demoness. However, beneath this resplendent exterior lay a heart sealed by itself. And Su Ziheng was the only key to unlock this seal. Yet reason still told the heavenly demoness that the reincarnation and past life should not share completely identical traits. This might truly just be some sort of incredible coincidence. After all, Chu Yun himself said that he had no memories of Su Ziheng. After listening, Chu Yun remarked, I have had these two marks since I began to remember things. However, relying on just these 2 points cannot lead to a definitive conclusion. Unless you have another way to— As if inspired by his words, a light suddenly flashed in the heavenly demoness mind. Right? There is something that can determine if you are indeed Ziheng. With a thought, a withered flower appeared in her hand. This is a flower that Ziheng personally nurtured. It was initially able to grow and bloom because of a drop of Ziheng's blood. After his death, this flower withered. I sealed it within my soul for many years, and when I was an empress, I even placed a seal on this flower. Only the soul power of Ziheng can unlock it and cause the flower to bloom again. Now try it. If you can make this flower bloom again, there is no doubt that your past life is Ziheng. The heavenly demoness was eager, her expression revealing everything. Her concern and emphasis on this matter surpassed all else. Seeing her reaction, Chu Yun felt somewhat surprised. The heavenly demoness' response was much greater than he had imagined. It showed just how important Su Ziheng was to her. That uniqueness was irreplaceable. Chu Yun silently took the flower, placed it in the palm of his hand, and gently infused it with his soul power. Wow. Then this flower, which had already withered, visibly regained its luster, the fragrance blooming and blossom. Ziheng, it really is you. The heavenly demoness, seeing this, completely confirmed Chu Yun's identity. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and the long-sealed memories flooded back into her mind. She recalled how they had been inseparable during their teenage years. To have a bun to eat, Su Ziheng endured an hour of beating. She remembered that night, when heavy snow fell, and she fell ill, nearly freezing to death. It was Su Ziheng who, with sheer willpower and frostbite, carried her to a cave. She remembered Su Ziheng's eyes when he was dying, filled with tears, yet containing years of suppressed affection. All these moments were unforgettable for her, Yu Qinshin, across lifetimes. So who exactly is this Su Ziheng? What does my past life have to do with you? At this point, Chu Yun could only feign ignorance and ask knowingly. Tears streamed down the heavenly demoness' face as she gently wiped them away, looking at him with complex emotions. He was a very good person, and also the most important person in my life. Since you don't remember, there is no need to force yourself to recall. Your past life is ultimately your past life. You are still the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty, Chu Yun, and that will never change. Chu Yun, looking into your eyes, you don't seem well. Heavenly demoness. The heavenly demoness rarely revealed a hint of a smile. Don't call me heavenly demoness anymore, just call me Sheener. You used to call me that too. And don't worry about me. I'm just too happy. The heavenly demoness thought for a moment, and then earnestly said to him, Chu Yun, from now on you must remember, no matter what happens, I will unconditionally stand by your side and accompany you through it all. Whether you believe it now or not, time will prove everything. Chu Yun felt her sincerity gazing into her eyes. No need for proof, I believe you. At this moment, both of them locked eyes, and then they shared a smile. Not long after, the heavenly demon woman left the prince's residence. He still needed to continue disguising himself as Chu Yuan, so he could not stay here for too long. At this moment, Chu Yun sat alone in the room, holding the box given to him by Wang Han and the others, which sealed the evil infant. Yi Tun, are you sure you can do this? 2 evil infants at the Nirvana realm. Are you able to successfully evolve into a respectful level being? Chu Yun inwardly questioned the evil infant Yi Tun. Yi Tun replied respectfully, Master, this is absolutely certain. I have been at the peak of the Nirvana realm for many years and have devoured no less than a dozen Nirvana realm evil infants. I am already nearly transformed into a respectful level being. If I devour 2 more Nirvana realm evil infants, I will definitely become a respectful level evil infant and will not disappoint you, Master. Yi Tun assured earnestly. Chu Yun listened to his words, remaining composed. I hope so. If you can reach the respectful level, you will be able to transform into a human form, and then you won't have to hide in my mind all the time. Evil infants at the respectful level no longer need to exist in the form of infants. They can freely transform into various forms, such as human beings or demon beasts, which poses no difficulty for them. Moreover, unless one possesses significantly higher cultivation, even a respectful level being of the same realm would find it difficult to detect the true form of the evil infant without taking action. After putting away the box, Chu Yun sought out Luo Feng to enter the palace together. There were some matters he intended to discuss with his mother and uncle. In the Prime Minister's residence, Meng Rushua held a list in her hand, her gaze carefully scanning the names within. The formation she prepared to deal with the Nirvana realm had already been set up. Just outside the royal city, in a place called the Crescent Moon Valley. It was sparsely populated and eerily quiet, making it the perfect place for plotting. After carefully reviewing the list, Meng Ruxua's target was ultimately fixed on one person, the elder of the Yin family, Yin Song. The Yin family is a local noble family within the royal city. Although no one serves in the court, the Yin family's heritage cannot be overlooked, as they have produced figures of respectful level in the past. Although they are no longer what they once were, they still rank among the top 3 families in the royal city. Especially the current head of the Yin family, whose talent is not lacking. He merely lacks opportunities to break through to the respectful level. That's the one. Yin Song. Meng Rushua confirmed her target. The beautiful woman, upon hearing this name, pondered carefully. Miss Yin Song holds a high position within the Yin family, but he has no offspring and often stays within the Yin family. It might be somewhat difficult to trick him out of the city. Meng Rushua said calmly, having no offspring does not mean he has no one he cares about. I have heard that Yin Song has kept several young women outside to follow this lead and investigate a bit. The beautiful woman replied, yes, miss. In the palace, Chu Yun, the empress, and the Shura respectful level being sat together. Yuner, is there something you wish to discuss this time? The empress directly asked. Mother, I plan to establish my own network of connections within the royal city, Chu Yun said. The empress and the Shura respectful level being exchanged glances, the latter crossing his arms and speaking in a calm tone. Let's hear it. All right. Uncle, mother, you must know that if the crown prince disregards the power of the empress faction, the forces and connections surrounding him are the strongest among all of Father Emperor's offspring. Thus, relying solely on the Sure family, it's like having 2 fists against 4 hands. The strength is too weak. Therefore, I want to use myself as a foundation to start building a network that belongs exclusively to me. I'm here primarily to ask mother and uncle which forces within the royal city are suitable to stand on my side. Chu Yun spoke earnestly. His thoughts were of course the result of deep contemplation. After a moment of silence, the empress said, Yuner, there are many forces in the royal city and the relationships are quite complex. Some of the local forces in the royal city have been wooed by the crown prince, at least more than half. The remaining worthy ones are only the Yin family Tianbao Pavilion Ming Wangfu and the prime minister's residence. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun naturally knew about these forces. The Yin family with its deep-rooted strength ranks among the top 3 local families in the royal city. There is no need to say much about the prime minister's residence. The former prime minister, the first power figure, was indeed a genuine respectful level powerhouse. Even his uncle has to show some respect. Ming Wangfu is one of the 3 royal manors in the royal city. The other 2 rulers are the Black Iron King and the Xin King. The former has long been part of the Empress faction, while the latter has been in seclusion for 50 years, inaccessible to anyone, and thus not worth considering. As for Tianbao Pavilion, before the appearance of the Misty Rain Tower, Tianbao Pavilion was the foremost merchant association in the Great Xia Dynasty, shining brightly. However, after the emergence of the Misty Rain Tower, Tianbao Pavilion faced suppression, leading to serious business. Due to its resource foundation and even the strength of its upper management, it cannot compare to the Misty Rain Tower. Since then, Tianbao Pavilion has been continually overshadowed, and its past glory has faded. At this point, it can only open some branches in other regions of the Great Xia Dynasty to alleviate the financial pressure on the main pavilion. However, although Tianbao Pavilion cannot compete with the Misty Rain Tower, it does not mean it will completely collapse. After all, it was once the leading merchant association, and even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. The head of Tianbao Pavilion is still a figure of respectful level. However, now they have become quite low-key due to the existence of the Misty Rain Tower. I have heard that the Crown Prince seems to have tried to woo these forces, but ultimately failed. The Shura respectful level being nodded, replying, Indeed, Chu Rong not only tried to bring them in, but even attempted to reach out to Ming Wangfu. However, the leaders of these forces are all quite astute. Compared to being caught up in the whirlpool of royal power, what they want more is their own stability. After all, in the struggle for imperial power, no one dares to claim absolute certainty of victory. They are all wise individuals and understand the consequences of such actions. Chu Yun's expression turned serious. The main reason they did not accept Chu Rong's wooing, I believe, is still because of Father Emperor. Chu Yun saw clearly the intricate web of relationships concealed beneath. As his uncle, the demon sovereign Xiao Luo, had stated, the current emperor of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. How could a reigning sovereign possibly tolerate his own son right under his very gaze systematically rallying the imperial capital's aristocracy to his banner? Such a scenario was utterly inconceivable. Should matters ever reach that precipice, the Grand Commander of the Shadow Guards, who had long secluded himself in cultivation, would inevitably re-emerge, drenching the imperial capital once more in blood. Meng Changzhong and his faction understood this truth with profound clarity. No emperor would ever permit his son to consolidate such unchecked power, an act tantamount to undermining the very foundation of imperial authority. Thus, declining the crown prince's overtures was not only the most prudent course, but the only viable one. Yet for Chu Yun, the calculus was entirely different. Were he to secure their allegiance, he would not only gain a formidable foothold within the capital's power structure, capable of challenging the crown prince, but would also earn the emperor's unequivocal endorsement, perhaps even covert support. Precisely because of the emperor's presence, they could never pledge loyalty to Chu Rong. To do so would be to imperil the emperor's sovereignty, a transgression he would never abide. But should they back me instead, the implications shift entirely. Chu Yun's reasoning resonated deeply with consort Shi and the demon sovereign Xiao Luo. The latter countered, Yet the crux remains, how shall you win them over? Each of those men is a master of political acumen. Aligning with you means declaring open opposition to the Empress's faction. Throughout history, imperial succession struggles yield only 2 fates. The victor ascends to immortal glory, etching his name into annals, but the vanquished suffer a fate unspeakably grim. What proof will you offer them then to demonstrate your capacity to withstand both the crown prince and the Empress's faction? Chu Yun's expression hardened. What if I tell them, I am Xiao Yan? Upon hearing this, the demon sovereign Xiao Luo fell silent, contemplating deeply. Indeed, that is a compelling credential, yet alone it may still fall short. Even were you to substantiate your identity as Xiao Yan, with his peerless heaven-defying talent, you remain as yet unfulfilled in cultivation. Unfulfilled cultivation implies uncertainty, and uncertainty is a luxury no seasoned political player can afford. Chu Yun weighed these words carefully. His uncle's insight struck true. These were no fools. Proving himself as Xiao Yan might evoke awe and astonishment, but alone it would scarcely suffice to bind their loyalties to his cause. To truly sway the heads of these powerful factions, he would need to reveal more, perhaps even unveil a hidden trump card. Mother, uncle, I understand now. I shall first seek an audience with father. This matter warrants his counsel. As for winning their allegiance, I shall deliberate carefully. Rising, Chu Yun addressed them both. At present, the evil infant was his greatest secret weapon. Yet he could hardly expose this life-preserving ace merely to impress them. To do so would be reckless even. He resolved instead to seek his father's backing first, to see whether even partial imperial support might. Indeed, you must speak with him. Should the emperor extend his aid, then at the very least securing Chancellor Meng Chanzhong's favor would pose no obstacle. The demon sovereign spoke plainly. Throughout the empire, it was common knowledge that Chancellor Meng Chanzhong was not only the emperor's most trusted minister, but also his childhood brother-in-arms. A single word from the emperor would compel Meng Chanzhong to stand unhesitatingly beside Chu Yun, fully committed without reservation. Nodding, Chu Yun took his leave accompanied by Luo Feng toward the imperial study. Within the imperial study, the emperor of Great Xia sat upright upon his throne, engaged in quiet conversation with a middle-aged man. Clad in formal court robes, the man exuded an aura of solemn reliability. Though his spiritual energy remained deliberately subdued, his bearing radiated an innate quiet authority. Even before the Son of Heaven, not a trace of tension marred his composure. He stood poised, immovable as Mount Tai. He was none other than the incumbent Chancellor Meng Chanzhong. And in this lifetime, the father of the destined celestial Empress Meng Ruoxue. Your Majesty, the ninth prince seeks audience. A venerable eunuch entered, bowing low to deliver the report. Oh, the ninth has arrived. Admit him, the emperor commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Moments later, Chu Yun and Luo Feng stepped inside. This subject greets His Imperial Majesty. Luo Feng bows before Your Majesty. And my respects to the Chancellor. Luo Feng offered a respectful bow to the Chancellor, who returned a slight, dignified nod. At the sound, Chu Yun's gaze instantly shifted. This was his first encounter with Meng Chanzhong, and he felt a quiet surprise stir within. No formalities required. Rise. The emperor declared. Thank you, Father, Your Majesty. Rising, Chu Yun turned courteously to Meng Chanzhong. I was unaware the Chancellor was present. I, Chu Yun, beg your pardon for my ignorance. The ninth prince is too modest, Meng Chanzhong replied with a gentle smile. His Majesty has long spoken of your exceptional bearing and extraordinary talent. Today, seeing you in person, I find the title Xiao Yin truly befits you. Clearly, the emperor had already disclosed Chu Yun's identity as Xiao Yin to the Chancellor. Chu Yun responded with practiced humility. The Chancellor flatters me excessively. Enough of such formalities between you two. Ninth, what brings you to me today? The emperor fixed his gaze directly upon Chu Yun. Father, there is indeed something I wish to discuss, but it is somewhat delicate. As Chu Yun hesitated, Meng Chanzhong offered a faint knowing smile. Your Majesty, if there is nothing further, this subject shall take his leave. Wait. Ninth, the Chancellor is no outsider. He is among the few I trust most implicitly. Speak freely. There is no need for restraint. The emperor's words startled Chu Yun. Meng Chanzhong remained motionless, silent, and watchful. Yes, Father. Then I shall proceed. Father, I have consulted both mother and uncle, and both fully endorse my intention to investigate the truth behind my disappearance years ago. To unmask one by one those who orchestrated that dark conspiracy. I come before you now solely to seek your counsel. If Your Majesty grants permission, only then shall I proceed further. Chu Yun left room for discretion, revealing only enough to provoke reflection. Yet his words elicited a profoundly complex expression upon the emperor's face. Beside him, Meng Chanzhong's countenance, too, deepened with quiet, inscrutable significance. Yuner, since you are able to say such words, you must have learned some things from your mother and uncle. The emperor spoke candidly. Do you blame your father? I do not blame him, Chu Yun replied. It is understandable that father, as the ruler of a nation, must consider the overall situation of the empire, and thus I harbor no resentment towards him. Chu Yun answered earnestly. The emperor, upon hearing this, felt greatly relieved. Yuner, how do you plan to investigate? What do you intend to do to those individuals? To hold them accountable? Upon hearing this, Chu Yun understood that he did not oppose him. Moreover, he could provide significant support. The emperor's guilt towards Chu Yun was one reason. Secondly, he was well aware of the current situation in the imperial city, where the crown prince's faction held overwhelming power, which was not what he wished to see. Your Majesty, I have not yet formulated a specific plan. However, those behind the scenes who had the ability to abduct me from the palace must have an extensive network of connections. If I were to rely solely on my own investigation, it would not only be time-consuming and laborious, but also. Therefore, I dare to request Your Majesty to recommend a few capable experts, and I will personally go to invite them, striving to have them assist me. Both Meng Chanzhong and the emperor, upon hearing Chu Yun's words, guessed his true intentions. They both were well aware of the individuals behind the scenes from that year. Chu Yun's request was merely an excuse to establish a network of his own. Moreover, the main reason he said this was that as long as his father agreed, then he would have effectively gained the support of the Son of Heaven. This would enhance his ability to win over the other. The emperor was silent for a moment, then looked at him meaningfully. Yun, do you have confidence in this matter? Father, I believe that in certain matters not competing is still a form of competition. Since that is the case, why not go all out and take a chance? As for confidence, I assert that I have it. Will you believe me, father? This dialogue between the father and son caused Meng Changshong's expression to subtly change, internally thinking, this ninth prince has some interesting thoughts. Ha ha ha. I naturally trust you. Prime Minister, you are just here. Then from today onwards assist the ninth prince in investigating those matters from back. Then, oh, are you willing? The emperor laughed heartily, then directly addressed Meng Changzhou. Chu Yun couldn't help but look towards Meng Changzhou. They all understood that the emperor was urging Meng Changzhou to side with Chu Yun. Once the prime minister's office expressed its stance and positioned itself on the ninth prince's side, then its influence in the imperial city would rise several levels. It should be noted that Meng Changzhou was the most powerful minister in the court. His influence was not something figures like the Black Iron King and the Northern Pine Duke could compare to. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Meng Changzhou smiled faintly. As your majesty commands, I will naturally comply. To be able to assist a talent like ninth prince is indeed a fortunate matter. Chu Yun bowed slightly. Prime Minister, you flatter me. I will seek your counsel on matters I do not understand in the future. Meng Changzhou replied with a faint smile. I will certainly share all I know. Soon after, Chu Yun excused himself and left the palace. How was it? What did you think of that lad? After he left, the emperor straightforwardly asked Meng Changzhou. He possesses the aura of a sovereign. His cultivation talent is exceedingly high. He is shrewd, and his actions are decisive. Almost a perfect heir. Meng Changshong's words also reflected his good impression of Chu Yun. Yuner is indeed quite remarkable. From my perspective, he is the most suitable person to inherit the throne. But sadly, while establishing a crown prince is easy, dethroning one is not so simple. The emperor paused, letting out a soft sigh. Meng Changzhou did not refute. Currently, a portion of the officials in the court were from the emperor's faction. Once the suggestion to dethrone was raised, they would certainly jump out to obstruct it, leading to turmoil in the court and possibly even triggering some chaos. Moreover, even if one wished to dethrone the crown prince, it would require justification. The crown prince would need to commit a serious error. As the saying goes, one must have a valid reason for taking action. Your Majesty, the ninth prince is well aware that his opponents are the crown prince and the faction behind him. Since your Majesty has asked me to assist him, why not make a bigger commotion? Let this conflict escalate quickly, Meng Changzhou suggested. The emperor looked at him with suspicion. What scheme do you have? Meng Changzhou smiled slightly. Use certain individuals to sound the alarm for the East Palace and the emperor's side. The emperor understood his meaning. If that is the case, then go ahead and do it. Understood. Chu Yun and Luo Feng returned to the prince's residence. It was already approaching afternoon. This trip to the palace had been highly rewarding. Not only did he gain the formidable support of Meng Changzhou, but he also received the covert backing of his father. In an excellent mood upon returning to his room, he immediately summoned the four seasons, Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, to enjoy hot pot and chat together. Your Highness. Ahem. Luo Feng stood awkwardly at the door, speaking softly. Your Highness, someone from the Wangxian Dao sect has come saying they have something to deliver to you. Chu Yun's voice came after a while. Understood, please take them to the reception hall and wait for me. Yes, Your Highness. After Luo Feng left with the assistance of Chun, Xia, Qiu, and Dong, Chu Yun finished washing up and dressed before heading straight to the reception hall. In the reception hall, Luo Feng was entertaining the two individuals from the Wangxian Dao sect. One was none other than the seventh elder Yang Muqian from the Wangxian Dao sect. The other was an elderly man, tall and thin, with a more formidable aura than Yang Muqian. This man was the third elder of the Wangxian Dao sect, named Feng Zili, a peak-level practitioner of the Nirvana realm. Before long, Chu Yun walked in. Ninth Prince. Yang Muqian immediately stood up with a smile. Elder Yang, who is this? Upon entering and seeing a familiar face, Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. Luo Feng approached and introduced. Your Highness, this is Elder Feng Zili from the Wangxian Dao sect. Ninth Prince, a pleasure to meet you. Feng Zili smiled slightly. So it is Elder Feng, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Come, please have a seat. After Chu Yun and the others sat down. Your Highness, the third elder and I have come this time, mainly to return some items to their rightful owner. Yang Muqian then took out 3 storage rings and placed them before Chu Yun. Return to their rightful owner. What does Elder Yang mean? Chu Yun was somewhat puzzled. Your Highness, these items are from the Jiuhua sect and the Yi family. After the Wangxian Dao sect collected them, I personally packaged the contents and brought them back to return to you. Yang Muqian explained. Chu Yun then remembered and nodded. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. He then probed his spiritual sense into the 3 storage rings. Good heavens. Not probing was one thing, but upon probing, he was utterly shocked. 3,000 years of blood essence stones, 1,000-year-old meat spirit mushroom, 2,000-year-old snow spirit ginseng, earth grade heavenly spirit pills, earth grade armor, and heavenly grade soul flags. Among these precious items, there are quite a few within these storage rings. Such valuable treasures, even when combined from the Jiahua sect and the Yi family's treasury, would hardly amount to even a tenth of the value of these items. The two elders, is this a bit excessive, eh? Chu Yun gazed at Feng Zili and Yang Muqian with a meaningful look and spoke. How could that be? These are all items that His Highness deserves. The Jiahua sect and the Yi family have displeased His Highness, and this matter occurred in Qingzhou. As the overlord of Qingzhou, our Wangxian Dao sect should make some gesture to show our sincerity. Yang Muqian smiled cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun immediately understood their intentions. He pondered for a moment and replied, well then, I shall accept this gesture of sincerity from your sect. Elders, how long do you plan to stay in the Imperial city? If there's nothing pressing, why not stay at the residence? No one would offer such precious gifts for no reason. The actions of the Wangxian Dao sect could only imply two possibilities. The first is that they have something to request. As for the second, it is that they intend to curry favor with him, wishing to be on good terms. In Chu Yun's view, the first possibility seems unlikely. He leans more towards the idea that the Wangxian Dao sect wants to proactively befriend him, or perhaps align themselves with him. There really is no urgent matter at present, and am in no hurry to leave. Since the ninth prince has said so, then we shall not disturb you any longer, Feng Zili said with a faint smile. Of course. Atai immediately prepared two fine guest rooms. Yes, your highness. Chu Yun called out, instructing Atai to handle it. At this moment, Feng Zili's eyes turned, and with a calm expression he inquired, Ninth Prince, when we arrived, the sect master specifically instructed us that if the Ninth Prince needed any assistance from the Wangxian Dao sect, do not hesitate to ask. We will certainly do our utmost to assist. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun nodded seriously. Your sect master is indeed considerate. When you return, please convey my gratitude to him. You're too polite, Ninth Prince. After chatting for a while longer, Chu Yun personally hosted a banquet for the two. The banquet lasted until deep into the night before everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Chu Yun, accompanied by Luo Feng, returned to his own quarters. Your Highness, the Wangxian Dao sect's goodwill is somewhat unexpected. It seems they want to bet on your Highness' side. Chu Yun's expression was contemplative, but we cannot draw conclusions. Let's observe for now. Alright, it's getting late. Captain Luo, you should go rest now. Yes, your Highness. The next day, inside the Prime Minister's residence. Miss, we found out. Yin Song has 3 concubines outside whom he treats very well. The 3 are running a small shop in the city, and with Yin Song's care, even though they are beautiful, no man dares to lay a hand on them. The beautiful woman reported to Meng Rushua. He really knows how to enjoy himself. I've heard my father mention him a few times. Yin Song is old, but his lust hasn't died. However, he is also a man who is affectionate and loyal to women. In that case, let him fulfill that old saying. To die under a peony, even as a ghost, one must be flamboyant. What about those 3 women now? I've already sent someone to drug them and bring them out of the city. They are most likely already at the Crescent Moon Valley now. The surveillance stone is also ready, just waiting for your orders to start the operation. The beautiful woman spoke respectfully to Meng Rushua. Then tonight it shall be. You personally deliver this surveillance stone to Yan's residence, and let him know that if he wants to save them, he must come alone to the Crescent Moon Valley. Meng Rushua said calmly. Yes, miss. Then as dusk approached, Meng Rushua concealed her figure and silently left the city. She hurried to the Crescent Moon Valley in advance to await Yin Song's arrival. Meanwhile, in the Ninth Prince's residence, Chu Yun had just spent some time fishing in the pond of his backyard when the Tianma woman arrived. Shiner. Seeing the Tianma woman come again, Chu Yun instinctively spoke. However, he was somewhat puzzled, though at this time Chu Yuan should be waiting in the Eastern Palace for dinner together. Why would he come to his residence? Could it be that? Don't guess. This is my true form. My clone is still in the Eastern Palace. Noticing the confusion on Chu Yun's face, the Tianma woman immediately explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun couldn't help but look a few more times. Unfortunately, from the appearance and aura alone, there was almost no difference between the Tianma woman's true form and her clone. Shiner, did you come here because Meng Rushua is about to act? Chu Yun asked. The Tianma woman nodded yes. Tonight at the Crescent Moon Valley outside the city, she has set up a formation in the valley and is just waiting to lure you in. She intends to use Yin Song, the grand elder of the Yin family, and the concubines he has outside as leverage to lure him over and then kill him. Hearing that Meng Rux's target was indeed Yin Song, the grand elder of the Yin family, Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. This was indeed a coincidence. The rest of those in the Jiahua sect hall felt this killing intent and could not help but tremble in fear. It was as if the figure before them was a blood. I understand now. But Shiner, I'm curious, how did you learn about Meng Rux's plan? Chu Yun asked curiously. The Tianma woman did not hide it. She reincarnated well, and her fame is sufficient. Therefore, controlling some people around her is not difficult. She has some death warriors under her command, and at least half of them have secretly been controlled by me. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun was indeed a bit shocked. Half of Meng Rukshu's death warriors were actually under Xainer's control. It seemed that sometimes a good reincarnation does not guarantee a truly good outcome. The two women, one in the light and one in the dark. Although the resources and information Meng Rushua possesses far surpass those of the Tianma woman, the Tianma woman operates from the shadows, making it difficult for Meng Rushua to lock onto her enemy. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. Alright then. The sky is darkening, let's leave the city now and head to the Crescent Moon Valley. The Tianma woman asked, are you going alone? Is Wan Lei not going? The Tianma woman did not know that Chu Yun could control the evil infant and had not used it until now. Thus, the Tianma woman felt that relying solely on Chu Yun with his current cultivation level, even with outstanding talent, his strength would still be insufficient against Meng Rushua. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Who are you looking down on? Since I dare to go alone, it means I have my own assurance. Alright, enough of the chatter, let's go. The Tianma woman was somewhat skeptical, but in the end she chose to trust him. Chu Yun ordered Luo Feng to stay behind at the residence. If anyone came looking for him, just say he had gone to bed early. After that, Chu Yun and the Tianma woman immediately left the city together, heading towards the Crescent Moon Valley. In the Yin family, the elder Yin Song received a letter and a recording stone tonight. Upon opening it, he discovered that the contents of the recording stone were none other than his three women. The letter contained only one sentence: if you want to save them, come alone to the Crescent Moon Valley, or else they will not see the sun tomorrow. Bang! Yin Song, furious, crushed the recording stone and the letter. He then left the Yin family alone, filled with rage, as he headed towards the Crescent Moon Valley. In the Crescent Moon Valley, deep in the night, the three young women that Yin Song kept were still in a state of unconsciousness, bound to a tree. Meng Rushua, dressed in blue with a graceful figure and a veil covering her stunningly beautiful face, stood quietly here waiting for her target. At this moment, behind a stone above the valley, Chu Yun and the demonesses hid their auras, not daring to come too close, secretly observing from behind the stone. TSK tisk, this old man really knows how to play. Three young women, all beautiful and vibrant. An old man with youthful desires, quite admirable. Chu Yun glanced at the appearances of the three women, their skin radiant and lustrous, indicating they were well cared for. Yin Song's physique also appeared particularly robust. What? Do you also want multiple wives? The demoness looked at her with a strange expression. Chu Yun chuckled. What are you saying? I just have a heart that has split into several parts, each loving different women. But my greatest love will always be UXIN. The demoness shot him a disdainful glare. Smooth talker, you know what you're truly thinking. The demoness actually had a strong heart of tolerance towards Chu Yun. After all, she knew that if Chu Yun were to inherit the throne, he could not realistically be expected to have only one woman by his side. Moreover, she had seen too many things in her previous life, and knew well that one should never attempt to control a man with a strong will. You want him to succeed, while remaining devoted to you forever. That's a fairy tale. As long as he holds you in his heart, that is enough for the demoness. Chu Yun smiled broadly, and suddenly a brilliance of nirvana descended from afar like a shooting star. His expression became serious. Someone is coming. At the bottom of the valley, the light of nirvana landed on the ground, transforming into a bald old man dressed in a gray robe, looking stern and imposing. Meng Rushua stood opposite him, her gaze directed at him. Elder Yin Song, nice to meet you. Stop wasting release my women. Otherwise I'll make sure you die without a complete corpse tonight. It was rumored that Yin Song had a bad temper, and today it certainly proved to be true. At this moment he pointed directly at Meng Rushua, cursing without restraint. Meng Rushua, however, was unaffected. Her voice was melodious as she calmly replied, all right, I will release them. Following this, Meng Rushua began to untie the three women and used her spiritual power to bring them before. Yin Song watched her warily, and after confirming that the three were merely lightly unconscious and in no serious danger, the tension in his heart eased somewhat. Who exactly are you? What do you intend to do? Yin Song could not understand Meng Rukshua's motives, luring him here by capturing his women only to release them so easily. He was truly perplexed. My purpose is very simple. I want to borrow something from you. Yin Song frowned. What is it? Your life. As soon as Meng Rukshua's words fell, the ground of Crescent Moon Valley glowed with array patterns illuminating the night sky, and the formation directly ensnared Yin Song. In the sky, the power of the formation gathered countless thunder arrows, wreaking havoc in the heavens, and thunderous roars fell down violently. On the ground, the entire earth transformed into a swamp, with countless swampy hands reaching out to grab Yin Song and the others. In front of Meng Rushua, the final killing formation was activated, and a giant over 1,000 meters tall wielding a battle axe appeared in the heavens, covered in array patterns resembling a mini war god, and brought down its axe. The three killing formations were all meticulously arranged by Meng Rushua, which could be seen as giving Yin Song enough respect. Yin Song stared at the densely packed assault of formations around him, and his complexion immediately darkened. Great Annihilation Seal. He pressed his palms together, each hand casting a cross-shaped palm seal, imbued with rich nirvana power, an indomitable and powerful strike. Bang! The axe of the giant was deflected by his palm seal, and thousands of thunder arrows were crushed by the force of the seal. However, the swampy tendrils had already lifted the three women, preparing to sink them into the depths of the swamp. Yin Song, burning with rage, moved like a shadow, gathering the brilliance of nirvana into a colossal mountain that pressed down on the swamp, severing those swampy tendrils. He took the three women and placed them atop the mountain. Meanwhile, the killing formations shifted once again. The thunder arrows absorbed the swampy soil, converging into massive meteorites that rained down violently. Meng Rushua stood atop the giant, controlling it to confront Yin Song's nirvana power hidden. Great Sumeru palm. Yin Song unleashed all his power, the nirvana energy concentrated in one palm, striking out a towering giant seal, whose mere aura could overturn mountains and seas. At this moment, he finally understood why she had released his women. It was to use them to distract him. And indeed, Meng Ruxu's objective was achieved. To protect her three women, Yin Song had no choice but to divide a part of his attention to look after them. This move was exactly what Meng Rushua had hoped for. The Great Sumeru palm blocked the massive meteorites that were crashing down and clashed heavily with the giant's battle axe. However, he had forgotten about Meng Rushua. Will of Destiny. Meng Rushua had been waiting for an opportunity, and at this moment Yin Song was fully focused on countering the forces of the killing formations, allowing her to lower her guard. In the next moment, a massive wheel of destiny appeared above the mountain like a light and shadow bathed in the glow of fate, sacred and noble, its power beyond imagination. The wheel of destiny came crashing down towards Yin Song. At this moment, he had no time to react, exposing his back to her. Once the wheel of destiny fell, Yin Song's nirvana form would be severely injured, thus completely falling into Meng Ruxu's control. So you want to break through the nirvana realm? Did you ask me first? At the critical moment, the demoness demonic light directly pierced through the array barrier. She and Chu Yun's figures appeared boldly in the scene. The demon soul Emperor Bell. The heavenly demon maiden condensed her soul power into a demon Emperor Bell, a divine ability she mastered in her past life. However, due to insufficient cultivation, she could only form a wisp of a phantom shadow. Nevertheless, it was already sufficient. The demon Emperor Bell rang out, colliding with the wheel of fate. The two formidable divine abilities clashed violently, erupting in a fierce explosion that stirred up monstrous waves. At this moment, Yin Song also reacted instantly, using his palm to grasp the three women, avoiding the lethal strike of Meng Ruxu's formation. Heavenly Demon Maiden, you finally dare to show yourself. Upon seeing the heavenly demon maiden, Meng Ruxu's deep, galaxy-like, beautiful eyes immediately burst forth with killing intent. It's been decades and your temper is still so fierce. Unfortunately, your beautiful dream of using Yin Song to refine the source of nirvana is likely to come to naught today. What? The source of nirvana? At this moment, Yin Song, who had flown to the side with the three women, completely understood the true purpose for which that woman had lured him here. She intended to refine him into the source of nirvana. What a wicked heart. Little brother, help me take care of these ladies for a moment. Tonight, I will tear this woman to pieces. Yin Song threw his three wives toward Chu Yun. Chu Yun caught them looking utterly bewildered. Was this really left to him? Yin the Grand Elder certainly had a big heart. However, at this moment, anyone with a clear mind could see that the two of them had come to deal with Meng Rushua. Yin Song understood this, so he prepared to join forces with the heavenly demon maiden to confront Meng Rushua. Yin Song flew forward, standing beside the heavenly demon maiden, facing Meng Rushua hidden. It seems you won't be leaving tonight. The heavenly demon maiden smiled at Meng Rushua. Meng Ruxu's expression was cold, her gaze fixed on her. After so many years, you know me well, and of course I know you too. I have long suspected that you would plant eyes on me. So do you really think I came unprepared tonight? As her words fell, the three formations below exploded simultaneously. At the moment, the giant battle axe self-destructed, a small green vial hidden within it also shattered. Thick green mist poured out, and at the instant the formations shattered, the surroundings of the remnant Moon Valley released a torrent of green toxic mist. Flowers, plants, trees, stones, and earth melted into blood the moment they were enveloped by the green mist. In the places covered, nothing remains. 100 absolute sorrow. I didn't expect you to prepare such a thing. This is truly unexpected. The heavenly demon maiden watched the spreading green mist, her smile gradually fading. In front of Meng Rushua, a green mist barrier rose, isolating them. Humph. You dare to flaunt your small Great Shumi palm. Yin Song scoffed, mobilizing the power of nirvana, and a Shumi palm print directly struck the mist wall in front of him. However, as the Shumi palm sank into the toxic mist, it was instantly dissolved. What? Yin Song was shocked. At his age, it was the first time he had heard of such a terrifying poison. Even his great Shumi palm could be corroded. This 100 absolute sorrow is what I specifically prepared for you. Even if I cannot refine the source of nirvana today, as long as I kill you, the nirvana curse will naturally disappear. This time you really must die. A rare smile flickered beneath Meng Ruxu's veil as her figure gradually. The heavenly demon maiden watched her retreating figure, her eyes filled with unwillingness. However, at this moment, she could not be concerned about Meng Ruxue, as she had to think of a way to break through the 100 absolute sorrow. System, what is this 100 absolute sorrow? Chu Yun asked in his heart. 100 absolute sorrow, a very sinister evil poison from the Yuan realm concocted from countless deadly poisons combined with evil infants. The area is enveloped by the toxic mist will be melted into blood. It also has a terrifying effect of dissolving spiritual power. The current 100 absolute sorrow is concocted primarily from 3 evil infants in the early stages of nirvana. Breaking it with spiritual power is only possible if the spiritual power reaches the level of a revered 1E, otherwise it cannot be breached. Of course, Master, you have one more option, which is to let an evil infant devour another evil infant. Chu Yun asked in confusion, what do you mean? The release of 100 absolute sorrow is actually led by the 3 evil infants that were concocted. As long as you allow Yi Tun to devour those 3 evil infants, then the 100 absolute sorrow will naturally dissolve without a fight. After hearing the explanation, Chu Yun decisively said, Yi Tun, lock onto the positions of those 3 evil infants and devour them. Yes, Master. Wow. Yi Tun flew out of Chu Yun's body in the form of an evil infant, the aura of a peak nirvana realm emanating without any concealment. An evil infant at the peak of the nirvana realm. Yin Song was greatly startled, his expression changing. The heavenly demon maiden and the retreating Meng Ruxue also changed their expressions upon seeing this. Evil infant. You can control evil infants. Seeing Yi Tun fly out, the heavenly demon maiden completely ignored them, and as if receiving a definitive command, a shocking guess arose in her heart. Chu Yun smiled lightly, saying, I told you not to underestimate me. Just because I don't have a multitude of thunder doesn't mean I lack the power to defend myself. The heavenly demon maiden looked at him, and upon receiving Chu Yun's definitive answer, her heart trembled deeply. Controlling evil infants. This ability, even in her past lives' peak, no one could achieve. If he truly had a way to control evil infants, then the realm of evil infants was simply. The consequences this could provoke were something the heavenly demon maiden dared not even contemplate at this moment. Meanwhile, Yi Tun quickly locked onto the auras of the 3 similar beings, directly releasing overwhelming evil energy and devouring them one by one. The 3 evil infants in the nirvana realm, after being concocted into 100 absolute sorrow, had already lost their autonomous consciousness and were simply no match for Yi Tun. In just a few moments they were completely devoured. So refreshing. Yi Tun roared to the heavens. That had been a long time since he had such a feast. Following that, all the toxic mist from 100 absolute sorrow disappeared. Meng Ruxu's pupils widened, staring intently at Chu Yun. Who on earth is he? However, Yin Song and the heavenly demon maiden, as the 100 absolute sorrow vanished, suppressed their shock and directly pursued Meng Ruxue. Don't run. Tonight, no matter what, you must leave with me. Yin Song unleashed his full power. As a dignified nirvana realm expert, he had lost all face tonight. He had to catch Meng Ruxue, who otherwise it would be hard to quell the anger in his heart. The heavenly demon maiden quickly chased after him, and due to Yin Song's outburst, she caught up with Meng Ruxue, engaging her in a fierce battle. After catching up, the heavenly demon maiden joined in, unleashing her full power to relentlessly strike at Meng, 2 against 1, with one of them being a nirvana realm expert. Without formations and the aid of 100 absolute sorrow, Meng Ruxue was simply no match for them. In just a few moments, her slender arms were stained red, her face showed signs of strain, becoming increasingly pale. And there's one broken realm. Forget it, let's just consider it a dessert after the meal. Yi Tun, upon seeing the battle in the distance, locked onto Meng Ruxue and was about to fly over to devour her as well. If you swallow even a hair from her, your infant soul will be slashed. Chu Yun's cold voice stopped him. Yi Tun suddenly slammed to a halt in midair, its entire infant face showing signs of fright. Master. Master. Who is she? Yi Tun cautiously looked at Chu Yun, nervously asked. Chu Yun's expression darkened slightly. It's not your place to ask, so don't pry. Yi Tun dared not say anything further at this moment, obediently hovering in the air. Nevertheless, having devoured 3 nirvana-level evil infants, and refining them would surely yield great rewards. Chu Yun's gaze shifted toward the direction of the heavenly demon woman and her companions. Upon seeing Meng Ruxue caught in an unfavorable position, he furrowed his brows slightly, choosing not to act yet, as if waiting for something. For both emotional and rational reasons, she was the beloved daughter of the Prime Minister and the reincarnation of the destined Empress. Naturally, Chu Yun could not bear to watch her perish tonight. Boom. At this moment, just as Yin Song cornered Meng Ruxue into a desperate situation, a thunderous sound reverberated through the remnants of the Moon Valley. In the next moment, a flash of lightning swept through the group, effortlessly shattering the heavenly demon woman's magical seal, disappearing with Meng Ruxue into the night sky. The entire battlefield transformed in less than a breath. There was no trace of Meng Ruxue left on the scene. What a This. Yin Song was taken aback, turning around to chase with his spiritual sense, but he could no longer find any trace. The heavenly demon woman gazed in the direction where Meng Ruxua had vanished, her pupils deepening as she murmured, "Respectable realm." At this moment Chu Yun and Yi Tun happened to fly over, and he remarked, "It seems she had a backup plan, but unfortunately she escaped. In the entire Daxiao Empire, I've never heard of a woman with such abilities at the broken realm level. Young friend, may I ask who this lady is?" Yin Song's expression grew serious. "Her identity. We are also unclear. However, it's fortunate that Elder Yin and the three ladies are safe." Chu Yun replied, "You speak the truth. I must sincerely thank you and the lady for your assistance tonight, or else I would have truly fallen into that woman's hands. May I ask where you and the lady hail from?" Yin Song understood that Chu Yun did not wish to disclose the woman's identity, and he did not press further. Regardless, he still wished to express his gratitude for their life-saving intervention. "Elder Yin, I am Chu Yun. This young lady's surname is Yu. She will also be my future wife." Chu Yun introduced himself with a bold face. "Chu Yun. That name sounds so familiar. Chu, Prince of the 9th Royal Family. You are the 9th Prince." Yin Song's pupils trembled, and his expression changed. "It's good that Elder Yin knows. Please keep tonight's events confidential. I do not wish for a fifth person to learn of this matter," Chu Yun said with a faint smile. Yin Song was internally shocked. He actually had the ability to control evil infants. It was simply terrifying. If this were to spread, the entire Imperial city would be rocked to its core. Moreover, this Lady Yu is no ordinary person. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, possessing a breathtaking appearance, but she is also immensely powerful at the peak level of Broken Realm, her strength nearing Nirvana level. How could it be that both of them are such terrifying prodigies? This 9th Prince is truly hiding his talents well. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will keep silent about this matter. No matter who asks, I will claim ignorance." Yin Song immediately assured him. "Very well, then let it be so. Shiner, let us go." The heavenly demon woman turned around and left with Chu Yun and Yi Tun. Yin Song watched their departing figures, his heart unsettled for a long time. Such a prodigy as the 9th Prince, it seems the position of the crown prince may not be secure. On the way back, "How did you control the evil infants?" The heavenly demon woman could not help but ask him. Chu Yun smiled calmly. "It's a natural ability. Oh, I can't help it. This palace is just that lucky." The heavenly demon woman looked at him suspiciously. "Is this truly an innate ability?" Chu Yun nodded. "Yes, the truly purple kind." The heavenly demon woman fell silent for a moment before advising. "You must be careful in the future. Such an ability should not be used in the open. You still do not know what consequences this ability may bring. To put it bluntly, if the fact that you can control evil infants were to reach the ears of certain powerful factions in the realm, then both you and the Daxia Empire would face catastrophic disaster." Listening to her words, Chu Yun's playful expression gradually turned solemn. "Rest assured, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a jade is a crime. This principle is clearer to me than anyone else." In a forest not far from the Imperial city, a flash of lightning passed, and Meng Ruxu's figure landed. She looked around warily and asked, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" The surroundings were silent with no response. Meng Ruxu's brows furrowed. That person had most likely already left. However, she could not comprehend why a figure at the respectable realm level would save her for no reason. At the same time, she was still in shock over the fact that Chu Yun could control evil infants. A Nirvana-level evil infant. Could it be him? After seriously recalling, a name unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. The Nirvana-level evil infant one from the Misty Rain Tower, Xiao Yin. Meng Ruxu's expression grew grave, but having sustained injuries, she needed to return to the Prime Minister's residence as quickly as possible under the cover of night. The next day, after finishing breakfast, Luo Feng rushed in anxiously. "Your Highness, something has happened." Seeing Luo Feng's worried expression, Chu Yun asked, "What happened?" Luo Feng replied seriously, "Today in the court, the Prime Minister listed 4 third-grade officials for corruption and bribery, violating the laws of Daxia, among other charges. The Emperor was furious and ordered the immediate deprivation of their titles, confiscating their 9 clans, all imprisoned in the heavenly prison awaiting their fate." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun asked, "What does this have to do with me?" Luo Feng continued, "Your Highness, do you know the identities of these 4? They are all important ministers of the Empress faction, and the collective power they wield is almost comparable to that of a first-grade official. If these 4 are captured, it would be like gouging out an eye from the Empress." Upon hearing this, Chu Yun's expression turned serious. "The Prime Minister is moving against the Empress faction. If I am not mistaken, this matter was mostly planned by father and him together." Chu Yun calmly thought for a moment, and soon reached a general judgment. The evidence against those officials had clearly been prepared by the Prime Minister long ago. However, to make it public at this moment is merely to announce to the world that this highest authority of the Great Xia has completely severed ties with the Empress faction, even becoming an enemy. And with Meng Changzhong re-entering the game, the Empress and the Crown Prince would never sit idly by. Since the Prime Minister and Father have set the stage for me, so be it. Then I will stop pretending. Let's enter the game. After making up his mind, a trace of confident smile appeared on Chu Yun's face. Your Highness, what should we do next? Luo Feng also asked seriously. Call Wan Lei over. Chu Yun instructed. Yes. Soon Master Wan Lei entered the room. Your Highness. Chu Yun nodded. Wan Lei, the reason I called you here is that there are some matters I need you to handle outside the city. Just command me, Your Highness. Master Wan Lei replied respectfully. The influence of the Empress faction is vast within the Imperial city, but there are also many in other states and counties. I want you to find a way to eliminate each of these forces listed, leaving not a single one alive. And torment them however you can, making them aware that you are my person. Do you understand? Chu Yun handed Wan Lei a list filled with the names of at least dozens of powerful families. The background strength of these forces was no less than that of the Jiuhua sect or the Yi family. Some even had ancestors at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm within their sects, serving as the backbone of the Empress faction. After receiving it, Master Wan Lei assured, Your Highness, don't worry, I know what to do. Chu Yun had two purposes in asking Wan Lei to do this. The first was naturally to strike at the Empress faction. The second was to use these forces of the Empress faction to gain corresponding editing points. He could not focus solely on the Imperial city if he wanted to gain a large number of editing points. The other states and counties were actually not bad targets. After Master Wan Lei left, Luo Feng couldn't help but ask, Your Highness, what about us? Luo Feng knew that the prince had already sent Master Wan Lei to other states and counties to eliminate the Empress faction. Thus, the Imperial city could not remain peaceful. Leader Luo, you should come with me to the Prime Minister's residence. Yes, Your Highness. Both of them understood that from this point on their relationship with the Prime Minister's residence could no longer be Of course, this was also the result that Chu Yun wanted. If he wanted to recruit people, then the strength on his side must first be demonstrated. The Prime Minister's public stance indeed provided Chu Yun with the greatest help. Inside the East Palace, Crown Prince Chu Rong was sitting in the upper seat with a gloomy face. Chu Yuan, Black Iron King Wang Hansua, the Duke of Guanshan, along with many of the Crown Prince's followers, were all present in the hall, each wearing an unpleasant expression. Meng Changshong's actions are openly tearing apart our alliance, said Black Iron King, his tone cold. Wang Hankuo's gaze shifted, his eyes slightly chilling. The Empress has sent word that the two envoys she dispatched can't even enter the Prime Minister's residence. It seems he no longer wishes to explain things to us. The Crown Prince said with a dark expression. I still can't understand why he is doing this. What benefit does it bring to the Prime Minister's residence to turn against us? The Prime Minister's residence had been at peace with them for many years. Meng Changshong's sudden outburst caught everyone off guard. The Duke of Guanshan and Black Iron King were equally puzzled. They couldn't comprehend why Meng Changzhong would. I have seen the charges against those people, including the case details, even in the prison of heaven. Meng Changzhong had set a deadly trap. They were doomed. Even the Empress and the National Master couldn't save them. Clearly, Meng Changzhong was well prepared, as such a multitude of evidence could not have been gathered overnight. Wang Hansua said, his face stern. Elder brother, do you think this matter might be related to Chu Yun? Just as Chu Rong was about to speak, a figure clad in a black robe holding a dragon head scepter and with deeply wrinkled skin slowly stepped through the hall's doorway. The triangular eyes of this elder gave one an eerie feeling. Although he contained his aura, his presence still exerted a slight pressure on everyone in the hall. Upon seeing this elder, everyone, including Crown Prince Chu Rong, stood up. We meet the National Master. National Master, why didn't you inform me of your arrival beforehand? The Crown Prince immediately walked down to stand before the National Master. The National Master Feng Tianzheng. He was a figure of the previous generation. If one were to calculate, both the current emperor of the Great Xia and Meng Changzhong were his juniors. The Crown Prince showed great respect towards him, indicating his position within the Empress faction was unshakable. Such a major incident has occurred, it would have been unreasonable for me not to come. Your Highness, you likely do not know yet, but I have already received confirmed news before coming here. Not long ago, the 9th Prince Chu Yun has entered the Prime Minister's residence. This indicates that Meng Changshong's actions are also a declaration of support for Chu Yun. The National Master's words sent a tremor through everyone present. So it really is Chu Yun. Meng Changzhong actually chose Chu Yun. The Crown Prince appeared shocked and his heart was filled with confusion. Why did Meng Changzhong choose Chu Yun? In terms of cultivation, he far surpassed Chu Yun. In terms of connections and background, he was even more dominant over Chu Yun. No matter how strong the Sure family was, the divine sect could withstand it. And on his side, he had not only the divine sect. Therefore, no matter how one looked at it, Meng Changshong's choice of Chu Yun was almost undoubtedly a path to failure. Why would he do this? Perhaps it is not his choice, but the Emperor's choice, the National Master stated succinctly. The Crown Prince's body shook. Father. It seemed he realized something, his expression growing increasingly dark. I have held this position of heir for so many years, to expect me to relinquish it voluntarily is a delusion for anyone. Regardless of whether he is willing or not, the situation is already set in stone. Since they have made their move, we shall naturally retaliate. The National Master's eyes were deep. Your Highness has this intention, which does not disappoint this old man. Rest assured, for those who move against us, they will naturally pay the price. If Chu Yun can die once, he can die. The National Master's brow furrowed slightly, then he said, Your Highness, and I shall go to the palace to meet the Empress. All right, National Master. We shall go at once. Their entry into the palace would also represent the impending counterattack from the Empress. In the Chancellor's residence in the main hall, Chu Yun and Meng Changjong sat facing each other, while Luo Feng remained quietly seated to the side. Meng Changjong brewed a pot of tea. The moment Chu Yun entered the residence, he knew that this ninth prince had already grasped his intentions. Your Highness' arrival is surely for the sake of those onlookers, isn't it? Meng Changjong asked leisurely. Chu Yun smiled faintly. With the Chancellor on my side, what do I have to fear? Moreover, the Chancellor and my father only wish to provoke them. If they do not act, then our actions would be meaningless. Meng Changjong continued. You must be well aware of who the true mastermind was behind the events of that year. Over the years, the Emperor has considered withdrawing the crown prince more than once, but due to various factors, each time the idea has been stillborn. Now that you have returned showcasing your evident talents, it far surpasses that of the crown prince. Chu Yun took a sip of tea, listening to his words with deep contemplation, his expression serious, as he said, I am not so benevolent. The grudge from that year cannot be settled with just a position as crown prince. Only by using their blood to settle the score. He continued, this imperial city is destined to witness a great bloodbath. Meng Changjong remained silent upon hearing this. Those who have not suffered should not advise others to be kind. Moreover, since Chu Yun is to inherit the throne, his heart must be ruthless enough. Your Highness, since I stand on your side, I will naturally assist you in seizing everything in the end. I have already received news that the National Master has gone to the Eastern Palace, most likely to meet with the Crown Prince and the Empress. Based on my understanding of them, they will soon retaliate against me, including against you, Your Highness. Meng Changhong's tone was calm. Even knowing that the Empress faction would soon retaliate against him, he did not appear anxious. Chu Yun was the same. His uncle was still in the palace. Even if the Empress faction wanted to deal with him, the first thing they must do is find a way to lure him away. Otherwise, with his uncle here, even the sect master of the divine sect could do nothing to Chu Yun. What does the Chancellor think? How will they act? Chu Yun asked calmly. Meng Changjong shook his head, picking up his cup of tea. I do not know. But it can be said for certain that at present they will not take action against Your Highness' safety. The Asura Master is still in the city. They do not have that capability. Chu Yun smiled. Chancellor, since we await their actions, why not take the initiative and strike first? Meng Changjong paused for a moment, looking at him. Your Highness means to take action against those families within the... Chu Yun replied with a smile. Since the mask has been torn off, why not rip it wider? I also understand your concerns, worried that too much commotion within the city would give the Empress faction a handle to seize upon, right? Meng Changjong looked at him with some surprise. Since Your Highness knows, do you have a plan? What if I said that neither the Empress nor the National Master could grasp any evidence against us? Chu Yun revealed a confident smile. Meng Changjong gazed at him deeply. After about half an hour, Chu Yun and Luo Feng finally left the Chancellor's residence. The main reason he dared to come to the Chancellor's residence this time was that he knew Meng Ruxue was injured and would undoubtedly focus on healing herself first. Therefore, Chu Yun was not worried about encountering her. Otherwise, even if Chu Yun had to go to the Chancellor's residence, he would have to wear a mask upon entering. If he were to meet Meng Ruxue, things would turn dire. That night within Chu Yun's prince's residence, two distinguished guests arrived. They were both cloaked in black robes concealing their identities. Only after entering the main hall did they remove their black cloaks. One of them was Yin Song, the Grand Elder of... The other person, looking somewhat younger than Yin Song, was a middle-aged man whose hair was already starting to turn gray. His aura was extremely imposing, far surpassing that of Yin Song. Elder Yin, it is good to see you again. And you must be the head of the Yin family, Yin Ding. I've long heard of your great name. Chu Yun greeted the two with a polite smile. He had sent the heavenly demon woman to the Yin family, bringing Yin Song and the head of the Yin family here. After the previous incident, Yin Song was greatly impressed by this ninth prince. He had already completely conquered the Grand Elder of the Yin family in his heart. Your Highness, you flatter me. You are truly a talented individual, exactly as rumored. Yin Ding said politely. Chu Yun smiled and said, please have a seat. After they sat down, Chu Yun did not beat around the bush. Gentlemen, the purpose of my invitation tonight is likely something you have already guessed. Thus I will speak plainly. Given the current situation, only one side can survive between me and the Empress faction. The Yin family has always remained neutral, not involving themselves in the affairs of imperial power, but once this struggle for imperial power fully unfolds, no family among the nobles of the imperial city can escape disaster. Head of the Yin family, you should understand my meaning. Chu Yun spoke directly, clarifying his message. Once this struggle for imperial power begins, those neutral forces within the imperial city will ultimately have no choice but to step back. It is impossible to remain neutral forever, unless they are powerful enough to resist the entire Great Xia Dynasty. A demon infant at the Venerable Realm. Ninth Prince, you are Chu Yun, and you still command the demon infant. Yinding's voice trembled with unmistakable shock. He, a peerless expert at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm, and one of the strongest figures in the Yin clan, now stood before Chu Yun, his expression involuntarily taut with tension. Elder Yin Song should know this matter even better than you. Clan Master Yin, by revealing this to you tonight, I have already extended my utmost sincerity. Moreover, I am prepared to offer the Yin clan a solemn pledge. Once the struggle for imperial succession concludes, the Yin clan shall become the foremost aristocratic house of the imperial capital. Chu Yun had just demonstrated his extraordinary value, and then painted them an alluring vision of the future. That vision was not only tantalizing, but given Chu Yun's proven capabilities, entirely attainable. Yinding's pupils contracted sharply as he turned to glance at Yin Song. The elder nodded gravely. Clan Master indeed. As His Highness has stated, every word is true. In my estimation, His Highness's talent far surpasses that of the Crown Prince. Since the Yin clan must inevitably align itself with one faction, I find myself inclined, wholeheartedly, to stand by His Highness. Yin Song's decisive endorsement planted the first seed of doubt within Yinding's heart. Still reeling from astonishment, he now weighed the matter with sober deliberation. Tonight, Yinding had witnessed Chu Yun's worth in its entirety. Merely commanding a demon infant at the Venerable Realm was enough to tilt the balance of power across the entire realm. After profound contemplation, Yinding's face hardened with resolve. Very well. Since His Highness has shown such sincerity, the Yin clan shall never betray your trust. From this day forth, the Yin clan pledges its unwavering allegiance to His Highness. With the Yin clan submission secured, Chu Yun smiled with unreserved satisfaction. Excellent, Clan Master Yinding. I swear, you will one day look back upon this night and realize it was the most astute decision you ever made. Half an hour later, beneath a moonless, windswept sky, Yinding and Yin Song slipped away into the night, undetected, their visit to the Ninth Prince's residence remaining utterly unknown. The Yin clan's allegiance further expanded Chu Yun's web of influence. At dawn, Chu Yun sat serenely upon the fishing pavilion in the rear courtyard, while Luo Feng stood motionless and composed behind him, both seemingly awaiting something. A mechanical chime resonated within Chu Yun's mind. The Venerable Lord of 10,000 Thunders has annihilated by Shi Island. Master gains 3 editor points. The Venerable Lord of 10,000 Thunders has annihilated Qian Yi Pavilion. Master gains 2800 editor points. The Venerable Lord of 10,000 Thunders has slaughtered Pu Sun the Elder. Master gains 1200 editor points. The Venerable Lord of 10,000 Thunders has slaughtered the One-Eyed Demon. Master gains 900 editor points. Within Chu Yun's consciousness, the system's cold, rhythmic notifications continued without pause. The Venerable Lord of 10,000 Thunders had indeed exceeded expectations, earning over 10,000 editor points in a single day. His efficiency was astonishing. Yet, having eradicated so many factions, news of these deeds would surely spread by tomorrow, and all the slain were pillars of the Empress's faction. Were she in the Empress's position, she would instantly recognize the hand of a Venerable Realm cultivator. Should the Venerable Lord strike again, his operational efficiency would inevitably diminish. At that moment, Luo Feng received a message. He immediately reported, Your Highness, the night patrol squad has been successfully diverted. Chu Yun lifted his gaze toward the luminous full moon, and a faint sly smile curved his lips. Then, the Li clan, a prominent aristocratic house within the imperial capital, boasted a venerable ancestor who had reached the peak of the Nirvana realm. Its current clan master, too, was a formidable expert at the mid-tier of the Nirvana realm. Though its heritage fell short of the Yin clans, it ranked among the top 5 noble houses in the capital. Deep into the night, within the Li residence, Clan Master Li Feng lay peacefully asleep beside his 2 consorts. Suddenly, Li Feng's eyes snapped open, and he shot upright. Who? His pupils contracted in horror. Lanterns blazed throughout the chamber, but the 2 women lying beside him were already lifeless corpses, cold and still. Chu Yun sat calmly at the table, 1 foot propped casually on a chair, a faint, amused smile playing across his face as he regarded Li Feng. Consorts, die. Seeing his wives devoid of breath, Li Feng's face contorted in terror, and rage, fury flooded his mind like wildfire. With bloodshot eyes, he unleashed a torrent of Nirvana energy and lunged at Chu Yun. Chu Yun neither flinched nor retreated. His gaze remained serene, unruffled. Does a mere ant dare harm my master? What then do you take this sovereign for? In an instant, a sinister shadow flashed across the doorway. A young man materialized before Chu Yun, casually extending demonic cords born of the demon infant. Waves of malevolent energy surged through the room, and Li Feng was hurled backward with crushing force. Those demonic cords coiled tightly around Li Feng's entire body, each filament piercing his flesh like ice-cold needles driven deep into bone, while his soul itself was suppressed under the overwhelming pressure of the demon infant's aura. Thud! Li Feng crashed onto the floor, convulsing violently beneath excruciating agony. His features twisted beyond recognition. The Venerable. Venerable realm. Oh, who are you? The Li clan serves the Empress. Do you truly fear neither the Imperial Grand Tutor nor Her Majesty's vengeance? Li Feng gasped out the words through unbearable pain. The young man was none other than Yi Tun. Having refined 3 Nirvana realm demon infants, he had ascended to the Venerable realm, an achievement he owed ironically to Meng Rushui. Hearing Li Feng's plea, Chu Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. I am Chu Yun, the 9th prince of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. What a... You are Chu Yun. Li Feng's eyes bulged wide. Shock, hatred, fury, and grief warring across it. Li Feng's fury level has reached 93%. Not yet at 100. Observing this, Chu Yun instantly devised a new course. Bring him out. Let the entire Li family reunite once and for all. Yes, master. Yi Tun grinned wickedly, then dragged Li Feng forward by the demonic cords, following closely behind Chu Yun. They entered the Li clan's central courtyard. A barrier of sinister energy enveloped the square, sealing off all sound and sight, rendering the scene utterly imperceptible to outsiders. Chu Yun and Yi Tun stepped inside Li Feng in tow. In that instant, Li Feng's fury dissolved into pure terror. Senior Elder. Ancestor. Even you. Confronted with the horrifying spectacle before him, despair consumed him utterly. Within the barrier, the entire Li clan, over 1,000 members, stood frozen in place, subdued by Yi Tun's overwhelming might. Among them were the Senior Elder and the Ancestral Patriarch himself, both Nirvana realm experts. Luo Feng and the Heavenly Demoness stood motionless on either side, their expressions icy, their gazes devoid of mercy, as they surveyed the Li clan's ranks. In struggles for imperial power, collateral devastation always strikes first against the rival faction's loyal vassals. Luo Feng understood this truth, and so did every member of the Li clan. Yet none of them had anticipated that the 9th Prince Chu Yun commanded such terrifying strength within his inner circle. 9th Prince, grant the Li clan one chance. Spare us tonight, and we shall abandon the imperial capital forever, never again entangling ourselves in matters of succession. Li Feng lay collapsed on the ground, pleading towards Chu Yun. As the head of the Li family, he must bear this responsibility. He could not bear to watch the Li family perish at his hands. Chu Yun responded with an expressionless face. Li family head, how can someone your age still be so naive like a child? Finger, stop talking. Victory and defeat are inevitable. Tonight the Li family has fallen, but that does not mean you have won. Chu Yun, the Empress will surely take revenge for us. Even if we die, we will wait for you below. In contrast, the disheveled old ancestor of the Li family was much more clear-headed. He knew that things had reached this point. Pleading for mercy was useless. Since Chu Yun wanted to contend for the crown prince, he would certainly not let them go. Old man, you see things clearly. In that case, let me be the first to send you on your way. Yi Tun. Chu Yun spoke. Yes, master. Yi Tun chuckled, sticking out his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Then a shadow of an evil infant was released from within him, like a monstrous ghost that covered the sky, opening its abyssal mouth, and directly swallowed the old ancestor in one bite. Yi Tun killed the Li family's old ancestor and gained 7,000 editing points. Although the hatred value was not yet full, 7,000 editing points was still quite a lot. Old ancestor. The members of the Li family cried out in anguish. Their old ancestor was dead, and the cornerstone of the Li family had completely collapsed. In the next moment, Chu Yun glanced at Luo Feng, who understood immediately and dragged 3 young boys out of the crowd. Dad? Dad! Save me! Save me! Dad! These children were the young masters of the Li family, all children of the family head Li Feng. No! No! Oh, children! Li Feng watched helplessly as the 3 of them were thrown by Luo Feng, and the shadow of the evil infant opened its abyssal mouth, swallowing them once more. Yi Tun killed the 3 sons of the Li family, gaining 400 editing points. Li Feng's hatred value has reached 100%. Li Feng, this pig has truly been raised to the maximum. Alright, this farce should come to an end. Yi Tun. Chu Yun slowly turned his back and said, leave not a single one alive. Yes. Yi Tun replied joyfully. Luo Feng and the heavenly demon girl followed Chu Yun as they slowly walked out of the barrier. Chu Yun, you will definitely die a miserable death. Even in death, I will curse you. You will surely go to hell. You will definitely. Li Feng's voice abruptly stopped, replaced by the desperate roars and wails of the thousands of members of the Li family. But it was only for a moment. The giant mouth of the evil infant devoured everything, and the entire Li residence had completely turned into a house of the dead. Yi Tun killed Li Feng, gaining 6,000 editing points. Yi Tun killed the Li family's grand elder and gained 4,000 editing points. The Li family was annihilated and Chu Yun gained over 20,000 editing points in total. However, after dealing with the Li family, they did not return to the prince's residence, but instead headed towards another family. The next day, a shocking piece of news emerged, causing the entire imperial city to erupt with chaos. Overnight, 3 of the top 10 families in the Great Xia imperial city, the Li family, the Su family, and the Yu family, all members of these 3 great families vanished without a trace overnight. Except for a few who stayed behind in the merchant tower, and some relatives who were out, the rest, including all high-ranking members, disappeared overnight, and their whereabouts were unknown. Moreover, these 3 families were all loyal factions of the Empress. Once this news broke, the entire imperial city was in an uproar. There were all kinds of discussions rising and falling, as some said that the people of the 3 great families might have been killed. Others said they might be hiding in secret, plotting a rebellion. Some said they might have fled the city overnight to seek refuge in an enemy country. In short, there were all sorts of speculations. Because this matter was of great importance, the emperor dispatched shadow guards to investigate immediately. In the palace, in a pavilion of a back garden. Was this truly the work of the 9th prince? How did this kid manage to do it? Could it be the handiwork of Asura? The Great Xia Emperor's expression was somewhat astonished as he listened to the report from Meng Changjong, deeply shocked. Meng Changjong shook his head. No, the 9th prince said that if the disappearance of these 3 families is to become a mystery, it cannot possibly be the work of the Shura. After all, once the Shura leaves the palace, the Empress will surely receive the news, Meng Changjong replied. After hearing this, the Emperor's expression showed some surprise. The 9th prince actually has such capabilities, then it seems I truly need not worry anymore. Suddenly, the Emperor received a message from the shadow guards. He opened the spiritual message and his expression changed slightly. This is interesting. What is it, Your Majesty? Meng Changjong immediately asked. Take a look for yourself. The Emperor handed him the spiritual message. After taking a glance, Meng Changjong's expression changed slightly. Qinya Pavilion, 100 Serpent Island, these are all forces aligned with the Empress. In just one day, they were all exterminated. The Emperor nodded. The most critical point is that there are no traces of the attackers. This means that the exterminators were likely only a few people, or perhaps just one person. Meng Changjong's expression trembled. The Venerable. The Emperor's gaze was deep. Who do you think could be behind this, which Venerable? This sort of action clearly aims to eliminate the Empress wings and must be driven by deep hatred. Meng Changjong thought for a long time, but still couldn't think of anyone who would dare to eliminate the Empress factions at this critical juncture. The most crucial point was that it coincided with the 9th prince's actions, one eliminating forces in the imperial city and the other in other states. Quite the coincidence. Enough. You may go back now. I will send someone to investigate and see how the Empress plans to handle these matters. Yes, Your Majesty. 9 Prince's residence. Chu Yun slept until noon, and when he finally woke up, the spring, summer, autumn, and winter girls helped him dress. As he opened the door, he yawned repeatedly. What were you doing last night, Your Highness? Why do you look so listless? Xiao Chun, seeing this, boldly made a joke. Chu Yun pinched her nose. If I'm listless, why don't you come and see for yourself? Xiao Chun's face immediately turned as red as an apple. Your Highness. The other 3 girls laughed heartily. At this moment, Luo Feng walked slowly from a distance. Your Highness, you are awake. Chu Yun nodded and said to the 4 girls, all right, you can all leave now. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, the news of the disappearance of the 3 major families, including the Li family, has spread throughout the imperial city overnight. In addition, the massacre of the forces such as Baisha Island and Qinya Pavilion has also reached the imperial city from other states and counties. Presumably, most of the people from the Empress faction have already received the news. Luo Feng replied seriously. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun maintained a calm expression as everything was within his expectations. All right. Next, instruct the people in the mansion to stay inside as much as possible, waiting for news from Shiner. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng then withdrew. For Chu Yun, there was nothing more he needed to do now. He only needed to wait for the Eastern Palace to make a move. Moreover, tomorrow marks the Tindui appointment between Xiao Yin and Wang Han. At that time, Chu Yun would naturally not hold back. He was determined to capture them all. Ding. Background editing cooldown completed. With the 7-day background editing cooldown over, Chu Yun glanced around to ensure no one was watching before returning to his room and closing the door. Check editing points. Editing points, 58,000. The more than 50,000 editing points were accumulated from the destruction of those 3 families and the forces wiped out by Master Wan Lei. 50,000. This is exhilarating. He immediately checked the background identities. Destined Empress Meng Ruxa's unresolved past, 8,000 editing points. The only disciple of Xian Yaozi, 10,000 editing points. Master of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 editing points. Brother of the Metian Saint King, 20,000 editing points. Now he could edit these backgrounds. However, the frustrating part was that he could only choose one this time. The rest would have to wait until 7 days later. After much contemplation, Chu Yun ultimately settled on the background with the highest cost-performance ratio, the only disciple of Xian Yaozi. According to the system's introduction, he was a supreme being. And not just any supreme being, but an invincible one. With this master backing him, what more could he plan? With one command from my master, a single sword strike could eliminate the entire Empress faction. System, I choose to edit this: the disciple of Xian Yaozi. Friendly reminder: Master Xian Yaozi is currently in a remote ancient secret realm in the Yuan realm far from the Great Xia Dynasty. Even if you edit this identity, it will take at least 2 months for him to arrive. What 2 months? Then he'll choose another one. The brother of the Metian Saint King. Master, the Metian Saint King is in the Pure Land, even farther away, or it will take at least half a year to reach here. Chu Yun was filled with black lines on his forehead. Are you kidding me? Each of them is so far from the Great Xia Dynasty. Do you expect me to edit the background of the Misty Rain Tower? Master, the only disciple of Xian Yaozi is indeed the most cost-effective background. Once you complete the editing in 2 months, everything in the Great Xia Dynasty will be under your control. As for the 2-month time difference, Master can exchange for some mystery boxes. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gain. Besides, the 7-day editing cooldown will soon pass. After the system's detailed explanation, Chu Yun felt there was indeed some sense in it. Now that he chose Xian Yaozi, he could just wait for 2 months. Once he arrives, he would have a supreme being backing him. All the royal family elders and the Empress National Master would have to kneel and sing his praises. Alright, let's edit it. Chu Yun ultimately decided to edit the background of being Xian Yaozi's only disciple. Background is being edited, please wait. Causality change completed, identity reset correct. Ding. Congratulations, Master, background editing successful. Immediately, a new memory appeared in Chu Yun's mind. In Qingzhou, he had met a wandering cloud-robed sword cultivator in his youth who, seeing the affinity between them, took him as his disciple. However, he wanted Chu Yun to experience the world and grow on his own, so he left behind a sword soul jade for him while he continued his travels. He told Chu Yun that when he encountered insurmountable difficulties, he could use the sword soul jade to contact him, and he would come once he saw it. This cheap master is quite cool, having even a great sword immortal. Truly remarkable. Chu Yun had already envisioned Xian Yaozi's appearance and his demeanor while drawing his sword. Similarly, due to the reset of causality, Xian Yaozi would also have memories of accepting Chu Yun as his disciple. Chu Yun slowly took out a piece of jade, resembling a long sword, from his body. This was precisely the sword soul jade. Master, your disciple is now the 9th prince of the Great Xia Dynasty. Due to the struggle for imperial power, life and death will be divided. Therefore, I specially request Master to come to my aid. He transmitted this message into the sword soul jade. In a mysterious ancient secret realm surrounded by a bloody wasteland amidst rising dust, there were more than 10 demon kings of the Tianxiang realm, each towering 1,000 feet high, resembling giant mountains, their bodies dried up, turning into fossils. Looking at their injuries, they were all caused by sword qi. Moreover, they were all very neat, each having only a single sword wound. So many demon kings comparable to the human realm's heavenly sovereign level were instantly slain by a single sword. In the deepest part of the wasteland, in a valley, a cloud-robed sword cultivator, holding a sword at this moment, unleashed a sword qi that cleaved the vast sky, creating a massive rift reminiscent of a crack in the heavens. Hiding in that void space, a great demon sovereign was completely decapitated by the sword. Its beastly head, as large as a mansion, fell out of the void. Its body was buried within. This great demon sovereign had once been a supreme-level monster, yet it was also slain by this cloud-robed sword cultivator with a single sword. The cloud-robed sword cultivator's gaze remained unchanged. Just as he was about to continue walking, a sword soul jade at his waist suddenly glowed. Moi. He picked it up and heard Chu Yun's voice and the message he conveyed. This kid. Indeed, it's been over 10 years since I've seen him. Forget it. Chu Yun, wait for me. Xian Yaozi transmitted a message into the sword soul jade, then turned and began to head toward the exit of the secret realm. After receiving Xian Yaozi's response, Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence. Just wait 2 more months. The end for those from the Empress faction is near. With 48,000 left, the options available to him were many yet few. Simply exchanging for cultivation enhancement cards was clearly not as cost-effective as opening blind boxes. First, he'll use 15,000 editing points to exchange for a Broken Realm cultivation card. Then he'll use 32,000 editing points to exchange for 8 golden blind boxes. With this, Chu Yun was left with only 1,000 editing points. Exchange successful. All treasures have been sent to the system warehouse. Would the master like to open them? Open it, Chu Yun said without hesitation. Opening. Congratulations, master. You have obtained 2 peak Nirvana summon cards, 1 minor realm enhancement card for the Venerable Realm, 1 Venerable Realm summon card, 1 life, liquid, 1 celestial breath, 1 divine ability, heavenly fire, vermilion bird, 1 venerable eye. All rewards have been sent to the warehouse. The issuance of these rewards left Chu Yun feeling quite novel. System, introduce these treasures. System, of course. Life liquid, a single drop can restore one's injuries to their original state. Even the most severe soul disintegration and source injuries can be instantly healed, a supreme level treasure. Celestial breath, upon use one can gain 10 breaths of power from the heavenly appearance realm. Divine ability, heavenly fire, vermilion bird. This divine ability has 5 levels. Upon reaching the second level, one can transform into a vermilion bird, descending heavenly fire to burn away all impurities in the world. Venerable eye, the eyes of a venerable realm cultivator can only be integrated at the nirvana realm level. After integration, not only can one's strength increase, but one can also comprehend the profundities of the venerable realm. What luck I have. Opening blind boxes resulted in these. Had this been in the past, I would have won a lottery worth. After seeing the introductions of these items, Chu Yun felt particularly satisfied. System, let's use the Broken Realm cultivation card first. Using. As the cultivation card was activated, Chu Yun's aura soared like a bird taking flight, directly crossing over the nascent soul realm to reach the initial level of the Broken Realm. In his mind, he practiced the heavenly fire vermilion bird divine ability. With the support of the heavenly blood divine root, Chu Yun felt as if he had a learning bonus. For any spiritual technique or divine ability, he only needed to simulate it in his mind to achieve small success. After about 10 seconds, a red vermilion bird mark appeared on the inner side of his arm. This was the best proof that he had comprehended the second level of the heavenly fire vermilion bird. I need to find an opportunity to test the power of this heavenly fire vermilion bird. After opening his eyes, Chu Yun looked at the intense power contained in his palm and muttered to himself, System, what level does my strength belong to now? System, replying to the master, with your mastery of the heavenly fire vermilion bird, you are already invincible within the Broken Realm. You can also fight against those in the initial stage of the Nirvana realm. Additionally, due to the large amount of blood essence you previously fed to the blood sky world, it has expanded once again. Now, with no reservations in your strikes, your combat power can rival those in the late stage of the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun was somewhat surprised. He did not expect that his current combat power could already transcend to the late stage of the Nirvana realm. This truly brought him some joy. Then let's use up the remaining items. That minor realm enhancement card for the Venerable realm, use it remotely on Venerable Wanlei. Chu Yun said. Venerable Wanlei was already at the late stage of the Venerable realm. If he were to enhance further, he would become in existence at the peak level of the Venerable realm, just like his uncle. Moreover, Venerable Wanlei's constitution was that of a sacred body, and his root bone was also of the sacred level. Among those of the same level, his uncle would not even be a match for Venerable Wanlei. Enhancing remotely. Remote enhancement completed. Wanlei's cultivation has been elevated to the peak of the Supreme Realm. Summoning character. Character summoning successful. In the next moment, 3 figures burst into the room, standing before Chu Yun. We pay our respects to your... Among the 3, there was an older man whose aura surpassed that of the others, clearly a venerable. The other 2 were at the peak of the Nirvana realm. One was a man dressed in a black robe, wearing a black dragon crown, with a handsome and cold expression, a strikingly handsome young man. The woman was enchanting, her figure alluring like a beautiful serpent. Though she could not match the stunning beauty of the celestial demon girl, she had her own unique charm. Open information introduction. Name Venerable Xia. Realm late stage of the Venerable realm. Physique fate array sacred body. Root bone sacred level. Name Morongyin. Realm peak of the Nirvana realm. Physique extreme, root bone king level. Name fire spirit woman. Realm peak of the Nirvana realm. Physique void flame king body. Root bone king level. After reviewing the information of the 3, Chu Yun then spoke. There's no need for excessive formalities, I rise. Thank you, your highness. After they stood, Chu Yun examined them one by one, and then said, from now on you all must conceal your auras and avoid revealing your cultivation levels. Do you understand? Yes, your highness. Inside the harem. In a side hall within the harem, the national master Feng Tianjing, the divine sect Wang Han, and the crown prince Chu Rong were seated on either side. At the top, there sat a woman clad in a bright yellow 8-colored phoenix robe, wearing a crown of 6 dragons and 3 phoenixes, dignified and serious, her appearance bearing a striking resemblance to Crown Prince Chu Rong. This person was none other than the current empress of the Great Xia Dynasty, Empress Lan. Empress, I have confirmed my information. From last night until now, Shura has been in the palace and has not left the city. As for Dream Changzhong, he was also within his residence the entire night. This is confirmed information obtained from the Misty Rain Tower. Therefore, these 2 can be completely ruled out. Feng Tianjing slowly spoke. Empress Lan's expression turned slightly gloomy. In just one day, her faction had lost over 10,000 people in total. The disappearance of the 3 from the Li family very likely meant they were dead. But to achieve such a level overnight without leaving any trace, the assailant must be at least of the Venerable realm. If we rule out these 2, does that mean there are none left? Could it be that this incident was caused by Chu Yun and his... The Crown Prince's expression was also grim. Until now, they had not found a single clue. Even the Misty Rain Tower was still under investigation. Their suspected targets were naturally the venerable realm figures on Chu Yun's side. But with Shura and Dream Changjong ruled out, they had no suspects left. Surely it was impossible for Chu Yun to be a venerable realm cultivator. That would be an absurdity. No, there is one more person. Within the Imperial city, there is another possible venerable who could assist Chu Yun. Empress Lan's pupils flashed with a murderous light, as if she thought of something. Does the Empress refer to Jin Mu? Feng Tiansheng's gaze flickered toward her, his voice somewhat heavy. The Empress Lan Ji nodded lightly. He has not appeared for a long time. It is rumored that he is in seclusion, but the truth of it remains uncertain. Upon hearing the name Jin Mu, the Crown Prince and Wang Han could not help but change their expression slightly. This name was undoubtedly thunderous in their ears. Jin Mu is the supreme commander of the Shadow Guards and the direct superior of Luo Feng. More importantly, he only obeys the Emperor's orders and is not an ordinary realm of respect. Throughout the entire Great Xia Dynasty, even the peak powerhouses among the respected like the Shura Master and the Divine Sect Master have no assurance of victory when encountering him. Mother, if it is Jin Mu, then wouldn't that mean? The Crown Prince's expression turned quite grim with a hint of ferocity in his brow. The others in the hall also understood his meaning. The only one in the entire Imperial city who could command Jin Mu is the Emperor of Great Xia. In other words, does that mean his father is plotting against them? Chu Rong's heart swelled with rage. It is all Chu Yun's fault. If he hadn't returned, this wouldn't have happened. The Emperor's intentions. Perhaps he wishes to establish Chu Yun as the heir. Meng Changshong's alignment with Chu Yun from my perspective is likely under his directive. Feng Tianzheng continued. Lan Ji's expression deepened. Having been married to him for many years, she naturally understood his methods. She was certain that behind all this the Emperor's figure must be present. Perhaps the Emperor is using Chu Yun's hand to gradually remove her wings. He wishes to change heirs, but as long as I am here, that will never succeed. His celestial decay has at most 2 months left. When that time comes, it will be the day of upheaval in the Imperial city, and he will have no way to reverse the situation. However, before that, these matters cannot simply be endured. Since they have targeted my people, then it is only natural to return the favor. A hint of cold ferocity flashed in Lan Ji's eyes. How does the Empress plan to act against those individuals? Feng Tianjing asked. Lan Ji pondered seriously before speaking. For now, we want act against Chu Yun. He is under the close protection of Luo Feng, and perhaps Jin Mu is also lurking, so the likelihood of killing him is low. In that case, the chief steward of his residence is a good target, and Meng Changshong's daughter. Let's first take their lives to whet their appetite. Besides that, I have already dispatched members of the Corpse Een sect and Blood God sect to pressure the Shur family on their territory, forcing Shura to leave the Imperial city. After the Empress' words, the few nodded slightly. Targeting Tai and Meng Rushue is the most likely to succeed, and it can also deal a significant blow to those on Chu Yun's side. Especially Meng Rushue, the first beauty of the younger generation in the Great Xia Dynasty. If she were to die, the entire Great Xia would be shaken, including Meng Changjong, who could not remain so calm. By the way, Mother, what about the other forces in the provinces? Who should we send to investigate? Chu Rong asked at this moment. There is no need to worry about this. The Vice Master of the Divine Sect has already gone to investigate this matter personally. I believe there will be results soon. Lan Ji recalled something and continued, by the way, you are going to meet that Xiaoyan tomorrow, right? Chu Rong nodded. Yes, Mother, the items have already been delivered to the East Palace. Tomorrow at dawn, Elder Wang and Captain He Tai will head to the Tsongfeng mountain range to meet Xiaoyan. Barring any unexpected events, this unparalleled prodigy will become my guest tomorrow, and I will immediately bring him to meet you, Mother. The Crown Prince held great expectations for Xiao, yet even though they had not yet met. Lan Ji nodded. Good. I also want to see what this legendary figure who became famous overnight looks like. 9 Prince's Manor. At this moment, Chu Yun was sitting in the pavilion, holding the Tianhua Ding, deeply examining it. A steady footstep approached, and a figure arrived before Chu Yun. Si Jun, pay my respects to the prince. Chu Yun nodded. Rise. Si Jun, do you have confidence in breaking the formation within this cauldron? Chu Yun had momentarily forgotten that this summoned master Si Jun was a cultivator with an exceptionally high talent in formation. He is a formation master. The seal of the Tianhua Ding could not be resolved by the master of 10,000 Thunder due to his unfamiliarity with formations. But Master Si Jun may not be the same. Chu Yun had always been curious about what was sealed within the formation of the Tianhua Ding. The 1,000-year-old herb from the Wang Xiandao sect was stolen by Qin Kuan and has been lost since. But Chu Yun had a premonition that the true sealed item within the Tianhua Ding must be far more valuable than that 1,000-year-old herb. After receiving it, Master Si Jun's eyes flashed with blue light, and the ancient patterns carved on the cauldron began to glow. Then, after carefully examining it, Master Si Jun provided a specific response. Your Highness, this sealing formation was likely laid by a peak formation master in the Supreme Realm. Given my current cultivation, I can break it, but it will require some time. How long? Chu Yun asked. Within 2 months. The specific time depends on how much residual power from that supreme realm figure remains in those formation patterns. Master Chu Yun replied. Another 2 months. Is there some clash with the last 2 months? Upon hearing the estimated time needed, Chu Yun couldn't help but complain. All right, then you take it to break and let me know what you need. Chu Yun said. Yes, Your Highness. After Master Chu Yun took the Tianhua Ding and left, Chu Yun called for Yi Tun and Luo Feng. Your Highness. Master, what is it? Yi Tun stood beside Luo Feng, curiously asking. Tomorrow at dawn, the Tindai agreement I made with those from the East Palace comes to an end. At that time, Yi Tun, you and I will go to the Tsangfeng mountain range. Captain Luo arranged the matters at the city gate. Make sure to erase our traces of entering and exiting the city. Chu Yun instructed the two. Yes, Your Highness. Don't worry, Master, a few Nirvana realm cultivators are nothing. They are like ants, easy to deal with. Luo Feng. Yi Tun's words were a bit lofty, and Luo Feng's expression was slightly stiff beside him. He himself was in the Nirvana realm, and hearing Yi Tun's words made him feel like he might want to strike back. Chu Yun glanced at him, and then said, just now I received news from Shiner. The Empress's faction is planning to act against Atai and Meng Rushua. Captain Luo informed the Prime Minister to be cautious. As for Atai, let him leave the city during the day tomorrow, or we will directly lure the snake out of its hole. Thinking of this, Chu Yun couldn't help but smile. If the Empress faction dares to follow Atai out of the city, then they will surely face dire consequences. Yes, Your Highness. I will go to the Qingxiang mansion at once. Luo Feng was about to leave, then turned back. Your Highness, since you mentioned Miss Yu, there is something concerning her I ought to tell you. Chu Yun blinked. What is it? About 10 days ago, Miss Yu asked me something. She asked whether Wanlei Zuns had been in the residence on a certain night. Luo Feng said. Chu Yun's brow tightened slightly. Which night exactly? When? Luo Feng answered without hesitation, on the day after Your Highness and the others returned from the Tsangfeng mountain range. At those words, Chu Yun felt a sudden pang. He hurriedly asked, what did you reply? I told her the truth, Luo. After hearing this, Chu Yun's expression grew grave. After a few seconds of silence, he said, very well, I understand. You may go. Yes. Luo Feng then left for the Qingxiang mansion. Yi Tun rolled his eyes and whispered, Master, could it be that the one who rescued Meng Rushu last time was Wanlei? Chu Yun stared at him coldly. The atmosphere hardened and no words were spoken. Under Chu Yun's stare, Yi Tun's hair prickled. He forced a dry laugh. Master, I urgently need to relieve myself. I'll be off. Like smoke, Yi Tun vanished. Chu Yun sat alone, his mind racing with 1,000 thoughts, which at last coalesced into a single sigh. Indeed, he had underestimated Tianma Nu. This woman, once of Imperial realm stature and temperament, was not inferior to him in the slightest. Since the matter could not be hidden, it was better to be candid. He would not let this plant a nail of estrangement between them. Chu Yun rose and slowly made his way to the secret chamber where Tianma Nu had secluded her true body. Entering, Chu Yun saw Tianma Nu's true body seated there. She sensed his arrival and parted her cool lips. Has something happened? Nothing in particular. Just wanted to talk, Chu Yun said, casually settling on the floor, his gaze filled with meaning as he looked at her. Tianma Nu slowly opened her eyes, revealing purple-golden irises. She regarded Chu Yun without haste and asked, about what? How did you find out? I was the one who had Wanlei rescue Meng Rushua. Chu Yun looked at her and admitted it with some embarrassment. Tianma Nu remained outwardly calm and composed. You mean that matter? Whoever rescued her was at minimum of the Zun's rank. A Zun's is powerful enough to turn the tables and slay us all, yet he only took Meng Rushua and did not show his face. That can only mean the rescuer feared exposing his identity. Combined with the fact his cultivation draws on thunder, when I asked Luo Feng, everything became clear. Her tone surprised Chu Yun, as she did not seem overly moved by the affair. Then why didn't you come to question me at once? Isn't that my fault? Chu Yun asked earnestly. Tianma Nu's expression remained steady. If you had wanted me to know, you would have told me. Otherwise, if I had asked, I'd only have been given evasive excuses. No point. As for whether I blame you, you have no memories of a past life, so your wariness toward me is understandable. I said before, that time will prove everything. Naturally, I could not blame you over this matter. Her words left Chu Yun gaping, unable to utter a single response. She assumed until now that Chu Yun's lack of past life memories made his faith in her incomplete, which was normal. That thought made Chu Yun's heart ache. Chu Yun looked at her with obvious tenderness. He crossed over, lifted her into his arms, and held her close. Shiner, I swear from now on nothing like this will happen again. Held by him, Tianma Nu slowly placed her hand on his back. It was her first time in such intimate proximity with a man. Their skin against each other, feeling the softness and warmth of his body, and the sensation filled her with a strange, exquisite joy. Did you save her to prevent our conflict? In her relaxed, pleasant mood, Tianma Nu asked. Chu Yun answered honestly, indeed. I do not want you to fight her. In fact, I wish for you to coexist. Very well, I agree, she responded. She answered at once. Chu Yun sprang up, stunned. You agreed? He could hardly believe it. The two of them had been sworn enemies, yet she had consented so easily. To be honest, whether in the past or now, neither of us ever had absolute certainty we could kill the other. Even if you had not had Wanlei rescue her, she would not necessarily have died there. Do not underestimate the trump card of a reincarnated Imperial realm being. Our grudge has endured too long. I believe it tires more than just me. She is weary as well. I am willing to make concessions for you, but even if I agree to stop fighting, persuading Meng Ruxia may not be so easy. The Tianmanu spoke what was on her mind. Chu Yun understood she could say these things because she was willing to make great concessions for him. As a man, what reason did he have not to accomplish this? Rest assured, I will handle Meng Ruxia's side of things. You need only be at ease. He told Tianmanu, then left the chamber. Afterward, Chu Yun sighed, his thoughts tangled. To have deceived a woman who cared for me so sincerely. What a wretch. The system interjected unexpectedly. Consider it done. The system answered itself. Chu Yun. System, are you messing with me? System. System master, do not think this of yourself. You are a good man, your original heart remains. You only wish them to live in harmony and to have a happy family with you. Chu Yun, I like to hear that. As the sun set and night fell, Luo Feng had arranged the city gates. Near midnight, Chu Yun, Yi Tun, and Si Zhanzun secretly left the city together. As a precaution, Chu Yun had specifically brought Si Zhanzun's. Besides them, 2 other groups also slipped out of the city at the same hour. And astonishingly, all were headed in the same direction as Chu Yun, that Songfeng mountain range. One party was those from Donggong, and the other were powerful figures from Yinyu. At the summit of Songfeng mountain, Chu Yun still wore a mask, as did the 2 beside him, Yi Tun and Master Si Zhan, who had also slightly concealed their appearances. As the early hours of the morning approached, Wang Hansua and He Tai Wang slowly flew up from the mountainside, their figures standing before Chu Yun and his companions. Wang Hansua glanced over and noticed the 2 unfamiliar figures beside Chu Yun, but he did not pay much attention. Young Master Xiao Yin, you have arrived as promised. We have prepared the items for you. Wang Hansua said, opening his palm to reveal a blood-red crystal and a box sealing an evil infant. This 10th Sandier blood essence stone is genuine. He continued, and within this box is sealed an evil infant at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm. Feel free to check it, young Master Xiao Yin. To demonstrate his sincerity, Wang Hansua gently waved his hand, and the 2 items floated directly to Chu Yun. After confirming, Chu Yun nodded, saying, these 2 items are fine. You both have worked hard. However, the tone of Chu Yun's last few words carried a subtle undertone. Wang Hansua and He Tai Wang did not realize this, thinking Chu Yun was merely being polite. He Tai Wang then said, young Master Xiao Yin, we have shown our sincerity, so when do you plan to meet His Highness the Crown Prince? His Highness has been waiting for you in the East Palace tonight, eager to meet a talent like you in person. Hearing this, Chu Yun smiled slightly. Having put away the 2 items, he spoke, His Highness' regard for Xiao Yin truly surprises me. Wang Hansua responded, His Highness particularly values young Master Xiao. With His Highness' help and your talent, it would surely be a powerful alliance, and in the future young Master Xiao's name will resonate throughout the entire Great Xia. At this moment, Wang Hansua was still praising Chu Yun. Chu Yun gazed at the 2 with a meaningful expression, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the name Xiao Yin paired with any crown prince is enough to shake the Great Xia. But unfortunately, that crown prince is not Chu Rong. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang Hansua and He Tai Wang changed slightly, the former's face darkening. Young Master Xiao Yin, what do you mean by that? Are you perhaps planning to go back on your word? Chu Yun smiled wickedly, his voice chilling. Even if I were to go back on my word, what would you do about it? The expressions of the 2 darkened completely. Xiao Yin, I advise you not to miscalculate. Having taken the items, you still wish to run. There is no such good fortune in this world. If you dare to renege today, I guarantee that you will lie down in the Songfeng mountains. He Tai Wang Hankuo's aura at the pinnacle of the Nirvana realm slowly radiated, a terrifying presence enveloping the mountaintop, exerting pressure on Chu Yun and showcasing his strength, warning him. Chu Yun's expression showed no change. He looked at them playfully and casually said, go ahead, make your move, but I want them alive. Rest assured, Master, leave it to me. Yi Tun smiled, and in the next moment a wave of evil infant energy erupted from him, like a tsunami, directly shattering Wang Hankuo's imposing aura. Saint Realm, run. Wang Hansua and He Tai Wang's faces went pale as they realized Yi Tun was actually a Saint Realm expert, and they had no time to think further before instinctively trying to flee. You stand before me and still wish to run. What do you take me for? Yi Tun felt that these 2 were underestimating him too much. He had revealed his aura, yet these 2 still thought of escaping. Wang Hansua and the others were already in a state of panic. Had they known Yi Tun's thoughts, they would surely have been infuriated. They instinctively chose to flee. If they continued to underestimate him, it would truly be unjust. In Yi Tun's perspective, these 2 should not run, but rather kneel and beg for mercy. Heavenly Evil Claws. Yi Tun slowly extended a hand, and a wave of evil energy shot from his palm, instantly transforming into a gigantic evil infant claw, as if to destroy the mountain peak, reaching for the 2. Earth-shattering lamp. Golden Void Spirit Spear. Wang Hansua and the others saw they could not evade and had no choice but to brace themselves against the claw with all their might. A lotus lamp burning with golden light appeared in the sky, and Heitai Wang also took out his strongest. The golden void spirit spear transformed into a golden luminous spear dragon burning with brilliant nirvana flames illuminating the night sky over the mountain range. Wang Hankuo's earth-shattering lamp coalesced into a giant earth giant with the lamp serving as its heart, controlling the nearly 1,000-foot-tall giant to charge toward the evil claw. Sizzle. Bang bang bang. This outcome was within Chu Yun's expectations. The earth giant and the golden luminous spear dragon were utterly destroyed. The moment they touched the evil claw, the tidal wave of saint-level power shattered everything. The earth-shattering lamp and golden void spirit spear were reduced to ashes. Off. The evil claw did not stop and directly grasped the bodies of the two, with the nirvana flames burning on Wang Hansua and the others being directly permeated by the evil energy. The two instantly felt an icy chill throughout their bodies. The evil energy fused with every strand of their power, directly suppressing their strength, and it tortured their entire meridians at every moment. It was as if the sinister forces were rampaging within them, causing both Nirvana realm experts to involuntarily let out cries of agony. Yi Tun flicked his finger, and the evil claw brought them back to the mountaintop. Puff puff. Their bodies pressed by Yi Tun's power knelt before Chu Yun. Who are you? I am the third elder of the divine sect. If you move against me, there will be no good end. Wang Hansua gritted his teeth in pain, glaring fiercely at Chu Yun. Chu Yun looked coldly at them. Yi Tun, take them away for now. Yi Tun's face suddenly turned serious as he nodded. Yes, master. He took action to shrink their bodies to the size of grains of sand, absorbing them into his own body. Having watched for so long, are you not prepared to show yourselves, eh? If you do not come out now, I may truly leave. Chu Yun suddenly shouted loudly to the surroundings of the mountaintop. Young Master Xiao Yan, the two beside you possess incredible power. A familiar voice then sounded. In the next moment, from behind the dark clouds not far away, a dozen figures descended. They were all Nirvana realm experts. Leading them was Sun Yin, the chief steward of the Smoke and Rain Pavilion, along with two other elders. These two were also powerful figures at the Saint Realm level. They stood with Sun Yin at the center, flanking him on either side. When Chu Yun saw Sun Yin, after many years his expression remained largely unchanged, only slightly frowning. Su Steward, isn't this a bit unprincipled? Last time I let your people go. This time, with so many of you coming to the Songfeng mountain range, are you not planning to oppose? Anyone encountering such a situation would undoubtedly feel discontented. Moreover, Chu Yun was never one to be considered gentle. If the Yinyu Tower truly intended to be hostile, he could easily unleash the breath of the celestial sovereign and eliminate these people directly. Sun Yin smiled and calmly explained, young Master Xiao, Yin has misunderstood. Our Yinyu Tower is in the business of commerce, and the last thing we wish to do is interfere in the conflicts between various factions. Therefore, we naturally do not wish to be enemies with young Master Xiao Yan. Chu Yun's face was cold. Then what is your purpose this time? We have come this time merely to seek confirmation from young Master Xiao Yan. Sun Yin's face revealed a hint of inscrutable smile. No, it should be said His Highness the Ninth Prince regarding a certain matter. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun fell silent. At that moment, he was unsure whether Sun Yin was testing him or if they had truly uncovered his identity. After a brief contemplation, he replied, if you say, I am the prince, then so be it. What is it you wish to verify? His response was unexpected for Sun Yin. He was indeed testing Chu Yun. Their Yinyu Tower had investigated, and the identity of Xiao Yin was confirmed to be false, while his true identity had been meticulously scrutinized by the Yinyu Tower. They discovered someone who matched him closely, which was the long-missing and recently returned Ninth Prince Chu Yun. But if it truly was Chu Yun, how could he have so many experts by his side? Moreover, he possessed such astonishing and unparalleled talent. If it really was Chu Yun, he would indeed have given everyone a great surprise. However, Chu Yun's response at that moment neither confirmed nor denied, which made it difficult for Sun Yin to reach a conclusion. What needs verification is the origin of His Highness's talent. Talent is a matter of personal privacy. I fear that is something I cannot divulge. Su Steward, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Farewell. As Chu Yun was about to leave with the two, suddenly a respected elder from the Yinyu Tower lightly stirred the wind, blowing away Chu Yun's mask and revealing his true visage. Sun Yin fixed his gaze and narrowed his pupils. It really is him. At that moment, he was completely certain of Xiao Yan's identity. It was indeed the Ninth Prince Chu Yun. Chu Yun halted his steps. He had not actually intended to continue concealing his identity. The Yinyu Tower's suspicion of him meant that the exposure of his identity was only a matter of time. However, the fact that they revealed his mask changed the nature of the situation. Su Steward, I believe I have shown enough respect to you, haven't I? What you are doing is rather unseemly. Chu Yun's gaze was cold as he looked at them. The two respected elders from the Yinyu Tower had expressions of increasing arrogance, arms crossed, their eyes full of disdain. Their overwhelming sense of superiority making Chu Yun feel disgusted. Apologies, Your Highness, for any discourtesy. Please bear with us. Sun Yin offered a polite remark. Is that all? Sun Yin, do you think this matter can just end like this? Chu Yun, what else do you want Su Darren to do? Do not overstep your bounds. Even if your talent is extraordinary, if you wish to act recklessly before our Yinyu Tower, you are not qualified to do so. The elder from the left side of the Yinyu Tower spoke with an air of superiority. When the master speaks, how can a servant interject? Sun Yin, is this how you manage your subordinates? Is this the rule that your Yinyu Tower has always followed? Chu Yun showed no fear. He scolded even those of the respected realm. To him, respected elders were not beyond his reproach. The respected elder from the Yinyu Tower before him was weaker than the former Shuexian, but his demeanor was even more repugnant. What did you say? Ignorant child, how dare you insult this revered one? The elder who was scolded immediately became furious and reached for Chu Yun's neck with a palm. The oppressive aura of the early stage respected realm spread, pressing down around Chu Yun. A formation seal from the respected elder Xizhan burst forth, transforming into a hexagram formation, within which the formation light transformed into starlight, dispersing the respected elder's oppressive aura, and then the starlight repelled his outstretched hand. Bang! Hit by the power of the starlight, the man was sent retreating over 10 meters. Under the immense force, his entire arm went numb and could not move. Such powerful strength. Latest stage respected realm. The elder from Yinyu Tower spoke with caution and astonishment. At this moment, the aura of Xizhan was revealed, and Sun Yin and the others finally understood the specific cultivation level of Xizhan. He was not an ordinary respected elder, but a latest-stage respected realm expert. Just by himself, he could easily handle everyone in the mountain range tonight. Xizhan stood beside Chu Yun, his gaze indifferently fixed on them. As long as Chu Yun gave the order, he would act without hesitation. On the contrary, Yi Tun stood silently beside with a rather grim expression. He understood the power of Yinyu Tower. If they were truly to become enemies with this force, the price to pay would be enormous. To speak bluntly, in front of the Yinyu Tower headquarters, even 100 of the Great Xia Dynasty combined would not be enough to contend with them. However, if the master truly wanted to fight, he would certainly accompany him to the death. Life and death are trivial. If you don't accept it, just fight them. No matter what, one must never be a coward. Seeing this situation, Sun Yin's eyes shifted, and from his storage ring, he took out a blood essence stone. Your Highness, my people acted recklessly earlier. This 10th Sandier blood essence stone is a gesture of apology. Our Yinyu Tower harbors no ill will towards you, and I hope you understand. Seeing Sun Yin's sincerity, Chu Yun slowly accepted the 10th Sandier blood essence stone. Su Steward, it is not you I am targeting. For so long, the royal family and Yinyu Tower have treated each other with respect, and my impression of you has not been bad. But some of your respected elders indeed need to be reminded about their vision and conduct. Chu Yun spoke candidly. The two respected elders behind Sun Yin instantly turned gloomy, but Sun Yin shot them a glance, suppressing their emotions with force. Turning back, he smiled faintly. What you said, I will think it over. Moreover, regarding tonight's incident, our Yinyu Tower will not disclose it, you can rest assured. Although I do not know Sun Yin's true intentions, Chu Yun nodded. Then I thank you. Let's go. Then Chu Yun and the others left the Songfeng mountain range and returned to the Imperial city under the night sky. Watching the departing figures of Chu Yun and his companions, Sun Yin's gaze deepened and his expression gradually turned solemn. Sudarun, he's just a brat who is arrogant due to his slight talent. I don't understand, Sudarun, why you place so much importance on him, said the two elders beside him, their expressions. They were fully aware of Sun Yin's true identity. To put it mildly, not even figures at the Zunja level would dare to show disrespect in front of Sun Yin. They genuinely did not understand why Sudarun treated this Chu Yun in such a manner, even presenting him with a 10th Sandier blood essence stone. What do you know? Chu Yun is not as simple as you perceive. Just the few Zunja experts around him have no known origins we could uncover. Therefore, befriending him is far better than making an enemy of him. This is not a matter of face, it's an issue of intelligence. Moreover, he is not wrong in what he said. You should really reconsider that superior attitude of yours. In Yinyu Tower, we never judge others by their status. Everyone is equal, and there are no distinctions of nobility or lowliness. If there is another incident, I will deal with it according to the rules of the tower. Sun Yin looked at them with dissatisfaction, warning. Sudarin, we understand. There absolutely won't be another time. The two Zunja immediately lowered their heads, sincerely admitting they truly did not dare to defy him. No one understood better than they did the terrifying weight of the word rules within Yinyu Tower. Enough. Let's go back. Yes. The group from Yinyu Tower then left the Songfeng mountain range. In this gathering of three forces, only the Queen's faction suffered. In the residence of the Ninth Prince, after Chu Yun and the others returned safely, Zunja Xizhan began to gradually unravel the ceiling formation of the Tianhua Ding. In Chu Yun's room, the door was wide open. Besides him and Yi Tun, soon the true body of the heavenly demon woman arrived. You called for me. Chu Yun nodded. Have a seat. The heavenly demon woman also sat down in a nearby position. I asked you two to come because I wanted to inquire about the details of Yin Yu Tower. Yitan, you have dealt with Yin Yu Tower before. As for Xian, you should know more about the strength of this force. What is the general situation? Chu Yun inquired. He had heard the heavenly demon woman mention it a few times, advising him to avoid provoking Yin Yu Tower and to act according to their rules. However, after tonight's events, he regarded Yin Yu Tower as a significant uncertainty. Therefore, he needed to clarify the details of this force. He could not afford any ambiguity. Did you provoke Yin Yu Tower? The heavenly demon woman slightly furrowed her brows and asked. Chu Yun shook his head. Not really. I can sense that Sun Yin does not harbor ill intentions towards me, but it's just that the superiority radiating from those two Zunjia from Yin Yu Tower makes me feel disgusted. Indeed, what Chu Yun said was the truth. If Sun Yin had not proactively offered a 10th Sandier blood essence stone to reconcile, he might have truly pushed Xijun to take action against those two. It was precisely because of Sun Yin's proactive concession that Chu Yun also gave him face and retreated a step. Giving the other party a way out allowed both sides to maintain dignity. Master, I only know that the Yin Yu Tower headquarters is immensely powerful. They not only have Zunjia, but also quite a few experts at the Emperor level. Their strength is not comparable to that of the Xia Imperial Dynasty. Yi Tun answered seriously. His understanding was limited as he spent most of his time in the evil infant realm. He had only a superficial understanding of the forces in the Yuan realm. Upon hearing that Yin Yu Tower had many Emperor-level figures, Chu Yun maintained a relatively calm expression. This was still within his expectations. But soon the heavenly demon woman said, this is only one aspect of their strength. Yin Yu Tower is one of the most pinnacle forces in the entire Yuan realm with the deepest foundations. Chu Yun, let me put it this way, there are Emperor-level existences within the headquarters of Yin Yu Tower. At my peak I could contend with them, but now, offending them means there's no hope of victory whatsoever. The heavenly demon woman's words caused Chu Yun's expression to change slightly. Yi Tun was equally astonished. Being one of the pinnacle forces in the Yuan realm possessing an emperor. Just those words alone were enough to instill despair in many. Since the headquarters of Yin Yu Tower is so powerful, why do they open branches into Xia? Chu Yun, this is their business strategy. They have over 1,000 branches in the Yuan realm, each branch making considerable profits. It is no exaggeration to say that Yin Yu Tower is the wealthiest force in the Yuan realm. But you need not worry too much. Within Yin Yu Tower there are rules. All branches must not interfere in the grievances of various forces or actively provoke any side. The rules are strict, which is why the reputation of Yin Yu Tower has remained so good over the years. Chu Yun understood the heavenly demon woman's words to mean that as long as he did not actively provoke Yin Yu Tower, he would generally have no reason to worry about this uncertainty. In such a vast force, it is inevitable that there would be a few bad apples. One cannot judge the entire organization by the actions of a few. If what you say is true, then I don't need to worry too much. Chu Yun pondered seriously. He believed that the two individuals from tonight were definitely rare within Yin Yu Tower. Otherwise, if everyone in Yin Yu Tower behaved that way, their reputation would have long gone downhill. You indeed need not worry. As long as you have not made deadly enemies with them, Yin Yu Tower will generally not take the initiative to cause trouble. And they place great importance on rules. Even if you kill their people, as long as it is proven to be the other party's fault, Yin Yu Tower will not only refrain from seeking revenge, but will even send high-ranking officials to apologize. The heavenly demon woman's final words truly left Chu Yun somewhat shocked. To build such a large force while emphasizing rules and reason, their good reputation was indeed deserved. Chu Yun contemplated from another perspective. If he were in their position, he would definitely not be able to do the same. It wasn't that he lacked reason, but rather that his primary motivation was an emperor's ambition, not a pure heart of kindness. His ambition would inevitably lead to aggression, thus he could never be like Yin Yu Tower, where they killed their own people, yet still talked about rules. This Yin Yu Tower truly leaves me in awe. Chu Yun couldn't help but feel a hint of admiration for the master of Yin Yu Tower. Crown Prince Chu Rong waited in the East Palace from dawn until daybreak. From feelings of anticipation to anxiety, confusion, surprise, and anger. Finally, after receiving the news from his envoy, he completely broke down. Your Highness, there is no one in the Congfeng mountain range. The ground is littered with fragments of the Di Sui lantern and Jin Su Ling spear. Elder Wang and Heitai Wang have likely encountered misfortune. Our treasures are missing, and Xiao Yin is also unaccounted for. It is highly likely he is the reason Elder Wang and the others are in danger. Xiao Yin. How could it possibly be him? Chu Rong had not slept a wink all night. Now his eyes were bloodshot, his face pale with disbelief. Wang Hanquo and the Black Iron King had certainly met with misfortune. This was evident from the shattered remnants of their spirit artifacts. And Xiao Yin had vanished without a trace. By all accounts, he remained the prime suspect. It was highly likely that Xiao Yin had laid an ambush in advance within the Congfeng Mountains, leading to the two men's downfall. Yet, how could Xiao Yin possibly have overcome them? 2 Nirvana realm cultivators. One of them even at the peak of that realm. Aside from a sovereign who among mortals dared claim mastery over both. Chu Rong's thoughts spiraled into chaos, agitated beyond measure. He paced back and forth deep in solemn contemplation. Master, it is possible we were deceived from the very beginning. Let us enter the palace immediately. Report this matter to Her Majesty the Empress without delay. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Rong resolved to act at once, carrying the news straight to his mother. Very well. A voice unseen yet unmistakable answered him. Inside the Imperial Palace, Chu Rong stood in the Empress's private chamber, head bowed low, his expression heavy with gravity and seething resentment. Upon hearing the full account, Empress Lanji's delicate brows furrowed slightly, yet her composure remained unshaken. She employed the divine sect's secret art to establish contact with the sect's high echelons. Through this communion, she learned that Wang Hanquo's soul lamp still burned, a sign that neither man had yet perished. Are you certain this was done by the one called Xiao Yun? Lanji asked, her tone grave and unwavering. Mother, I cannot say for certain. I dare not affirm whether Xiao Yun truly committed this deed, but if he did, then he must have orchestrated the entire scheme from the outset. He seized what we prepared for him and abducted Elder Wang and the others. The crown prince spoke, his countenance grim and somber. Oomph. Incompetent. To be so thoroughly outwitted by a youth with no lineage or backing. You shame me utterly. Lanji rebuked him without mercy. The crown prince lowered his head further. Though fury raged within him, he dared utter no defense. Only after Lanji had cooled her wrath did she speak again, voice icy and sharp. Since matters have reached this point, dwell no longer on what cannot be undone. If you cannot locate Xiao Yun or the Black Iron King, then go to the Mistandrain Pavilion and commission them to find them. Furthermore, issue a royal edict placing Xiao Yun under immediate pursuit and capture. Whoever delivers him alive shall receive 1 sovereign-grade spirit pill. Such a pill held immense allure, even for sovereign realm masters. That Lanji would offer such a reward revealed the depth of her resolve to eradicate Xiao Yun. Yes, mother. I shall go to the Mistandrain Pavilion myself, to ensure this is carried out without delay. Chu Rong responded, voice low and resolute. So profound was his admiration, so fierce his betrayal, that love had curdled instantly into venomous hatred. After departing the palace, Chu Rong went personally to the Mistandrain Pavilion, where Sun Yin received. Once Chu Rong stated his purpose, Sun Yin honored their agreement scrupulously, revealing not a single word about Chu Yun. As for the matter of locating Xiao Yun and Wang Hanquo, the pavilion declined the commission, replying only that their own investigation was still underway, and thus no definitive answer could yet be given. Yet another commission, however, Sun Yin accepted. Thereafter, the Mistandrain Pavilion issued a bounty notice for Xiao Yun. Whoever captured him alive would receive 1 sovereign-grade spirit pill. The announcement sent shockwaves through the imperial capital. Countless sects and masters wondered in hushed awe, who harbored such bitter enmity toward Xiao Yun. To offer a sovereign-grade spirit pill, a reward vast enough to drive even sovereign realm cultivators to frenzy. Spurred by greed, not only the capital, but all across Xia province saw factions mobilize, scouring every corner, hunting relentlessly for any trace of Xiao Yun. The 9th Prince's mansion. After a sound and restful slumber, Chu Yun was informed of these developments by Luo Feng. He listened impassively. His mother's faction issuing a bounty came as no surprise. By the way, Your Highness, His Majesty has sent word requesting your presence at court upon waking. Luo Feng added. Chu Yun nodded. Father summons me most likely regarding the bounty. No rush. You may withdraw for now. Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng bowed and departed. Chu Yun then strode calmly to a concealed chamber in the mansion's rear courtyard, a cell meticulously constructed by Yi Tun. There Wang Hanquo and the Black Iron King hung crucified upon iron frames. Their bones pulverized, their meridians severed and reknitted over 100 times, every nerve shrieking under the relentless amplification of Yi Tun's demonic aura. Their torment was engineered to shatter the soul itself, to magnify agony until consciousness frayed at the edges. Both men now hovered on the verge of death, faces streaked with dried blood, too weak even to whisper. The divine sect, the Empress, will never forgive you. If you dare, kill us now. Wang Hanquo's voice emerged in ragged, broken gasps. Yi Tun stood before them, lips curling into a cold, mirthless smile. Seeking death. That won't be granted so easily. Not until my master gives the word. Yi Tun began channeling energy into their broken forms, restoring shattered bone and torn meridians anew. Then Chu Yun entered, calm, unhurried, his presence descending upon the chamber like twilight. Master. Yi Tun halted his cultivation mid-flow and bowed deeply. Xiao Yun, you, who are you? The Black Iron King forced open his swollen, clouded eyes, fixing them with desperate, burning intensity upon Chu Yun. Chu Yun gazed back, a faint, chilling smile playing upon his lips. What a wretched sight you make, truly pitiful. Enough. It is time I introduced myself properly. Xiao Yan, yes I am he, is none other than the ninth prince of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty Chu Yun. The ninth prince of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, Chu Yun. At Chu Yun's revelation, Wang Han Kuo and the Black Iron King, already drained of strength, forgot even their pain. Their pupils dilated in sheer paralyzing horror, disbelief contorted their faces beyond recognition. Xiao Yan was Chu Yun. Impossible. How could this be? How could he be the ninth prince? Chu Yun, how? How could you possibly be Xiao Yan? How could there be a Zun's hell-level powerhouse hiding at your side? Wang Hankuo's hoarse voice trembled with inconceivable shock. Chu Yun remained unmoved, a cold smile on his face. These matters are none of your concern. In the next instant, he unleashed the blood heaven world. An endless tide of blood chi poured from his body, enveloping the entire chamber. All of them were drawn into the blood heaven world. What had once been a single blood pool had now evolved into a blood-red river. All of this was thanks to the blood essence stones. After Chu Yun fused them, the blood heaven world continued to evolve, and its combat power increased markedly. Third Prince, Wang Hansua and Heitai Wang could not spare thought for their surroundings. Before them lay a man tortured to the brink of collapse, his hair disheveled. That man was the third prince, Chu Yuan. Third prince how? Wang Hankuo's words stalled midair as a terrible possibility dawned upon him. If the third prince was imprisoned here, then the third prince in the Eastern Palace might be an impostor. Chu Yuan had no strength even to speak. Though someone called his name, he could not lift his head. After days of relentless torment, he had truly experienced the agony of being unable to live and unable to die. He had shattered countless times. Now he nursed, besides an utter hatred for Chu Yun, a yearning for death. To him, death had become a kind of release. Heitai Wang Hansua, I am not yet eager to kill you. I'll remain here and keep Chu Yuan company. When the day comes that I face Lan Ji, I will let you witness your final moments. No need to thank me. Good deeds seek no fame. Chu Yun smiled faintly, then commanded the blood rivers, chi, to form thousands of blood serpents that tore into the two men's bodies. Like Chu Yuan, they were bitten. The blood toxin of the serpents began to spread through them. They had already been grievously wounded, their pain threshold pushed to the utmost by Yi Tun. Now ravaged by the blood toxin, they howled in instantaneous agony, their bodies trembling, with every ounce of strength suffering to the extreme. The hatred in Heitai Wang and Wang Hansua flared to its zenith. Their loathing for Chu Yun reached its fullest bloom. Chu Yun, you will perish miserably. The Empress and Shunzong will tear you to pieces. Wang Hansua howled in despair through the pain. Chu Yun regarded their futile struggles with icy indifference. Their impotent roaring earned nothing but a smile from Chu Yun. Let us go? Yes, master. He and Yi Tun left the blood heaven world and returned to the chamber. Chu Yun slowly brought out the box that contained the demonic infant. Inside was sealed that Nirvana realm demonic infant. This is for you. I hope you will not disappoint me. Strive to break through the realm soon, Chu Yun said, tossing the box to Yi Tun. Overjoyed, Yi Tun received it and cried, thank you, master. Afterward, Chu Yun sought out Luo Feng, and together they entered Huanggang. Qingxiang Fu, since returning from Kanyue Valley, Meng Rushua had secluded herself to recuperate. Today at last her wounds had healed. Yet scarcely had she emerged when she learned that Xiao Yan had been put under a bounty. Her father Meng Changzhong had personally instructed her not to leave the residence for the time being. Upon learning that her father had sided with the ninth prince Chu Yun and of the Empress faction's actions, Meng Rushua began to suspect the reasons behind his orders. It was most likely that her father feared the Empress retaliation and would not risk her leaving the residence. At that moment in her boudoir, after the lady-in-waiting finished her report, she said, Miss, according to the Chancellor's instructions, for the time being weakened, your injuries have just healed. Perhaps you should rest a while longer. Meng Rushua knew her attendants were truly worried. After all, with the heavenly demonesses and Xiao Yan lurking in the shadows and the Empress faction openly opposing her father, especially Xiao Yan, whom she still could not fathom danger loomed. That he could even command a demonic infant was unheard of. Because of all these factors, her present situation was the worst she had seen in years. No, to sit and wait for death would only hasten it. Meng Rushua was less afraid of the Empress faction than she was of the heavenly demoness. With her talent, the heavenly demoness could very likely break through to the Nirvana realm before her. Trapped by the Nirvana curse, the gap between them would only widen. She had to find another way, as she could not let the attrition drag on. Meng Rushua pondered carefully, and suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. If her father had indeed thrown his weight behind the ninth prince, perhaps she could use Chu Yun to assist in refining the source of Nirvana. Though Chu Yun's foundation in the Imperial city was shallow, he was still the Sure family's cherished scion. If she could rely on the Sure family's power, her chances of crafting the Nirvana source would increase greatly. Do you know where Chu Yun is now? She asked. Meng Rushua asked. Miss, earlier reports said he and Shadow Guard Commander Luo Feng entered the palace to pay respects to the sovereign, the woman replied. Into the palace. Let's go, we shall go as well. I must see him. Meng Rushue rose at once and prepared to step out. But Miss the Chancellor said we must not. Her words were cut off by Meng Rushue, who said sharply, rest assured, even if the Empress men truly wished to act, they would not choose the glaring daylight. Moreover, if I enter the palace this time, they would be even less likely to make a move within Huanggang. That would be an affront to the entire Daxia court. Confident in her read of their psychology, Meng Rushue was convinced that entering the palace today would be safe. She and the attendant boarded a carriage and left Qingxiangfu for Huanggang. Chu Yun could not possibly have known that by a twist of fate, he would soon meet Meng Rushue face to face within the palace. He had originally been heading toward the Imperial Library, but after receiving word from his uncle, he and Luo Feng first went to visit his mother, the consort. Uncle, mother consort, what has you in such haste? Upon entering the hall, Chu Yun asked. You know your uncle must leave the Imperial city for a while. The Asura Venerable spoke matter-of-factly. Chu Yun had long since steeled himself. He had already received word in advance from the heavenly demonesses. If the Empress faction truly sought to deal with him, their first move would be to send his uncle away. Otherwise, they would have no hope of success. Feigning ignorance, Chu Yun asked, Uncle, is this because of the Empress faction? The Asura Venerable nodded. Venerables of Shirin Zone and Shueshan Zone have been harassing some of the Shur family's territories. I must return and deal with these flies once and for all. Chu Yun nodded calmly, saying, I understand. During this time, I will be more cautious. The Asura Lord replied, the Blood God sect and the Corpsine sect are likely acting on Lanjai's orders, intending to drive me away from the Imperial city. At the same time, this also means that they are very likely to take action against you while I am away. Yuner, for your safety, why not return with me this time? Chu Yun smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, there's no need, uncle. There's no need to worry about this, just, I have long prepared for my own safety. You and mother need not worry. Even a lord may not be able to do anything to me. Hearing this, Shi Fei and the Asura were aware that Chu Yun must have some hidden trump cards they were unaware of. However, they were still slightly surprised to hear that he was unafraid even of a lord. Very well. Your father knows that I will be leaving. He should also make some arrangements. The Asura Lord gazed at him and continued, by the way, what have you done using the identity of Xiaoyan? Why is there a bounty from the Eastern Palace? Although the prince's bounty was anonymous, there were only a few individuals in the Imperial city capable of producing high-grade medicinal pills, and both the Asura Lord and Shi Fei guessed correctly. Wang Hansua and Black Iron King are in my hands. Chu Yun's words were astonishing. The expressions of the Asura Lord and Shi Fei changed as they exclaimed, what? Yuner, you captured Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King. Shi Fei was particularly astonished, curious about how her son managed to achieve this. Not to mention the Black Iron King, but Wang Hansua was a genuine pinnacle Nirvana realm expert. Even Luo Feng could only match him evenly. Subduing him was simply impossible. Mother, I naturally have my ways. To deal with the Queen's faction, I certainly would not be unprepared. Chu Yun spoke with a steady expression. The Asura could not help but notice that his nephew had become increasingly mysterious to the point where even he was beginning to find him hard to see through. It was truly unbelievable that even Wang Hansua had suffered at his hands. In less than a month, Chu Yun had transformed from a condemned sinner of the Jihua sect into his current self. However, both of them also understood that everyone had their secrets. Perhaps Chu Yun had encountered some extraordinary fortune during this time. As long as he did not want to speak, his elders would naturally respect him and not press further. Good. Yuner, now that you have grown, I can rest easy. After I deal with the Shur family's matters, I will return to the Imperial city immediately. All right. Afterward, the Asura Lord left, and after a brief conversation with Shi Fei, Chu Yun went to the Imperial study with Luo Feng to pay his respects. Inside the Imperial study, son pays respect to Father Emperor. Luo Feng pays respect to Your Majesty. After entering the hall, Chu Yun and Luo Feng bowed to the Great Xia Emperor, who was reviewing memorials. No need for excessive formalities. Yuner, sit down, the Emperor said, putting down his brush. Thank you, Father Emperor. Chu Yun immediately sat down on a side chair, while Luo Feng stood beside him. Yuner, I summoned you this time to ask you something. What is the reason behind the bounty from the Yinyu Tower? As Chu Yun expected, his father summoned him to understand this matter. Father Emperor, you should know who issued the bounty, right? Chu Yun countered with a question. The Emperor slightly nodded, saying, the prince personally visited the Yinyu Tower early this morning. Naturally, it was the Queen who made him do this. What I'm curious about is what you did to them using the identity of Xiaoyan. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun did not conceal anything. I set a trap outside the city in the Tsongfeng mountain range and captured the Black Iron King and Wang Hansua alive. Upon hearing this, the Emperor's weathered eyes flashed with surprise. Oh, Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King are in your hands. Chu Yun nodded. Hearing this, the Emperor's expression turned contemplative. I found it strange why the Queen would offer such a high price. It turns out she lost 2 Nirvana realm experts. Yuner, while we can set aside Wang Hansua for now, capturing the Black Iron King is actually a good thing for the current situation. With him absent, his 100,000 troops will become utterly useless. I will immediately send someone to transfer them to other states far from the imperial city. Chu Yun then said, Father Emperor is indeed wise. The emperor's actions amounted to quietly seizing the 100,000 troops of the queen's faction, and the other party would have no choice but to accept it. The emperor gazed at him meaningfully. However, Yuna, your ability to capture both Wang Hansua and the Black Iron King truly surprises me. No wonder Luo Feng has gradually become your trusted aide. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately knelt down saying, Your Majesty, Luo Feng knows his crime. Chu Yun appeared calm and did not panic. Luo Feng had delayed reporting several pieces of information about him, and it was impossible for his father not to notice any abnormalities. Get up. I am not blaming you. You not reporting what you know must be this brat's doing. Do you think I don't know? The emperor's attitude was hard to decipher, and his tone was neutral. Chu Yun was momentarily at a loss for words while Luo Feng remained kneeling. The emperor continued, I understand these matters very well, but I do not intend to pursue them. Luo Feng, from today onwards you no longer need to report anything about the 9th prince to me. Your only duty now is to protect him. Do you understand? After hearing this, Luo Feng's face lit up with joy. Yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chu Yun also said, I thank you, Father Emperor. You brat are too opinionated and do not want others to know too much about you. I understand that. However, now that your uncle has left, your situation will not be as safe. I will have Xian Feng lead 300 shadow guards to secretly guard your residence, ensuring its safety. In the coming days, it is best not for you to leave the city without permission, lest others find an opportunity to exploit. The emperor said, Yes, I understand, Chu Yun replied. These were all the good intentions of his father, and he could not refuse. Not long after, Chu Yun and Luo Feng bid farewell to the emperor and left the imperial study. As they walked on the way out of the palace, Luo Feng asked quietly, Your Highness, should we arrange for Tai to leave the city next? On the palace road, Chu Yun was just about to say something when he saw 2 figures of women coming towards him. Chu Yun focused his gaze and suddenly felt a jolt. His expression changed directly. Meng Ruxue and the woman also noticed the 2 of them. In an instant, Meng Ruxue's steps suddenly halted, her eyes widened, and she stared intently at Chu Yun. Captain of the Shadow Guards, Luo Feng. Miss, this person is most likely the 9th Prince Chu Yun. The woman recognized Luo Feng's identity, and seeing him guarding Chu Yun immediately deduced Chu Yun's identity. The 9th Prince Chu Yun. You are actually Xiao Yan. Meng Ruxue's voice trembled, and her face, which could be described as a world-class beauty, was filled with disbelief. What? He is Xiao Yan. The woman behind her was suddenly shaken, her face expressing extreme shock. Chu Yun was also stunned at this moment. He had anticipated that he would meet Meng Ruxue sooner or later, but he never expected it to happen like this. This is just too coincidental. Running into her on the road, who would he complain to about this? Miss Meng, since we have met, why don't we find a place to chat? Chu Yun took the initiative to invite. As Meng Ruxue's face trembled, a hint of coldness flickered in her eyes. Hold Luo Feng back. I will subdue Xiao Yan first. Meng Ruxue was not unaware of the bigger picture, as she knew that Xiao Yan and the heavenly demoness could pose a threat to her that far outweighed that of the Empress faction. Thus, she was willing to act within the palace to uncover the secrets surrounding Chu Yun and news about the heavenly demoness. In an instant, Meng Ruxue summoned her broken realm's spiritual power, her figure flickering like a shooting star as she dashed towards Chu Yun. The beautiful woman also unleashed a Nirvana realm-level aura, fully exerting herself to temporarily contain Luo Feng. Bold. Luo Feng stomped his foot, his aura erupting directly, breaking through the woman's confinement. It was ridiculous for someone who had just broken through to the Nirvana realm to think they could hold him. Just as he prepared to stop Meng Ruxue, he received a signal from Chu Yun's gaze indicating that he need not enter. A smile appeared on Chu Yun's lips as in the moment Meng Ruxue attacked, a blood-red spiritual glow emanated from his palm. He then struck out, the blood energy surging and transforming into a wave of crimson force, directly clashing with Meng Ruxue's assault. Bang! Meng Ruxue's palm imprint instantly shattered, and her figure was sent flying nearly 10 meters back by Chu Yun's power. Her pupils widened, her heart in turmoil as she looked in disbelief at the scene before her. Chu Yun had actually reached the initial stage of the broken realm. Moreover, the power he commanded was far beyond her own. How could this be possible? She had once been an emperor, her roots and physique undeniably of the saint level. Being an extremely strong-willed person, whether in her past life or this one, she had always believed her talent was unmatched by anyone in the origin realm. Yet now Chu Yun's strike crushed her across realms, causing her heart to fluctuate greatly, leading to a sense of disappointment. Miss Meng, please cease your attacks. We are all family here. There is no need for conflict that harms harmony, Chu Yun advised again. Puff. Shameless. Chu Yun, who considers you family. Today I will not lose to you. Meng Ruxue, too proud to submit, charged forward again, preparing to use some hidden cards against Chu Yun. But in the next moment a figure appeared, grabbing her arm. Meng Ruxue halted her movements and turned to look at the newcomer in surprise. Father. The person was Meng Changjong. His face was slightly somber, his brow furrowed. Rushu, you are being unruly. Dare you lay hands on the crown prince? Are you rebelling? Meng Changjong directly reprimanded his daughter, and Meng Rushua, filled with anger, retorted, Father, this is my personal grievance with Xiao Yan. You need not interfere. Upon hearing this, Meng Changjong was somewhat surprised. The ninth prince's identity as Xiao Yan had actually been revealed to his daughter. Enough. No more nonsense. Rushua, where has your usual reason gone? This is the palace, not a marketplace. Meng Changjong's furious shout completely halted Meng Rushua. Her previously heated emotions gradually cooled down, and she began to realize that if she and Chu Yun fought in the palace, the one who would suffer the most and face the worst consequences would certainly be her father. I understand now. Subsequently, Meng Rushua retracted all her power and completely abandoned the intention to strike. Your Highness, if Rushua has offended you, it is my failure to discipline her, and I hope you will forgive her. Meng Changjong expressed his apology to Chu Yun. There is no need for you to say that, Prime Minister. There is a significant misunderstanding between Miss Meng and me. Let us find a time for me to personally visit the residence and resolve the misunderstanding with Miss Meng, Chu Yun said sincerely. Meng Rushua turned her face away, not believing a word of Chu Yun's talk. After all, if it weren't for Chu Yun, her plan in the Crescent Moon Valley would have succeeded. At the same time, she wouldn't have had to spend over 10 days in seclusion recovering from her injuries. For her, there were deep-seated grudges between her and Chu Yun that were hard to resolve. But she was unaware that the one who ultimately saved her, the Lord of Thunder, was arranged by Chu Yun. All of this was a result of differing perspectives. There was no clear right or wrong. After hearing this, Meng Changjong nodded. Good. Your Highness, I will take my daughter and take my leave now. Let's go. Meng Changjong then led Meng Rushua and the woman out of the palace. Chu Yun let out a long breath, thankful that the Prime Minister had arrived. Otherwise, if this situation continued to develop, he would have had to forcibly suppress Meng Rushua. However, doing so would make it more difficult for him to mend relationships in the future. The background could be easily edited, but how to speak would depend on Chu Yun's sweet tongue to find a way. Your Highness, did you offend Miss Meng before? Luo Feng curiously asked from the side. It's a long story. Chu Yun shook his head and sighed. Let's not talk about her. You mentioned arranging Atai to leave the city. Calculating the time, they should already be outside the city. Then let's get started. Hopefully we can catch a bigger fish. Luo Feng responded, Yes, Your Highness. Luo Feng then promptly sent a message to the prince's residence. Not long after the chief steward of the ninth prince's residence, Atai left the Imperial city under the guise of going out to procure supplies around noon. In the residence of the sixth princess. Inside a brightly decorated palace. Sixth princess, Chu Xinyan, and eighth prince, Chu Hao were sitting alone in the spacious hall. Chu Hao held a paper fan in his hand. His smile restrained his fingertips, gently brushing over the fan. The Empress has already sent someone to follow Atai out of the city. They will probably make their move once they are outside. Now that the Shura Lord has also left, even with Luo Feng's close protection, he would be no match if faced with a being at the Lord level. At this moment, Chu Xinyan was completely different from the person she had been at the banquet. Her demeanor was cold as frost, devoid of the warmth she had previously shown towards Chu Yun. Instead, there was an unmistakable aversion whenever Chu Yun was mentioned. Chu Yun's talent was beyond our expectations, but his foundation is too shallow, and now he has openly torn faces with the Eastern Palace. His days are numbered. Chu Hao commented, stroking the paper fan, smiling faintly. Chu Xinyan gazed at him. What a pity. I thought he could be a useful pawn to help us delay Lanji. But now it seems we can hardly rely on him. Chu Hao smiled calmly. Why should we rely on him? Father Emperor's 5 declines of heaven and man leave us with less than 2 months of time. At that time, Lanji will surely mobilize all her forces to seize power within the dynasty, and that will be our best opportunity to infiltrate Huangzu Mountain. Chu Xinyan then asked, Did you get that item? Chu Hao nodded slowly. Not long ago, Mother Empress obtained it and handed it to me. If anything happens, she will help us hold off the 2 celestial lords of the royal family. We must do everything we can to free our grandfather. This is the greatest opportunity we have had in many years. Chu Hao's gaze was extremely resolute, as if the matter he spoke of was his mission in life. Chu Xinyan nodded deeply. Although she did not speak further, her thoughts were the same as his. The mission they were born for was to destroy the seal within Huangzu Mountain. What the world does not know is that the 2 of them, along with their mother, the current noble consort, are the bloodline descendants of the Tenid celestial demons sealed within Huangzu Mountain. Outside the Imperial city, Atai flew alone for several dozen miles and arrived at a very secluded. Surrounded by steep cliffs, there was nothing special about this valley. But at this moment, Atai stopped and suddenly turned around, speaking without changing his expression. Hiding your head and showing your tail, what a rat-like behavior. Are you planning to keep hiding? Get out here, you rats. Atai's voice echoed throughout the empty, desolate. Did you really think that just because you are the dog of the Shur family, you have the right to be arrogant? Today I will teach you how to be a dog. Three figures then appeared at the front of the valley, an old man and two middle-aged men. The leading elder was one of the prince's advisors, Mr. Bai. The other two were also under the prince's command, possessing latest-stage broken realm cultivation. Mr. Bai, on the other hand, had reached the early stage of nirvana realm. Surrounded by three people, dealing with a Tai who was only at the mid-stage of broken realm was as easy as taking candy from a baby. I wondered who it would be. By Jing, so it's you, old dog. The prince sent the three of you just to capture me. A Tai responded sarcastically, unafraid. I truly admire your mindset. Even at the end of the road, you can still remain so calm. Since you want to act, I will let you act to your heart's content later. Capture him. Mr. Bai waved his hand, and the two broken realm cultivators charged forward, their spiritual power manifesting like dragons and tigers, towering dozens of feet high, their fists and palms imbued with immense force. Bang! Suddenly, a massive tree over 100 feet tall burst from the ground, effortlessly blocking the two's spiritual waves. Two green leaves transformed into azure spiritual light, shooting out like arrows, piercing through the two men's bodies and binding them together on the spot. The two broken realm guests instantly lost their ability to resist. Mr. Bai's expression changed slightly as he fixed his gaze ahead. Two figures emerged from either side of a Tai, Yang Muqian and Fang Zili. This was also an observation test given to them by Chu Yun to see if they truly intended to align themselves with Mr. Bai's pupils contracted slightly. Fang Zili. You from the Wangxian Dao sect, do you intend to oppose the prince? Mr. Bai, the prince is not the rightful ruler of Xia. The only legitimate lord we choose is the ninth prince. So I advise you not to resist futilely. If you surrender obediently, you may avoid some suffering, Fang Zili advised flatly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bai naturally understood everything. Since the Wangxian Dao sect had already sided with Chu Yun, there was nothing more to say. He immediately turned to fly out of the valley. Great Sumeru Palm. A Sumeru palm imprint fell from the sky, forcefully slamming him down, his legs sinking deep into the ground, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Mr. Bai suddenly looked up, seeing the two figures in the sky above the valley, his eyes clearly filled with disbelief. Yin Ding Yin Song. You from the Yin family have also sided with Chu Yun. Mr. Bai was immediately shocked, realizing that both the Yin family and the Wangxian Dao sect had already aligned with Chu Yun. Yet the East Palace had not gathered any intelligence. This was truly terrifying to contemplate. He deeply sensed that they had underestimated Chu Yun far too much. He was able to bring the Yin family and neutral force under his wing, right under the Empress' nose, which meant he must have some unknown trump cards. However, the East Palace still maintained a dismissive attitude towards him. If this continued, it would be truly perilous. By Jing, we have known each other for over 10 years. Though our friendship is shallow, we have at least shared a few drinks together. Please do not make things difficult for us. Surrender obediently and come back with us. Otherwise, we can only resort to force and cripple your cultivation. Yin Song looked directly at him, advising him. Mr. Bai pondered for a moment and finally sighed deeply. With 4 Nirvana Realm cultivators surrounding him, including 2 at the peak of Nirvana Realm, he had no chance of winning even if his ancestors' graves were smoking. In the end, Yin Ding sealed the powers of the 3 and secretly escorted them back to the city. A Tai also swaggered back after completing his task. Chu Yun wanted to let the Empress faction know that a Tai was fine, but the people they sent would never return. In the 9th Prince's mansion, Chu Yun was at the fishing platform cooking hot pot, while fishing with Chun Xiaqiu and Dong, serving him, kneading his shoulders, and massaging his legs, looking thoroughly relaxed. Not long after, Luo Feng approached and said, Your Highness, a Tai has returned. How is the situation? Chu Yun asked, casually, feeling relaxed. The person has been captured and is temporarily detained in the Yin family, as you instructed, Your Highness. The East Palace should also realize something is amiss. With the Tai returning safely through the city gates, their spies have likely already reported the matter back. Chu Yun smiled faintly. This was the effect he desired. He understood that the Empress faction would keep a close watch on those around him, especially since they were targeting a Tai. However, Chu Yun took the opposite approach. He directly sent the 2 from the Wangxian Dao sect and the members of the Yin family to take action outside the city. The Empress would never suspect that besides his own people, he had several others in the Nirvana realm at his disposal. Let them stay there for now. It will be dark soon, and then we will go over, Chu Yun said with a calm demeanor. Luo Feng immediately turned to leave, not interrupting Chu Yun's refined mood. Xiao Xia, has Shiner come out of seclusion? Chu Yun asked. Xiao Xia shook her head. Your Highness, miss, yes, secluded chamber has not shown any signs of activity yet. Chu Yun nodded, knowing in his heart. In these past few days, he dared not disturb the heavenly demon maiden. For now, it was her crucial moment for breaking through the Nirvana realm. Chu Yun believed that with her talent, she would surely succeed in her breakthrough. Attention! Congratulations, Master. The Venerable of Thunder has annihilated the South State Lucian sect, earning 13000 editing points. Meanwhile, the system's notification echoed in Chu Yun's mind once more. The Venerable of Thunder was incredibly effective. During the previous time frame, he had destroyed nearly 10 sects of various sizes. Now adding this 1300 points, Chu Yun's editing points had reached a total of 35200. In the Great Xia Dynasty, one of the 13 states South State, Qianlu Mountain. This place was home to the first-rate sect of South State, the Lucian sect. However, at this moment, the entire main hall of the Lucian sect was in ruins with collapsed peaks and blood filling the air, the ground left in disarray. Besides the shattered remnants and heaps of corpses, there was no trace of its former glory. The Lucian sect was not only a vassal of the divine sect, but also a force within the Empress faction, with the sect master enjoying the Empress' deep trust. But now he lay in 8 pieces, his soul crushed by thunder, reduced to ashes with no chance of resurrection. Shortly after the Venerable of Thunder flew out from the Lucian sect's treasury, he had already looted the entire sect's treasures. Just as he prepared to leave, suddenly a dazzling flame of heavenly fire descended from the sky, crashing down upon him. The Venerable of Thunder immediately dodged, flying 1,000 meters away to avoid the blazing fire. As the heavenly fire fell, the immense flames erupted instantly, turning the entire Lucian sect into a sea of fire, trapping the Venerable of Thunder in the raging inferno. The Venerable of Thunder remained composed, looking up. He saw a man dressed in a crimson coat, towering at 8 feet tall, exuding an overwhelming aura with cold eyes like a hawk gazing at the Venerable of Thunder. An extraordinary presence emanated from him, stepping on the firmament, surrounded by heavenly flames, causing the temperature of the space to soar. Peak of the Venerable realm. The Venerable of Thunder sensed that the other's aura was slightly above his own, but not at the level of a celestial venerable. Thus he could only be a long-promoted peak venerable. Yet he was not the least bit afraid. In the end, one thing was certain: aura is aura and combat power is combat power. Who would emerge victorious was still uncertain. In my recollection, there seems to be no one of your caliber among the venerable realm of the Great Xia. Where do you come from? Throughout this journey, after slaughtering so many sects related to our divine sect, what is your true motive? The man in red fixed his cold gaze upon him, questioning sharply. He claimed to be from the divine sect, and the Venerable of Thunder quickly deduced his identity. At the peak of the venerable realm, there were only 3 individuals within the divine sect. Coupling this with the fiery heavenly flames he wielded, the conclusion was unmistakable. The vice sect master of the divine sect, Yuan. With vice sect master Yin personally intervening, it seems my actions have truly pressed you into a corner. However you alone have come, are you so confident that you can keep me here? The Venerable of Thunder said indifferently. Yuan narrowed his eyes. Then let's find out. In an instant, Yuan unleashed his battle body, a towering flame giant resembling a blazing heavenly deity, standing majestically with overwhelming might. The Venerable of Thunder did not hold back, either releasing his own battle body. Boom! The 1,000-foot battle body crackled with countless bolts of lightning, standing like a world-destroying thunder god in the sky, with bolts of thunder racing across the heavens, all with consciousness. The surrounding space was swept by lightning, transforming a vast expanse of the sky into a thunder magnetic field. 1,000 fires burning, silence. Profound thunder shocking heaven. Both battle bodies unleashed terrifying and unparalleled power, with thousands of fireballs burning, with intense flames plummeting like meteors. The thunder battle body gathered the power of thunder, condensing countless thunder light explosive spheres infused with innumerable shocking thunder, forcefully crashing down. Boom! The fierce clash between the 2 peak venerables shocked the entire South State. In an instant, Qianlu Mountain, towering over 1,000 feet, was obliterated to the ground by the aftermath of their confrontation. Countless forces in South State were astonished, their gazes turning towards Qianlu Mountain. Even the venerables of various factions were awakened from their seclusion, rushing to Qianlu Mountain to witness who was battling here. In the Eastern Palace, the Crown Prince sat, with his head bowed on the main seat. Chu Yun, the Duke of Guanshan, and several other courtiers sat nearby, their faces dark as thunder. One of the courtiers tried several times before finally looking towards the Crown Prince and cautiously said, "Your Highness, we still cannot reach Mr. Bai and the others." Bang! What the hell? What is going on? What the hell is happening? The Crown Prince slammed the table into pieces, his face filled with fury. He could not comprehend what had happened these past few days. First, it was the incident with the Black Iron King and Wang Han, followed by the disappearance of 3 of his courtiers, one of whom was his strategist. The 3 had teamed up to deal with a mid-stage broken realm Atai. Yet the latter returned to the 9th Prince's residence unscathed, swaggering confidently. In contrast, the 3 he sent out had not been heard from until now. They had vanished without a trace. Everyone understood that the Crown Prince was furious, so none dared to speak. Mainly, they were also confused. What had happened when Mr. Bai and the others left the city? The atmosphere in the hall grew tense for several breaths before one of the Crown Prince's courtiers, gathering his courage, spoke up. "Your Highness, we have been keeping watch over Chu Yun's residence, including all the experts from the Shi family in the Imperial city. But until now they have not left the city even once. The disappearance of Mr. Bai and his companions is almost impossible to be their doing. This matter is truly too strange. I feel that both the previous incident and today's events have left us in utter confusion. Your Highness, do you think it's possible that our plans have been leaked? After this remark, although the expressions of those in the hall did not change, their hearts were stirred. The implication of this statement was clear even to a fool. It meant that there was a traitor among them. Upon hearing this, the prince, who had been fuming with anger, gradually calmed down. After pondering for a moment, he sternly reprimanded Mei Li, "I do not wish to hear such divisive words again. I will think this matter over carefully. I am tired. Let the Duke of Guanshan and my third brother stay the rest." With a wave of his hand, the prince dismissed the attendants, who responded, "Yes, Your Highness." As those individuals departed, only the prince and the two remained in the hall. At this moment, he wore a heavy expression. Clearly, he had begun to harbor doubts about the internal personnel. However, he could not show this openly, as such words would not be conducive to their unity. He completely trusted his third brother and the Duke of Guanshan. "Your Highness, it seems there is indeed a significant possibility that some issues have arisen within our ranks. Should I report this to the National Master and Her Majesty the Empress?" The Duke of Guanshan Bei Song asked seriously. The prince replied solemnly, "This matter should not be made too public for now. I will inform my mother and the National Master myself. If there are indeed issues internally, that person will undoubtedly be cautious now, so it may not be so simple." Chu Yun then interjected, "Elder brother, if that's the case, we can only rely on the local factions within the Imperial." The prince considered thoughtfully. "Third brother, you personally send messages to the heads of the Kai and Lu families, as well as to the leaders of the Qiansha mercenary group and Yunwu Tower, instructing them to come to the East Palace quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss with them." "Yes," Chu Yun responded, "and immediately send out messages to these factions." The Kai and Lu families, two of the most prominent local families in the Imperial city, ranked first and second in terms of strength and heritage among the noble families. They even surpassed the Yin family. Particularly the Kai family, as the foremost family in the Imperial city, had an elderly ancestor of the respected realm within their ranks. As for the Qiansha mercenary group and Yunwu Tower, they were also formidable forces within the Imperial city. Although they did not have the same deep roots as the Kai family, they still boasted several powerful beings of the Nirvana realm. They all shared one common trait. They were all factions aligned with the Empress and belonged to the prince's side. Half an hour later, in the East Palace, 4 figures entered the hall in sequence. The identities of the 4 were the head of the Kai family, Kai Yongming, and the head of the Lu family, Lu Sanxi, the leader of the Qiansha mercenary group, Feng Bubi, and the master of Yunwu Tower, Yun Yang. 3 men and 1 woman, each exuding increasingly potent auras. All of them were powerful beings of the Nirvana realm. After the 4 exchanged pleasantries with the prince, they took their seats. "Your Highness, may I ask why you have summoned us today?" Kai Yongming, the head of the Kai family, asked first. A few days ago, the Black Iron King and Elder Wang Hansua disappeared due to Xiao Yan. However, not long ago, 3 of my attendants encountered an accident while preparing to deal with the steward of the Chu Yun mansion outside the city. Now their whereabouts are unknown, and I suspect that the East Palace may not be entirely clean. Thus, I can only seek your assistance. You are the only ones I trust," the Prince Chu Rong stated earnestly. Upon hearing the prince's words, the 4 were taken aback. The Black Iron King and Elder Wang are missing. Kai Yongming's brows furrowed immediately. He had dealings with both of them, particularly with Wang Hansua, whose cultivation was on par with his own. If even he has gone missing, then the depths of this matter must be significant. "Your Highness, could it be that the bounty on Xiao Yan was issued by you?" Yun Yang, with her elegant demeanor and well-preserved face, showed little sign of aging. Even her voice carried a subtle allure as she spoke. "Indeed, that was my mother's intention. We must uncover what is going on with Xiao Yan." The prince's expression then turned slightly disappointed. "However, until now there has been no news from the Misty Rain Tower. From my perspective, I fear the chances are slim." Upon hearing this, the thoughts of those in the hall diverged. Lu Sanxi, the head of the Lu family, known as a shrewd individual in the Imperial city, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "Your Highness, what does Her Majesty the Empress have to say about this? What do you need us to do?" Strictly speaking, it was Her Majesty who was responsible for subduing the people of these 4 major factions. Although the prince held a high status, he was still somewhat too young in their eyes. What I mean is to temporarily set aside the matter of Xiao Yan. Let us focus on dealing with Chu Yun and those around him. Now that the Shura elder is no longer here, with only Luo Feng remaining, I do not believe he can hide in his mansion all day. As long as he shows himself, it will be the best opportunity for us to take action against him. A glimmer of urgency and killing intent flashed in the prince's eyes. At this moment, his desire to eliminate Chu Yun grew increasingly intense. Especially now that so many incidents had occurred, it was the perfect opportunity. With the Shura elder being reassigned, they absolutely could not let this chance slip by. Listening to this, the others realized that with the Shura elder absent from the Imperial city, they indeed had a significant chance of dealing with Chu Yun. However, their only concern remained the current emperor. Your Highness, if we kill Chu Yun within the city, won't the consequences be too severe? He has just returned, and the emperor values him so much, if he were to die at this critical moment, it would undoubtedly trigger a storm. Lu Sansi remarked. Your Highness, I believe Brother Lu has a point. Chu Yun can be killed, but if he were to die at this juncture, the emperor would surely be furious, and everything could go awry. Cai Yongming also expressed his concerns. The prince's expression gradually turned sullen with anger. I do not care about that. Chu Yun must die as soon. Even if my father were to seek retribution afterwards with my mother and me here, what is there for you to worry about? Cai Yongming, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, Your Highness, I believe it is still necessary to seek Her Majesty's opinion on this matter. Did I not say so? I will speak to my mother about it. You can take action against Chu Yun whenever you find the opportunity. If you truly worry about the consequences, then eliminate Luo Feng as well. You are mine, and once I ascend to the throne, you will all be rewarded handsomely. The prince was growing anxious. At this moment, he realized that the four he had called upon did not genuinely heed his commands. On the contrary, a significant part of their motives stemmed from his mother. Cai Yongming and Lu Sansi exchanged difficult glances. Just then a figure dressed in a phoenix robe slowly appeared at the entrance of the hall, her dark eyes gazing at him with a hint of disappointment. The prince noticed and turned to look, his expression changing immediately. Mother. Lan Ji ignored his gaze and slowly walked into the hall with a somewhat cold expression. In an instant, several people in the hall stood up to pay their respects. The crown prince, realizing the situation, obediently stepped aside, saying, Please take your seat, mother. After Lan Ji walked over and swept her phoenix robe, she sat down calmly and said, Enough, everyone rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Cai Yongming and Lu Sansi gradually stood up and resumed their seats. Mother, why didn't you inform me in advance before coming here? The crown prince said to Lan Ji with great respect. Lan Ji looked at him with an unperturbed gaze and said, Ranjir, your heart is already in turmoil. Do you know what the consequences would be if the Cai family acted as you suggested? The crown prince's expression turned unwilling as he replied, Mother, I know that if Chu Yunhua dies, father will surely be furious. But these recent, inexplicable setbacks give me the feeling that an invisible force is secretly aiding him. In recent days, my feelings of unease have grown stronger. If Chu Yunhua does not die, I cannot find peace within. Lan Jia's gaze turned slightly cold, and she sternly said, If he dies, will you truly be able to find peace? Ranjir, I have taught you more than once that in a game of wits with others, the most important thing is not to see through your opponent, but to strengthen yourself. If your own heart is strong enough, how could you be anxious to the point of losing your calm? If you send the Cai and Lu families to kill Chu Yun, it is equivalent to laying everything bare before your father. Doing so will only completely ruin our grand plan. Do you understand? Do you really think that the shadow guards under your father's command are idle? The Cai family, the Lu family, as well as Yunwu Tower, and the 1,000-kill mercenary group, which of these forces is not under the watchful eyes of the shadow guards? You have truly lost your mind. How could you let them go kill Chu Yun? It's utterly foolish. Lan Ji scolded him on the spot, showing no mercy to the crown prince. The others were silent at this moment. The reason Lu Sansi and Cai Yongming did not agree with the crown prince was that their forces were all openly aligned with the queen. Within the Imperial city, the emperor had long ordered the shadow guards to keep an eye on them. Let alone their attempt to kill Chu Yun. Even if their behavior was slightly irregular, the shadow guards would report everything immediately. After being scolded harshly by Lan Ji, the crown prince was somewhat awakened, realizing that such actions would only lead to greater losses. Moreover, it could destroy his mother's long-planned scheme. Yes, mother is right. I have made a mistake. Please punish me, mother. The crown prince lowered his head, ashamed and acknowledging his mistake. Your Majesty, the crown prince is still young, and the recent events have been too strange, which has led to his impulsive thoughts. It is understandable. Lu Sansi quickly spoke up to plead for the crown prince. Yes, Your Majesty, although the crown prince is somewhat impulsive, there are reasons for his actions. Please do not be angry, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. Cai Yongming chimed in. The several Nirvana realm experts present, each more perceptive than the last, also stepped forward to plead. Please calm down, mother. Chu Yuan also stood up to say. Seeing this, Lan Ji's anger faded somewhat. Enough, you don't need to defend him. As my son, I know him better than anyone else. Ranjir, I hope you will not repeat this mistake. The crown prince promised. Yes, mother, I will remember your teachings. All right, everyone sit down. Lan Ji waved her hand. After everyone sat down, she got to the main topic. Earlier, the ones of Zero troops under the Black Iron King have already been ordered by His Majesty to be sent to the border. Lan Ji's first statement immediately caused everyone's expressions to change dramatically. So fast. The Black Iron King just went missing a few days ago, and His Majesty has already moved his army. This is equivalent to stripping him of his military power. This is too coincidental. Could it be that His Majesty and Xiao Yan have some unspeakable connection? Lu Sansi said cautiously. There is an 80 chance that they share some unknown relationship. Moreover, there is another piece of news that I believe will soon reach the Imperial city. The flowing god sect of Southern Province has been destroyed. The culprit has been confronted by Chu Yun, and a great battle has broken out on Qianlu Mountain. The end result is that Yin Zun's blockade was forcibly torn apart, allowing the culprit to escape, and they are currently in an unknown state. As Lan Ji said this, her expression grew heavier. Even Lord Yin Zun couldn't stop him. Who on earth is that culprit? Kai Yongming exclaimed in shock. The others also showed similar astonishment. Yin Jun. To them, that was equivalent to a legendary figure. The vice master of the sect at the peak of the Zun realm. One of the most renowned figures of the Great Xia Dynasty. The fact that such a person allowed the culprit to escape and even forcefully tore through the blockade represents a power that is surely not weaker than Yin Zun. I do not know the specific identity. His realm is also at the peak of the Zun realm. He is a bald man, and he practices a lightning attribute cultivation technique. Other than that, there is basically no other information. Lan Ji stated. A bald man peak, Zun realm lightning. The people in the hall thought seriously, going through the history of the Great Xia Dynasty's Zun realm figures, but none matched. Could it be someone from another dynasty? Feng Bubi couldn't help but ask. It is possible, but at least we now have a specific direction. The southern province along with the two nearby major provinces have already been jointly sealed off by the flowing god sect, blood god sect, and corpsing sect. They will certainly not allow him to stir up trouble any longer. Lan Ji said with a serious expression. Besides the three major sects, there are also other affiliated forces that are also stepping in. They will certainly not let that bald man succeed again. The flowing god sect has even activated the treasure divine eye to cover the three provinces. As soon as Wan Lei Zun appears, it will be nearly impossible for him to escape. Thus, there is no need to worry too much. The three sects alliance will basically leave him with no opportunities. Kai Yongming stated. Mother, what should we do next in the Imperial city? If Chu Yun cannot die, then are we unable to do anything? The third prince, Chu Yuan, asked. Two things. Do everything possible to catch the mole in the Eastern Palace for me. In addition, you all need to find out who is helping Chu Yun. Anyone who has left the city today must not be overlooked. Lan Ji was certain that since they had been watching Chu Yun's residents, including those from the Shi family, and even the Chancellor's office, problems still occurred, then it could only mean that there are others in the Imperial city assisting Chu Yun. Yes, Your Majesty, Mother. Everyone stood up in unison and replied. After the others left, only Lan Ji and her two sons remained in the East Palace. Mother, do we really have to wait until more than a month later to kill Chu Yun? If we keep dragging this out, will he produce some unexpected changes by then? And then there's Meng Changzhong. He holds too much power as the prime minister with more than half of the military officials. If we let things be, it might lead to many problems for us, the crown prince said seriously. He still felt a vague sense of unease in his heart. If Chu Yun were to survive until a month later, it could potentially disrupt their plans. This sixth sense was gradually intensifying within him. No matter how much chaos Chu Yun causes as a person without abilities, his limits are just that he is merely relying on the Shi family and your father's current favor for him. If we don't kill him now, it might even confuse your father. As for Meng Changzhong, I have my own plans. You and Yuan only need to find the mole among you. You don't need to worry about anything else. Lan Ji responded knowingly. Yes, Mother. With the arrival of night, the heavenly demoness emerged from her seclusion. Her true realm successfully broke through to the early stage of nirvana. Congratulations, Sheener, on successfully breaking through. On the fishing platform, Chu Yun smiled and congratulated the heavenly demoness as she approached. The Empress has ordered that the Kai family's factions investigate who is secretly helping you, and they have sensed some internal corruption as well. The heavenly demoness immediately said. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun remained calm and composed. No worries, let them investigate. Even if they find out about the Yin family, it won't matter. I've already summoned Wan Lei back to the royal city, so there's no need for excessive concern. Chu Yun could contact Wan Lei from miles away. He knew that the three major sects had jointly sealed off the three states, and even the divine sect had deployed the precious artifact divine eye covering a vast area. It was indeed a more suitable choice to have Wan Lei return to the royal city. The heavenly demoness, upon hearing that Chu Yun had made arrangements, felt reassured and continued. The Empress already has a plan to deal with Meng Changzhong, although the specifics are not yet known. But according to my guess, it mostly relates to Meng Rushua. After the death of his wife Meng Changzhong's only weakness left was his daughter. Therefore, if the Empress truly aimed to control Meng Changzhong, using Meng Rushua as leverage would be the best method. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Yun said, I understand. I will remind the Prime Minister to be more vigilant. Alright, since Sheener, you're just out of seclusion, let's pay a visit to the Yin family together. Chu Yun then stood up, instructing Yi Tun to take him and the heavenly demoness to leave the residence, secretly heading towards the Yin family. In the dead of night, within a secret chamber of the Yin family, Mr. Bai and the other three were all imprisoned here, their powers sealed like lambs awaiting slaughter. Yin Ding and Yin Song, along with the two from the Wangxian Dao sect, led Chu Yun slowly to this place. The former took the initiative to introduce, "Your Highness, these are the ones." Chu Yun scanned them one by one before saying, "Yi Tun, it's up to you now." Yi Tun chuckled, rest assured, following that a surging evil energy formed a dark curtain in Yi Tun's hand, obscuring the view. He then slowly walked inside. What followed were the chilling screams of Mr. Bai and the other three echoing in the chamber. Yin Ding and Yin Song's expressions changed slightly upon hearing the sounds. However, they said nothing. Although they were somewhat acquainted with Mr. Bai, the struggle for imperial power was like this, accompanied by countless bloodshed and death. If they were to fall into the Empress' hands, their fate could be even worse. The Empress already suspects that someone in the royal city is assisting me. She has instructed the Kai family factions to carry out investigations. Given the capabilities of their factions, they will likely discover you all. At this moment, Chu Yun paid no heed to the screams of Mr. Bai and the others, instead calmly conversing with Yin Ding and the others. Upon hearing that they might be exposed, Yin Ding maintained his composure. "Your Highness, what should we do next?" Chu Yun smiled lightly. "There's no need to panic. Even if they find out that the Yin family and the Wangxian Dao sect are supporting me from behind, they presently wouldn't dare take any major actions in the royal city. The Yin family's foundation is in the royal city, and I will ensure that someone keeps an eye on the situation here, so there's no need for concern. As for Elder Fong, you should send a message back to your sect leader that the Empress will likely have her sects retaliate against the Wangxian Dao sect, so they must be cautious. I will send a message to my uncle tomorrow to have a respected member of the Shi family come help you." Chu Yun's arrangements were thorough, and he had already prepared his countermeasures. "Yes. Thank you, Your Highness. I will immediately relay the news back to the sect for our leader to prepare early." Fong Zili expressed his gratitude. Mr. Bai's hatred value has reached 100. 2 Broken Realm guests have reached 100 hatred value. After receiving the system prompt, Chu Yun immediately ordered, "All right, kill them." "Yes, Master." After nightfall, Yi Tun's voice was heard. Soon after, Mr. Bai's screams abruptly, "Congratulations, Master, Yi Tun has killed Mr. Bai, earning 6,000 editing points." Yi Tun has killed 2 Broken Realm guests from the East Palace, earning 4,000 editing points. After the deed was done, the darkness vanished. Yi Tun emerged as if nothing had happened, contentedly walking out while letting out a small burp. The 3 individuals had granted Chu Yun a total of 1000 editing points. Adding to the previous 35200, he now had 45200. By tomorrow, he could proceed with background editing. "All right, let's call it a night for now. Elder Fong, you two should stay at the Yin residence for now. Oh, just wait for news from me," Chu Yun stated. "Yes, Your Highness." Afterward, they left the Yin residence and directly headed towards Tianbao Pavilion under the cover of night. P.S. Please give a 5-star rating and support with a small free gift. Thank you very much. In the Tianbao Pavilion. Once the foremost trading hall of the Great Xia Empire, although it is now overshadowed by the Misty Rain Tower, it still manages to thrive through its monopolistic businesses in other states. Late at night, Chu Yun entered the Tianbao Pavilion with several companions, immediately identifying himself to the steward and expressing his intent to meet their pavilion master. The steward led Chu Yun and his companions into a reception room, saying, "Your Highness, please wait here for a moment while I fetch the pavilion master." Chu Yun nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." Yi Tun and the heavenly demon girl glanced around the surroundings, with Yi Tun saying, "Master, if negotiations break down, should we resort to force?" Chu Yun shook his head. "There's no need for that. Besides, I am confident I can persuade him." Not long after the steward left, steady footsteps echoed from outside the door. A rotund man, his belly protruding and his figure round with wealth, entered with a genial smile, saying, "The 9th Prince graces our Tianbao Pavilion in the late hours, truly illuminating our humble hall." Chu Yun smiled at the newcomer pavilion master. "You are too kind. I apologize for the late intrusion." This plump, middle-aged man was none other than the pavilion master Tianbao Zuanzhang. "Not at all," he exclaimed. "I have long heard of your extraordinary demeanor, and seeing you today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Please have a seat." As they greeted each other politely, it was quite normal. Once everyone was seated, Tianbao Zuanzhang asked, "May I ask why Your Highness has come to our Tianbao Pavilion so late?" Chu Yun replied straightforwardly, "I have a business deal I wish to discuss with the pavilion master. I just wonder if the pavilion master dares to take it on." Tianbao Zuanzhang appeared somewhat intrigued. "Oh, I would like to hear the details." Chu Yun glanced around, and then said, "Pavilion master, in recent years the Tianbao Pavilion has been under constant pressure from the Misty Rain Tower, and our business in the Imperial City has decreased by nearly 70% compared to the past. If it weren't for our monopoly in other states, the main pavilion would likely be on the verge of closing down, wouldn't it? In such a case, rather than enduring this slow depletion, why not seek an alternative path?" Tianbao Zuanzhang raised an eyebrow. "What alternative path does Your Highness propose?" Chu Yun stated bluntly, if the Tianbao Pavilion had the support of the royal family, even if it couldn't surpass the Misty Rain Tower, it could at least stand shoulder to shoulder in this imperial city, preventing any imbalance. Tianbao Xuanzhang stroked his sparse beard, smiling, I understand your meaning, your highness. You want our Tianbao Pavilion to stand with you, just like Prime Minister Ming. In the imperial city, everyone knows of the clandestine struggles between the Ninth Prince and the Crown Prince, especially since the Ninth Prince has the support of Meng Changzhong, making this power struggle all the more intriguing. However, watching a drama unfold is vastly different from participating in it. For someone as astute as Tianbao Xuanzhang, aligning with the side is not something that can be done by mere promises. The Pavilion Master should understand that once the struggle for imperial power is made public, the Tianbao Pavilion cannot escape unscathed. Rather than being forced to join, why not actively choose a side? Chu Yun said with a calm expression. Tianbao Xuanzhang smiled lightly. What you say is true, but for our Tianbao Pavilion to choose to side with you on such an intangible cooperation, I fear. Chu Yun understood his tone and replied, do you think my chances of winning are slim? Tianbao Xuanzhang smiled, but remained silent, his silence implying agreement. Suddenly, a powerful aura of the broken realm emanated from Chu Yun. Tianbao Xuanzhang's brows furrowed, in surprise. The broken realm. I didn't expect your highness' cultivation to be so deeply hidden. He continued, even so, choosing your highness would still pose a great risk for our Tianbao Pavilion. Chu Yun replied calmly, since ancient times risk has always coexisted with opportunity, hasn't it? Pavilion Master, you should know about the annihilation of the Lucian sect, right? Tianbao Xuanzhang squinted. Are you implying that you orchestrated that? Chu Yun admitted, my people did it. They faced Enraged and managed to retreat unscathed. He is already on his way back to the imperial city. Even Yi Tun. Chu Yun glanced at him, and Yi Tun understood, unleashing a trace of pressure from the realm of the Xuanzhang. Tianbao Xuanzhang's expression changed slightly, and he abruptly turned his gaze to Yi Tun. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be a Xuanzhang. Pavilion Master, our master comes with sincere intentions tonight, and I hope you will consider it carefully, Yi Tun said. Tianbao Xuanzhang's heart skipped a beat. Initially, he thought this person might be a protector sent by the Shi family for Chu Yun. However, the term master completely changed that understanding. It implied that Chu Yun, despite his youth, not only reached the Broken Realm, but also had a Zunzhang-level servant. By the way, Pavilion Master, the Yin family and the Wangxian Dao sect are also on my side now. Moreover, the Black Iron King and Wang Hansua are currently under my control. I can even assure you, Pavilion Master, that I did not use any power from the Shi family or the royal family to accomplish these things. Chu Yun revealed a bit more. Tianbao Xuanzhang's pupils trembled deeply. Could these things truly have been accomplished by the Ninth Prince relying solely on his own power? Tianbao Xuanzhang's heart suddenly filled with dread. If this were true, then this Ninth Prince was no mere. He was a true dragon, capable of tearing the heavens apart, treading through the clouds, and lying in wait in the depths. After a long contemplation, Tianbao Xuanzhang finally said, I have just one question for you, your highness. If the Tianbao Pavilion assists you in seizing the throne, what will the Tianbao Pavilion ultimately gain? The right to auction royal treasures each year, with more than half of the profits going to the Tianbao Pavilion, along with exemption from all taxes, allowing the Tianbao Pavilion to become the royal family's exclusive trading hall. With such support, it would be enough to establish a near balance between you and the Misty Rain Tower in the Imperials. For Chu Yun, he actually didn't need to exert much effort to court various powers. As long as his master Zaiyozi arrived, all struggles for imperial power would come to rest. However, the Tianbao Pavilion was different. It was a local force of the Great Xia. If the incoming Misty Rain Tower were to crush them completely, the entire economic operation of the Great Xia would ultimately fall under the control of the Misty Rain Tower. Thus, Chu Yun had to support a force that could stand against them in the Great Xia, achieving a balance in their trading capability. In this way, the Misty Rain Tower would be unable to monopolize the entire economic landscape of the Great Xia. Upon hearing Chu Yun's words, Tianbao Xuanzhang was genuinely moved. He immediately replied earnestly, well, I hope your highness will remember your promise tonight. Thus, our Tianbao Pavilion is willing to serve you wholeheartedly. Having successfully subdued the Tianbao Pavilion, Chu Yun and his companions returned to the prince's mansion. The Kai family and the Lu family were still investigating Chu Yun's allies within the imperial city. The crown prince and the third prince were still working together to catch the traitors in the East Palace. However, Chu Rong could never have imagined that the greatest traitor was right before his eyes. The background editing cooldown has expired. The master may proceed with background editing once more. Let's set aside everything else for now and edit the background of Meng Ruxu's unfulfilled desires. Chu Yun had long decided to edit this. Meng Ruxue could no longer delay. He had already heard that the prime minister had temporarily confined her to ensure he seized this opportunity to facilitate their relationship. As for afterwards, he intended to choose between the brother of the Holy King and the leader of the Raksha sect. Since there was only a 7-day cooldown, he would not hold back. Ding. Background is currently being edited. Please wait. Causality alteration completed. Identity reset successful. Congratulations, master. Background editing successful. Chu Yun's editing points were swiftly deducted by 800, leaving him with 37,200. At the same time, a profoundly sincere and unforgettable memory surfaced in his mind. In a previous life, when Meng Ruxue was younger, her village was slaughtered by horse bandits. Her parents were tragically killed, and due to her youth and beauty, she was captured along with over 100 young women destined to be sold into brothels for profit. However, there was a bandit apprentice named Wuxia who was also a pitiful person, orphaned at a young age and adopted by the horse bandits. His kind heart led him to be bullied among the bandits. Even his master treated him like a servant. Seeing Meng Ruxue alone and pitiful, Wuxia secretly cared for her and brought her food. But Meng Ruxue hated those people to the core for her parents' deaths at their hands, believing even Wuxi's kindness. Thus she treated him harshly and coldly. However, the day before she was to be sent to the brothel, the third bandit leader, Wuxi's master, developed lustful intentions due to Meng Ruxue's good looks. In the dead of night, he planned to defile Meng Ruxue in her cell. Fortunately, Wuxia arrived just in time. To protect Meng Ruxue, he accidentally killed his master with the knife his master had given him. He escaped the cage with Meng Ruxue, both preparing to flee the bandit lair. Yet things were not so simple. Upon discovering the third leader's death, all the bandits mobilized to pursue them. Surrounded on all sides, Meng Ruxue and Wuxia found themselves in a desperate situation with no escape. In the final moment, Wuxia, having once found a cultivation technique, paid with his life to step into the realm of cultivation. In that critical moment, he grasped Meng Ruxue's hand and plunged the knife into his own heart. He then used that technique, sacrificing his life to allow Meng Ruxue to step into the path of cultivation and gain the power to protect herself. At that moment, Meng Ruxue's heart was profoundly stirred, especially as she held Wuxi's heart in her palm, feeling its warmth gradually fade. In the end, he became a cold corpse falling to the ground. From that moment on, an eternal seed was sown in Meng Ruxue's heart. She did not know if she truly loved Wuxia, but he forever froze her heart in that instant. After stepping into cultivation, Meng Ruxue's destined holy body awakened. That night, empowered by her destiny, she killed all the bandits, avenging her village, her parents, and Wuxia. However, the one who had always shown her kindness was met with her indifference. Wuxia, who saved her and sacrificed his life for her, became a thorn in Meng Ruxue's heart. This thorn made it impossible for her character to return to the way it was. She forever viewed others through an icy facade, and all her regret and guilt were directed towards the deceased Wuxia. How naive and innocent indeed. You died at the moment when her feelings for you were the most fervent and genuine. After reading that memory, Chu Yun could only sigh deeply at this past. Wuxia was not foolish. His feelings for Meng Ruxue were pure and unsullied. Even until the moment of his death, he regarded Meng Ruxue as his life's anchor, wishing for her to live on in his stead. Yet he did not know. At the moment he plunged his hand into his heart, while holding Meng Ruxue's hand, he also became the sole anchor in her heart. This memory was tragic and desolate. Even though Chu Yun had not truly experienced it, merely possessing the memory still left him with a sense of oppression. If I calculate the time, today just happens to be Wuxi's death anniversary. Chu Yun suddenly recalled that today was the day Wuxia had died. He believed Meng Ruxue would surely remember this. After pondering for a moment, Chu Yun decided to visit the Prime Minister's mansion today. He called for Luo Feng to set off with him to the Prime Minister's mansion. At the National Master's mansion, National Master Feng Tianzhong was sitting at a chessboard contemplating his moves. National Master Chu Yun has arrived. A respectful steward from the National Master's mansion approached and "Bring him in," the National Master replied, without looking up, fully focused on the game. Understood. After the steward left, shortly after, a middle-aged man dressed in black slowly approached, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. "It seems the National Master has been enjoying himself," he said. "The Empress sent me to the National Master's mansion in secret. I wonder what the matter is." His voice was soft, carrying an unsettling sharpness. Feng Tianjing slowly raised his head, glanced at the visitor, and said calmly, "Chu Yun has worked hard on the journey. Please have a seat." "The Empress sent for Chu Yun merely to request him to capture someone alive," Feng Tianjing replied. "Who?" asked Chu Yun. "Meng Changshong's daughter, Meng Ruxue." "Meng Ruxue? A mere little girl?" Chu Yun heard the words and frowned in puzzlement. Could it be that a mere youth of the younger generation would compel him to travel personally to the Imperial city? Is this not making a mountain out of a molehill? See, even you could not have imagined Her Majesty ordering you to deal with a simple girl in person. Then Meng Changzhong would be all the less likely to foresee it, Feng Tianjing said with a faint smile. Chu Yun heard this and suddenly grasped the meaning of the plan. "I see." Her Majesty feared that Meng Changzhong might already be on guard. Sending others could lead to failure, yes. Feng Tianjing did not deny it. Chu Yun's skill can take a head from dozens of li as easily as reaching into a pouch. I suppose then that capturing one of Meng Changshong's daughters should pose little difficulty. Chu Yun raised his head, a wicked seductive smile slithering across his face. Rest assured, Imperial Preceptor. Snatching a little girl will be no trouble at all. Feng Tianqing checked the hour and said, Meng Changzhong happens to be within the palace now. Oh, it is a fine opportunity. Feng Tianqing's intent could not have been clearer. Wait for my good news. Upon hearing this, Kuzuns rose at once. With a wave of his sleeve, his form departed the Imperial Preceptor's residence. Qingxiang Fu, Chu Yun and Luo Feng arrived to pay a visit. With the Chancellor absent, the Chief Steward Chu Yun received them in his stead. This Chief Steward was the second strongest figure in Qingxiang Fu and Meng Changzhong's closest confidant, his cultivation in the late stages of the Nirvana realm. Chief Steward Chang, I have come chiefly to see Miss Meng. Please show us the way. Chu Yun greeted them with a smile and replied, Very well, Your Highness and Commander Luo, please follow me. Chu Yun led Chu Yun and Luo Feng to the outer door of Meng Rux's boudoir and knocked gently. From within came Meng Rux's cold voice like mountain ice. What is it? The ninth prince wishes to see you. He waits outside. Chu Yun answered. The door swung open and Meng Ruxua stood before the three of them. Chu Yun smiled slightly. Miss Meng Ruxua, and narrowed her eyes, fixing him with a glare. You have quite the nerve to come here. It is not a matter of daring. I have come to clear up a misunderstanding with you, Miss Meng. She let a cold smile curve her lips. A misunderstanding. Very well. If you wish to clear it, then come inside yourself. She turned and walked deeper into the room. Chu Yun followed calmly. Your Highness. Luo Feng fretted at the side, fearing for his safety. Chu Yun smiled composedly and reassured him. Do not worry, Commander Luo. You and Chief Steward Chang may wait outside. Nothing will happen. As he spoke, Chu Yun stepped into the room, and the door closed behind him. A barrier that Meng Changzhong had set in place manifested, isolating the inside from the outside, severing all forces and sound between them. Within Meng Ruxu's boudoir, Chu Yun looked about, inhaled the delicate fragrance, and remarked with calm appreciation, the scent in this room is exquisite. She sat without haste. Should I call you Xiao Yin or call you Chu Yun? Her face cold as frost softened into a playful expression. Chu Yun will do. Xiao Yin is only an... Chu Yun took his seat across from her, without a trace of nervousness. I am curious how you came to know the Tian Mo Nu and how you came to command the Xiaoying. Believe me if you wish. Should I spread the word of this, you would be left with nowhere to hide. Not even the Xia court, not even the emperor himself could save you then. Meng Ruxua said, her cold gaze unblinking. Chu Yun poured himself a cup of water, drank, and then said with an easy tone, I believe you. If you spread such rumors, my troubles will only come in endless waves. His gaze shifted, becoming grave and complex. He looked at her earnestly and warned, if you do that, I fear you will regret it for the rest of your life. Meng Ruxua scoffed. Chu Yun, you hold yourself in too high regard. Even though my father stands with you, even if you die, I will not feel the slightest regret. Even if we lose the struggle for the throne, I can still protect the Qingxiang Fu. Your death would be of no consequence. She could not hide her disdain at his arrogance and let out an amused snort. Chu Yun, looking unperturbed, replied solemnly, yes, of no consequence. To you I have always been a person of no consequence. Meng Ruxua frowned, baffled by his words. He explained, at the time I did help the Tian Mo Nu to break your Baiju Shang because the situation was urgent and I had no other choice. But in the end I had men spirit you away. Seeing you safe put my mind at ease. Chu Yun stared at her deeply. Meng Ruxua's face changed. What did you say? Your people saved me. Chu Yun smiled lightly. If you wish to tell the world that I can control the Xia, I will not stop you. I will not harm you, nor will I hold you to blame. Rest assured. Chu Yun rose slowly. In a voice that mimicked the dying tone of Wu Xia, he said, Swear the Wu Xia of back, then is long dead. You should forget that past. That heart did not stop beating, it was moved to another place, and continued to burn with his mission. Live well. Live in his stead. After saying this, Chu Yun took on a heavy solemn air, and moved toward the door. In an instant Meng Ruxua appeared before him, and blocked his path. Her expression altered drastically. The previous composure had vanished, replaced by shocked doubt and utter incredulity. Who are you truly? How do you know these things? Speak. How did you come to know them? Her breathing quickened. Only she knew the secret of Wu Xia. When she had thrust her hand into Wu Xia's heart, those were the very words he had spoken. Live well. Live in my stead. That sentence could never be erased from her mind. You need not know who I truly am. For now my identity is only that of the ninth prince of the Xia Imperial court. Swear to see you again brings me great joy. His repeated retreats and advances unbalanced her. Memories of Wu Xia surged uncontrollably from the corners of her mind. Why did Chu Yun know these things? Why did his manner mirror Wu Xia's so closely? Could he be? She could not be certain. Are you? Wu Xia, are you his reincarnation? Her voice trembled slightly. She dared not affirm it. Yet if it were true, then everything that had happened before would fall into place. Whether he is or is not, he remains a person of no consequence, he said. It does not matter. Very well, I shall be on my way. Chu Yun bowed, his head a trace of melancholy about him, and reached for the door just as he prepared to step out. Stand still. At that moment Meng Rushua fiercely grasped his hand, a drop of her essence blood forming between her fingers. Immediately after she released a drop of soul blood sealed within her own soul. This drop of soul blood was once pure. Before his death he had given all his life force to Meng Rushua, for at that time, she was far too weak. With all his might, he could only leave her a single drop of soul blood, becoming her eternal remembrance. Now Meng Rushua took out this drop of soul blood to verify Chu Yun's identity, clearly showing that she had made a tremendous decision. For regardless of success or failure, this drop of soul blood would vanish. She would completely lose the last remnant of innocence. She combined this drop of soul blood with Chu Yun's own essence blood, her gaze unwavering, fully focused on the changes in the 2 drops of blood. The fusion of the 2 drops of blood proceeded smoothly, without any rejection, ultimately merging into a single drop of bright red essence blood. At this moment Meng Ruxu's eyes widened, tears shimmering at the corners. The surprise before her sent her emotions into a frenzy. It's real. It's truly real. Chu Yun is indeed Wuxia, his reincarnated self. You really are him. Why didn't you tell me sooner? At this moment Meng Rushua took the initiative to grasp Chu Yun's hand, asking excitedly. There's no need to dwell too much on past matters. As long as I know you are doing well, that is enough. Besides, I am merely an inconsequential person. Chu Yun spoke in a deep tone. Seeing his demeanor, Meng Rushua felt a deep guilt within. I didn't mean it that way. Wuxia. No, Chu Yun. My past life was given to you. You are very important to me. Even the most important. I didn't know you were him before, which is why I spoke harshly. I'm sorry. Meng Rushua lowered her head in guilt. She had always held deep remorse for Wuxia, and her earlier words had wounded him without mercy, making her feel as if she was not a decent person. At the same time, Chu Yun felt similarly. He thought to himself that he was indeed a bit of a scoundrel in this situation. He could hardly tolerate himself. Yet he had no other choice. A woman like Meng Rushua couldn't be dealt with forcefully, only with gentleness. Moreover, it was best to make a deep impression on her, to let her feel guilty towards him. Only then could Chu Yun truly seize the initiative in this relationship. Don't say that. Rushua, I told you no matter what I won't blame you. I only came to clear up the misunderstanding with. As for your relationship with the celestial demoness, she has promised me not to trouble you again. I hope that the 2 of you, even if you can't become friends, at least won't become enemies. Here, this is for you. Chu Yun took out the nirvana source from his storage and handed it to Meng Rushua. He understood that this was what she needed most at the moment. As expected, Meng Ruxu's face showed shock upon seeing the nirvana source. The nirvana source. Is this what you prepared for me? Chu Yun nodded. I know about your situation with the celestial demoness. The nirvana seal on you can only be broken with the nirvana source. Alright, take it, I'll be leaving now. Meng Rushua held the nirvana source, her emotions tumultuous, watching as Chu Yun opened the door and left it. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Chu Yun did not linger, exiting the door and heading towards the manor gate with Luo Feng and Chang Yun. This was also Chu Yun's strategy. Emotions when touched lightly often linger more than when fully expressed. This was just like in Chu Yun's past life, where those female online celebrities all liked to play hard to get. It was because this feeling of being pursued would keep emotions taut rising gradually and also make the one being pursued unable to forget. At this moment, Meng Rushua put away the nirvana source and had just taken a few steps when suddenly a small paper figure floated down from the sky, emanating waves of spiritual energy directly rushing towards Meng Rushua. Meng Rushua sensed something was wrong. Her expression changed and her body immediately flew back. The paper figure glimmered all over, shooting dozens of black, evil energy shackles that entangled her limbs. The evil energy on those shackles burrowed into Meng Ruxu's meridians like maggots, completely suppressing all her power, leaving her utterly unable to resist. A technique of the Elder Realm. Damn. The paper figure dragged Meng Ruxu's body suspended in the sky, preparing to leave. Meng Rushua struggled madly, but could not break free from those evil energy shackles. Reincarnation Divine Pearl. In this desperate situation, Meng Rushua had no choice but to use her strongest trump card of this life. That treasure from beyond the heavens divided into 2. In an instant, a gleam of reincarnation frost radiated from her body like the light of purification, successfully dissolving all the evil energy within. Those shackles that had captured her body were also completely obliterated by the light of reincarnation as Meng Ruxu's figure leapt down. My, what kind of power is this? Little girl, you have quite a few secrets within you. But unfortunately, you can't escape a second time. The paper figure's voice, smooth yet sinister, echoed as it shot out thousands of evil papers, each one like a venomous snake, fiercely advancing and overwhelming her. Cursed Wind Ghost Whirl. Compassion Seal. At this moment, 2 powerful attacks at the Nirvana realm struck, the Nirvana flames swirling with a tornado as Chang Yun struck with a Compassionate Hand Seal. The 2 joined forces to block the evil papers that had landed on Meng Rushua. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yun and the others rushed back immediately. Fortunately, not too late, Meng Rushua was still safe. Rushua, come here. Chu Yun called out, and Meng Rushua immediately flew over to his side, while Luo Feng and Chang Yun stood in front confronting the paper figure ahead. Venerable Realm. Unbelievable. They've dispatched a Venerable Realm cultivator to target Miss Meng Rushua. Chang Yun stared at the paper figure, his face dark with shock and grim tension. Though the Grand Counselor had prepared in advance, he had not anticipated that the Empress would send a Venerable Realm cultivator after Meng Rushua. Chang Yun withdrew a square disc and hurled it into the sky, where it unfurled a golden protective barrier, enveloping them all. I've already sent word to the Grand Counselor. We can only hold out for now. Chang Yun declared, his expression grave. This golden barrier could withstand even the full force of a Nirvana Realm sovereign at peak cultivation. Yet against a Venerable Realm opponent, Chang Yun harbored no confidence whatsoever. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe such a paltry trick could impede this venerable? A contemptuous, sinister chuckle emanated from the paper figure. Then two grotesque tendrils, saturated with black, malevolent energy, lashed forth and slammed violently against the golden barrier. Boom, boom. Within mere strikes, fissures spiderwebbed across the barrier, its integrity crumbling toward annihilation. No, it won't hold. This barrier cannot possibly withstand Venerable Realm power. Luo Feng's brow furrowed tightly as he sensed the dire shift in momentum. Already his hands began gathering immense energy. Boom, 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 boom. Under the relentless barrage of those sinister tendrils, the golden barrier shattered completely, and the four figures exploded outward in separate directions, evading the cataclysmic impact. Stellar Tempest. Luo Feng condensed a colossal stormcore star using his Nirvana Realm energy and hurled it downward upon the tendrils. Even a peak Nirvana Realm sovereign is but an ant before me. The paper figure's tendrils pierced through with unbreakable force, then unleashed a shockwave of spiritual resonance, sweeping outward like a tidal surge and hurling both Luo Feng and Chang Yun backward with crushing force. The tendrils lunged once more, this time directly toward Meng Rushua. Blood Heaven World. Chu Yun unleashed the Blood Heaven World. A torrent of overwhelming blood energy cascaded from the heavens, shrouding Meng Rushua entirely. Crockum. The tendrils struck empty air, blasting open the entire garden, overturning pavilions and artificial mountains alike, sending earth and stone flying skyward. Crimson energy flared around Chu Yun as he instantly teleported Meng Rushua to his side. Meng Rushua stared in astonishment. Such mastery was beyond her expectation. Chu Yun's gaze remained locked on the paper figure, his voice low and resolute. Can you stall him for 50 breaths? Do you have a method, Oi? Meng Rushua asked immediately. He will perish 50 breaths hence. Chu Yun affirmed, his tone unwavering and absolute. Agreed. Leave it to me. Meng Rushua nodded firmly. You too, young as you are, prove ever more extraordinary one after another. Truly astonishing to this venerable. Since you insist on defiance, then come with me, both of you. Corpse Swamp Celestial Veil. Before the paper figure loomed a vast obsidian celestial veil, within which roiled chaotic torrents of corpse chi. From that bottomless void, two corpse puppets shot forth, unyielding, unstoppable, bearing down upon Chu Yun and Meng Rushua. Cycle transcending sacred pearl. Pure cosmos radiance. Meng Rushua stepped before Chu Yun and raised her hands, releasing radiant cycle transcending light that coalesced into a sacred barrier before them. Its luminance was pure, hallowed, inviolable, halting the puppets' assault outright. Relying on this celestial artifact from beyond the mortal realm, Meng Rushua withstood power befitting a Venerable Realm cultivator, far surpassing even Luo Feng and Chang Yun, both sovereigns of the Nirvana Realm. Chu Yun was genuinely astonished. A memory surfaced. The words of the heavenly demonesses: never underestimate a sovereign emperor reborn. By now Meng Rushua had held the barrier for over 30 breaths, though the puppets advanced not a single inch. Her complexion had paled to utter ashen gray, as if ravaged by mortal illness, her body trembling at the edge of collapse. It was evident forcibly channeling the celestial artifact exceeded her physical limits. This venerable shall see just how long you endure. The paper figure intensified the celestial veil, amplifying the puppet's combat prowess yet again. Boom, boom, boom. Under their savage onslaught, the cycle transcending radiance dimmed rapidly, its holy luster receding like tide before a storm. At that very instant, Chu Yun snapped his head upward, his expression fierce and unrelenting. Let him die. Boom. A blazing formation array descended, its overwhelming peerless force pulverizing both corpse puppets instantly. Reinforcements had arrived. The paper figure recoiled in alarm, yet before it could react, space itself tore open. Master Xi Jun, the formation sovereign, strode forth, waving his hand to weave spatial currents into a formation, using the void itself as foundation and sealing the paper figure in place with a celestial void binding array. Shatter. That corpse-choked celestial veil was crushed beneath a single finger beam from Master Xia Dynasty, ripped apart by sheer, irresistible force. Your Highness, this is a body substitution artifice. His true body hides over 10 li away. Master Xia Dynasty discerned the ruse instantly and reported to Chu Yun. Can you track him? Chu Yun demanded, his face stern. Yes, but doing so will fully expose my identity and my strength within the Imperial capital. Master Xia Dynasty replied without hesitation. It matters not. Spare no cost. Retrieve that venerable alive or dead. Chu Yun commanded, his voice cold and uncompromising. Understood. Master Xia Dynasty now moved unrestrained, vanishing into the heart of the formation. The paper figure instantly released torrents of sinister energy, enough to grind an entire mountain to dust. Yet Master Xia Dynasty dismissed it with a casual gesture, dispelling the miasma with a lethal formation array. Then with one swift motion, Master Xia Dynasty seized the paper figure in his grasp. Which sect or faction do you serve? Since when has the Xia Imperial capital harbored a venerable like you? The paper figure cried out in disbelief. That is none of your concern. Master Xia Dynasty spoke no further, crushing the figure in his palm. At the moment of detonation, a single filament of blood lingered, caught deftly by Master Xia Dynasty. Celestial blood tracking art. Master Xia Dynasty activated the secret art, the center of his forehead glowing with sacred luminescence as he infused the blood filament into the light, tracing its origin to its master's location. In moments, he pinpointed the target and vanished from the Grand Counselor's residence. Meng Ruoxue collapsed inward. Utterly spent, her vital essence drained her strength, utterly exhausted, nearly falling to the ground. Ruoxue. Chu Yun caught her just in time. Luo Feng and Chu Yun rushed over at once. Blood streaked at their lips, yet their injuries were superficial. Miss? Your Highness, how is Miss? Chu Yun blurted urgently. She is unharmed, merely depleted of vital essence. She has fainted, nothing more. Chu Yun confirmed after a brief examination. Only then did Chu Yun exhale deeply, then asked, Your Highness, who was that venerable who intervened just now? He serves under me. Fortunate I summoned him at once. Otherwise today's crisis would have ended far more grim. Chu Yun spoke gravely. He had contacted Master Xia Dynasty the moment the threat emerged, ordering him to the Grand Counselor's residence. Meng Ruoxue's endurance, those critical dozens of breaths, had bought the decisive window. Had she faltered, Chu Yun would have been forced to unleash his ultimate trump card. The celestial sovereign's breath, sealed deep within his private vault. Your Highness's retainer, a venerable realm sovereign. Chu Yun's face contorted in stunned disbelief. He could scarcely believe his own ears. The ninth prince commanded a venerable realm sovereign as his subordinate, an unthinkable, awe-inspiring. Guanxue, if there's nothing wrong with Meng Ruoxue, I'll leave her in your care for now. At this moment, Chu Yun couldn't pay attention to his shock and entrusted Meng Ruoxue to him. All right. Chu Yun supported the unconscious Meng Ruoxue and replied, Captain Luo, let's go. Chu Yun's expression darkened as he immediately chased out with Luo Feng. Within the Imperial city, Master Xia Dynasty relied on a trace of blood energy and quickly locked onto the position. At this moment, Kazun stood atop a tall building in the city. Suddenly, sensing a force approaching, he tore apart the space and hid within. Boom. Instantly, a square formation seal appeared at the location he had previously occupied. The power of destruction directly shattered everything in that area. Master Xia Dynasty's figure flew out from the space. Seeing his attack miss, he immediately formed seals with his hands, creating formation seals that continuously shot into the path ahead of Kazun. Bang, bang, bang. Those formation seals emanated a glow of power at the reverend level, freezing the space over a large area. Hiss. The entire space was frozen. Forced and helpless, Kazun had no choice but to tear apart the space to escape. Hurricane storm. Master Xia Dynasty waved his hand, and the power of the formation converged and transformed into a rotating storm formation, trapping Kazun within from below. The entire storm formation was filled with hurricane blades resembling a dragon made of countless blades, its overwhelming power leaving Kazun with no chance of escape. Kazun unleashed dozens of sinister spiritual waves, but he could not break through even a fraction. They were all devoured by the storm's power. Damn it. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Kazun was forced into a corner and no longer hiding, completely released his full power. A battle form towering 1,000 feet high, filled with evil energy, appeared above the Imperial city. 5 elements secret kill. Master Xia Dynasty directly released 5 formations in the sky: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5-element formation merged under his control. In an instant, a 5-element killing formation erupted with dazzling brilliance, covering Kazun's head and crashing down towards his battle form. Evil spirit corpse tide. Kazun raised both hands, and 2 streams of corpse tide energy surged out, clashing directly against the 5-element killing formation above. Bang! Boom! The clash of 2 reverend-level powers directly affected buildings and structures within dozens of miles. Even many nearby cultivators, upon sensing the unusual force, hurriedly fled without a glance at the battle, hiding in a safe location. Boom, boom, boom. The two reverends openly battled within the Imperial city. Chu Yun had even summoned his battle form, creating a tremendous commotion that shook the entire Imperial city. Chu Yun and Luo Feng flew to a high point, watching the location where the two were fighting. Chu Yun summoned his battle form, but was also suppressed by the power of the five-element killing formation. Additionally, the hurricane formation blocked off his escape, leaving him completely trapped. I didn't expect it to be him. The left protector of the corpse in sect Chu Yi. Luo Feng recognized Chu Yun's true identity from a distance. The corpse in sect, it seems without a doubt that he was sent by the Empress. Chu Yun squinted his eyes and said solemnly, "No matter what, today Chu Yi shall not escape from this Imperial." At this moment, the battlefield's power was violently splattering everywhere. Seeing that Chu Yun's power was on the verge of collapse, Master Xia Dynasty immediately added another layer of power doubling formation. This directly enhanced the power of the five-element killing formation. Bang! Instantly, the two streams of corpse-tied energy from Chu Yun were devoured by the five-element power, and his battle form was violently struck by the five-element formation. Puff! Immediately, Chu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood. His battle form was injured, and his entire aura weakened slightly. Chu Yi, you have a lot of guts. Dare to touch my daughter today, you shall remain here completely. Suddenly, a chilling and resonant voice echoed from afar. In the sky not far away, Meng Changjong stood atop his battle form, holding a radiant spear 100 feet long, sweeping in with four luminous dragons directly striking towards Chu Yun. Confronted with the pressure from Master Xia Dynasty, Chu Yun had no choice but to split his focus to defend against Meng Changjong's spear dragons. In that instant, Master Xia Dynasty seized the opportunity, and a formation seal pierced through the chest of his battle form like thunder, causing Chu Yun to feel a sharp pain throughout his body. His organs shattered. Bang! After being injured again by Master Xia Dynasty, his strength weakened, causing a chain reaction. Meng Changjong's four spear dragons easily crushed through his corpse energy defense, directly destroying nearly half of his body. Ow! Half of Chu Yi's body was shattered, blood and bones scattered, looking terrifying and horrifying. At the same time, Master Xia Dynasty had fully suppressed his battle form, 3 formation marks, descending, imprisoning all movement of his battle form. Meng Changjong once again condensed the spear light and thrust it towards Chu Yun's other half, coming with murderous intent. Splash! Suddenly, a thick layer of water emerged in the sky, forming a water curtain that covered half the sky, blocking Meng Changjong's power. Meng Changjong's pupils slightly constricted, and his figure halted in time. Beside Chu Yun, the frozen space shattered completely, revealing a hand covered with wrinkles that slowly tore apart the space. The figure held a dragon head scepter and stepped forward. It's quite lively. I didn't expect such a reverend-level figure to be hidden within the Imperial city. Oh, it seems I have been. From which power do you hail? After the National Master Feng Tianzhong appeared, his gaze was fixed on Master Xia Dynasty, his eyes filled with heaviness and suspicion. Master Xia Dynasty had no intention of responding to him, directly exploding Chu Yun's battle form, the formation seals detonating. Bang, bang, bang. Puff! You are too overbearing. With his battle form destroyed, Chu Yun's vitality was severely injured, his aura weakened by 50%, spitting blood, his delicate face now filled with anger and hatred. With such a level of injury, he wouldn't be able to reconstruct his battle form for months. National Master, what do you— Chu Yun attacked my official residence and harmed my beloved daughter. Do you mean to say that the National Master conspired with him, also participating in this matter? Meng Changjong stood atop his battle form, no longer giving Feng Tianjing any face. He had already made his intention to act against his official residence clear, so tearing apart their relationship was of no consequence. What do you mean by that, Chancellor? There must be a deep misunderstanding in this matter. Moreover, since this person's identity is unclear as a court official, you should take him down with me first, to prevent him from endangering the safety of the Imperial city. Jiang was still as shrewd as ever, and Feng Tianjin calmly redirected the focus with just a few words. The National Master has been protecting this rebel who attacked the Chancellor's residence, and has been making excuses for him. Could it be that, as the Chancellor said, he is indeed in league with such evil scoundrels? Chu Yun flew over with Luo Feng, showing no fear as he shouted sternly. At this moment, many gazes nearby were fixed upon Chu Yun and his companions. The leaders of various factions within the Imperial city, including several who had reached the esteemed status, were secretly observing the situation before them. Tianbao Xuanzhang stood on the top floor of Tianbao Pavilion, looking over with a surprised expression. If this esteemed figure was indeed under the command of the 9th Prince together with the Night Swallow from last night, he would have 2 esteemed figures under his command. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, he felt somewhat fortunate for the decision he made last night. In addition, members of the Yin family, as well as several powerful figures from the Eastern Palace and the Empress faction, were present in the distant sky, their gazes fixed intently. The Crown Prince's face was filled with shock and trepidation. This esteemed figure was under Chu Yun's command. When did he acquire such a terrifying subordinate? Why had he received no news in the Eastern Palace? Meanwhile, Chu Yun was boldly contesting the national map. The latter's brows furrowed slightly in surprise, then he immediately adopted a serious tone. Ninth Prince, although you are a prince according to seniority, you are not qualified to speak to me in such a manner. Here you have no right to interject. Accusing a national master of treason, do you intend to disregard the stability of the dynasty? Ninth Prince Feng Tianzheng was very cunning, constantly avoiding the main issue and placing the blame on Chu Yun, preventing the topic from lingering on Ku's actions. As long as the emperor is in the imperial city, it cannot descend into chaos. I will say this one last time, step aside. Today you cannot protect Ku. Chu Yun's gaze was resolute, ignoring the overwhelming divine power emanating from the national master. Arrogant. Chu Yun, do you truly think that I can be provoked by you? Today I stand here and I want to see what you can do. The national master's expression was icy, and soon after the power of the esteemed figure within him was unleashed, forming a colossal battle form towering high in the heavens. The overwhelming aura of the peak esteemed figure suppressed even Meng Changshong's battle form. Seeing this, Xi Zhan, the revered figure, immediately summoned his own battle form, engaging the national master Hedon with his latest esteemed might. The three battle forms stood tall over the imperial city, their might fierce and overwhelming. However, some elderly figures who had not yet revealed themselves were all too aware that these three could not engage in battle. If they were to truly clash recklessly within the imperial city, the entire city would likely suffer catastrophe. As expected, a wave of imperial might emanated from deep within the palace, exuding an aura akin to that of the heavenly Tao, making it impossible to resist. Even the auras of the three battle forms were immediately suppressed. Meng Changzhong and the national master immediately ceased their actions, bowing towards the palace. The former said, "Your Majesty, it was not I who sought to instigate conflict. This Kui attacked my residence and harmed." Meng Changzhong and the national master immediately ceased their actions, bowing towards the palace. The former said, "Your Majesty, it was not I who sought to instigate conflict. This Kui attacked my residence and harmed my beloved daughter. I truly do not understand why the national master insists on protecting such an evil scoundrel." The national master quickly defended, "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. I only consider matters from the perspective of the dynasty. Regardless of how one views it, Kuzuinzhang is the left protector of the Corpsine sect. I do not believe he would commit such acts. There must be someone framing him." The two argued their points, and then the emperor's voice resounded once more, accompanied by a terrifying imperial pressure directed at Kuzuinzhang. "Tell me what is going on." "Your Majesty, I am truly wronged. I came to the imperial city and was attacked by this person. As for the alleged attack on the chancellor's residence, that is simply absurd." Ku pointed at Xi Zhan, stubbornly arguing his case. After all, he had used a substitute technique, and moreover Chu Yun and the others had no solid evidence. As long as he refused to admit it, the emperor could not condemn him without any proof. At that moment, Meng Changzhong suddenly laughed. "Ku, do you really think that I have made no arrangements in my own residence?" Next, a beam of light from his finger illuminated the sky. Suddenly, that spiritual brilliance transformed into a scene of a formation depicting the moment Ku's paper figure first attacked Meng Rushua. As expected of Meng Changzhong, you even set up a recording formation in your own residence. Truly cunning. The national master immediately lost confidence. Now that the evidence was conclusive, Ku could no longer be protected. At this moment, Ku's face changed. He never expected that Meng Changzhong had such a trick up his sleeve. "Damn it. Not only did you attack the chancellor's residence, but now you even dare to deceive the emperor. For betraying the emperor, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Chu Yun stepped forward at this moment, pointing at Ku and speaking angrily. Ku was flustered and did not know how to argue. He had no words to counter with, as the evidence was glaringly clear. If he were to argue, he would truly be treating the people of the dynasty as fools. Even Feng Tianzheng turned away at this moment, falling into silence. Boom. At that moment, the imperial might from the heavens transformed into a golden dragon bathed in golden light, sweeping up the bloodied remains of Kuzuinzhang and soaring into the sky. Ow! All the power within Kuzuinzhang was forcibly sealed the moment he was enveloped by that golden dragon. He had thought about resisting, but in the face of this imperial might from the emperor of the Great Xia, he had no strength to resist at all, and was directly swept into the palace. Ku's crimes are unforgivable. Seal all his cultivation and imprison him in the heavenly prison for further judgment. This matter ends here. Ninth Prince and Chancellor, go to the palace. The rest of you disperse. With the emperor's voice falling, the vast pressure from the heavens also dissipated. "Yes, Your Majesty, Father." The onlookers in the distance gradually dispersed. The national master cast a deep glance at Chu Yun, and Xi Zhan snorted coldly and then vanished into the heavens. Meng Changzhong and Xi Zhan retracted their battle forms and slowly walked to Chu Yun's side. "Your Highness, let's go, we shall enter the palace." Listening to Meng Changzhong, Chu Yun nodded. "Xi Zhan, Commander Luo, you both return to the residence first. I will meet with the emperor with the chancellor. Yes, your highness. With the chancellor present, Luo Feng naturally felt at ease and turned to leave with Xi Zhan. Chu Yun also hurried toward the palace with the chancellor. Inside the eastern palace, the crown prince and the national master had returned here, and even Chu Yuan was seated in the hall. What on earth is going on? How could Chu Yun have a subordinate at the esteemed level? What is this person's background? The crown prince's brow was furrowed in distress, unable to comprehend the matter. The national master was equally perplexed, saying one thing is certain, he is definitely not from the Shi family. Among those at the esteemed level in the Shi family, there is no one like him. Elder brother Chu Yun is proving far more troublesome than we imagined. Do you think he might have unknown cards up his sleeve? Chu Yuan spoke up abruptly. At these words, the crown prince's face shifted slightly. Feng Tianzheng immediately said, do not lose your composure for now. If that man's identity cannot be uncovered, then go to Yinyu Lu. Chu Yuan nodded. Rest assured, Imperial Preceptor, I know what to do. But with matters already at this point, what a venerable coup. Feng Tianzheng's expression darkened a fraction. If His Majesty intervenes personally, then this is no longer something we can meddle in. We can only rely on the Empress to see if she has any means. Or perhaps if the Shireen sect steps in, there might be. Feng Tianzheng was deeply troubled. That coup he would capture Meng Rushua and let matters escalate so. He had not anticipated this at all. In the end, the emperor had to appear in person. Under the previous circumstances, no one could protect him. One must remember that in the entire Xia Dynasty, the era's strongest revered was the emperor himself. He rarely acted because there was rarely need. In terms of strength at the revered realm, even the Shura revered stood beneath him. More importantly, within the imperial city, the Xia emperor enjoyed the dynasty's augury. Even a Tianxiang realm opponent could be met by him in battle. This was why the Empress faction, however vast its network, dared not be too brazen within the imperial city. Had the emperor been in the palace when Chu Yun was born, there would never have been a theft of the child. Such is the sovereign's absolute deterrent. At present, this is the only course. Third brother, go to Yinyu Lu and see if you can glean any news from them about the revered serving under Chu Yun. The crown prince issued the order. Yes, elder brother. I will go at once. Chu Yuan immediately left the eastern palace and hurried to Yinyu Lu. Within the imperial palace, Chu Yun and Meng Changzhong entered a great hall. Hail, your majesty, father. The emperor sat upon the dragon throne above, having waited for some time. Rise. He inclined his head and spoke calmly. Thank you, your majesty, father. The two rose. He has been thrown into the sky prison. How is Rushua? The emperor asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, his majesty. Rushua is all right, not badly hurt. Only unconscious, Meng Changzhong replied. The emperor nodded. That is good. Old Nine, what is the matter with the revered under your command? Chu Yun had long suspected that his father would sooner or later question him about this affair. This was no trivial matter, so powerful a revered in the imperial city standing beside his own son, and the emperor had been utterly unaware. Such ignorance was intolerable for a sovereign. Father, this man was specially sent by my master to assist me, Chu Yun replied coolly. Your master? The emperor and Meng Changzhong were surprised. They had never heard that Chu Yun had a master. Chu Yun had his explanation prepared. When I was a child, he recounted in broad strokes how he had met Xiaoyao Zi and how his master had allowed him to grow on his own. He also told them that his master would arrive in the imperial city in just over a month. So that is the case. To be able to dispatch a cultivator of revered realm at will. Old Nine, what is the realm of your master? The emperor asked with curiosity. Chu Yun rubbed his chin and recalled, I do not know his exact cultivation. I only know that once my master slew a Tianxiang realm as easily as one slays a chicken, with a single sword. Hearing this, Meng Changzhong and the emperor both stared wide-eyed. To slay a Tianxiang as if killing a chicken, such power must at least be supreme. Old Nine's master is a supreme. The revelation deeply shook the sovereign. Meng Changzhong, inwardly ecstatic, could not help asking eagerly, Your Highness, is this true? Can His Highness Master truly kill a Tianxiang in an instant? Chu Yun answered calmly, I do not know. That was in the past. After so many years, my master must have advanced further surely. Otherwise, he would be an ineffectual master. As the saying goes, the most lethal display is the one unseen. Chu Yun's casual words made the emperor and Meng Changzhong visibly twitch. Once their shock ebbed, Meng Changzhong's spirits lifted greatly. His joy was written plainly across his features and could not be contained. With such a formidable master backing His Highness, what was there left to fear from the Empress faction? Once the master arrived, authority within the imperial city would tilt entirely to their side. Old Nine, since you have such a master, why did you not tell me sooner? The emperor could not help but ask. Chu Yun smiled and scratched his head. Father, it is mainly because my master forbade me from revealing it lightly. If he were not coming this time, I would not have told you. To fulfill filial duty, Chu Yun promptly pinned the responsibility on Xiaoyao Zi. I see. Great ones are eccentric. It is not hard to understand. The emperor nodded, accepting the masters. Some exalted figures are naturally peculiar. By the way, father, Chu Yun said, What do you intend to do? Chu Yun then asked with a solemn expression. The emperor countered with a question of his own. Do you have any suggestion? If it is possible, Chu Yun said, I ask that your majesty hand Ku Yi over to me. Chu Yun wanted Ku Yi. Perhaps the emperor thought he desired to handle Ku Yi's fate himself. After all, he had attacked the prime minister's residence and nearly threatened their lives. However, unbeknownst to him, Chu Yun sought Ku Yi for the hatred value and editing points he possessed. A being of the respect realm could provide Chu Yun with a significant amount of editing points, and Chu Yun was eager to find out. The emperor pondered for a moment, although Ku Yi had already been imprisoned. He was still a member of the Corpsine sect. Given the situation, the Corpsine sect would not sit idly by and would surely send someone to the Imperial city to plead for the emperor to spare Ku Yi's life. After all, he was a being of the respect realm, which would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the Corpsine sect. Very well. Since you desire it, Ku Yi shall be entrusted to you for handling. As for the outside world, I shall declare that he has been executed, leaving no room for others to intervene. The emperor made the decision, still somewhat fond of Chu Yun, and agreed to his request. Thank you, Father Emperor. Chu Yun's face was filled with joy as he immediately expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, the emperor ordered Xian Feng to secretly deliver Ku Yi to the residence of the ninth prince. He publicly declared that during his imprisonment, Ku Yi had attempted to assassinate the emperor and was thus ordered to be executed. In a secret chamber, Ku Yi was bound, his limbs restrained. At that moment, he resembled a wolf filled with hatred, glaring viciously at Chu Yun in the filthy environment. I never expected that after roaming the Great Xia Dynasty for so many years I would fall into your hands. Chu Yun, you are remarkable. But do not be too pleased. If I die, the Corpsine sect will surely make you pay. Even your father emperor cannot protect you forever. You will certainly die. You will die a worse death than I will. Ku Yi's eyes were bloodshot, a savage smile curling his lips as he spoke fiercely. Chu Yun, listening to his impotent howling, remained unmoved. Shortly after, Yi Tun slowly approached. Master. Chu Yun nodded. Take action. Use the most ruthless methods. Ku Yi had attacked the prime minister's residence. Fortunately, Chu Yun happened to be there today, otherwise Meng Rushua would have truly fallen into his hands. Therefore, Chu Yun felt no compassion for him, even harboring a hint of anger. Seeing his master so serious, Yi Tun understood the gravity of the situation and responded earnestly, yes. Rest assured, master. Yi Tun slowly walked forward, a layer of night, shrouding him and enveloping Ku Yi completely. Chu Yun, you will not die a good death. Immediately after, endless howls reverberated from within the night, akin to being flayed alive, his soul torn apart 1,000 times and filled with molten agony, echoing throughout the chamber. Ku Yi's hatred value has reached 100. As the system's prompt echoed, Chu Yun slowly turned his head. That's enough, kill him. Then a blinding evil light erupted within the night, resembling a demon descending from the heavens, making the atmosphere of the entire chamber instantly ominous and terrifying. Ku Yi's voice soon ceased, his breath completely vanished. Ding. Congratulations, master. Yi Tun has killed Ku Yi, gaining 15000 editing points. Having killed Ku Yi and gained 15000 editing points, it wasn't too much, but it couldn't be considered little either. Now he had 52200 editing points. The editing background cooldown period still had 6 days left. For now, he could only open a blind box. As the darkness dissipated and the evil energy faded, Yi Tun emerged contentedly. Master, I have a feeling that I am close to breaking through again. Once I completely refine Ku Yi's soul material, I might touch the threshold of the mid-respect realm. Although Yi Tun had only recently broken through, he had consumed enough beings, as Chu Yun had been feeding him consistently. If he were to devour another cultivator at the early respect realm level, he would undoubtedly break through. Chu Yun nodded. First, let's go to the prime minister's residence and check if Rushua has woken up. Yes, master. The palace. At this moment in the Empress Palace, the national master Feng Tianzhong was present along with 2 esteemed guests of the dynasty named Ren Lin and Hong Chun. The 4 of them were seated in the hall, and the Empress' expression was somber. Earlier news spread in the palace that during Ku Yi's imprisonment, he attempted to assassinate the emperor, leading to the immediate order of execution by His Majesty. He left no room for mercy. The other 3 listened to this news, their expressions heavy. No one expected His Majesty would suddenly take such drastic action against Ku Yi. As for Ku Yi's assassination attempt, that was simply impossible. Not to mention, he was a prisoner. Even if he were uninjured, he would lack the ability to harm the emperor. Thus, the assassination attempt was merely a pretext for the public. However, with this, the relationship between the royal family and the Corpsine sect was nearly shattered. The emperor left no room for the Corpsine sect, a fact that not only the high-ranking members of the Corpsine sect did not anticipate, but even the empress was taken aback. After so many years of marriage, they had at least shared a bed. According to her understanding of the emperor, this was somewhat uncharacteristic of him. He should know better than anyone the consequences of casually executing a sect's respect realm member. His Majesty's actions indeed leave one perplexed. Your Majesty, do you think he might have sensed something? After all, his period of decline approaches ever closer, esteemed guest Hong Chun suddenly remarked. The Empress furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing this. That should not be the case, especially since our people have not yet acted. He cannot possibly know in advance. However, since the current situation has become so dire, we must resort to that plan we prepared earlier. National Master Feng Tianzheng replied earnestly, rest assured, Your Majesty, I have already had someone secretly deliver the border defense map. I believe it won't be long before news of the border's breach reaches the Imperial city. The Empress nodded. Currently, she needed to divert the Emperor's attention from them, and the only way to do that was to incite turmoil at the borders. By the way, the Respect Realm individual beside Chu Yun Smoke and Rain Tower cannot uncover any clues about him, which is rather strange. However, we have discovered that the forces assisting Chu Yun are the Kai family and the Yin family, as well as the Wang Xiandao sect from Qingzhou, the Empress continued. What the Yin family and the Wang Xiandao sect. It is them. Hong Chun and Ren Lin's faces immediately darkened with anger upon hearing this. Your Majesty, it seems we underestimated Chu Yun, as he has secretly gained the support of the Yin family and the Wang Xiandao sect along with a mysterious Respect Realm Guardian. He indeed possesses some abilities. At the very least, he is not as helpless as we previously thought, Feng Tianqing said solemnly, while holding his staff. The Empress with a cold demeanor replied, he does have some skills, but what I detest is the forces aiding him. Since they have made their choice, they must pay the price for it. The Lord has already led the elite forces of the divine sect to Qingzhou. As for the Yin family, we will wait a month before completely exterminating them, uprooting all their foundations. Hearing the Empress' decision, the three did not say anything further. As for Kui's death, the Empress personally sent a message to the leader of the Corpsine sect instructing them to remain calm and await her news. In the Prime Minister's residence, after everything had concluded, Meng Rushua woke up shortly after losing consciousness. Meng Changzhong realized his daughter's extraordinary capabilities. From the projection array, he was astonished to see her withstand the power of Kuzuanzhang. However, he was not an unenlightened father. Since Rushua had not revealed her strength to the outside world, she surely had her own secrets. If she was willing to share with him, he would naturally know. If she preferred not to speak as her father, he would not pry. This aspect was somewhat similar to the Emperor. At this moment in Meng Ruxu's chamber, she leaned against her bed, her complexion having improved significantly, while Meng Changzhong sat in the room inquiring about her physical condition. Chu Yun walked in through the door, and upon seeing her for the first time, he expressed concern, saying, Rushua, how are you? How does your body feel? Meng Rushua looked at him, her eyes no longer reflecting the previous coldness, and even bore a rare smile. I'm fine, a few days of rest will suffice. The Crown Prince is here. In that case, let him accompany Rushua. I have some matters to attend to first. A flicker of doubt flashed in Meng Changzhong's eyes as he immediately rose to speak. From the projection, he had sensed that the relationship between the two was somewhat unusual. At this moment, his daughter was actually smiling at the Ninth Prince, which was truly unprecedented. He could also sense a hint of emotional warmth between them. Of course, if Rushua could be with the Ninth Prince, he would become the Ninth Prince's father-in-law, a fact he did not mind in the slightest. All right. Chu Yun nodded, and then the Prime Minister left. Chu Yun walked to the bedside, sitting beside her, his eyes filled with emotion as he gazed at her seriously. Ku-yi has been killed by me. Rest assured, I will not let anyone who has harmed you go unpunished. Meng Rushua, however, was not surprised and calmly asked, what about the demonesses? Chu Yun's expression suddenly showed concern as he rubbed his forehead. Seeing his reaction, Meng Rushua couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'm just teasing you. I know her relationship with you is not so simple. She might even be living in your residence, right? Chu Yun did not deny it, saying, indeed, she and you are equally important to me. As for matters between women, you cannot interfere. We must resolve it ourselves. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun pondered briefly and agreed, sure, whenever you want to meet her, I'll arrange it for you. Meng Rushua then changed the topic, asking, was Ku-yi sent by the Empress? How confident are you about dealing with her? Chu Yun confidently replied, 10 out of 10. Meng Rushua was slightly surprised, really. I must remind you again, behind her there are not only the powers of the divine sect, but also the elders from Huangzhou Mountain and the former emperor of the royal family, all supporting her. This is also why your father can only watch her develop her faction without striking against her. The reason she can firmly hold her position as empress is largely due to the support of the former emperor, otherwise her status as the master of the harem would certainly not be so stable. Meng Ruxu's reminder allowed Chu Yun to gain insight into some of the emperor's connections. He never expected that this grandfather he had never met would actually be on the emperor's side. Yet his expression remained calm and composed. Rest assured, even if the entire Huangzhou Mountain supports her, I have absolute confidence in dealing with her. If the heavenly sovereign is insufficient, then I will summon the supreme sovereign. If the supreme sovereign is not enough, then I will go even higher. In any case, the empress and the Eastern Palace will have no chance of winning. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Meng Rushua felt a slight surprise, yet she chose not to say more. For her, she absolutely and unconditionally trusted Chu Yun. After staying at the Prime Minister's residence, Chu Yun finished the evening feast and shared a few drinks with the Prime Minister before leaving with Yi Tun. Meng Ruxue, on the other hand, started her closed-door meditation with the Nirvana source preparing to break through. Upon returning home, it was already deep into the night. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, the demoness was already waiting for him. "How is she?" the demoness asked first. Chu Yun did not expect that the first thing the demoness would ask was about Meng Ruxue's injuries. He responded, "No major issues, as she has already begun to break through to the Nirvana realm." The demoness nodded knowingly. It is to be expected that she wouldn't be left behind. After all, a formidable destiny empress cannot be hindered by the Nirvana fire for long. Chu Yun did not elaborate much, continuing, "She told me that once she breaks through I should arrange for you two to meet alone. She said she couldn't help with your matters. Only you two can resolve it." Upon hearing this, the demoness fell, and recalling the beginning of their conflict which eventually escalated into hatred, she acknowledged, "She is right, our relationship can only be resolved by ourselves, and no one can help. All right, you should rest now. Oh, I will take my leave." The demoness turned and returned to her room. Chu Yun, still slightly intoxicated, slowly made his way back to his own room. He closed the door securely and then summoned the system. System exchange for 5 golden blind boxes. Chu Yun originally had 5 200 editing points, spending 200 to exchange for the blind boxes, leaving him with 3 200. The remaining more than 30,000 was perfectly suited for editing the background. Blind box exchange successful. Does the master wish to open them immediately? Why not save them for the new year? Open them. Opening blind boxes, please wait. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for obtaining a Minor Realm upgrade card for the Xuanzhang, 2 Minor Realm upgrade cards for the Nirvana Realm, 1 Cultivation card for the Nirvana Realm, and 1 Supreme Battle Weapon, Human Emperor Banner upgradable, X1. All rewards have been sent to the warehouse. Please check, Master. Supreme Battle Artifact. In system, what is this? Chu Yun asked, puzzled. Human Sovereign Banner, a Supreme Battle Artifact, second only to Sacred Treasures. It houses 100,000 souls and can summon an army of 10,000 spirits devouring all things with boundless power. Moreover, the Human Sovereign Banner possesses immense latent potential. It is not limited to its current tier. With enough souls consumed, it may ascend to become a sacred artifact or even an Emperor divine weapon. Devour souls. And isn't that stealing Yi Tun's job? Chu Yun blinked rapidly. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a pitch-black soul banner materialized. Its surface shrouded in sinister obsidian-hued spiritual aura, as if teeming with countless malevolent spirits radiating an overwhelming chill of dread. Not the system. And this is the Human Sovereign Banner. And why does it feel like a demonic heretical banner? Its energy is so dense. I'd swear I'd just stepped into the netherworld. Chu Yun immediately grumbled. In System Master, the Human Sovereign Banner embodies the paradox of righteousness twisted into malevolence. Carrying a touch of darkness is only natural, haha. Chu Yun's lips twitched involuntarily. In righteousness twisted into malevolence. What an audacious turn of phrase. A solitary flawless 6. And then what of its power? Judging by your description, it's a supreme battle artifact. So with my current cultivation base, can I wield it? Chu Yun asked, curiously scrutinizing the banner intently. System Master, once you reach the Nirvana realm, you may begin wielding it, albeit only a fraction of its true might. Even so, it will grant you formidable assistance. Only usable at the Nirvana realm, in perfect timing. Let's activate this newly acquired Nirvana Realm Cultivation card right away. System understood. Nirvana Realm Cultivation card activation in progress. Please wait. As the card took effect, Chu Yun's aura surged violently. He shattered through the realm barrier instantly. Nirvanic flame ignited within his body, elevating both flesh and soul in a single transcendent moment. Nirvana Realm, initial stage. Chu Yun's cultivation was now firmly anchored at the initial stage of the Nirvana Realm. He sensed the surging power within, slowly opening his palm where a slender thread of nirvanic force shimmered like crimson flame upon his skin. That single filament alone, once unleashed, could reduce the entire mansion to a sea of blood in an instant. System, what level of combat strength do I possess now? Chu Yun asked, deeply intrigued by the torrent of nirvanic force coursing through him. System Master, if you deploy the Blood Heaven World, your strength would match that of a mid-stage Venerable Lord. If you wield this supreme battle artifact, your combat prowess would nearly rival that of a peak stage Venerable. Hearing the system's explanation, it became clear with all his trump cards deployed, Chu Yun could stand toe-to-toe with even a peak stage Venerable Lord. In other words, so long as a celestial phase cultivator did not intervene, no one could slay him. At last he had secured genuine self-preservation. Within the Imperial capital, he would no longer need to rely repeatedly on Yi Tun or Elder Xijin for protection. The Human Sovereign Banner is magnificent, and a true treasure. Chu Yun gazed upon the banner in his hand, the very embodiment of righteous malevolence. and found himself growing ever more enamored. The more he beheld it, the more he cherished it, until he could scarcely bear to part with it. After holding it for some time, he finally retracted the banner. There remains one Venerable Lord Tier minor advancement card, and two Nirvana Realm minor advancement cards. The first shall go to Wan Lei. The latter two will be bestowed upon Murong Een and the Fire Spirit Maiden, with their breakthrough auras fully concealed. System affirmative. Activation in progress. Clang. And congratulations, Master. The three minor advancement cards have been successfully deployed. Wan Lei Tianzuan's cultivation has ascended to the initial stage of the celestial phase. The Fire Spirit Maiden and Murong Een have each advanced to the initial stage of the Venerable Lord Realm. All three had ascended, granting Chu Yun overnight 1 celestial phase Tianzuan and 2 Venerable. Chu Yun eagerly awaited Wan Lei's return, as his first celestial phase subordinate Wan Lei's presence would render the Empress faction utterly powerless to stir. After the trio's successful breakthroughs, Chu Yun felt deeply satisfied. As night deepened into stillness, he lay upon his bed and drifted into slumber. 3 days later, with Ku Yi's death, numerous officials and factions within the Imperial capital anticipated further turmoil, believing the Corpsine sect would not let the matter rest. Yet for 3 consecutive days the capital remained eerily tranquil. Even the Empress faction fell into complete silence. That fragile calm shattered at dusk, pierced by an urgent dire report. Xianxi Imperial Dynasty and Diyan Imperial Dynasty, the 2 great dynasties quarreling alongside Xia, had suddenly mobilized elite forces and launched a joint assault upon Xia's border, led personally by venerable lords. Strangely, both dynasties appeared to possess intimate knowledge of Xia's entire border defense network, every vulnerability exposed, every weak point laid bare. Within half a day Xia's entire frontier collapsed. The 100,000 troops stationed along the border were nearly annihilated, only scattered remnants escaped. 2 venerable lord-ranked supreme commanders stationed at the frontier were jointly subdued and captured by enemy venerable lords. All other senior generals were slain. The second prince vanished without a trace, his fate unknown. When the news reached the capital, the emperor reportedly erupted in fury, shattering the desk in his imperial study, with sheer rage revealing the terrifying depth of his wrath. He immediately convened an emergency council summoning key ministers, departmental secretaries, Chancellor Meng, and commanders of all major legions. After over half an hour, the emperor issued a decree. Black Wolf Legion and Daobone Legion commanders were to lead their respective forces to the frontier and quell the crisis. Beyond local garrisons guarding the borders and prefectures, Xia maintained 4 elite legions, each commanded by a venerable lord sworn solely to the emperor's command. Together, the 4 legions numbered over 2 million soldiers. The Black Wolf and Daobone legions alone fielded more than 1 million troops, renowned for their valor and martial excellence. Restoring order at the frontier was deemed eminently achievable. Within Consort Shi's palace defense plans leaked. Chu Yun sat beside Consort Shi, his expression tinged with surprise. He had remained within the palace all day, thus learning of the matter only when she spoke of it. The frontier had fallen. His father had dispatched 2 legions to suppress the invasion. The root cause of the collapse, the betrayal of classified defense arrangements. Correct. Your father is certain only a breach of frontier defenses could have granted to Yin and Xianxi such a decisive advantage. Consort Shi spoke gravely. Frontier defense schematics are Xia's utmost state secret. Mother, who else possesses access to the full deployment details? Chu Yun sensed the gravity of the situation and gave it his full attention. Very few. Within the entire dynasty, apart from the leaders of the 4 major legions and the 2 commanders at the border, the only others are the grand leader of the Shadow Guard and your father. This matter is a military secret of our dynasty. Even the Minister of War and the Prime Minister do not have the qualifications to know. Shifei replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Yun furrowed his brow. If the border defenses were leaked, then the only suspects would be these. Chu Yun pondered for a moment, and then asked, Mother, among the few people you mentioned earlier, are there any from the Empress? Shifei couldn't help but ask Yuner, do you suspect the Empress faction is involved? Chu Yun replied solemnly, though there is currently no evidence, I feel that this matter cannot be unrelated to them. It can't be such a coincidence. After Ku Yi's death, they instead fell into tranquility, and then trouble arose at the border. If there's no trickery involved, I absolutely do not believe it. Chu Yun's sixth sense was also extremely accurate. He was convinced that the Empress faction was definitely behind this. Upon hearing this, Shifei explained, among these people there aren't any who are too close to the Empress. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that some may have been bribed by the Empress and secretly pledged allegiance to her. Chu Yun thought for a moment and said, Mother, if there's an opportunity, you can inform Father of my suspicions so he can be more. I understand. I will visit the Imperial study shortly and speak to your father. Shifei said. Mother, I will take my leave now. Chu Yun stood up to bid farewell and left the palace. Upon returning to the prince's residence, Luo Feng immediately welcomed him. Your Highness, Wan Lei has returned. Chu Yun nodded calmly. I know. Have Wan Lei and Yi Tun come to see me. I have matters to discuss with them. In the main hall, Chu Yun sat in position, and shortly after Wan Lei and Yi Tun walked in successively. Master, your Highness. Chu Yun nodded. Yi Tun, how well have you digested Ku-Es power? Yi Tun gladly replied, Master, I have refined everything of Ku-E. I have now touched the threshold of the midstage of the respectable realm. Chu Yun nodded. Then tonight, let's have you feast once more. Chu Yun's heart was filled with plans. Since the Empress faction chose tranquility, he would deliberately do the opposite. Master, is there another target? Yi Tun immediately rubbed his fists, licking his lips, looking somewhat impatient. Chu Yun instructed Wan Lei, tonight you will go to the 1,000-kill mercenary corps. You know what to do with the people there. Wan Lei, the heavenly sovereign, immediately replied, Rest assured, your Highness. Chu Yun nodded. Yi Tun, tonight the two of us will visit the Cloud Mist Tower. Yi Tun immediately replied, Yes, Master. The 1,000-kill mercenary corps and the Cloud Mist Tower are both pillars of the Empress faction within the Imperial city. Without the two of them, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the Empress's power in the Imperial city. In the 8th Prince's residence, 8th Prince, Chu Hao, and 6th Princess, Chu Xinyan, were seated in a side hall. At this moment, a woman dressed in yellow palace attire slowly walked in, exuding an extraordinary temperament, with an aura of time about her, yet her skin and appearance still radiated youthfulness as she walked in, expressionless. Mother. Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan both stood up in unison, bowing to greet her. This person was indeed their biological mother, the beloved consort of the Great Xia Dynasty, Song Yiling. The consort nodded and walked straight to the elevated seat, with Chu Hao immediately giving up his position to invite her to sit. After the consort sat down, she glanced at them, signaling them to take a seat. Chu Hao sat on a chair beside him, putting away his fan, and asking, Mother, your personal visit, is there something you wish to discuss? The consort replied calmly, You all know about the turmoil at the border, right? Chu Xinyan nodded. Yes, Mother, I was just discussing this matter with Brother Hao. The leakage of defense leading to the border's downfall indicates that there must be a traitor among the 4 major legions. But I did not expect that Father would actually send 2 major legions to suppress the rebellion. Does he not fear that the traitor is among those 2 leaders? The consort's expression was exceptionally calm. This is a precaution left by your father. If the traitor is truly one of those 2, it would play right into his hands. However, in my view, the traitor at the border is not allied with the enemy dynasty, rather it is the Empress. Chu Hao raised an eyebrow. Do you mean that these are all smoke bombs released by the Empress intended to divert Father's? The consort replied calmly, Surely, she fears they are conspiring against your father during his vulnerable period, so she has resorted to such a low tactic. But unfortunately, in doing so, she has driven the second brother back. Your second brother is currently missing, and it is highly likely that he is on his way back to the dynasty. Chu Hao's expression slightly tightened. Second brother. Mother, although he has been honing himself at the border for many years, even if he returns now, he would hardly pose any threat to the Empress and them, right? The consort shook her head. You are mistaken. Your second brother is the one among you princes with the most extraordinary. I once thought of controlling him, but unexpectedly he harbored a trace of remnant soul within him that nearly. If he has a desire for imperial power, then what are Chu Yun and Chu Rong to him? But mere ants, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, both Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were astonished. They knew just how powerful their mother was. It is no exaggeration to say that even their father would find it difficult to harm their mother if he truly laid his hands on her. And the second brother, Chu Huang, actually possesses such fortune. This truly shocked them immensely. Mother, will this disrupt our plans? Chu Hao asked cautiously. I am also worried about unexpected events. Therefore, Howard, tonight you will go meet someone. The consort said. Chu Hao couldn't help but ask who. Yun Mist Tower's master, Yun Yin Yang. Yun Yin Yang. Isn't she a person of the Empress? Why would we need to meet her? Chu Hao was filled with confusion. Chu Xinyan beside him also looked puzzled. The consort smiled faintly. She is not an ordinary person. Her concealment is no less than mine. I only discovered her true identity by chance during a previous encounter. Chu Hao grew even more curious. Mother, who exactly is she? If the data is maintained, there may be 3 updates next month. Mainly this month has not been fully attended, which has been quite difficult. The noble consort asked abruptly, Have you ever heard of the Yuanming Dynasty? The Yuanming Dynasty. Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were instantly plunged into deep recollection. Soon Chu Hao lifted an eyebrow and replied instinctively, Mother, do you mean the Yuanming Dynasty that was besieged and annihilated 500 years ago by a coalition of the 10 great dynasties? The noble consort nodded. Indeed, it is the Yuanming Dynasty that fell over 5 centuries ago. In its day across this land of 100 courts, the Yuanming Dynasty's foundation and strength could easily have ranked among the 10 great dynasties. At its zenith, its prestige blazed like the noonday sun. Even the Fenghuang realm powerhouses of the 10 great dynasties regarded it with apprehension. Alas, the Yuanming emperor was too arrogant. He held himself so high that he scorned the 10 great dynasties, repeatedly humiliating them, and in the end brought upon his realm this tragic demise. Hearing the noble consort Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan both felt a stir of recognition. The annals indeed recorded that the Yuanming dynasty's ruin sprang from its emperor's pride, leaving it friendless and thus easily extinguished by the 10 great dynasties. But mother, what connection does Yun Yin of Yunwu Tower have with the Yuanming dynasty? Chu Hao could not help asking again. Her true identity is that of a survivor, the last scion of the Yuanming dynasty. The noble consort continued. She was once the Yuanming princess, Xin Yinyun. The Yuanming princess? Chu Hao and Chu Xinyan were struck dumb, their pupils widening with astonishment. They were not well versed in the Yuanming dynasty, yet the fact that the Yuanming princess had eluded the 10 great dynasties' slaughter and escaped with her life was beyond belief. It was almost inconceivable that a scion of the once majestic Yuanming dynasty would have fled to their Xia. Worse, she had willingly joined the empress faction. That choice was deeply puzzling. Mother, if Yun Yin truly is the Yuanming princess, why would she choose to join the empress faction? Her true strength must surpass anyone within that faction, right? Chu Hao asked with mingled amazement and doubt. The Yuanming dynasty's former might far exceeded the present Xia's. Its princess, after centuries of accumulation, would surely be formidable. When the 10 great dynasties slaughtered Yuanming, they could not locate that guardian treasure. It is most likely in Yun Yin's hands. When the 10 great dynasties slaughtered Yuanming, they could not locate that guardian treasure. It is most likely in Yun Yin's hands. The noble consort spoke with a solemn expression. Chu Hao, slightly shaken and deep in thought, finally asked, Mother, how do you propose I speak with Yun Yin tonight? The noble consort replied, It's simple. Tell her our purpose directly. If she assists us once your grandfather is freed and his strength restored, we will do her a favor in return. A favor from someone who once stood at the pinnacle of the Fenghuang realm. She would be hard-pressed to refuse that, she added. Chu Hao nodded. Yes, mother. I understand, he said. Night fell at the Chu Yun residence. Your Highness, Elder Fong and Elder Yang have... In the garden pavilion, Chu Yun and the heavenly demoness sat drinking tea and conversing. Luo Feng stepped forward to report. Chu Yun glanced up as Feng Zili and Yang Muqian approached, clasping their hands in a formal bow. Your Highness. Chu Yun inclined his head. Please sit. Thank you, Your Highness. Once seated, Chu Yun opened. Elders, what? Your Highness, Yin Rujuan, the deputy leader of the Shun sect, has arrived in Qingzhou with a large contingent of Shun's elite and has already surrounded our sect, besieging us without striking. Feng Zili spoke with worry in his eyes. Chu Yun set down his teacup and said, Didn't my uncle dispatch a master of the Zun's realm from the Shi family to aid us? Is the situation still so one-sided? Feng Zili shook his head and sighed. Your Highness, the Shi family's grand elder is indeed within our sect. He fears Yin Rujuan, not at all. But the Shin sect has employed a tactic of encirclement without engagement. Our ancestor worries they may be waiting for reinforcements. Chu Yun considered the point and found reason in it. If Yin Rujuan discovered Shi family forces inside Wangxiandao sect, the most effective ploy would be to summon additional troops and crush them by overwhelming numbers, thus teaching Wangxiandao sect a painful lesson. Shiner, what is your view? Chu Yun asked, turning to the heavenly demoness. She answered calmly. If Shin calls for help, the nearest ally is most likely the Shuetian sect. The Shi family lies too far from Qingzhou. Even with teleportation arrays, their response cannot match the speed of a nearby ally like the Shuetian sect. The only viable measure now is to ask the hegemon of Hanzhou, the Shui sect, to send strong fighters to lift the siege for Wangxiandao sect. Hanzhou and Nanzhou sit on either side of Qingzhou. The hegemon of Nanzhou is the Shuetian sect. The hegemon of Hanzhou is the Shui sect. Fortunately, the Shuetian sect is allied with the Shin sect. Both belong to the Empress faction. The Shui sect, however, maintains close relations with the Shi family, especially the current Shui sect leader, who is famously enamored of the Shurazuns and remains his devoted admirer. Chu Yun pondered briefly, then nodded. That plan is sound. It is indeed the most feasible option. They'll send a message to my uncle at once and ask him to request assistance from the Shui sect. Chu Yun immediately dispatched the message. Feng Zili and Yang Muqian's faces brightened with gratitude as they thanked him. Thank you, Your Highness. No thanks are needed, Chu Yun replied. Wangxiandao sect drew the Shun sect's ire because of me. What I do is only what ought to be done. There is no need for gratitude. Chu Yun waved his hand to dismiss their thanks. The gesture warmed Feng Zili and Yang Muqian's hearts. They felt fortunate that Wangxiandao sect had not chosen the wrong ally. Before long, Feng Zili and Yang Muqian left the prince's mansion. Late into the night, Chu Yun set his plans in motion. Wanlei Tianzuan would head to the Qiansha mercenary corps to deal with everyone inside. Chu Yun, accompanied by Yi Tun, crept toward Yunwu Tower under cover of darkness, resolved to take the entire establishment in one decisive sweep. Yunwu Tower stands on the southern edge of the Imperial city. Though its grounds are not as sprawling as those of Yunwu Tower, Yunwu Tower rises astonishingly high. Its roof pierces the clouds, and its surroundings are shrouded in mist, thus its name. At the same hour, the 8th prince, Chu Hao, paid a late-night visit ostensibly to converse with the tower's mistress Yun about an important matter. Inside Yunwu Tower's reception hall, the 8th prince, Chu Hao, sat composed and unassuming. Soon a woman in a purple gown entered her, bearing graceful and a faint fragrance trailing in her wake. Yun glided in with a kindly smile and spoke with courteous reserve. Your Highness, the 8th prince graces Yunwu Tower so late. Nian failed to greet you properly. Please do not take offense. It is I who have disturbed you late at night, Chu Hao replied with a smile. Yun sat opposite him, her gaze fixed on him, and with a radiant smile asked, May I ask what brings the 8th prince here to seek me? Chu Hao looked straight at her and said, I have come here at this late hour to represent my mother the Empress in discussing a collaboration with Master Yun. Oh, the Empress? What collaboration are we to discuss? Yun asked with a hint of curiosity. We wish to invite Master Yun to join us a month from now in entering the Huangzu Mountain to break a seal within it, Chu Hao said earnestly. Yun expression changed subtly as she responded, 8th prince, do you know what you are saying? Chu Hao smiled calmly. I know very well. I also understand that Master Yun knows exactly what I am referring. After all, as a princess of the Yuanming dynasty, you must have some understanding of what lies within the Huangzu Mountain of the Great Xia Dynasty. Chu Hao directly revealed Yun's identity. Upon hearing this, her expression slightly changed, but she quickly returned to normal. At this point, Yun decided to stop hiding and openly spoke her mind. I want to know, what is your relationship with the celestial demon sealed in Huangzu Mountain? Yun asked directly. Chu Hao did not hide anything and replied candidly, he is my grandfather. Your grandfather? I see. I didn't expect your mother to be a descendant of the celestial demon, no wonder. Yun's expression was quite amusing at this moment. She truly did not expect that among the concubines of the Daxiao Emperor there would be such hidden talents, even a descendant of a celestial demon. Since it was your mother who sent you here, I imagine she has asked you to convey more than just this right. Chu Hao nodded. My mother said that as long as Princess can assist us once my grandfather is freed and regains his strength, he can fulfill a request for you as a way to repay your kindness. Upon hearing this condition, Yun contemplated carefully. The celestial demon on the other side of Huangzu Mountain was rumored to have once been a peak-level great demon of the King Realm. If she could make him owe her a favor, it would indeed be quite tempting. After all, those she wished to kill now were all stronger than her. All right, tell your mother that I agree to this matter. As for the specific plan, we will decide once she meets with me. Yun nodded in agreement. Chu Hao cheerfully said, Thank you, Princess. Just call me Master Yun. The dynasty has already perished in history. It hardly deserves to be called a princess anymore. All right, you may go now. Yun said, her deep, beautiful eyes containing a hint of regret. All right, Master Yun, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Just as Chu Hao was about to turn and leave, Yun noticed something, her expression suddenly changing. Wait. Chu Hao stopped looking at her in confusion. Is there anything else, Master? Yun slightly frowned, saying, Tonight my Yunwu Tower is truly lively. 8th Prince, please stay in the room for a while. After speaking, Yun left the reception room, leaving Chu Hao confused. Inside Yunwu Tower. At this time on the top floor, some elders and elite disciples of Yunwu Tower were all knocked unconscious by the evil energy from Yitan. He and Chu Yun had charged straight up, intending to capture Yun first, but arrived at the top floor only to find it empty. Yitan, seeing this, immediately unleashed his divine sense at the venerable level, beginning to cover the area from top to bottom in search of Yun's whereabouts. Bang! Suddenly, just as Yitan's divine sense spread to the hallway, it was repelled back by an incredibly powerful soul force. Puff! Yitan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Master, run! Without time to explain, Yitan realized that there was a terrifying expert within Yunwu Tower and immediately attempted to take Chu Yun away. However, in the next moment, Yun's figure had already appeared in front of them. Although her aura was restrained, the playful smile on her face made Yitan feel apprehensive. This is the very expert who had harmed him. At this late hour, the 9th Prince has brought a venerable level cultivator to my Yunwu Tower. I wonder what you intend to do. Yun's tone was somewhat cold, laced with a few hints of light laughter. Chu Yun felt a slight shock inside. It was truly incredible that Yun could injure Yitan. If this is the case, this woman is definitely not as simple as she appears. I didn't expect Master Yun to be so formidable. Indeed, you have been hiding your strength well. Chu Yun calmly spoke. Yun smiled gently. Where? Compared to the 9th Prince, this little bit of concealment is hardly a secret, is it? Tonight, the 9th Prince intends to repeat the tragedy of the Li family's households on my Yunwu Tower, does he not? Seeing Yitan beside Chu Yun plus the previous Venerable Xijun, there were already 2 venerable level experts beside Chu Yun, and the disappearance of those from the Li family could have been accomplished by either of these 2 venerable level beings. Chu Yun did not refute, but kept his gaze fixed on her, continuing to stall for time. However, given the situation today, it seems unlikely that capturing Yunwu Tower will be possible. He continued, But I am curious, do the Empress and the Crown Prince know your true strength? Yin Yang shook her head and smiled. That is not something the Ninth Prince needs to worry about. It seems that you have quite a few secrets, which makes me very curious. After speaking, Yin Yang's figure remained unmoved as one hand reached out, and a golden palm print almost the size of the ceiling radiated endless might as it reached out toward Chu Yun's face. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from that palm print, Chu Yun broke out in a sweat, as if facing a great enemy. Blood river. Evil veil swallowing clouds. Chu Yun and Yi Tun immediately acted. Thousands of strands of evil energy erupted from Yi Tun, coalescing into a black sky curtain, within which evil spirits howled and evil light surged. Chu Yun unleashed the power of the blood heaven world. 3 blood rivers surged like a roaring tsunami, colliding heat-in with the palm print. Bang! Rumble! However, the moment their 2 powers touched the palm print, they were shattered into dust. Like Chu Yun and Yi Tun's faces changed, and they quickly dodged. Comparable to venerable level strength. You actually possess such strength. Yin Yang was taken aback upon sensing Chu Yun's power. Instantly, her power's magnetic field enveloped the entire top floor. No matter how fiercely the powers clashed inside, they did not make it outside. She wanted to have a good conversation with this Ninth Prince. Vermilion bird shattering the heavens. Then with a single palm, Chu Yun transformed into a claw of the vermilion bird, ignited by the pure world divine flame. As if it were about to tear apart the heavens, the force of nirvana surged, exceeding that of most venerable level experts as it clawed toward Yin Yang's face. Beast transformation. Yin Yang looked slightly astonished as she saw Chu Yun's arm transform into the claw of the vermilion bird. The technique of beast transformation is extremely rare within the Great Xia Dynasty, and this level of power in such a technique is something she has never encountered before. Chu Yun's combat power truly shocked her beyond measure. However, no matter how monstrous he may be, he would not escape her grasp tonight. Yin Yang pointed her finger, and a beam of light shot towards the vermilion bird claw, a magnificent golden brilliance enveloping the purifying divine flames. At the same time, the golden light penetrated and wrapped around Chu Yun's vermilion bird claw, forcing all the power in his arm back. System activate the breath of the celestial sovereign. Chu Yun, seeing his power falter before Yin Yang, immediately decided to use the breath of the celestial sovereign. Boom! Just at that critical moment, a bolt of thunder pierced through space like a raging dragon, descending, shattering Yin Yang's power seal. No need for the system. Chu Yun called to halt the loss. System am drenched in sweat. Do not harm. The figure of the thunder sovereign burst forth from the void, unleashing a multitude of thunderstorm spirit waves, transforming the area into an electromagnetic field, conjuring a colossal golden lightning palm print. Heavenly aspect realm. Yin Yang's eyelids twitched as she truly did not expect that Chu Yun had a subordinate from the heavenly aspect realm. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly ignite the entire Great Xia Dynasty. Yin Yang shot out 3 golden flowers, and at the moment their petals blossomed. Countless petals imbued with enough power to kill a realm master surged forth like sharp spikes. Boom! Rumble! When these petals collided with the golden lightning palm print, spiritual waves exploded, creating a wave of overwhelming force that sent both of them staggering back. Yin Yang managed to stabilize herself before the Thunder Sovereign, who immediately flew in front of Chu Yun to protect him. All around them was the residual power from their clash, along with shattered void fissures from all directions. In this clash of power, it was still Yin Yang who held the advantage. Chu Yun felt a tremor in his heart. The master of the Cloud Mist Tower is a celestial sovereign. This situation has escalated greatly. He was certain that the Empress absolutely did not know Yin Yang's true strength, otherwise she would not have been so restrained, fearing that her aura might expose her to the royal stronghold. Your Excellency has recently broken through to the heavenly aspect realm, yet possesses such power. Your talent is remarkable. Ninth Prince, you have truly impressed me tonight. In the Great Xia Dynasty, few can astonish me, and your performance tonight certainly qualifies you as one of them. Yin Yang refrained from attacking again, and instead began to evaluate him. Chu Yun fixed his gaze on her. You flatter me, Master Yun. Your performance tonight has also left me quite astonished. If Lan Ji and Chu Rong were to find out that their subordinate is actually a celestial sovereign, what expression? Yin Yang smiled slightly. In that case, why don't we come to an understanding? What do you think, Your Highness? Chu Yun nodded. All right, I'll pretend that nothing happened tonight. As for Master Yun, let's just act as if I've never been here. What do you say? At this moment, both Chu Yun and Yin Yang wished to keep this information from leaking. The Thunder Sovereign is one of Chu Yun's trump cards. If exposed, the Empress faction would surely struggle to remain steady, possibly forcing an early war. Moreover, the appearance of a celestial sovereign in the Imperial city would not go unnoticed by the old fellows of the Royal Ancestor Mountain. Similarly, Yin Yang could not afford to be exposed. If she were, she might directly face expulsion by the Royal Stronghold. No problem. I won't breathe a word about tonight. Yin Yang smiled slightly. Then I take my leave. Let's go. Chu Yun and she reached a tacit agreement, and the Thunder Sovereign directly tore through space with the two of them leaving the Cloud Mist Tower. Yun Yang stood in place watching the spot where they had disappeared, her brow slightly furrowed. This ninth prince, Chu Yun, does not appear to be that simple. The Empress's plans over a month later may have a high probability of failure. Forget it. Success or failure has nothing to do with me. I am merely a passerby. Yun Yang smiled, and no longer entangled in thought turned and returned to the reception room. She did not tell Chu how anything, gave a few perfunctory remarks, and then sent him away. In the prince's mansion upon their arrival, Chu Yun immediately tossed a few pills to Yi Tun. Take these. Thank you, master. After taking them, Yi Tun immediately withdrew to recover. Tonight was really perilous. How could Yun Yang hide so deeply? A powerhouse of the heavenly aspect realm has been lurking in the Imperial city. With what purpose? Chu Yun pondered in confusion. Your Highness, should we not inform His Majesty of this matter? Wan Lei suggested. Chu Yun shook his head. We have at least made a verbal agreement. It would not be good to break it immediately. After a moment of deep thought, Chu Yun ultimately decided not to fret too much. When his master arrives, he would simply question her with a sword. Wan Lei, how are the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps? Chu Yun then asked. Your Highness, due to the urgency of the situation, I rushed over immediately upon receiving your distress signal, and I could only bring the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps into this heaven-grade soul banner. Wan Lei then took out a soul banner, which emanated a strong aura of life, including the members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps, who were in the Nirvana realm, all contained within. Chu Yun thought for a moment, then saw his finger draw the blood energy, and 2 beams of blood light flew in, adding 2 more souls to the soul banner. It was Wang Han and Heitai Wang. Originally, he planned to keep these 2 alive to personally deal with them before the Empress. However, with so many variables, he could only use them to exchange for editing points. He hoped to see if he could edit an impressive background in 2 days. Let's start the operation. Torture the souls of everyone in the 1,000-kill mercenary corps until they break. Chu Yun commanded. Yes, Your Highness. After Wan Lei's operation, all members of the 1,000-kill mercenary corps and Heitai Wang and Wang Han turned into editing points. In total, 35,000 points were obtained. Adding the previous remaining 32,200, Chu Yun now has 67,200 editing points. These editing points Chu Yun does not plan to use for now. He wants to see if these editing points can bring a big wave when editing backgrounds. Inside the royal palace, the queen was sitting in a side hall accompanied by the national masters, several royal offerings, the crown prince Chu Rong and the third prince Chu Yuan. Aside from learning that all members of the 1,000 Kills mercenary corps had gone missing, news also arrived from originally the 2 elders of the Blood God sect had led troops to provide support, intending to unite with the elite of the divine sect led by Enraged to deal a painful lesson to the Wang Xiandao sect. However, to their surprise, the Snow sect from Hanzhou intervened, with 2 elders personally rushing to Qingzhou to assist the Wang Xiandao sect. There were even clear reports stating that the Asura elder was also on his way there. Weighing the pros and cons, Enraged had no choice but to withdraw his men first. The Shi family, Chu Yun, the 1,000 Kills mercenary corps, and previously the Li family and the Yu family have all disappeared without a trace. It seems highly likely that it was the work of the elder under Chu Yun's command. Fun Tiancheng frowned deeply. But without evidence, even if we know it was him, there's nothing we can do publicly. After all, as it stands, His Majesty is supporting them. Hong Chun the offering said with a grim face. Mother, because of this matter, both the Kai family and the Lu family have already sent messages to me, and some of their clan members are trembling in fear, worried that they will be next. If we don't respond, it might easily lead to a loss of morale. The crown prince also spoke up. With all these matters piling up, the Queen Lanji also wore a somewhat gloomy expression, lost in thought. After a moment, she slowly spoke. Within the Imperial city, let all the forces allied with us help build a spatial teleportation array connecting the Eastern Palace and the National Master's residence. If such an incident occurs again, we can directly seek aid. As for what comes next, we shall wait. The troubles at the border won't last long. The Asura will likely return to the Imperial city as well. For this period of time, let everyone refrain from acting rashly. Wait. When your father enters the Huangzu mountain, that will be the day this Imperial city radically changes. The crown prince solemnly replied, yes, mother. The queen's choice to remain passive indeed seemed to be the most prudent plan. The emperor's decline had only about a month left. During this period, it would be best not to create further complications. As for Chu Yun, as long as the spatial teleportation array is established, he certainly won't have another chance to make his move. The next day, Meng Ruxue emerged from her seclusion, successfully breaking through and undergoing nirvana. Upon learning the news, Chu Yun hurried to the chancellor's residence and arranged a meeting for the 2 women for that night after receiving their consent. Within Chu Yun's residence, in the back garden, the heavenly demon maiden stood under the night light, her extraordinarily enchanting face appearing even more charming under the moonlight. Chu Yun walked slowly with Meng Ruxue, and the heavenly demon maiden turned to face them. Immediately the two women looked at each other without expression, not speaking a word. Seeing this, Chu Yun chose to break the awkward silence ahem. Shiner Schwerer, both of you are the most important people to me, so please give me some face. If we can discuss properly, let's not resort to violence. Hearing his words, Meng Rushue revealed a hint of a smile, her eyes playfully looking at him, Shiner, calling so intimately. Chu Yun was about to explain when he was interrupted by the heavenly demon maiden. All right, let's talk among ourselves. You don't need to interfere. Seeing this, Chu Yun sighed, fine, I'll leave. You two talk. He turned and walked away, arriving at a nearby fishing platform, quietly watching them. He still felt a bit uneasy and wanted to keep an eye on things. Just in case the two were to fight, he could intervene. However, the conversation between the two women surprisingly went smoothly. He could only see from afar that they began to converse face to face. After a while, both women even revealed slight smiles on their faces. What's going on? Have the feuding parties reconciled? Are they acting for me? Chu Yun wondered if it were not for the system's information being reliable, he would have started to doubt whether they were acting all along. After a while, the two finished their conversation. They both approached Chu Yun calmly and in harmony. Chu Yun immediately stepped forward, curious, and asked, "You are good now?" The heavenly demon maiden tilted her head, looking at him. What else could it be? Do you wish for us to fight so you can choose? Chu Yun shook his head repeatedly. No, no, no. I absolutely did not mean that. It's just that your conversation went surprisingly well. Meng Rushue smiled calmly. We know better than you what you desire. Therefore she and I have a mutual understanding and chose not to make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Chu Yun felt a warmth in his heart, smiling broadly. To have both of you as my ladies in this life is truly my fortune. Chu Yun, Meng Rushue, and the heavenly demon maiden immediately blushed, the former shyly, saying, "Don't talk nonsense, who wants to be your lady?" Exactly. Your face is thicker than a city wall. The heavenly demon maiden chimed in. Hee, just take me as talking nonsense. I've already arranged a grand feast to celebrate your reconciliation. Come, let's go drink together. Chu Yun walked over, holding their hands, and headed straight to the reception hall. After 3 rounds of wine, the night grew deep and quiet. Because they drank too late, Meng Rushue stayed overnight at the prince's residence. Chu Yun arranged a top-notch guest room for her. As for the heavenly demon maiden, she returned to her own room to rest. After returning to his room, Chu Yun tossed and turned, unable to sleep for thinking of her. Damn it, this isn't right. My self-control shouldn't be this weak. Chu Yun sat up, abruptly drenched in sweat, feeling hot all over, with his face reddening immensely. He found it quite strange. In the past, he could endure for 5 hours while appreciating romance from the island without losing control. What was going on today? Why were images of the heavenly demon maiden and Meng Rushue swirling in his mind? Just then a figure quietly crept up to the door, whispering, Your Highness. Your Highness, it's me, Atai. Chu Yun was confused. Atai, what are you doing sneaking around at this hour? Atai chuckled at the door. Your Highness, I was just about to ask you, why haven't you gone to Lady Yu and Miss Meng's rooms yet? Are you still holding back? Chu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. You. Did you drug us? Atai laughed again. Your Highness, it's all the command of Empress. Sure, I can't help it. The Empress said she wants to hold her grandson soon, so she gave me a special aphrodisiac from the Great Xia Dynasty. The Empress said she has checked both Lady Yu and Miss Meng and is very satisfied. She has no objections to whichever you choose, or even taking them both. Specialty of the Great Chu. Upon hearing this name, Chu Yun felt a headache coming on. No wonder his body was becoming increasingly heated. That intense emotion was simply beyond his control. How much did you put in, damn it? Chu Yun's face grew redder as he stood up to ask. Not much, Your Highness. Only 3.5 gin. I poured it all into the wine. Atai replied earnestly from outside. Bang. The door was forcefully pushed open by Chu Yun's palm, and he appeared before Atai in an instant, his forehead lined with black threads. 3.5 gin of aphrodisiac. Do you think him some kind of beast to be fed like this, eh? No. You said it was in the wine, doesn't that mean they also? Chu Yun's body shook, his gaze fixed intently on Atai. Atai chuckled. Your Highness, the two young ladies have shared that 3.5 gin of aphrodisiac with you, so they are probably just as restless as you are right now. Chu Yun looked at his expression, which seemed to be enjoying the spectacle, laughing smugly, and he felt the urge to slap him immediately. However, since he was acting on orders from his mother, he couldn't really say anything. All right. I'll remember this. Atai, wait until I finish and see how I'll reward you. Chu Yun clapped him on the shoulder with a face full of joy, and then quickly headed towards the room of the heavenly demoness. Atai looked in the direction Chu Yun had gone, still smiling, and reminded him. Your Highness, I also added 5 gin of strength stone powder to the wine, guaranteeing that Your Highness will be full of energy. The room of the heavenly demoness. At this moment, the heavenly demoness face was flushed red, her enchanting features blushing like a monkey's bottom. She sat on her bed, cultivating to suppress the effects of the medicine within her body, but this specialty of the Great Chu was invincible in its ability to amplify desires 1,000-fold, penetrating to the very marrow. Even a revered expert would find it hard to resist. Bang! At this moment her door was pushed open and Chu Yun strode in decisively coming before her. Are you that impatient? I never said you couldn't touch me, did I? Was it really necessary to use such methods? The heavenly demoness was sweating profusely, knowing it was Chu Yun, her tone somewhat displeased. She mistakenly thought that the over 3 gene of aphrodisiac was Chu Yun's doing. Chu Yun looked extremely wronged and spoke hurriedly. If I had put it in, do you think I would be the one affected? Only then did the heavenly demoness open her eyes. For a moment she saw Chu Yun, who was completely flushed, and her initial displeasure turned into confusion. What's going on with you? It was Atai. My mother ordered him to do this, saying she wanted a grandchild soon. Him just as innocent in this. Chu Yun explained with an innocent face. Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness felt much more at ease. But then she turned to him and said, I see this is exactly what you wanted, you big lecher. Chu Yun shrugged, acting innocent. I had no choice after all. It's 3.5 gene of aphrodisiac. If Sheener blames me for this, should I just leave? You dare? The heavenly demoness glared at him. Look, I won't leave, and you call me a pervert. If I try to leave, you won't let me go? Sigh, being a man is really too hard. At this moment Chu Yun continued to act. The heavenly demoness face was already so red it was hard to tell if it was from shyness or excitement. She was anxious and panting. Hurry up. A big man like you is wasting time. What use is that? What good is that? After saying this, Chu Yun couldn't hold back any longer. He rushed over and tightly embraced the heavenly demoness' soft figure, kissing her deeply. The heavenly demoness felt as if she had been electrocuted all over. Her already hot skin became even. Chu Yun took the initiative to explore her soft lips, his moist tongue dancing within, and he gently laid her down on the bed. Just as Chu Yun's hands began to roam downward, the heavenly demoness suddenly pulled away, whispering softly, gently. A storm was born inside the room, but half an hour later Chu Yun suddenly remembered something and rushed towards Meng Rukshu's room. As soon as he entered, it felt as though he was being targeted by a mother wolf. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. The door was tightly closed and the sounds of a bed breaking could be heard inside. On one side gentle and accommodating, on the other fierce as a tiger. That night, Chu Yun couldn't sleep, and it became an unforgettable experience. 2 days passed, and they had yet to leave the room. The Prime Minister's residence had sent people twice, worried that Meng Rushua might have encountered something, but Atai had dismissed them, saying that Meng Rushua was accompanying the prince in practicing martial arts. Until the 3rd day, Meng Rushua emerged from her room and returned to the Prime Minister's residence. Her face still bore a slight flush, although her appearance remained unchanged. But her demeanor was entirely different from a few days ago, now carrying a unique charm. As for Chu Yun, after dusk his legs felt like butterfly wings, his eyes sunken, and he shakily walked back to his own room. Your Highness, what happened to you? As Luo Feng entered, he saw Chu Yun looking as though his soul had been drained, extremely weak, and his face somewhat pale, and couldn't help but question. Bring Atai to me. After taking a few pills, Chu Yun's body regained some vitality. Your Highness, after Atai heard you were out, he went to find Lady Shur in the palace and hasn't returned yet. Luo Feng said. All right. He's really fast. Chu Yun gritted his teeth, waiting for him to return. Oh, he would definitely teach him a lesson. His life had almost been forfeited in these few days. The previous 10 or so times were indeed full of enjoyment, but after more than 100 times he felt as if he had become a machine devoid of any sensation, numb and unfeeling, yet the effects of the medicine still lingered, and he couldn't stop. At this moment Luo Feng had roughly figured out what was going on, and no wonder he had seen the satisfied expression on Chu Yun's face when Meng Rushua left. TSK. Your Highness, you really are a battle wolf, but being young is not an excuse for reckless indulgence. These words Luo Feng only dared to think privately. Your Highness, the elder Feng and the others came by earlier, bringing news that the elite forces of the divine sect have withdrawn from Qingzhou. With the help of the Shui sect and the Shur family's support, the Wangxian Dao sect is now safe and sound. Luo Feng reported to Chu Yun the recent news. Chu Yun nodded. I understand. If there's nothing else, you may also instruct Xiao Chun to prepare some returning yang pills for me to send over. Luo Feng respectfully replied, Yes, Your Highness. After Luo Feng left, Chu Yun took a moment to adjust his breathing, allowing his focus to finally settle. This was not merely related to one's profound realm, but rather a fundamental issue. Of such profound fatigue of body and mind could only be understood by those who had experienced it. System, check my editing points. Currently editing points 67,200. The cooldown for editing backgrounds has passed. Recommend some impressive backgrounds for me. System, okay, Master. Lord of the Rakshasa sect, 18,000 editing points. Brother of the Holy King of the Sky, 20,000 editing points. Younger brother of Yun Yin Yang, 10,000 editing points. Son of the Holy Land of the Nine Swords, 80,000 editing points. Son of the Ling Buddha Holy Land, 80,000 editing points. Young Master of the Peach Blossom Island, 80,000 editing points. Disciple of the Vice Master of the Smoke Rain Tower, 97,000 editing points. Master of the Tianqi sect, 50,000 editing points. Disciple of the Emperor of the Nine Heavens, 170000 editing points. Son of the Emperor of the Chu Yun, 200000 editing points. Disciple of the Xianyin Emperor, 100000 editing points. Old friend of the Xianyin Emperor, 86,000 editing points. Master Qi Tian of the Caodong, 300000 editing points. There are many background choices, please review them first, and if they are not enough you can change them again. Chu Yun's eyes scanned the dense background information, truly impressive one after another. However, what astonished him the most was still the last one. Master Qi Tian. This background actually requires 300,000 editing points. It surpasses that of those Imperial sons and disciples by a considerable margin. What an exceptionally outstanding background this is. Among all these backgrounds, there was also a name that caught his attention. Yun Yin Yang. To become the younger brother of Yun Yin Yang, it actually costs 10,000 editing points. Aside from being of the heavenly aspect realm, does she have some extraordinary qualities? System, what is the situation with this Yun Yin Yang? Why does her connection still hold a value of 10,000 editing points? Chu Yun could not help but ask. Master, this Yun Yin Yang, whose real name is Xin Yin Yun, is a fallen princess of the Yuanming dynasty who has concealed her identity and is hiding within the imperial city of the Great Xia. As for why her background is worth 10,000, it is not much related to her personally. It is because there is another prodigy of the Yuanming dynasty still alive, who is also the sixth prince of the Yuanming dynasty and the younger brother of Xin Yin Yun. According to the normal plot development, this sixth prince of the Yuanming dynasty will eventually reach the pinnacle of the king realm, becoming the new emperor of Yuanming and restoring his family's glory. Hearing this, Chu Yun suddenly understood. He finally grasped the details of Yun Yin Yang. He did not expect her to be a former princess of the Yuanming dynasty. So that's how it is. Chu Yun stroked his chin and continued to skim through those backgrounds, dismissing all those that exceeded his current editing point range. Finally, his gaze settled on the Tianqi sect master background, which required 50,000 editing points. How powerful could this force be? System, please provide a detailed introduction to this Tianqi sect. Tianqi sect, located within the Taichi sacred land of the Yuan realm, at its peak the depth of the entire sect ranked among the top 10 in the Taichi sacred land. However, since the previous generation's sect master failed to break through the Holy King, it began to decline, with its peak glory fading continuously, walking down a path of decline. Even so, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Even now, the Tianqi sect still has quite a few existences at the King realm. There are even 5 saints at the Holy Realm, namely the 4 Knights of Tianqi and the current Vice Master of the Tianqi. So if I take over this sect master position, can I command all of them? Chu Yun asked urgently. Not exactly. Master, the internal relationships of the Tianqi sect are complex. The Vice Master has coveted the position of sect master for many years, but has always been suppressed by the 4 Knights. Therefore, even if you become the sect master, given the current situation within the sect, you must establish authority to fully command everyone. Then why should I edit this background? Am I just looking for trouble? Chu Yun could not help but complain. Master, don't rush you, I haven't finished speaking. If you become the sect master of the Tianqi sect, there is a significant benefit. That is, you can contact the 4 Knights of Tianqi and command them. The 4 Knights in the Tianqi sect only listen to the sect master's orders. Their mission is to protect the sect master of the Tianqi sect. Therefore, master, regardless of whether you have established authority or what your identity is, as long as you are the sect master of the Tianqi sect, you will surely become their protected target. So if I edit this background, I can have 4 saints as my henchmen. Chu Yun blinked and asked in surprise. System, exactly. Chu Yun took a deep breath and immediately made a decision. All right. Then let me edit the background of the sect master of the Tianqi sect. Editing background, please wait. Cause and effect change completed, identity reset correct. Ding. Congratulations, master, background editing successful. In an instant, Chu Yun's editing points decreased by 50,000, leaving him with only 17,200. Soon after, a round jade token appeared in Chu Yun's hand, inscribed with the words Tianqi. In Chu Yun's mind, a new memory also surfaced. The Tianqi token in his hand had fallen onto him during as the name suggests, it is the order of the sect master to select a master. It designates him as the sect master of the Tianqi sect. Master, you can now activate this token and inform everyone in the Tianqi sect that the new sect master has been born. Additionally, you can summon the 4 Knights to the Great Xia. The system was teaching Chu Yun step by step how to operate. Chu Yun nodded, then urged his spiritual power into the Tianqi token. Meanwhile, within the Taichi sacred land, a massive mountain range stretching over 10,000 miles erupted with a brilliant Tianqi light from its peak suddenly illuminating the sky. In an instant, everyone in the Tianqi sect was stirred. The Vice Master, the 4 Knights, and the 5 saints rushed to the mountain peak, gazing at this towering holy light, their faces filled with shock. It is the sect master. The sect master order has been activated. Our sect finally has a new sect master. The expressions of the 4 Knights were filled with excitement, their eyes shining with joy. Then amidst the holy radiance, Chu Yun's voice resounded. 4 knights proceed to the Great Xia Dynasty to assist the sect. Yes. The 4 knights immediately accepted the order and promptly disappeared from the Tianqi sect. They did not know who the sect master was, but regardless of who it was, their duty and mission were to protect him. On the mountain peak, only one person remained, the vice master, whose brow was clouded with darkness and deep within his eyes flickered a strong killing intent. In the Chu Yun's residence, he gazed at the Tianqi sect's master token in his hand and asked, "Is this sufficient? How long will it take for them to arrive?" "Approximately a month is needed. The Tai sacred land is extremely far from here, and this land of 100 dynasties is at the edge of the Yuan realm, lacking a spatial teleportation array to the holy lands of the Yuan realm, hence the efficiency will naturally be slower." Though Chu Yun had never ventured out, he had gleaned some knowledge about the overall layout of the Yuan realm from the system. The main regions of the Yuan realm are divided into 4 segments. The first area, the border region, known as the 100 dynasties, comprises over 100 unified dynasties commonly referred to as the 100 dynasties. The second area is called the sacred land, where the spiritual energy and environmental conditions are far superior to those of the 100 dynasties. The forces dominating the sacred land are the well-established major sacred grounds, which house not only saints and saint kings, but also undying beings. Some of these forces with even deeper foundations possess powerful beings beyond the undying realm. As for the third area, it is the true core of the Yuan realm, the divine province's pure land. In the divine province's pure land, there are numerous forces with a heritage of 1,000,000 years, and only the most powerful practitioners can thrive in this land. The most formidable forces in the entire Yuan realm are all located within the divine province's pure land, including the headquarters of the Misty Rain Tower and many imperial lineages. The final area is known as the Starry Sea of Secrets. This is the most mysterious place in the entire Yuan realm, and to this day, no one has explored its depths. Many powerful cultivators in the Yuan realm regard the Starry Sea of Secrets as a place of exploration where opportunities and dangers coexist. These 4 regions together form a complete Yuan realm. After gaining this understanding from the system, Chu Yun realized just how insignificant the Great Summer Dynasty was within the entire Yuan realm. It was hardly worth mentioning. A month's time seems comparable to my master Xian Yaozi. Well, since I'm not in a hurry, and since Lan Ji has chosen to act with restraint, I shall refrain from moving. Chu Yun felt relaxed, showing no signs of worry. After all, the initiative had already begun to tilt in his favor. After returning, Meng Ruxue intended to head straight to her room, but encountered Meng Changjong halfway. "Shuer, I heard that you have been practicing techniques with the Crown Prince these past few days. How is your training going?" Meng Changjong asked earnestly. Meng Ruxue's face, which had turned slightly red, was forced down as she replied, "It's fine. Really? Shuer, why do you seem a bit nervous?" Meng Changjong noted the unusual tone in her voice. Meng Ruxue smiled faintly. "Father, I've been quite tired from practicing with him these past few days. I'll head back to rest first," she said before dashing away. Meng Changjong watched her hurried departure, revealing a helpless smile. "Sai daughters grow up too fast. This lad is even quicker than his father," he lamented. "Truly they are all cut from the same cloth." Meng Changjong sighed, shook his head, and walked away alone. As Meng Ruxue's father, he could naturally sense that something was amiss with her. He just didn't expect that Chu Yun's impatience was even more pronounced than his father's back in the day. The Meng family had now completely intertwined with the royal family. After consuming several returning yang pills and recuperating for a few days, Chu Yun finally restored the lost yang energy. His complexion finally showed a healthy glow. As for the instigator of this fierce battle, Tai, because he had brought Chu Yun's mother into the picture, and with the intervention of the favored concubine, sure, Chu Yun did not truly punish him. Instead, he secretly had Yi Tun mix 10 pounds of the Great Chu's specialty into his meals. Given his physique and that dosage, Chu Yun directly arranged for him to stay at the Misty Rain Tower, having Su Nian find over 10 courtesans for him to thoroughly experience. After 5 days at the Misty Rain Tower, Tai was eventually carried back, his legs too weak to walk, looking even worse than Chu Yun. Upon returning, Chu Yun specially took the Heavenly Demon Woman to see him. The Heavenly Demon Woman, beautiful and kind-hearted, added 4 pounds of the potent yang elixir into his mid. This caused Tai to remain upright for 3 days and nights, leaving him exhausted and uncomfortable. In the end, it was still Chu Yun who called upon Master Wan Lei to assist in his recovery, giving Tai a profound lesson. After more than 20 days, the royal city was free of turmoil. The 9th prince's residents also spent these days in laughter due to Tai's matter. Although there were no disturbances in the royal city during these 20 days, some situations still arose. For instance, the Asura sovereign had returned to the royal city and was now within the palace. Moreover, the border unrest had come to an end. The armies of the Xian Snake Dynasty and the Great Flame Dynasty had been expelled by the Black Wolf Army and the Bladebone Army, successfully rescuing the 2 captured Great Summer sovereigns. Now the border defenses had been reset, and the 2 armies were on their way back. Additionally, there was another matter. Yesterday, the second prince, Chu Huang, returned to the royal city. I don't know either. After the incident with the time, my interactions with him have only slightly increased. However, it was unexpected for him to suddenly send me this message. Chu Yun shrugged. The heavenly demoness thought for a moment and found it somewhat strange. For Sun Yin to do this was akin to actively reaching out to Chu Yun, especially considering Sun Yin's own identity, which is quite remarkable. He hails from the pure land of Shenzhou and is aware of the vastness of the Yuanzhou realm. It is indeed surprising that he would choose to take the initiative to befriend Chu Yun. Sun Yin represents the Misty Rain Tower, and the information he provides is unlikely to be false. However, you still need to be slightly cautious about his goodwill, the heavenly demoness advised after a moment of thought. I know. Rest assured, I'm not that foolish. Naturally, I won't be completely unguarded. Chu Yun smiled lightly, then said, I'm just curious, what extraordinary attributes does my second brother possess? After all, it is quite surprising that Sun Yin personally gave me a reminder. The second prince, Chu Huang, is Chu Yun's second brother, yet he has never met him. He has only heard some stories about his second brother, who distanced himself from the power struggles of the Imperial city in the past, and went to the borders, achieving great military accomplishments with high prestige among the border troops. But that is all. As far as Chu Yun knows, his second brother has no followers in the court and does not participate in political affairs, so he can be said to have only an empty title without any supporting power in the Imperial city. Such a person is considered inconspicuous to both Chu Yun and the Empress faction. If you want to know why not, just the heavenly demoness casually replied. It is not yet the time. Moreover, I suspect he might come to see me himself. Chu Yun's face revealed confidence. He knows that many years ago the death of the second prince's mother was orchestrated by Lan Ji, and given Chu Huang's intelligence, he absolutely understands who the enemies and allies are. Seeing that Chu Yun was informed, the heavenly demoness ceased to say more. Suddenly Chu Yun thought of something. By the way, Shiner, do you know about the Chaodang? Upon hearing this, the heavenly demoness immediately took it seriously. Chaodang? Why do you ask this? Seeing her reaction, Chu Yun realized this force was not simple. Even when he previously asked about the Misty Rain Tower, the heavenly demoness did not respond with such seriousness and intensity. Don't be nervous. I was just casually asking. If you know, please tell me what kind of force this is and how it got its name. Chaodang sounds like a dilapidated thatched cottage, Chu Yun remarked. Only then did the heavenly demoness relax. She thought that Chu Yun was far removed from Chaodang and would provoke its people. That would truly be like a mouse eating rat poison, leading to disaster. Chaodang is located in the pure land of Shenzhou, quite far from the Great Xia. As for the power of Chaodang, in fact, the entire Caodong, including its master, consists of only a little over 10 people. More than half of them are servants. Only 6 gentlemen and their teacher, the master, truly have a say within Chaodang. Yet such a small force dares not be provoked by any power in the entire Yuanzhou realm. Even at our peak, when encountering people from Caodong, we could only show them respect, the heavenly demoness said seriously. Chu Yun understood that this she referred to Meng Rushua. Chu Yun looked shocked. What? A force with so few people is not dared to be provoked in the pure land of Shenzhou. The heavenly demoness nodded deeply. The 6 gentlemen of Chaodang are all at the Emperor realm, and each is more formidable than the last. As for the master, no one in history has seen him take action. Chu Yun's body trembled suddenly. Goodness. No wonder the background editing points for the 7 gentlemen of Chaodang are as high as 300,000. In the Yuanzhou realm, regard him with reverence. Chu Yun's body trembled suddenly. Goodness. No wonder the background editing points for the 7 gentlemen of Chaodang are as high as 300,000. So this force is so powerful in the pure land of Shenzhou. What level of mastery has the master who has taught 6 emperors achieved? At this moment, Chu Yun could hardly imagine. At the same time, he silently made a decision. He would eventually edit the background of the 7 gentlemen of Chaodang. Inside the Imperial Palace. In the late-night Imperial study, the emperor stood alone, facing away from the entrance, his gaze fixed upward. The Shura master and Meng Changjong slowly entered. Your Majesty. The emperor then spoke softly. There are still 10 days. After 10 days, I must enter the Imperial Ancestor Mountain and undergo the 5 declines of heaven and man. This includes the Shui sect, the Wangxian Dao sect, the Luo family, and the Yun family. The respected elders and ancestors from their clans are secretly gathering in the Imperial city. This includes the Shui sect, the Wangxian Dao sect, the Luo family, and the Yun family. The respected elders and ancestors from their clans are secretly gathering in the Imperial city. In the 7 days before your Majesty enters the Imperial Ancestor Mountain, we will surely guard the Imperial city, well living up to your Majesty's expectations, the Shura master said with a serious expression. Although the Empress faction has devised intricate plans, the Emperor is not without preparations. How could someone become the son of heaven without a mature mind? He had allowed the ancestors of the Shur and Yun families to enter the city mainly as a precaution. If nothing happens during this time, that would be the best outcome. However, if something does happen, the backup plans he arranged can definitely hold their own. Tell the ninth prince about this. If his master has not arrived, yet let the respected one under him lend you their assistance, the emperor added. Yes, your majesty. I will inform his highness the ninth prince about this tomorrow, Meng Changjong replied. Your majesty, has Commander Jinmu found any clues about the traitor? The Shura master couldn't help but ask it this time. After all, this traitor is at least a respected one, likely holding military power. If not caught early, it would be like a nail that could stab them at any moment. The emperor turned around, his expression slightly cold. Based on the clues brought back by the second prince, Jinmu has already identified the person's identity. The delay in taking action is merely to fish for bigger prey. You need not worry about this. Yes. Upon hearing this, the Shura master and Meng Changjong felt reassured. P.S. I see that many people still do not understand the realms, so I'll say it again. Please remember, innate realm chi, condensation realm chi, gathering realm chi, transformation realm, golden core realm, nascent soul realm, fragmentation realm, nirvana realm, respected realm, heavenly aspect realm, Tianzuan supreme realm, king, sealing realm, saint king realm, indestructible realm, heavenly absolute realm, eternal realm, semi-emperor, great emperor realm. The heavenly aspect realm is commonly referred to as Tianzuan. The next day, Meng Changjong conveyed this news to Chu Yun and explained the seriousness of the situation. Naturally, Chu Yun agreed, and even asked Meng Changjong to inform his father, assuring him that he would safely transcend the 5 declines of heaven and man. His master would surely arrive before that. At that time, if anyone from the Emperor's faction dared to act, they would only meet their demise. In the ninth prince's residence, Chu Yun was seated in a garden pavilion enjoying tea and flowers with the heavenly demonesses and Meng Rushua. During these days, he had no worries about editing points or background, for he understood better than anyone else that this period of tranquility was a rare time of enjoyment for him. In 9 days, when his father entered the Huangzu mountain, he had no desire to earn editing points, others would willingly offer their lives to him by then. Therefore, if he did not take the opportunity to enjoy this peaceful time, he would truly be letting himself down. However, just as Chu Yun was chatting and joking with the 2 women, Luo Feng approached and said, "Your Highness, the second prince has arrived." Chu Yun's expression was neither surprised nor shocked, rather it was somewhat anticipated. "Leader Luo, please bring him over," he instructed. "Understood," Luo Feng responded and went ahead. "Chu Huang. I have met him a few times, and his demeanor far surpasses that of Chu Rong and the others. Before your return, he was the only one among the younger generation of the Great Xia who caught my eye. However, his personality is quite calm, showing no desire for imperial power. Instead, he places great importance on cultivation," Meng Rushue remarked from beside him, sharing her impressions. "If he has caught Rux's eye, then I certainly must meet my second brother." Chu Yun smiled in anticipation. Not long after, Luo Feng led a handsome and imposing young man walking steadily towards Chu Yun. "Your Highness, this is the second prince," Luo Feng introduced. Chu Yun immediately stood up, smiled, and said, "Chu Yun, I have the honor of meeting my second brother." "No need for formalities, ninth brother. I have heard a bit about you in the border regions. It is my first time meeting you today, and your demeanor is indeed remarkable." Chu Huang maintained a good attitude, calmly smiling. "You flatter me, second brother. I am truly happy to hear that you returned safely from the border. Come, second brother, please take a seat," Chu Yun welcomed with a smile. "All right." After Chu Huang sat down, he glanced at Meng Rushue and said, "I didn't expect Miss Meng to be here, as well, my apologies." "You are too polite, second prince," Meng Rushue elegantly nodded. "Ninth brother, who is this young lady?" Chu Huang turned his gaze towards the heavenly demoness. Chu Yun explained, "Second brother, this is my beloved wife Yu Qingxin. Both she and Rushue are my wives." Upon hearing this, Chu Huang's expression changed to one of shock, his gaze sweeping over the 2 women repeatedly. Seeing that they did not refute him, Chu Huang could not help but exclaim, "I see. Ninth brother, you are truly fortunate. Having these 2 beautiful and virtuous wives is indeed envy." Chu Yun chuckled and said, "Let's not dwell on that. Second brother, you came to find me today, or I assume it's not just to chat, is it?" Chu Yun's words led the conversation directly to the main topic. Chu Huang maintained his smile and replied, "Ninth brother is clever. I came today primarily to discuss a collaboration with you." "What kind of collaboration do you have in mind, second brother?" Chu Yun inquired. "Although we are not full-blooded siblings, we do share a blood bond. Therefore, second brother will not beat around the bush with you. Your battle for the throne against the crown prince is a well-known matter now. I am not clear about the current situation. However, second brother can assist you. All I require is that once you firmly secure the throne, you provide me with the head of Lan Ji, and I will do everything in my power to help you ascend to the imperial position." Chu Huang spoke with utmost seriousness. Indeed, this aligned closely with what Chu Yun had in mind. How could his second brother not harbor hatred towards Lan Ji? In fact, his resentment might even surpass Chu Yun's. The vengeance for his mother's death was an unending grudge. The fact that Chu Huang could endure for so many years demonstrated his determination for revenge. "Second brother, to be honest, I can fully agree to your condition. In fact, you will soon be able to realize this wish. However, I must ask you, second brother, do you truly have no expectations for that throne? Chu Yun fixed his gaze on Chu Huang's expression, as did the two women. Chu Yun's question was a test of Chu Huang's ambition. If there was even the slightest hint of dishonesty, Chu Yun would certainly not trust him. However, upon hearing this, Chu Huang shook his head with a fearless smile and said, "Ninth brother, I understand your thoughts. You think that being in the royal family, how could I not be moved at all by the throne behind me? After all beings have desires. Indeed, I also have desires. But my desires have never been for power, status, or position. What I truly yearn for and pursue is the Tao. The end of the Tao is the place I am fascinated by. Oh, as for the throne of emperors, to me, it is merely a shackle. If you are not at ease, I can take a vow of the Tao that in this life, I will never seek to be the crown prince of the Great Xia." Chu Huang responded with utmost sincerity. If Chu Yun continued to press further, it would only reveal his lack of understanding. "Second brother, between us brothers there is no need for this. I trust you. As for the rest, there is no need to say more." At this moment, Chu Yun also appeared quite open-hearted. The two exchanged glances and then smiled at each other. The bond between gentlemen is built on sincerity, and everything is understood without words. Chu Huang stayed at Chu Yun's residence for half a day, sharing many matters with him before leaving. In the border regions, Chu Huang had indeed made arrangements. Within the Empress faction, some influential leaders were secretly under his control. He had also learned specific news from there. Within 9 days, the powerful figures of the Empress faction would all arrive at the Imperial city. They were all of the respected levels secretly coming, while the disciples and elders of their sects remained untouched. No other reason. Because the Empress does not need them. This also indicates that the Empress still holds military power within this Imperial city. 3 more days passed, and during this time the internal atmosphere of the Imperial city grew increasingly silent, reaching a degree of tranquility that was nearly eerie. At the top of the smoke and rain tower, Sun Yin stood alone on a palace built of purple gold and glazed tiles, and spoke to the air before him. "Tower Master, the main tower has sent news. That sword cultivator known as Invincible among his peers has left a secret realm in the pure land of the divine state, and is now present in the 100 dynasties. Moreover, based on the direction of the teleportation array he used, the destination could either be the Great Xia or several neighboring dynasties. The main tower's message is that if he needs anything, we the branch towers should do our utmost to satisfy him. If there is anything we cannot accomplish, he may appeal directly to the main tower for assistance." Sun Yin's words echoed in the vast hall. Suddenly, the voice of the master of the Yin Tower resonated from midair. "Ethereal and enchanting is the sword cultivator, undefeated in the same realm, the supreme practitioner known as Xiao Yaozi." Sun Yin nodded. "Indeed it is he. Although he is merely a supreme practitioner, he has left many deeds in the divine land, and numerous prominent figures hold him in high regard, with several imperial lineages personally reaching out to him. Unfortunately, all of them were rejected by him, but it is said that he has maintained good relations with a few emperors from the divine land, making it hard to believe that a supreme practitioner can socialize on equal terms with emperors. Regarding Xiao Yaozi, although he is merely at the supreme level, even some saints and saint kings in the divine land would not dare to provoke him. Though he is alone, and a wandering cultivator without a background, he has won the favor of several prominent figures, forming friendships that transcend age, including one vice master from the Yin Tower. Xiao Yaozi is a legend. He has captured the admiration of many emperors. Since the master of the tower has given orders, we shall execute them accordingly. You may take charge of all matters yourself," said the master of the Yin Tower. "Good." Sun Yin nodded slightly, and then added, "There is one more thing. There are only 6 days left until the Great Xia Emperor's critical period of decline. A significant portion of Lanjis people have already arrived in Xiazhou. The experts from the Shi and Yun families are also taking action. It seems that a bloody battle is unavoidable in the Imperial city," he continued. "However, the Imperial concubine and Xin Yun have been in frequent contact lately. If I am not mistaken, their goal is most likely the tinnied heavenly demon within the Emperor's ancestral mountain. The Yin Tower is naturally well aware of the identities of Yun Yang and the Imperial concubine. After all, their reputations precede them, and apart from Chu Yun, who is exceptionally gifted, any small movements made by other cultivators would not escape the keen eyes of the Yin Tower. The ancestor of the Great Xia Dynasty once suppressed this calamity-riddled, tinnied heavenly demon within the Emperor's ancestral mountain with his own strength. Unfortunately, this act consumed half of the dynasty's fortune and his own life. Otherwise, based on the foundation of the Great Xia Dynasty in this land of 100 dynasties, they could at least secure a place among the top 10 dynasties." The master of the Yin Tower spoke with a hint of regret. The current Great Xia Dynasty ranks only in the middle among all the dynasties in this land of 100 dynasties, unable to even reach the upper tier, let alone compare with the 10 dynasties that possess kings. Indeed. However, in my view, if Chu Yun can become the ruler of the Great Xia, then there may be hope for change. Sun Yin suddenly said. Brother Yin, your evaluation of Chu Yun is unexpectedly high, isn't it? Could it be that you've sensed something? The master of the Yin Yu Tower could not help but ask. Sun Yin smiled lightly. It's just a hunch, a mere intuition. I believe in him, and I trust my instinct. Upon hearing this, the master of the Yin Yu Tower was too lazy to ask further. Even if Sun Yin had truly sensed something, he clearly would not reveal it at this moment. Good, if there's nothing else, you may leave. As for the royal matters, just observe for now. All right. Sun Yin then turned and left. In the National Master's residence there exists an underground palace. Surrounding this place are isolation formations that can cut off all breath and perception. At this moment, apart from the National Master Feng Tianjing, there were over a dozen figures resting within this palace. Moreover, the cultivation of these individuals is at least at the initial stage of the respected realm. Among them is Enraged, the vice master of the divine sect, and that blood expert from the blood god sect who appeared initially. In this group of over a dozen respected practitioners apart from Enraged and Feng Tianjing, there are 4 others at the peak of the respected realm. They are the great elder of the divine sect Zhou Lin, the vice master of the corpse in sect Great Xia, the vice master of the blood god sect Gui Qi, and the valley master of the heavenly rift valley Qi Quan. These individuals are all renowned figures within the Great Xia Dynasty. As for the rest of the respected practitioners, they all hail from these sects. The Heavenly Rift Valley ranks among the top 10 powers within the Great Xia Dynasty. Although its foundation is not as strong as the Corpse In sect and Blood God sect, its strength should not be underestimated. These individuals are currently hiding in the underground palace of the National Master's residence, aiming for the impending battle in the Imperial city 6 days from now. As long as the Great Xia Emperor is absent, this force will be sufficient to control everything within the Imperial city. Should Meng Changzhong Shura and others refuse to submit, they will face death. National Master, how is the situation within the city now? Is there any movement? Asked the Vice Master of the Blood God sect Gui Qi as he stepped forward. It's calm and peaceful, you can rest assured. The Empress has arranged everything, and when the day comes to act, all 4 city gates will be under our control. The entire Imperial city will become our hunting ground. Next, we simply need to wait patiently, the National Master said, holding a glass filled with red-purple spiritual wine. After taking a sip, he spoke indifferently. At this time, Jiang Xie from the Corpsine sect glanced at Enraged, and seeing his expression couldn't help but ask, Brother Yin, why do you seem a bit worried? Feng Tianzheng and the others also turned to look. Enraged then explained, I've always been curious about the respected practitioner who cultivated thunder powers at Qianlu Mountain. What is his background? My sect has used the divine eye, and still could not locate him, and now he has vanished. I feel a sense of unease within. If this person is not investigated thoroughly, I cannot shake the feeling that something bad will happen. Brother Yin, you are truly overthinking this. In our current situation, even if another respected practitioner at the peak level arrives, it cannot disrupt our plans. You must understand that the decisive factors this time are not the respected practitioners, Jiang Xie said confidently. Indeed, this time the infiltration of the heavenly sovereign level experts has been arranged perfectly by the Empress. And the Empress holds a trump card that can turn everything around. This time the infiltration of the heavenly sovereign level experts has been arranged perfectly by the Empress. And the Empress holds a trump card. From now on, the Great Xia Dynasty will only have our voices, and the Sure family will be nothing but history. Feng Tianzheng raised his glass, celebrating with other respected realm cultivators. However, they were unaware that opening champagne halfway is a significant taboo. Having committed this taboo, their success is doomed. Another 3 days swiftly passed. During these 3 days, the actions of the Queen's faction were meticulous and rigorous, and dozens of revered ones had secretly infiltrated the royal city. Meanwhile, the Emperor's arrangements for troop deployments had also taken shape. Under the arrangements of the Asura Venerable and Meng Changzhong, the revered ones from the Shi family, Shui, sect Yun family, Wangxian Dao sect, and Luo family had quietly entered the royal city. Now the entire royal city appeared calm on the surface, but underneath it was tumultuous and turbulent. As the top families of the royal city, the heads of the Kai family and Lu family had secretly summoned their clan's younger generation back from outside to consolidate their power, preparing for a decisive battle 3 days later. In the second prince's residence, Chu Huang stood in a backyard at this moment, holding a message in his hand that read, the Blood God sect and the Corpse In sect celestials have arrived outside the city. Chu Huang's expression turned serious as he crushed the message in his fingers. Lan Ji has truly been plotting. With the 2 old fellows from the Blood God sect and Corpse In sect already at the city gates, it seems that the old man from the divine sect will soon arrive as well. Once the 3 celestials act, if my father enters seclusion at the royal ancestral mountain, they will have enough power to upheave the royal city. A tremendous killing intent flashed in Chu Huang's eyes. Lan Ji's actions were tantamount to a coup, betraying his father and in some sense attempting to alter the structure of the Great Xia Dynasty. Unfortunately, the 2 celestials of the royal family were biased. The Grand Emperor dotes on the Crown Prince and is entirely favorable towards Lan Ji. For him, as long as the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, the struggle for royal power could serve as their training. The other one is an ancestor of the royal family. He is even more indifferent to these matters. As long as the one who takes the throne is a descendant of the Chu family, he has no interest. Unless the Great Xia Dynasty faces a catastrophic disaster, he may intervene. Their situation has both advantages and disadvantages. The downside is that Queen Lan Ji can plot recklessly using any means necessary to help her son secure the position of heir. The upside, however, is that the power of the Great Xia Emperor won't be suppressed, allowing him to fully display the might and talent of being the emperor. Huanga, you need not worry too much about this. Isn't your father also arranging for the Celestials from the Shi family to come? They will be enough to contend with them. If the situation still spirals out of control, and even Chu Yun cannot handle it, then I will borrow your body to intervene once more. A few ants in the heavenly phase realm in the past, one glance from me would have been sufficient to terrify a Master, I am not particularly worried about this matter. With you backing me, Lan Ji is destined to fail. I am just curious, how did you sense the extraordinary nature of the ninth brother? I have calculated his destiny. Can you guess what happened in the end? The disciple does not know, replied Chu Huang. His fate is concealed behind a supreme heavenly secret. Even I have never seen such a potent heavenly secret. Therefore, the future achievements of Chu Yun will be limitless. There is even a great possibility that he will reach the pinnacle of cultivation in the Yuan realm. This is also the main reason I wanted you to cultivate a good relationship with him. Your dynasty may change its fate because of Chu Yun alone. Hearing his master's words, Chu Huang was utterly shocked. He had known his master for so long, and he had never given anyone such high praise. Even Chu Huang himself, possessing the ancient heavy pupil and 10 supreme indestructible bones, had been referred to by his master as an ancient millennium genius. But for someone like himself, his master could still glean some insights. Yet his ninth brother's fate was so powerful that it left his master unable to perceive even the slightest detail. This truly left Chu Huang profoundly shaken. It must be understood that his master was not someone of this era but a sage from the ancient time. Many years ago, a great calamity befell the Yuan realm, commonly known as the Era of the Fallen Emperors. That disaster caused all the great emperors of the ancient era to perish. And Chu Huang's master was the only survivor of that calamity, a remnant soul of the heavenly mechanism. Master, if what you say is true, then in the future, Great Xia, will we not be able to step into the sacred land of the divine continent under the leadership of the ninth brother standing at the pinnacle of the world? Naturally, Chu Yun's ambitions extend beyond cultivation. He harbors significant aspirations for conquering the world as well. I sensed this during our last meeting. But for your Great Xia Dynasty, this is not necessarily a bad thing. A ruler without ambition and ruthlessness, or an aggressive desire to expand territory, who is always content with the status quo, will lead that dynasty to the brink of annihilation. Having witnessed countless changes of power and the rise and fall of numerous factions over countless years, the heavenly mechanism emperor understood that for a dynasty to develop sustainably and continuously grow, aggression is absolutely indispensable. If that is the case, then I can entrust Great Xia to the ninth brother and travel to the sacred land of the divine continent without any worries. Chu Huang smiled as he spoke. Chu Yun's residence. During these days, his father and the queen had been closely plotting and arranging everything for what was to come. But Chu Yun was an exception. In these days, he continued to indulge in feasting, drinking, and enjoying life. Every day, he passed the time by dragging the heavenly demon girl, or Meng Ruxua, into his room to spend. Each time lasted for most of the day. Without the special products of the great Chu Yun indulged freely. Although he was still brave, he knew the limits. Without the previous butterfly leg incident these days, Chu Yun truly enjoyed the feeling of being a mortal emperor. In the evening, Chu Yun and the two women shared a dinner, inviting Wan Lei Luo Feng, Yi Tun Morong In, and Fire Spirit Lady to join them at the table to eat and drink together. Perhaps Lan Ji and the others could never have imagined it. In the vast royal city, just in Chu Yun's residence, counting himself, there was one celestial and 4 revered ones. During the banquet, Chu Yun and his companions were chatting and laughing, but at that moment the heavenly demon girl's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Chu Yun. Meeting her gaze, Chu Yun noticed her change in expression and immediately asked, "Shiner, what is it?" "My avatar is in the Eastern Palace and has received a piece of news from the Crown Prince. Lan Ji has been plotting for many years and secretly poisoned your mother 3 years ago. Whenever she wishes, she can activate that poison to make your mother die instantly." As soon as the words of the heavenly demon woman were uttered, the entire hall fell silent. Chu Yun, who had previously worn a smile, now had a grim expression on his face, and even the handsome lines of his brows were infused with a fierce killing intent. "What poison? Is there a way to antidote it?" Chu Yun asked in a deep voice. The heavenly demon woman's expression darkened slightly as she said, "According to Chu Rong, it is a delaying poison that Lan Ji obtained by chance. Even a master poisoner at the supreme level would require some time to neutralize it. Chu Yun's face grew serious as he said, "In other words, there is no way to antidote my mother's poison right now." The heavenly demon woman fell silent. Meng Rushue also furrowed her brows tightly, remaining silent. Although both of them were emperors in their past lives, they were not adept in the art of poison. Moreover, even if they had a way to create an antidote, there were only 3 short days left. No matter how fast they moved, it would be impossible within half a month. After all, their current cultivation level was merely nirvana. If it were in their past lives, they could have resolved it with a mere flick of their hands. If it's about detoxifying, there may not be enough time right now. However, to preserve her life, there are still ways. Rushue and I can employ secret methods to temporarily freeze your mother's life. In this way, they will be unable to trigger the poison in your mother, and once the antidote is refined, we can neutralize it at the first opportunity. The heavenly demon woman thought for a moment, and it seemed that this was the only feasible method. Meng Rushue nodded. Indeed, this strategy should be the most secure one at present. After all, none of them were great poisoners, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Just as Chu Yun was about to agree to this course of action, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Master, there is actually no need for that. The Plague Knight among the 4 Great Knights is a grand poison master who can arrive at the Imperial city within no more than 2 days. Once he arrives, he can easily neutralize your mother's poison." In a critical moment, the system's assistance was indeed timely. Chu Yun slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about the 4 Great Knights of the Tianqi sect are war, plague, famine, and death. Among these 4, the Plague Knight is renowned for his poison skills. Even some saints within the Taiji sacred land are extremely wary of his deadly poison. No matter how potent Lan Ji's poison is, it is merely child's play in front of a saint poison master. "No worries. I already have a solution, or I can antidote my mother's poison," Chu Yun replied confidently after gaining assurance. The heavenly demon woman and Meng Rushue were somewhat surprised. If they did not take the freezing route, it meant that within these 3 days Chu Yun would be able to detoxify his mother. "You know a master of poison?" Meng Rushue couldn't help but ask. Chu Yun smiled lightly. "Not exactly that I know him, but I possess him." Upon hearing this, the 2 women and Luo Feng were momentarily shocked. The prince actually had a subordinate who had not yet appeared. "All right, there's no need to worry about this matter any longer. However, since Lan Ji has poisoned my mother, she must be intending to use my mother's life to coerce the Shi family. This kind of poison I cannot tolerate." A cold and sinister glint passed through Chu Yun's dark ethereal eyes. "Master, shall we take action early?" Night Swallow inquired. Chu Yun shook his head no. Taking action now would have little effect on them psychologically. "We must wait until they are closest to success. When their desires peak, then we will strike decisively to crush them, shattering their minds and bodies, causing them to collapse completely." A faint cold smile appeared on Chu Yun's face. "However, before that I need to prepare a gift for Lan Ji." Night Swallow, go and extract Chu Yun's soul, dismember his physical body, and when they stir up trouble, deliver this gift to them. Chu Yun took out the Emperor's banner and released Chu Yuan, who had been tortured to the point of being neither human nor ghost, utterly broken in spirit and body. Night Swallow stood up, waved his hand to collect it, and then smiled. "Rest assured, master, I will prepare this great gift." With that, Night Swallow turned and left. Chu Yun and the others then continued with the banquet. In the East Palace, deep in the night, Lan Ji arrived at a side hall. The Crown Prince was waiting here with 3 middle-aged men for quite a while. After Lan Ji entered the hall, one tall and imposing man walked over with a smile. "Junior sister, long time no see." "Your Highness, I have seen the Empress." The other 2 men also approached one after another. Lan Ji looked at them, and a slight smile appeared on her dignified and serious face. "Elder brother, did you all have a smooth journey into the city?" "Rest assured, the route you arranged perfectly evaded the Shadow Guard surveillance. It went very smoothly. However, as soon as I entered the city, I sensed that guy's presence, which is quite unpleasant." The tall man whom Lan Ji referred to as elder brother said at this moment. This man was none other than the current sect master of the divine sect, Niaming. The other 2 were also figures of the same level. The Blood God sect's sect master, Blood Wuhuan. The Corpsine sect's sect master, Shang Wanyi. Upon hearing this, Lan Ji naturally understood that the annoying guy Niaming referred to was none other than the current patriarch of the Shi family, the Asura Venerable. Among the entire Great Xia Empire, the strongest venerable is undoubtedly the Great Xia Emperor. Following that, there are actually 3 tied for second place, the Asura Venerable Niaming and the Shadow Guard's Grand Commander Jin Mu. The strengths of these 3 are completely on par, making it impossible to determine a specific ranking. They can only be mentioned together. "Elder brother, do not worry. The entire lifeline of the Shi family is now in my grasp. Shura. When the time comes, he will have no choice but to submit to us unless he wants to watch his dear sister die tragically before his eyes." Lan Ji smiled coldly. She had plotted for many years, carefully laying out her plans with a countermeasure for every step. Even if the Emperor had prepared, she was unafraid. Because from the very beginning the sure family which the emperor could rely on the most had already been set up by her. It seems that the poison in Sure Minyu's body has already thoroughly matured. Ha ha ha. In that case I am quite eager to see the sight of Shuren kneeling before me seeking mercy. Niaming laughed heartily without restraint, and smiles appeared on the faces of the others as well. Lan Ji then asked, "By the way, have my father and the elders of the blood and the hunger arrived?"